Chapter 1261. A helpless move. B. In a secret room of Fu Asheng. The large dining table is filled with delicacies. And of course Zhu Xiaobao's top-quality roasting knives are also indispensable. But there were only Fu Asheng and Zhu Xiaobao in the huge secret room. And no one else was allowed to enter at will. Because things about the 5 elements venerable are too important and must not be leaked at all. Then the royal sister mentioned actually has an independent space? Then did she tell you where she came from? The two of them started by briefly talking about the many things they had experienced in recent years. Again, there is plenty of time now anyway, so there is no rush. But I heard about Sister Yu and her independent space. Fu Asheng was secretly surprised and asked carefully. No, she didn't want to say it. So I didn't ask any more questions. Why should we have known each other before we met? When my cultivation level improves, we will meet again after all? Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, thinking of Sister Yu's free and unrestrained temperament. Domineering. I can't help but feel a little fascinated. What a wonderful sister. Yeah, that's right. Based on your future achievements, I'm afraid it's really like this. It's hard to imagine. Fu Asheng nodded a little dully. But he didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would meet her? Even Fu Asheng found this a bit strange. But I am even more determined to help Zhu Xiaobao. What did you say? It's hard to imagine anything. Zhu Xiaobao didn't understand, and asked with some confusion. Oh, it's nothing. I mean, then you can't expose the 5 elements square in the southwest region. It will cause too much trouble. You don't know how many enemies the 5 elements venerable provoked back then. Fu Asheng hurriedly he changed the topic and said again and again. Oh, that's right. But I've already got this thing in my pocket, so I can't give it up anymore. Besides, now that the 5 elements square has been formed, there will no longer be any very evil ways to cultivate it. Senior brother, you rather. Tell me, what method did you come up with for me? Is it sure it will work? Zhu Xiaobao mentioned the troublesome issue again, and couldn't help but ask in a bad mood. Go to the 1,000 Island Sea. There, you can also experience it, which will double your cultivation speed. It can also resolve your current pain to the greatest extent. Fu Asheng said confidently. Oh, why? I just came back from training in the neutral zone, and I'm not familiar with the 1,000 Island Sea area? Zhu Xiaobao asked a little confused. In fact, he has left Qianxiu Peak for many years, and he really wants to stay in Qianxiu Peak for a while. Ha ha! Let me ask you, what is the behavior that consumes your most spiritual consciousness? Old God Fuising asked thoughtfully. Of course it's time to control the 5 elements phalanx. 5 skulls are summoned at the same time. If you control them to fight against the enemy, it will be the most expensive. I understand. You are asking me to break through to the 1,000 Island Sea. Cultivation, while learning to control the 5 elements square. Even if it consumes a lot of money, it can also relieve my pain. Yes, yes, yes. This is indeed a good idea. My senior brother is more experienced. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly understood after understanding the purpose of this. He suddenly became enlightened and shouted happily. Zhu Xiaobao is almost going crazy because of these explosive spiritual consciousnesses. Hee. Of course. I am senior brother. Not only can you use the 5 elements phalanx at will in the 1,000 Island Sea, but there is also a place that will interest you. Fu Asheng was also very proud of himself. A glass of wine was served. You mean that Immortal Pill Island is also in the 1,000 Island Sea? Right. Zhu Xiaoma took over the conversation and said, Huh? You also know about the Immortal Pill Island? Ha ha. It must be Xian Daozi who told you. Right. Although Fu Asheng was a little surprised. It was not surprising when he thought of Xian Daozi. No. Because I killed an alchemist in the neutral zone and got a silver medal from his storage bag. That's how I found out about the Immortal Alchemy Island. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, and then escaped from the old yin said the silver medal on his head. Oh, I see. In this case, you can easily board the Immortal Pill Island. But you must not expose the fact that you killed this alchemist. Because every alchemist has many friends or fellow students. Senior brother, you just need to say that you are the friend of this alchemist. When Fu Asheng saw it, he was immediately shocked. This junior brother was quite capable. He even killed people from the Immortal Alchemy Island. Fortunately, this person only has a silver medal. Such a silver medal means that he is qualified to board the Immortal Pill Island. But he is not an alchemist resident on the Immortal Pill Island. Ha ha. I understand. Senior brother. When will I leave? I want to go back to Qianqiu Peak first, and then go to the Thousand Islands Sea. Zhu Xiaobao asked again. To be honest, he has been tortured by the pain of this swollen consciousness and has no patience. But he still cares about those people in Qianqiu Peak. He must go back and make arrangements. Besides, you need to be careful about who you take with you this time. Not so fast. You go back first and come to Huangxi City in 3 months. I will prepare everything for you. Do you think it's that simple? Fu Asheng looked at Zhu Xiaobao and knew that he knew about the Thousand Islands Sea. He didn't know anything about it, so he had to help his senior brother arrange everything for him. There is no need to go into details about this. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao left Fengyuan City and headed straight for Qianqiu Peak. In order to make Zhu Xiaobao's ride more comfortable, Fu Asheng also gave him a luxurious carriage. In fact, it was of no great use. Zhu Xiaobao was still dizzy due to the increase in spiritual consciousness. After returning to Qianqiu Peak, Zhu Xiaobao began preparations. Of course, Su Yin'er and her 2 apprentices also had to take care of both. The choice of who to go to sea with him is also a very troublesome matter. The minimum one should be extremely water-based, and preferably water-based. In the meantime, what he didn't expect was that 2 fat girls, Jin Huan and Yin Huan, stood out again, leaving Zhu Xiaobao stunned. They were so big, but they were actually pretty good at it. According to the scientific explanation, the subcutaneous fat is too thick, so it cannot sink even if it wants to. The key is that these 2 fat girls' fighting ability in the water has not diminished at all, and they can still handle it fiercely. In this regard, Xiao Yao, Su Zhu and others are far incomparable. Zhu Xiaobao only told Green Fairy all his secrets when he was alone with her. He must bring Green Fairy with him, because he needs Green Fairy's assistance in refining elixirs such as the Baocheng Dan. And Green Fairy's ice attribute is also another form of water attribute. So Green Fairy's Sienner can maintain a strong fighting power even in the water. This time, the tree spirit has returned to its true form and will no longer follow Zhu Xiaobao out to sea. Zhu Xiaobao went to Wild Bee Valley again and sorted out the bees around him again. I am very pleased to find that now black golden bees have also begun to appear and have advanced to the first level of god bees. They are called black god bees by Zhu Xiaobao. They are larger, faster, and more poisonous. There are not many in number, just over 100. After a month of preparation, Zhu Xiaobao brought enough food and drink expenses, as well as a sufficient number of high-end luxury goods. Then, there is enough nectar and a large number of smart bees. This time, Zhu Xiaobao made a special trip to ask Xian Daozi for advice. When he heard that Zhu Xiaobao was going to the Immortal Pill Island, Xian Daozi also yearned for it. But Xian Daozi finally gave up on his own initiative, because this was Zhu Xiaobao's first time going to the Thousand Island Sea, and he didn't want to cause any trouble to Zhu Xiaobao. After all, Xian Daozi's fighting ability is very limited, and he is also very old, so he is not suitable for 2 dangerous experiences. A month later, Zhu Xiaobao took the Green Fairy and the Golden Ring and Yin Huan and set off. In addition, Wan Shirtom also went on the road with him. He was actually a water attribute, and he claimed to have experience in going to the Thousand Island Sea, so Zhu Xiaobao reluctantly took him with him in a state of doubt. After all, this guy has a lot of knowledge in all aspects. The only thing Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that Wei Zifeng also quietly followed along the way. By the time he found out, he was already almost at the 4th Imperial City. Wei Zifeng was very stubborn and insisted on following. After being severely punished by Zhu Xiaobao, he finally took her with him. Although Wei Zifeng gritted her teeth because of the pain of being served by the family, she still felt that the meal was well worth it for being able to go with him. When they arrived at Huangxi City, Fu Asheng had already sent someone to wait there at the city gate, so Zhu Xiaobao entered Huangxi City very smoothly. When he walked into the backyard of a shop, Fu Asheng had already been waiting there. There he is! Just because of his special status and figure, Fu Asheng tried not to show his face in the Fourth City. What? Junior brother, you brought these few people with you? Fu Asheng saw that Zhu Xiaobao, in addition to Lucien and others, had brought 10 personal guards, all of whom were good at water and bow and arrow. All of them are the cultivation of the fusion realm. In fact, most of them are female cultivators, who were trained by Huang Yuyu, and were originally the subordinates of Master Shinro. Now they have completely surrendered to Zhu Xiaobao. Yeah, it's not about having many soldiers. It's about being good at them. If they are useless, they will only cause more trouble for me. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. To be honest, he was not sure at all. After all, it was his first time to go to sea. Ha ha! That's right. Fortunately, the escort ship of my caravan is full of elite men. They will protect your safety when necessary. And they will also listen to your command at any time. Fu Ashing said with a smile. They don't dare to take command. Brother, when can we set off? Zhu Xiaobao quickly shook his head and said, although he had participated in naval battles before his ascension, this was completely different from the situation in Daxia. Even the warships and merchant ships on board are completely different. Yeah. In 3 days, our caravan will set off with other caravans, Fu Asheng said softly. Then he handed Zhu Xiaobao a chart, which was also the most accurate chart he could get. Chapter 1262 Going to Sea. On the third night, Zhu Xiaobao and others, accompanied by Fu Asheng personally, arrived at the pier. It was not particularly luxurious and not very lively. On the contrary, it was a bit mysterious, because there were faint cries from many ships. And some ships also had fully armed guards on board. Zhu Xiaobao only learned about this in the past few days, because many of the ships were carrying women. And the Deshang kingdom explicitly prohibited human trafficking. But as the fourth prince, he openly allowed these merchant ships to leave with these women in his own territory. This shows that there is something very mysterious about it. However, Huixing's caravan is relatively ordinary. Not only is the merchant ship very ordinary, but even the goods on board are pigs, cattle, sheep, poultry, and other living animals. These things are very important to those islands in the sea. Needs and live animals cannot be transported through storage bags. So this gave birth to the emergence of middlemen. Of course, there are also many living animals that are not suitable for storage bags on merchant ships. The merchant ships are surrounded by escort ships, with fully armed guards standing on them. These guards are professional. They basically go to sea a few times a year, and the rest of the time is relatively leisurely, because as long as you go to sea once, the commission earned is very generous, enough to support a family. There are also expenses for your own cultivation. Although Fu Ashing's caravan is not the largest, it is an experienced caravan that often goes to sea. Before leaving, Fu Asheng specially recruited the owner of the caravan and introduced him to Zhu Xiaobao. At the same time, he also let the guards get to know Zhu Xiaobao. The caravan boss was very polite. His cultivation level was not low. He was actually in the fusion state, and his face was full of joy and enthusiasm. What's funny is that this caravan boss is also a fat man like Zhu Xiaobao, but even more exaggerated than Zhu Xiaobao. His body shape is very similar to that of the Fu family. In fact, what interests Zhu Xiaobao the most is that those ships, whether they are double-crossing or escort ships, are towed by a kind of marine animal called manatee. This kind of manatee is huge in size, but has a docile personality. It's a bit expensive, and it must be fed with seaweed mixed with spiritual stone powder. Each manatee eats a lot, so the maintenance cost is not low. The difference between a merchant ship and an escort ship is that the merchant ship is very wide and has a large loading capacity. The various facilities on it are relatively complete, and there is even a very good canteen. The escort ship is very long and narrow, which is more suitable for flexible control. There are also several super powerful crossbows on it. The leader of the guard was also a man of the true martial realm. When he saw Zhu Xiaobao, he only hugged his fists and did not have that flattering smile. This actually made Zhu Xiaobao feel so good. At first glance, he looks like a tough guy who is upright by nature and would rather bend than bend. Since most of the people Zhu Xiaobao brought were female cultivators, the boss was very enthusiastic and led Zhu Xiaobao onto the merchant ship. At the same time, he also set aside 3 cabins for the exclusive use of Zhu Xiaobao and others. This is already quite generous treatment. There were even 2 attentive servants, who came from time to provide various conveniences to Zhu Xiaobao and others. In fact, there is no need for too much service, and Zhu Xiaobao does not ask for too much. He is relatively low-key when he goes out. What's more, ever since I boarded the ship, Wan Chitong kept introducing Zhu Xiaobao various techniques of life at sea. Whenever Zhu Xiaobao has questions, Wan Chitong can answer them promptly. It can be seen that this guy is really experienced. But he is not bragging. When the upload started, Fu Asheng quietly told Zhu Xiaobao, if you really encounter big trouble and can't get out, just take out your best ammunition and say that you are the Immortal Pill Island. If you do this, there is a high probability that the other party will not kill you. Immortal Pill Island is a very magical existence. No matter whether it is good or evil, you will not offend. Immortal Pill Island. Easily. I understand. Senior brother. So don't worry. I won't cause trouble just because I'm fine. Zhu Xiaobao and Yu said gratefully. Then, the two senior brothers cherished each other and finally parted. After leaving the waters under the jurisdiction of Deshang Kingdom, several caravans began to go their separate ways. Because each caravan has different goals, they are not going to the same place. And there is only one other merchant ship with the same destination as Zhu Xiaobao and the others, which is loaded with live animals such as cattle and sheep. From time to time, there is a stinking smell coming from far away. The caravan that Zhu Xiaobao was in was much better. It was mainly loaded with the specialty horses of Fengyuan City, a strong horse specially used to pull luxury carriages. This kind of horse does not run very fast, but it has great strength and runs very smoothly. It is also at least 1/3 larger than ordinary horses, so it is very popular in many places. Especially those rich people like to use this kind of strong horse to pull carts. It is also a status symbol. This was Zhu Xiaobao's first time to go to sea on this kind of boat. What he didn't expect was that this kind of boat pulled by manatees could run very fast. It turned out that this kind of huge manatees were not only huge in size, but also had two sides on their sides. It is also covered with wide scales, which not only play a protective role, but also serve as paddles during rowing. The 4 flippers under this manatee are even more powerful for swimming, so they are better than dozens of sailors can paddle faster and more smoothly. I was amazed to see Zhu Xiaobao. In order to relieve the boring time at sea, the boss even brought a table of food and wine for Zhu Xiaobao and the others to enjoy slowly. But he didn't expect that the food and wine on this table were not enough at all. The 2 fat girls Jin Huan and Huan alone could eat the food and wine on this table. Of course, these are nothing. Zhu Xiaobao can cook delicious food for himself just by setting aside a small area. However, facing the caravan boss, Zhu Xiaobao still expressed his gratitude. At the same time, I also admire the stability of this kind of boat and the super long endurance of this kind of manatee. Ha ha ha! It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. You haven't seen those bigger and faster fleets. Those ships pulled by sea giant crocodiles are faster. And those sea giant crocodiles are far better than this manatees are much faster. And they can also take the initiative to attack. Those are sea giant crocodiles that have reached the level of 3rd level monsters. They are twice as big as our manatees in size alone. The boss suddenly stood up. He shook his hands and smiled. Then why don't we use the giant sea crocodile to pull the boat? Zhu Xiaobao asked curiously. Alas! Firstly, the cost is too high. Secondly, the offshore water level of Deshang Kingdom is too low. Those sea giant crocodiles do not have much room to move in our waters of Deshang Kingdom. So we have to use this medium-sized manatee. The caravan owner also said a little helplessly. Oh, that's it. But if we encounter those pirates who also use sea giant crocodiles to pull their boats, wouldn't that be a great threat to us? Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao immediately understood that 2 big ships and sea beasts would cause stranded in the waters of Deshang Kingdom. Ha ha! Normally not. After running for so many years, several powerful pirates on this road have already become friends with us. As long as we pay enough tolls, they will not embarrass us. The only uncertainty is it's just those small groups of pirates composed of stragglers. But they are even more ruthless. Once they encounter them, it will be a bloody battle. The caravan boss said with a twitch of fat on his face. What he is most afraid of is encountering this kind of thing. Now even if Zhu Xiaobao brings it up accidentally, he feels it is very unlucky. But that's often the case. Whatever you say comes true. Just as the ship owner finished speaking, he saw 3 warships approaching in the distance, and one of them used a giant sea crocodile to pull the ship. The remaining 2 used manatees to pull the boats. When you get closer, you can see clearly that there is a black flag embroidered with a white skull hanging on the mast. This is the most typical pirate symbol. The boss looked at Zhu Xiaobao with great resentment, and then hurried to the bow of the ship to discuss countermeasures with the guard captain. It seems that there is no way to escape being hit. Of course, being able to lose money and avoid disaster is also a very good result. Look, it's all your fault for asking such unlucky words. Now the pirates have really been invited. Green Fairy also covered her mouth and snickered at this time. These 3 pirate ships look like little pirates at first glance, but they haven't taken it to their hearts yet. Sir, let's do it. We're full. We're going to do some activities. Jin Huan ran up and asked very excitedly. Shut up! Just wait for me. Who told you to take action? Let me first see what kind of tricks these pirates have. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but stare. And those two fat girls rushed back. Zhu Xiaobao and others also hid in a cabin and quietly watched the development of the situation. At this moment, the three pirate ships were already at odds. The pirates seemed not to care when they trapped these two merchant ships and faced two escort ships. I chose to ignore it directly and took the lead in discussing the price with the caravan owner. Ha ha! Gentlemen, we have a very good relationship with Mr. Jiao. This is the flag, and we have to pay the fee for the first time, the caravan boss said with a smile, and then paid the fee. A black pennant was issued as proof. Oh, of course I have to give Mr. Jiao some face, but we can't starve to death. Right. Ha ha. Let's do it like this. You keep 50 healthy horses. You keep 500,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Let you go in a careless manner. The big black man at the head thought for a moment, and then said it seemingly magnanimously. These 50 healthy horses are really too many. Can we reduce the number? We are a small business and cannot afford to lose so much. The owner of the caravan said a little embarrassed. And the owner of another merchant ship also kept saying, nodding. 500,000 high-grade spiritual stones is also a big price. Humph! Forget it. Let me keep that woman. Cut the rest in half. Unexpectedly, the black man agreed readily, but following the direction of his finger. The caravan boss looked back. His expression suddenly changed. Chapter 1263 Fu Jiabao, A. The merchant ship owner looked back and was a little dumbfounded. At such a critical moment, his precious daughter actually walked out of the cabin and stood next to the ship's side. She was looking at the other party's pirate ship curiously because it was the first time she had seen it. You see giant crocodiles as monsters to pull the boats. Jia Bao! Go back quickly! The caravan boss immediately shouted anxiously. This is his only precious daughter. The owner of the caravan is called Fu Xingwang, who is also a distant relative of Fu Asheng. He has 6 sons in total, but he only has one daughter, Fu Jiabao. So he is very precious. However, a few years ago, an unexpected sparring match failed, and Fu Jiabao injured his brain. He became a little sluggish and could no longer continue to practice. For this reason, Fu Xingwang took his daughter everywhere to seek medical advice, but to no avail. Things have gotten better. This time, I want to take my daughter to the Elixir Island to ask for an elixir to treat her daughter's illness. But he didn't expect that at such a critical moment, this daughter would walk out of the cabin, completely confusing Fu Xingwang. Dad! I want to take that kind of ship! Unexpectedly, Fu Jiabao not only did not go back, but instead pointed at the leading pirate ship and said stupidly, she has the typical characteristics of the Fu family. That is, she is also very strong. I think she was just like Jin Huan. Very strong. But in recent years, because she cannot practice Kung Fu, she is not as fat as before. And now she looks extremely plump. There is no such thing as obesity. And this kind of figure is attracting the interest of pirates more and more. What's more, Fu Jiabao also looks very upright. Even after being injured, I was a little confused. Ha ha ha! That's right. You see that even your daughter is willing to come to my place, which means that we are destined to be together. Don't you think so? My father-in-law? The leader of the pirates suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. The pirates behind him started laughing and making noise together. This scene immediately made Fu Xingwang very uneasy. Let's do this. According to your previous conditions, 50 healthy horses and 500,000 spiritual stones. You can do as you please after taking advantage of it. Fu Xingwang immediately threw a storage bag containing spiritual stones, and then immediately ordered people to untie the ropes of the 50 strong horses and lead them to the other party's boat. At this time, Wan Shirtong, who was watching through the porthole window, immediately shook his head and sighed. It's over. It's over. This ship owner has messed up everything, and I'm afraid this group of pirates will be even more aggressive. Yes, young master. Let's take action quickly. Jin Huan also asked eagerly. The two of them were originally from Fengyuan City, and they had a good impression of this young lady Fu Jiabao when they got on the boat. They even thought that Fu Jiabao's cultivation qualifications were very good. What a pity for her hands. I didn't expect that it would cause such a big trouble now. So these two fat girls can't sit still anymore. Shut up! Even if you want to fight, it's not our turn to do it. Just watch carefully first, Zhu Xiaobao shouted. And the two fat girls immediately didn't dare to say anything anymore. Now Zhu Xiaobao is very strict in enforcing family laws. Just look at Wei Zifeng, and you will know that the injury on his butt is not healed yet. Sure enough, as Wan Shirtong said, when the 50 horses were loaded and the spirit stones were swollen, they had no intention of leaving. This made Fu Xingwang even more flustered and annoyed. You are all famous people in the world, so you have to pay attention to your credibility. Right. Are you not ready to leave after accepting my benefits? Fu Xingwang asked with a stern face. Of course. Of course we will leave. But I have to take my wife with me. Look, I said it was only half. But now you have doubled it. Isn't this the same as a dowry? But it seems a bit against the rules to just bring a dowry. I have to take my wife with me. The leader, the big black man, spread his hands and said ruthlessly. The people behind him burst into laughter again, shouting and laughing one after another. Humph. Does that mean you don't give me face? Mr. Fu? You don't give face to Mr. Jiao either? Fu Xingwang couldn't bear it anymore and snorted angrily. Ha ha. I have already given you face to Mr. Jiao. But you go back on your word, which makes me very unhappy. It seems I have to do it myself and pick up my wife on the boat. The big black man also snorted with a sneer, said, and then waved his hand. His men took the lead in taking action. Guard ship. Protect the merchant ship. Kill me! Fu Xingwang also shouted angrily. Immediately, the 4 escort ships formed a formation and surrounded the 3 pirate ships. The guards on the ship also picked up their crossbows and shot at each other. Not only did the two sides begin to slowly get closer, but they also launched long-range attacks. But in comparison, the combat effectiveness of this group of pirates is much stronger, especially the pirate ship of the bandit leader, because it is towed by a sea giant crocodile. The hull is larger, more flexible and faster, and there are also more pirates on this ship. At most, there are more than 150 people. The key is that the sea giant crocodile is not only faster and larger, but also actively attacks the manatee pulling the other side's ship. It bites one of the manatee's ears in one bite and swings it back and forth, and the manatee wailing in pain, struggling desperately. This caused the escort ship to sway violently. Many of the escorts became unstable and fell into the water one after another. Soon, a group of pirates rushed onto the escort ship. In less than a stick of incense, they killed all the guards on the ship, and the rest jumped into the sea to escape. On the leading escort ship, the captain of the escort was already fighting with the pirate leader, the big black man. The name of this guard captain is He Jin. He is at the peak of the true martial realm. His fighting ability is not weak. He can actually fight evenly with the black man. But his men seemed too weak. They all fell into passive defense, and the situation became increasingly unfavorable. At this time, the big black man was also a little impatient, taking advantage of He Jin's negligence. He jumped into the sea with him, and the two of them started fighting in the sea. As soon as he arrived at the sea, He Jin immediately fell into passivity. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao quietly led Jin Huan slide into the water from the stern of the uploaded boat. Although the leaders were still fighting, the pirates, under the command of several other deputy leaders, gradually gained the upper hand. They had already occupied 2 escort ships. The only 2 remaining escort ships are now trapped by 3 pirate ships, and they can't escape even if they want to. At this time, Fu Xingwang ran to Zhu Xiaobao in a panic. Young masters, I am incompetent. I am incompetent. Please help me. Gentlemen, I beg you, if you have any conditions, just ask. As long as if I can keep my daughter safe and sound, I won't hesitate to bankrupt my family. As an old and cunning businessman, Fu Xingwang already knew the details of Zhu Xiaobao, but he just kept it in his heart. Fu Ashing's junior brother. Is this okay? Look at Fu Ashing's attitude towards this junior brother. Even if you think about it with your buttocks, you can tell that there is definitely something outstanding. What's more, he also knows a lot about the many legends about Zhu Xiaobao, although he doesn't particularly believe them. Hey! Boss Fu, what are you talking about? We are in the same boat and share the same blessings and misfortunes. What conditions are there to negotiate? You are too unreasonable. I will send someone over to see if we can help. Zhu Xiaobao quickly supported Fu Xingwang and said calmly. Having said that, he and Fu Xingwang were sitting on the seats next to the side of the ship, chatting and sipping tea. Now there was actually a teapot and teacups on the table in front of them. Wan Shirtong even poured a cup of tea for Fu Xingwang. How can I still think about drinking tea now that I am prosperous? But when he thought that Zhu Xiaobao only brought a dozen people with him, he began to feel uneasy again. But then, what he saw in front of him made this well-informed ship owner stunned. First, I saw a giant snake emerging from the bottom of the sea. It quickly tied up the giant sea crocodile so tightly that it could not move. It also put its huge snake head facing the giant sea crocodile and kept saying. The giant sea crocodile was immediately frightened and nodded repeatedly, not daring to resist at all. What's even more exaggerated is that the little demon ordered it to open its mouth wide and stay still. What's even more terrifying is that the pirate ship on the far right suddenly began to freeze rapidly from the bottom of the ship without any warning. And then even the pirates on the pirate ship were frozen in place together, forming there was an ice sculpture. And the entire pirate ship turned into a silvery white piece, standing still on the sea. However, there was not a single enemy on the pirate ship. Only the pirates on that ship. Immediately afterwards, the same situation happened on the pirate ship on the other side. And now only the leader of the pirate ship was left. All the pirates on the ship were frightened and looked at the deputy leaders in fear. The guards turned from passive to active and began to attack from defense, rushing onto the pirate ship in the middle. At this time, the guard leader emerged from the sea exhausted, and with the help of the guards, climbed onto his guard ship with great difficulty. But he was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Kill them all! He suddenly became energetic, stood up suddenly, picked up a spear, and rushed onto the pirate's ship. Ignoring the pirates' pleas for mercy and disarming, they simply killed them all. If another one of them were let go and fled back to report the news, wouldn't that leave him with a huge hidden danger? At this time, although Fu Xingwang was full of surprises, he was most worried about the big black man. If this man escaped, he would definitely bring other pirates to seek revenge. At this moment, two fat girls emerged from the sea, and then quickly came back, dragging a dying man behind them like a dead dog. But it was not the arrogant and domineering man. A big black man. With a sound of gudong, Fu Xingwang knelt down to Zhu Xiaobao. Senior, thank you very much for saving my life. I also ask you to forgive me for my previous rudeness and neglect. Chapter 1264 Fu Jiabao, B. Zhu Xiaobao was also shocked by Fu Xingwang's gift, and quickly stood up to help him up. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao felt that Fu Xingwang had done a good job, and was able to give him 3 cabins among the limited number of cabins. But Fu Xingwang knew in his heart that he didn't really believe in Zhu Xiaobao at that time, and was somewhat skeptical. And just half an hour ago, he was still complaining that Zhu Xiaobao didn't block his exit, and that he had attracted pirates. But now, the living facts are before us. As long as Zhu Xiaobao takes action, the crisis in front of him will be resolved immediately. That's why Fu Xingwang feels ashamed and regretful. At this time, all the pirates on the 3 pirate ships had been killed. However, a few who reacted quickly and jumped on the small sampan early to escape could not escape. They were swept by a figure like a gust of wind. Then they all lost their heads. It turned out that Wei Zifeng was responsible for picking up the escaped pirates and killing them all without missing a beat. Looking from a distance, Wei Zifeng was galloping on the sea. Everywhere she went, she was killed with one strike. The guards who looked at her were cheering loudly for her. At this time, Jin Huaninhuan had quickly climbed up along the rope. And then with a wave of his hand, the black man's body of nearly 300 kilograms was thrown from the sea to the deck, making a heavy slamming sound. The sound of Fu Xingwang trembled when he saw it. Even though he was still in the fusion state, he definitely didn't have such arm strength. At this time, Jin had already begun to clean the battlefield and returned all the 50 healthy horses that had just been handed over to the pirates. In addition, I also reported to Fuxingwang that this time 2 of the 4 escort ships were damaged. More than 50 people died, and 60 people were injured. It can be said that the loss is not small. Now the 4 escort ships have merged into 2. Although there are 2 missing, the confidence of the escorts is overwhelming. With such strong help, the trip will be much safer. The only problem now is that there is an extra sea giant crocodile and 3 pirate ships. The 3rd pirate ship is not bad, but it was scuttled directly. The 2 manatees were also used on their own escort ships. But this is a sea giant crocodile, which is more difficult to deal with. Is it possible to kill it? In the end, Zhu Xiaobao left the giant sea crocodile behind, and let it pull an escort ship and follow the merchant ship. Fu Xingwang also sent several close guards, and several of Zhu Xiaobao's guards, to control the escort ship. The reason why Zhu Xiaobao chose the escort ship instead of the pirate ship was because the escort ship was smaller and more flexible. And he didn't have many people with him. He urgently needed a smaller warship. I just didn't expect that I would have my own warship in this way. Immediately afterwards, Fu Xingwang vacated his cabin. We must let Zhu Xiaobao live in the best cabins, which will make Zhu Xiaobao a little bit dumbfounded. In the end, I couldn't resist Fu Xingwang's enthusiasm and persistence. So I had to change my residence. In fact, the place where Fu Xingwang lives is more elegantly decorated, and the furniture and appliances inside are more luxurious. There isn't much difference anymore. In this way, we live very close to Fuxingwang, just a few cabins away. Zhu Xiaobao also felt a little embarrassed to be favored by others, so he had to pretend to help Fu Jiabao take her pulse and check her condition. Although Zhu Xiaobao is not a doctor, he is still well versed in medical science and can still diagnose common minor ailments. Well, it seems that the brain was injured and there was congestion in the brain, which caused this situation. I'm afraid it can be cured with the Qingling pill. Zhu Xiaobao helped Fu Jiabao take his pulse, then said with a frown, this was exactly the same symptom as the last time Su Zhu suffered a brain injury. So Zhu Xiaobao was barely able to diagnose it. Yes! Yes! The Huanxian doctor in Fengyuan City also said the same. So this time, the little old man thought that after completing the transaction, he rushed to the Immortal Pill Island to get a Qingling pill. Fu Xingwang nodded immediately and said excitedly. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao and Dr. Huang Xian said the same thing, which made Fu Xingwang even more surprised. He had been running around for so many years and spent a lot of money on this precious daughter. I managed to collect 3 materials for refining the Qingqing Dan, but unfortunately no one in Deshang Kingdom could refine this 9th level jade elixir. So I had to go to the Elixir Island to ask the alchemy masters for help. Got it. Oh, that's good. I happen to be going to the Immortal Pill Island. It seems that we have to travel for a long time. Zhu Xiaobao nodded. In fact, he can refine the Qingqing pill. But Fu Xingwang he didn't have a close relationship, and he didn't feel the need to take action. And in his current state, he couldn't calm down and refine elixirs. Zhu Xiaobao's original plan was to go to the Immortal Pill Island, first to see if he could find an elixir that could relieve his symptoms, and then find an uninhabited island and start practicing controlling the 5 elements square array. Now there is no conflict between the formation of Fu Xingwang and myself. So we continue to go together. The ensuing journey was lively. Wei Zifeng and Jin Huan were all rushing to get to the escort ship and control the giant sea crocodile themselves. They were just having fun. And at this time on the escort ship, you can feel more free and unrestrained. Sometimes I compete with 2 other escort ships to test their speed, which is a great time. Occasionally, Zhu Xiaobao would go to this escort ship to play, but he always felt uncomfortable due to the excessive spiritual consciousness. Under normal circumstances, he stayed in the cabin and endured the suffering. When I couldn't bear it anymore, I jumped into the sea and took a dip, which could alleviate the pain a little. There is another way, which is to get drunk every day, which can also relieve this suffering. The rest of the voyage was basically smooth. As Fu Xingwang said, they already had a tacit understanding with the pirates along the way, and the other party only needed to send a small boat. After receiving the benefits, we will no longer embarrass them and let them move on. And these benefits were planned by the bosses like Fuxingwang, so they paid for them easily. After sailing on the sea for another half-month, we finally arrived at a lively island. The name of this island is Treasure Island. As soon as you hear the name, you know that it is an island mainly focused on trading. It's a bit like Luofeng Island in Daxia before ascending. However, the people patrolling back and forth here are all tough black-armored warriors, and their cultivation level is not low, similar to the trading areas in Black Wind Valley and the Neutral Zone. Hands-on activities are also not allowed here. It is said that this place is controlled by 2 seniors from Fake Wonderland. Business has been booming for so many years, and no one dares to cause trouble on Treasure Island. Even those pirates and bandits only come here to enjoy themselves and never cause trouble here. As soon as they arrived here, Fu Xingwang started their transaction with familiarity. They had been doing business for many years, so the transaction was completed in only 3 days. Fu Xingwang was in a hurry, mainly because he was eager to go to the Immortal Pill Island. Zhu Xiaobao was originally very interested in this kind of trading place, but now he is really suffering from the pain. So he also agrees to leave Treasure Island immediately and go to Elixir Island. Of course, these 3 days are enough for Wei Zifeng. Jinhuan and the others to have fun. They are not very clear about the pain Zhu Xiaobao is suffering now. But they simply think that Zhu Xiaobao is coming to the Thousand Island Sea. Practiced? Only Luciana knew more details. She didn't go out much and always stayed by Zhu Xiaobao's side to accompany him. In fact, Elixir Island is not very far from Treasure Island. Less than 5,000 miles away. This is indeed very close to the vast Thousand Island Sea. Moreover, the marks on Zhu Xiaobao's chart are also very clear. Therefore, this road is very peaceful. No matter how rampant the pirates are, they will not do business near the Elder Island. The only people who can come here are rich and capable people. To provoke these people is almost like asking for death. From a distance, you can see a gleaming 9-story pagoda standing on Elixir Island. This is also the landmark building of Elixir Island, and it is made of pure gold, with countless rare gems inlaid on it. What's most rare is that each layer is inlaid with a circle of crystal clear and radiant luminous pearls. So you can see clearly even at night. Hey! Immortal Pill Island is really rich. They actually built such a luxurious and exquisite pagoda. It seems like the trip was worth it. Even Zhu Xiaobao was refreshed, and the pain was relieved. Quite a few. Stopping the boat and landing went smoothly. But to enter the Immortal Island, you have to register and pay, and then get a badge. It turns out that you can't stay for a long time on Elixir Island, and you have to re-register and pay fees every 15 days. It turns out that Elixir Island was feared that some people would stay here to avoid disaster. There are also some people who want to stay here to practice. And more of them are junior alchemists and intermediate alchemists, who also want to live here permanently. Learn, exchange and practice. Because the environment here is suitable. The scenery is beautiful. And the key is that there is sufficient spiritual energy, which is very suitable here. Practice. After entering the Immortal Pill Island, Zhu Xiaobao realized that this was only the lowest level, which is where ordinary alchemists and ordinary practitioners often come to trade. It is also the most noisy and lively, with many medicinal materials and alchemy materials. All can be traded here. The elixirs brought by junior alchemists and intermediate alchemists can also be traded here. Some alchemists became famous in one fell swoop by relying on an elixir that was extremely difficult to refine, and were recognized and taken in by the Elixir Island. This happens occasionally, but it seems that no such genius has appeared in recent years. After arriving here, Fu Xingwang started busy looking for news about the Qingling pill, while Zhu Xiaobao first found an inn to stay at. Chapter 1265 Immortal Pill Island. Except for the few guards who stayed on the warship, Zhu Xiaobao and his party, a total of 8 people, found a relatively large inn and asked for 5 rooms. After a good wash, they all put on a new set of clothes. Then I couldn't wait to be dragged outside by Wei Zifeng and others to go shopping. No matter which dimension or era we go to, it seems that it is natural for women to love shopping. Arriving at the Immortal Pill Island, Zhu Xiaobao felt that it was expensive. Everything is expensive. And the people who come here are all well dressed. Nothing particularly casual, although it is not as lively as Treasure Island. There are still people coming and going, and various shops and stalls are everywhere. Yes, there is another most obvious feature. Those who set up stalls are basically medicinal herbs and materials for alchemy, and many of the stalls are junior alchemists. While walking, Wei Zifeng, Jinhuan and others became separated from Zhu Xiaobao, because they were more concerned about the snacks and delicacies, and did not like the transactions at the street stalls. Zhu Xiaobao is more interested in these materials and medicinal materials. Many alchemists here will also display the elixirs they have refined. Of course, they are all golden elixir level elixirs, some of which are first level. In fact, many people can refine the second level golden elixir by themselves. So the price of this type of elixir is not expensive, which is equivalent to earning some processing fees. I don't know whether it's because the illusion on the Immortal Pill Island is better and the spiritual energy is sufficient, or it's because Zhu Xiaobao drank some wine. His symptoms of dizziness seem to have slowed down a bit, and he is showing great interest, walking around on the street with Green Fairy. Of course, in order to be less conspicuous, Green Fairy still wears a hat and a veil. Even so, her good figure often attracts a lot of attention from others. But then, the expressions of most people made Zhu Xiaobao very angry. Because most people, after watching Green Fairy and then looking at Zhu Xiaobao, shook their heads with regret, which meant, what a pity. A flower was stuck in cow dung. What the hell? They're all arrogant people. They don't even look at my cultivation level. All the little treasures are showing signs of going crazy. It's so irritating. 1 or 2 people can tolerate such expressions. But why do all these grandsons have such expressions? Well, of course they don't know what you are capable of. Green Fairy couldn't help laughing, and then consciously held Zhu Xiaobao's arm. And the two of them seemed even closer. Humph. I'm so angry that I'm feeling dizzy again. Zhu Xiaobao still hummed angrily. Indeed, as soon as he was stimulated like this, he felt that his symptoms were getting worse again. Masu Golden Pill. The Masu Golden Pill with elixir patterns. It's specially designed to treat dizziness. As if he heard Zhu Xiaobao's complaints, a lean man next to Zhu Xiaobao took the opportunity to shout loudly shouted, and kept looking at Zhu Xiaobao. What? What? What did you just say? Zhu Xiaobao asked quickly after hearing this. I'm talking about the Masu Dan. The Masu Golden Dam with red lines. The lean man said quickly, and specifically emphasized that it was the one with red lines. Not this sentence. That last sentence? Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and asked angrily. What's so strange about having pill patterns? All the pills coming out from under his hand are pills with pill patterns. Oh? I mean, it specializes in treating dizziness. In fact, it's not a cure. It just relieves and suppresses the symptoms within an hour or 2. The lean man explained a little embarrassedly. On the Elixir Island, any act of exaggerating the efficacy of elixirs will be regarded as fraud. At the least, you will be expelled from the Elixir Island. And at worst, you may be punished or censured. Masu Golden Pill? What level of jade pill is it? Or is it an elixir? Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment, then asked. He has never heard of this kind of elixir? Oh? Jade elixir? Immortal elixir? Sir, are you kidding me? Isn't this Masu Golden Elixir already stated to be a golden elixir? And it is a 3rd level elixir that is easier to refine. The vendor was immediately stunned. He opened his mouth and said in confusion, Oh, damn it. I'm so pissed. Okay, no matter whether it is temporarily suppressed or completely eradicated. Bring your Masu Golden Pill with the elixir pattern. Let me take a look. Zhu Xiaobao also slapped his forehead. Everyone said it was Masu Golden Pill, but he didn't realize it yet. He was really stupid. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao was also misled by his own thoughts. He always believed that those low-level golden elixirs were of no use at all, and were more suitable for people in the body refining realm. Just think of the Bai family in the past, who made a lot of money selling low-level golden elixirs. After receiving the so-called Masu Golden Pill with a pill pattern, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel disappointed. It was also called a pill pattern. It only had a shallow mark, and was not considered a pill pattern at all. How much? Zhu Xiaobao asked with a frown. 100. The man hesitated slightly, and raised his index finger. What? You dare to ask for 100 for a 3rd level golden elixir? Your elixir patterns are simply a lie. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted loudly, shocking everyone around him. Many people cast their eyes over. Hey! 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 Be objective. Don't yell. The worst I can do is give you half. 50! How about it? It can't be cheaper. Although I am exaggerating. But that mark is indeed the mark of the Danwen. This lean man was also frightened by Zhu Xiaobao. If he attracted the manager of the Immortal Pill Island, why not kick him out of the Immortal Pill Island? Humph. That's pretty much it. Zhu Xiaobao directly stuffed the Masu Golden Pill into his mouth, wanting to immediately verify whether this pill had any effect. Unexpectedly, something magical happened. Zhu Xiaobao felt that the symptoms that had been bothering him for a long time were reduced by more than half, and the rest was within the range that he could definitely bear, which surprised him even more. It seems that regardless of the golden elixir or elixir, what really works is the key. Ha ha! It actually works. Boss, give you the money? Zhu Xiaobao immediately threw 50 high-grade spiritual stones to the stall owner with a beaming smile. Oh? Sir, I just have a Masu Golden Pill. How much more do you want? This lean man was also stunned by Zhu Xiaobao's superiority, and asked in disbelief. Huh? Isn't it 50 high-grade spiritual stones? Zhu Xiaobao was also confused by his expression. Yes. Yes. It's 50 high-grade spiritual stones. At this time, the lean man realized that there was a misunderstanding between the two of them. He was talking about low-grade spiritual stones, and Zhu Xiaobao had just returned from neutral. Come out. It's a high-grade spiritual stone. There is also a layer of middle-grade spiritual stones in the middle. This time it got bigger. Wait a minute. My mind is clear now. Are you talking about 50 high-grade spiritual stones, or low-grade spiritual stones? Zhu Xiaomao immediately realized. He grabbed the lean man and stared at him with both eyes. Suddenly, an extremely powerful spiritual consciousness stabbed the lean man's consciousness as if it was about to burst. Ah! I'm sorry, Senior. I'm talking about low-grade spiritual stones. It's all my fault that I was greedy and wanted to covet these spiritual stones. This lean stall owner, who has only cultivated to the realm of gods, was attracted by Zhu Xiaobao. After a slight shock to his consciousness, he couldn't bear it anymore. He was sweating profusely, and his whole body was soaked. Humph! If you had told the truth from the beginning, I would have rewarded you with these 50 high-grade spiritual stones. Now, I will give you another chance. Where can I buy the recipe of Masu Golden Pill? If you let me make it clear, these 50 high-grade spiritual stones are still yours. Zhu Xiaobao withdrew his consciousness calmly, and then hummed lightly. This little guy really doesn't know. I'm not an alchemist. I just collected it from others and made a profit. I also want to make this money, but I never dare to deceive my seniors. Got it, the lean man said with lingering fear. This time, he was very honest and didn't dare to talk nonsense at all. The oppression of divine consciousness just now was too terrifying. And it didn't look like it was released by a person in the fusion realm. Oh, okay. You go and collect 50 Masu Golden Pills for me immediately. These spiritual stones are still yours. Zhu Xiaobao was not surprised either. But he didn't want to just take back those spiritual stones, but let this lean man run errands for him. He knew that these people who were reselling pills must have more connections than him. Sure enough, less than half an hour later, Zhu Xiaobao came back here again. The lean man had helped Zhu Xiaobao collect 50 Masu Golden Pills, and one of them actually had a pill pattern. This actually gave Zhu Xiaobao some surprises. After putting away 50 Masu Golden Pills, Zhu Xiaobao and Green Farrier were about to leave. Unexpectedly, Green Fairy's expression turned to face an old man in dirty clothes. Even though he looked sloppy, the clothes he wore were the official alchemist attire of the Elixir Island. He was holding a wine gourd and looking at Zhu Xiaobao and Green Farrier smelling of alcohol. The reason why Luciana was so vigilant was because she clearly felt that this old man's cultivation level was by no means low, and was even higher than hers. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao also felt Green Farrier's vigilance, and looked at the old man. As soon as their eyes made contact, they were both secretly surprised, and they were both shocked by the other's consciousness. Of course, it was the old man who was the first to attack, but after a try, he immediately withdrew his consciousness. Ha ha! This little brother. If you want the elixir recipe of Masu Golden Elixir, it is not available here. Hee hee. As long as you have a jar of good wine, I will tell you where to buy it. The old man raised his hand. He said with his wine gourd, his eyes squinting and his mouth full of alcohol. Okay. Zhu Xiaobao didn't waste any time. He just threw 2 jars of top-grade burning knives over and said calmly, ha ha ha. Okay. Great wine. Then let me tell you. Although this elixir is a very low grade, if you want the elixir recipe, you have to go to the middle level of the Immortal Elixir Island. It's not available on the bottom level here. Maybe. The old man couldn't wait to open a jar and took a big sip, then smiled with satisfaction. Yeah. Thank you, Senior. Zhu Xiaobao cupped his hands, then turned and left. Chapter 1266 Ma Su Dan Recipe. Back at the inn, Zhu Xiaobao was in an extremely good mood. He hadn't been this relaxed for a long time, especially after he took the one-line Ma Su Golden Pill. Those symptoms were further alleviated, and the remaining symptoms were too gentle for a person like him who had suffered so much. What a good thing. I didn't realize that a third-level golden elixir can have such a good effect. The suffering of more than half a year is a bit unjust. Zhu Xiaobao shouted while dancing. Then he cooked a table of sumptuous dishes for everyone on a whim. At the same time, he announced at the dinner table that he would go to the middle level of Elixir Island tomorrow. He couldn't wait to buy the recipe for the Masu Golden Pill, and wanted to see if he could refine the 9 lines Masu Golden Pill by himself. Would it have more miraculous effects? That night, Zhu Xiaobao was very busy. He hadn't practiced dual cultivation for a long time. He was troubled by these symptoms and couldn't get interested at all. Today he finally vented his mood happily. Of course, the first person to benefit must be Green Fairy. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao led a group of others and boarded the middle level of the Immortal Pill Island early in the morning. In fact, the entire Elixir Island is divided into 3 floors. The bottom floor is the most open. Almost anyone can come in, as long as they pay enough fees. But once you want to enter the middle level, the fees you need to pay will suddenly increase dozens of times. The small-time vendors and some junior alchemists stayed away, because when they reached the middle level, the elixirs, medicinal materials, and various low-end materials they sell are simply not enough to make back their money, unless there is a special purpose. Most people are restricted to the bottom level. Sure enough, upon entering the middle level of Elixir Island, the environment here immediately became very relaxed and elegant. There are not many people who can come to the middle level, but compared with the lower level, it is much cleaner, and most of them are alchemists, or powerful merchants, and some are people who come to Elixir Island specifically to buy or refine high-end elixirs. There are many rich people or very powerful people among them. Similarly, on the middle floor, there are shops and inns, as well as various restaurants and pubs. You can even see a talent garden with a book-like aroma. Many capable people can enjoy the talented women inside playing, singing, and reciting poems. Fu, he just made this kind of central place taste better. Of course, the fees charged by these talented women are also amazing. What makes Zhu Xiaobao secretly surprised is that his soaps and toilet paper can be seen in some high-end stores. And they are expensive, but it is very popular. For the same 5 rooms, Zhu Xiaobao spent 50,000 high-grade spiritual stones, which was more than 10 times more expensive than the lower ones. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao was not short of money now, so he didn't take it seriously at all. After arranging accommodation, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't wait to go out to look for the Masu Golden Pill. This time he went out alone, because all the women were clamoring to go with him. Just because they missed the opportunity to have a weekend off last night and let Green Fairy take the upper hand. All the women were very unwilling to do so. So this time everyone is clamoring to follow. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to book a private room in the largest hotel and let them enjoy themselves there. Only then could they escape. Alas, it is very distressing to have too many women. When you come to the busiest street, there are also people setting up stalls. But the demeanor of these people is completely different. Most of them are mid-level alchemists. They almost all sell a few but relatively high-end items. And they are all packed in exquisite jade boxes. And the price is not low. And these intermediate alchemists did not hawk. They just sat quietly, studying the Alchemy Heart Sutra in their hands, or exchanging alchemy experiences with the people next to them. However, what disappoints Zhu Xiaobao is that among so many stalls, there is no recipe for Masu Golden Pill, and even Masu Golden Pill is rare. In the middle level, more jade elixirs and high-grade golden elixirs are sold. When Zhu Xiaobao asked about the recipe for the Masu Golden Pill, most people scoffed with disdain. The grade is too low. Damn it! This old man actually lied to me? I'm so happy for nothing. Zhu Xiaobao was angry and secretly annoyed. At this moment, a very familiar aroma of wine suddenly floated up. Following the aroma, it turned out to be the sloppy and drunken old man. Hey! Old man, aren't you very authentic? I didn't even follow you. You're bargaining. And you're lying to me? Where can I find the recipe for the Masu Golden Pill? Here? These are all jade pills and high-level golden pills. Zhu Xiaobao walked forward and asked unceremoniously. Hey! Who said there is no more? Why didn't you ask me? Didn't you see that I was also setting up a stall? Unexpectedly, the old man squinted his eyes and hummed nonchalantly, not forgetting to take a nice sip. Liquor. Damn it! Why don't you have a clean table in your stall? Those who didn't know would have thought you were a rag collector. When Zhu Xiaobao saw it, he immediately looked at the rag in front of the old man with disgust. Table. There were actually 2 broken jade boxes on top. And I didn't know what kind of elixirs they contained. Others would write a label on the jade box to explain what kind of elixir it was. But he was better off. There was no explanation at all. If he wanted it, he had to ask. Can you take care of it? No one in the entire Immortal Pill Island dares to take care of my old man's work. Little guy, do you want the pill recipe? The old man rolled his eyes and shouted in an old-fashioned way. Yes. How much? Zhu Xiaobao stopped talking nonsense and asked directly. Humph! No money. Just 10 jars of wine. Unexpectedly, the old man's request was very low. He only wanted 10 jars of wine. Deal. Bring me the elixir. Zhu Xiaobao simply piled 10 jars of top-quality roasting knives on the table. The broken table immediately began to creak and fall apart. Hey! 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 It's my wine! Whose responsibility is it if it's broken? The old man hurriedly put the 9 jars of wine into the storage bag. There was still a jar of wine left, and he actually used the dirty dog beating stick in his hand to lightly jump, juggling the head of the stick. And then the jar of wine slowly tilted as if he could aim at it. A stream of wine flowed into the wine gourd below with incomparable precision. There was a gap of more than 1 meter between the two. Then I saw that the old man casually touched the tattered table, and lines of writing immediately appeared on the table. The old man was still making things difficult and said, The prescription is here. Can you remember it? It all depends on your memory. When my wine gourd is full, these words will disappear. Humph. No need to fill it up. I've already remembered it. Zhu Xiaobao snorted disdainfully. With his memory as a top student, this little bit of trouble wouldn't bother him. It's clear at a glance. Then turn around and leave. This made the old man look ugly. Zhu Xiaobao was about to leave, but he was still performing juggling. What's even more embarrassing is that at this time, an old man with a Taoist spirit and kind eyes came from the other side. When he saw the old drunkard, he frowned and shouted, Bish and drunkard, are you fooling around outside again? You just came out after 3 years of facing the wall. Do you still want to face the wall again? Hey, senior brother, I'm setting up a stall to make some money for drinking. These are my own elixirs sold. Isn't it a violation? The drunk old man was still a little in awe when he saw the senior brother, so he had to put away his juggling. Said with a smile on his face, Alas, if master finds out, he will punish you again. Take this spiritual stone. I will find some elixir refining tasks for you in 2 days. Make a few furnaces of elixir. Don't you have everything? Senior brother was very worried. He sighed helplessly. Then he threw a small storage bag to this drunken junior brother, which contained some high-grade spiritual stones. At this moment, a quarrel suddenly came from a shop not far away, and all the casual cultivators gathered around it. It seemed that the situation was getting louder and louder. The senior brother frowned. As one of the elders of Immortal Pill Island, it was his turn to be on duty today, so he couldn't ignore it. I had no choice but to abandon my drunken junior brother and quickly go over to investigate. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but when he glanced at him, he saw that the person who was arguing was actually Fu Xingwang. The person who was arguing with Fu Xingwang was the owner of this shop. You have to go and take a look. After all, they are also friends who are in the same boat. Moreover, Fu Xingwang treated himself with great respect and kindness along the way. How outrageous! You dared to have such a noisy argument on the Immortal Pill Island. What kind of behavior is this? As soon as the Taoist and immortal old man passed by, those who were watching the excitement gave way and bowed to salute. It was obvious that this old man's status is still very high. I've seen Immortal Cien. Everyone bowed respectfully. What's going on? Shopkeeper Chiu, why are you having a dispute with a customer again? Immortal Master Xian asked, very dissatisfied. Immortal Master, what an injustice. This guest wants to refine the Qingling pill, and I helped him find a senior alchemist. But he even made very excessive demands, insisting on a furnace. Chung Dan! And the 3 materials he prepared were really poor, and they could barely meet the requirements. He also promised to make a furnace for him. Isn't this making things difficult for others? Shopkeeper Chiu immediately shouted that he was wronged. Explained. No, that's not the case. Not only can they not guarantee that one furnace will be made, but they also want me to buy another. Continuing power pill. They say that the alchemist cannot support it for that long. I said that I will not make alchemy here anymore. I went to find another company, and they asked me to compensate for the cost of the continuing power pill and the liquidated damages for canceling the alchemy. That's why we started arguing. Master Immortal, I came here to refine the Qingling pill to save my life. For my daughter, just gathering these materials has cost me several years of hard work and financial resources. Now that the Qingling pill cannot be refined, it will cost a large sum of money. Of course, I refuse to do so. Fu Xingwang also explained emotionally. Oh, who will take over this business? Immortal Master Xian asked with a frown. Disciple Bai Xingwen has met my uncle. A handsome young man in white clothes hurriedly walked out of the shop. When he saw Master Xian, he quickly knelt down and saluted. Huh? It's actually him? Zhu Xiaobao also looked at it a little blankly. Chapter 1267 Paying out of pocket, A. When he saw Bai Xingwen, Zhu Xiaobao had already arrived in front of Fu Xingwang. Now he couldn't hide even if he wanted to. So he had to stand there pretending not to recognize him. After Bai Xingwen knelt down and saluted, he got up and immediately spotted Zhu Xiaobao. And his expression suddenly changed. Then he immediately lowered his head and pretended not to see it. But this subtle change cannot escape Zhu Xiaobao's observation. It's just that he didn't expect that after so many years, Bai Xingwen's cultivation would reach the combined state. However, he was already in the extraordinary state when he was in Wishuang City. Cultivation. It's not a surprise that he has been able to cultivate to the combined state in these years. And since he can become an intermediate alchemist on the Immortal Pill Island, he naturally has a very high talent. Oh! Are you a disciple of Junior Brother Wufan of the True Art Hall? Tell me, what happened? Why did you go back on your word? Increase the price temporarily? Don't you know the rules of the Immortal Pill Island? Immortal Master Xian looked at what was in front of him. As a young man, you can tell from his clothes that he is a disciple of Elixir Island and True Art Hall. The inner gate of Elixir Island is divided into 4 halls: Zhini Hall, Xiani Hall, Miei Hall and Chuni Hall. In addition, there are 12 outer sect halls, all belonging to outer sect disciples. Therefore, there are as many as 2,000 alchemists in the entire Immortal Pill Island. But there are no more than 300 people who can enter the inner gate. They are all high-level alchemists. But this Bai Xingwen is only at the level of an intermediate alchemist. I don't know. Why did you enter the True Art Hall? One of the 4 halls. Reply to Master. It's really because the materials prepared by this guest officer are too reluctant. Most of them barely meet the minimum requirements. This is a helpless move for the disciple. This will cost the disciple twice as much time and energy, lest he is unable to catch up. That's why I propose to add a continuing power pill, Bai Xingwen said with some anxiety. According to the rules of Elixir Island, once an agreement is signed, the price cannot be increased at will. He also wanted to take this order so that he could refine a useful elixir. Because Bai Xingwen entered the True Art Hall through connections, he was the only one in the True Art Hall who was not a senior alchemist. So he urgently needed to prove himself. The 9th grade jade pill in front of him was undoubtedly the best. A good opportunity. If he refines other elixirs, he will be even less sure. But what is unexpected is that the materials prepared by Fu Xingwang are really low-end, and almost half of them barely meet the requirements, which undoubtedly increases the difficulty of refining. Besides, he once refined the Qingling pill, and the success rate was less than 30%. If he uses such low-end materials again, I'm afraid the success rate can't even be guaranteed to be 20%. The key is that he can't persist for that long. One of the biggest difficulties with this kind of Qingling pill is that it is very time-consuming. Well, take out the materials you prepared and let me take a look. Immortal Master Xian frowned and said to Fu Xingwang. Then I opened it and took a look. I was afraid that I was only 50% sure of the materials prepared by Fu Xingwang, which was really a bit off. It's no wonder that Bai Xingwen proposed a continuing power pill to ensure physical strength in the later stages of refining. He could guarantee that one of the 3 ingredients would be produced, which was already very bold. Alas, these materials are too bad. It would be fine if they only have 1 or 2. However, these are almost just passing standards and can barely be used. Since both parties are unwilling to give in, then cancel the agreement. As for the liquidated damages, you also no need to pay. How about it? Immortal Master Xian looked at the 3 materials prepared by Fu Xingwang, and he was really dumbfounded. This must be a bit bad, but it is understandable. After all, the Qingling pill is a 9th grade jade pill, and the materials are also very expensive. It is not easy to get them together. Yes. Thank you, Uncle, Bai Xingwen said quickly and respectfully. Being able to get away from this matter now is already a very good result. These 3 materials really scared him, and there was no way he could successfully refine them. No! This immortal master promised that he can make it into a furnace. Now that he has cancelled the agreement, who dares to take over this business from me? You, Immortal Pill Island, can't go back on your word. Right. Fu Xingwang refused to give up at this time. He was a businessman and had a flexible mind. Now that he was making such a fuss, who would dare to help him make elixirs? Moreover, he also knew how bad the materials he prepared were. So no one would pick him up. I have placed my order, so I am anxious. He pulled Bai Xinwen and refused to let go. That's right. Doesn't the Immortal Pill Island have such credibility? Then who dares to entrust the refining of the elixir? Zhu Xiaobao also reacted immediately at this time and took the opportunity to help beat the drum. I want to help Fu Xingwang, so I come here, just in time to drag Bai Xinwen into trouble. Is this it? Even Immortal Master Xian found it very difficult this time. The three materials prepared by Fu Xingwang were really terrible. To be fair, Bai Xingwen's request for a continuing power pill is not too much. Oh Xiaobao, you are just afraid that the world will not be in chaos. You want to target me. Bai Xingwen immediately shouted angrily. He was still thinking about how to plot against Zhu Xiaobao. But he didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would take the lead in attacking him. Attack! Hey! 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 You can eat whatever you want. But you can't talk nonsense. Shopkeeper Fu and I are all the same way. In order to refine this Qingling pill, we came all the way to the Immortal Pill Island. Who wants to aiming at you? What we value is the genuine alchemy ability of the Elixir Island. Zhu Xiaobaisheng shook his head and said, and he also praised the Elixir Island to the people around him, which made the alchemists of the Elixir Island it so hard to get off the stage. Ha ha. Since you are a disciple of the inner sect, you must keep your word. Yes, I heard that this senior brother promised me personally just now that he would be a success. Then take action? Even our senior brothers from the outer sect can refine this kind of elixir. I heard that this senior brother is the only intermediate alchemist in the True Art Hall. I don't know how he entered the True Art Hall. He. At this time, many people had gathered around, and many disciples from the outer sect were also talking about it. You know nothing. As I said just now, it's not impossible for me to take action. But I need a continuing power pill. And you don't even look at the 3-point material he prepared. Is my request too much? Even Xiangxian the masters all said that his materials are too poor. I still say the same thing. As long as he adds a continuing power pill, I will help him refine the Qingling pill. Bai Zhengwen was blushing and shouted angrily. Speaking of which, he was able to enter the True Art Hall because of a senior in his family, and he even gave a big gift to the master of the True Art Hall. Now that people are talking about it, I can't help but feel a little guilty. Okay then. We are not here to cause trouble. Just follow what you said and add another continuing power pill. We will pay for the money for this continuing power pill. Zhu Xiaobao was actually saying it at this time. I was very happy and immediately agreed to Bai Xinwen's request. This time, there was no way out for him. Okay. This is what you said. Take a look. These are 3 one-line continuing power pills, worth 3 million high-grade spiritual stones. Bring them. Bai Xinwen immediately spread his palms and opened the jade. Inside the box are 3 continuation pills, and they also have a pill pattern. What Dare Lover said is that a single piece of material requires 1 continuing power pill, and the 3-point material is naturally 3 continuing power pills. This time it was Zhu Xiaobao's turn to be a little depressed. Now he had 2 million more high-grade spiritual stones. But things had reached this point, and Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to take out 3 million high-grade spiritual stones and throw them to Bai Xinwen. Ho! Senior brother is mighty. Let's start making elixirs. Damn it. 3 one-line continuing power pills are almost as valuable as 1 Qingling pill. Senior brother Bai has made a lot of money this time. Yes. Once you refine it, you can be promoted to a senior alchemist. Immediately, there were cheers and cheers all around. Some were cheering for Bai Xinwen, while others were envious of Bai Xinwen. If the refining was successful, wouldn't it be a huge profit? The remaining 2 with all the materials and 2 continuation pills belonging to him, as well as the cost of refining the pills. This business turned out to be very profitable. Ha ha! That's very good. Let's prepare for the day. Let's go to the alchemy room and start refining alchemy. Immortal Master Xian was also very pleased that the matter was finally resolved satisfactorily. And he was also convinced that with these 3 sustaining powers, elixir, Bai Xinwen should be able to refine it at least once. The next day, according to the agreed time, Fu Xingwang paid all the materials and refining fees in exchange for the agreement with Bai Xingwen's fingerprint. This incident seemed to have alarmed many people, because Master Xian also came, and there were several old men of similar age beside him. Even the fish and wine geeks were sitting there holding wine gourds and watching the fun. It's just that those old men avoided him, as if they were unbearable by the smell of alcohol on his body. Arrive at the Alchemy Tower. This is a 5-story exquisite tower specially used for the disciples of Immortal Pill Island to make alchemy. It is built on the fire of the center of the earth. There is a vein of high-grade spiritual stone around it. It is said that the success rate of making alchemy here is as high as it will improve a lot. When he arrived at the entrance of Linglong Tower, he didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao to follow him. So Li Ku was stopped by the guards guarding the entrance of Linglong Tower. Even ordinary disciples of Immortal Pill Island have to show their waist cards to enter. Of course he, an outsider, is not allowed to enter. Hey! 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 I paid 3 million spirit stones. Can I go in? Zhu Xiaobao was immediately dissatisfied and shouted with his hands in his waist. Hiccup! What are you doing in there? Only people who are alchemists can go in. The fishwine maniac burped his wine and asked a little surprised. I also make elixirs. I just bought the Ma Su Dan formula from you yesterday. I can't give it a try. Who knows whether what you bought me is real or fake? Zhu Xiaobao was even more confident this time. Huh? You can also make alchemy? Ha ha ha. As long as you can come up with a decent alchemy furnace, I will let you in. The fish and wine maniac suddenly laughed and said, Look carefully. Is this 8th-level jade cauldron alchemy furnace enough? Is it really an 8th-level alchemy furnace? Let him go in then. Amidst everyone's surprised looks, Zhu Xiaobao also entered the Linglong Tower with his head held high. Chapter 1268 Paying out of pocket B. But the person in charge of the Linglong Tower was in a dilemma. It turned out that there was a considerable fee for refining elixirs there. Therefore, if some foreign alchemists want to enter Linglong Tower to refine alchemy, they can do so as long as they pay enough fees. In this regard, Elixir Island is quite open-minded. The burp is mine. Unexpectedly, the fishwine maniac burped and covered all the fees Zhu Xiaobao had to pay. But entering inside, Zhu Xiaobao still felt very annoyed. It turned out that Bai Xingwen could go up to the 3rd floor to refine elixirs, but Zhu Xiaobao could only stay on the 1st floor. In the end, it was Zhu Xiaobao who was so naughty that he reluctantly allowed him to go up. On the 2nd floor, just as the two of them climbed the stairs together, Bai Xingwen showed a proud expression on his clothes. Hey, Zhu Xiaobao, you can't believe it. Only inner disciples like us can go up to the 3rd floor. We can be on the 2nd floor. Humph. Don't be complacent. Refine the Qingling pill first. That thing is not easy to turn into a pill. I'm afraid you will lose all 3 furnaces. Zhu Xiaobao also snorted with a sneer. Ha ha. You don't have to worry about it now. I've already replaced a lot of materials. Bai Xingwen was even more proud. It turns out that he is not stupid. He knew that Fu Xingwang's materials would definitely not work. So he simply spent his own money to replace a lot of materials. Now he is confident. As long as this Qingling pill is successfully refined, he will be eligible to be promoted to a senior alchemist. So it is cost-effective even if he pays for it out of his own pocket. If you succeed in the first batch, you can still make a lot of money. Not to mention anything else. You can already make a lot of money with just 2 one-line continuing power pills. Let's wait and see. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly snorted depressedly. Bai Xingwen, on the other hand, laughed and walked away, going up to the 3rd floor. Hee! Don't be proud. There will be times when you cry. Zhu Xiaobao whispered insidiously. But he had already quietly released a Vulcan bee, lying behind Bai Xingwen's collar, entering the alchemy room. It was indeed full of spiritual energy. There were 2 flames in the center of the room. The steward unlocked the lock and opened the lid. Inside was the fire from the center of the earth. Just place your own alchemy furnace on it and start making alchemy. There is a table next to it with some food and drink. There was even a bed in the corner. If necessary, you can ring the bell to call the steward in. It's still very thoughtful. Of course, some masters and immortal masters can also bring their own disciples or assistants with them when refining alchemy. Some very unique ones will also bring their own double monks. Zhu Xiaobao observed carefully inside and out. But he had a very strange feeling, as if someone was staring at him. He couldn't help but look at the wall in front of him, nodded, and then said viciously thumbs up the middle finger. It shocked the alchemy masters, who were watching Zhu Xiaobao outside. Could this little fat man really see them? Or is it sensing their presence? These immortal masters were all astonished. What a powerful spiritual consciousness. But this little fat guy is obviously at the fusion realm. The main reason why they pay attention to Zhu Xiaobao is because the 8th level Jade Cauldron Alchemy Furnace attracted their great attention. Because the top level 9 level alchemy furnace ever built by the Shi family is on the Immortal Pill Island, and it is owned by Immortal Master Xian. When the alchemy was officially started, all the masters turned their attention to Bai Xingwen on the 3rd floor. It turns out that except for the 4th and 5th floors, the remaining 3 floors can be observed in this way. Of course, it is not to pry into any privacy, but to observe the manipulation techniques and alchemy skills of the disciples. Of course, there is also a little trick. That is, if the alchemist from outside has some good alchemy recipes, he can also see them clearly. Clearly. You can even see the operating techniques very clearly. But on the 4th and 5th floors, this kind of peeping material must be absolutely eliminated, because it is the alchemy room that the masters and immortal masters themselves will use. And not even a little bit of spiritual consciousness can penetrate it. Many elixir recipes are priceless. The reason why Bai Xingwen can attract the attention of so many alchemy masters is because he is a disciple who has just been promoted to the True Art Hall, and he is also the only intermediate alchemy master among the inner disciples. Therefore, the purpose of these people gathering here is to directly evaluate Bai Xingwen. If successful, they will directly approve his promotion to a senior alchemist. So not to mention that the master of Zhini Hall, Immortal Wufan, came in person. The masters of the other 3 halls were also present. The master of Zhini Hall was none other than Master Xian. The leader of the Miaoyi Hall turned out to be the drunken old man Yu Jiuqi. The leader of the Pure Art Hall is still a woman, Fairy Qin Yu. The technique is quite skillful, but the control of the heat is average. Hiccup! The fishwine maniac shook his head and said after looking at it for a while, and continued to drink on his own. Whether it works or not depends on the refined elixir. I'm afraid, junior brother, you drank too much again. Immortal Master Wufan snorted with some displeasure. Immortal Master Wufan certainly knew it well, but he actually accepted this disciple with a bit of reluctance. An uncle from Bai Xingwen's family gave him a gift that he couldn't resist. That's why he reluctantly admitted Bai Xingwen into the True Art Hall. Today he just took this opportunity to promote him to a senior alchemist. This method of separating the liquid medicine is a bit too hasty. At this time, Immortal Xian said with a frown. Sure enough, before he finished speaking, he saw a ball of fire coming out of Bai Xingwen's alchemy furnace. This furnace of materials was considered scrapped. This is the first furnace. Failure is normal. The next 2 furnaces have the highest chance of success. Immortal Master Wufan said lightly, and took this opportunity to return to his exclusive lounge. Let 2 female disciples massage his bones to loosen his bones. Master Wufan is a person who enjoys it very much. The remaining people all turned their heads to Zhu Xiaobao. Surprisingly, Zhu Xiaobao had already completed the refining of the first batch of Ma Su Dan. He seemed to be very dissatisfied and looked at it for a moment. Look, I picked the best one, swallowed it directly, and threw the rest aside. Master Qingyu, the leader of the Pure Art Hall, had sharp eyes and could see at a glance that the Masu pill swallowed by Zhu Xiaobao turned out to be a 5 lines Masu pill. Even though it was such a low level, it is not difficult at all to refine the elixir pattern using the elixir. But you are still not satisfied after practicing the 5 marks? How many more tattoos does he want? And why did this little fat man take this elixir immediately? Did he have some disease and needed pain relief? 5 marked golden elixir? Senior brother you. Is this little fat guy your friend? Or a client? Immortal Master Qin Yu couldn't help but asked in confusion. Yes. This little fat guy wants to be my disciple so shamelessly. I'm still hesitant. The fish and wine maniac hesitated for a moment, and then continued to talk drunkenly. But why did he take the Masu pill? Also, his method is completely different from yours. Does he really want to become your disciple? Immortal Master Qin Yu asked suspiciously. Nonsense. You're just a little brat in the fusion realm. Do I need to brag? The fishwine maniac suddenly shouted in embarrassment. Fortunately, he and Immortal Master Qin Yu have a very good relationship on weekdays. And Immortal Master Qin Yu doesn't care. I just watched Zhu Xiaobao's next operation very attentively. Zhu Xiaobao threw in another batch of ingredients. This time, he was much more proficient and casual than the last time. After all, it was only a third-level golden elixir. It was too easy for him to meet him. And he was not interested here. The fire from the core of the earth is also very adaptable. Although it is not as good as his Qiying pill. It is better because of its continuous flow and stable fire. And it is very smooth to use. However, Zhu Xiaobao's series of smooth alchemy techniques fascinated the masters outside. Without super spiritual consciousness, this would not be possible. These people seem to have forgotten that the main observation target this time is Bai Shengwen. I'm afraid this furnace will produce a golden elixir of 7 lines or above. I never thought that refining a third-level golden elixir can be done so casually. This little guy should be at least an intermediate alchemist. Right. Immortal Master Qing, you couldn't help but feel itchy. Unfortunately, with such a good qualification, he should be accepted into his own sect. More than 8 patterns. I bet it's definitely the 8 patterns Ma Su Dan. Or even the 9 patterns Ma Su Dan. Hee hee. Little guy. I underestimated you. Fish and wine fanatics don't look at the slovenliness on weekdays. Sloppy and messy. But his cultivation and eyesight are still valuable. After Immortal Master Qingyue's questioning just now, he had already observed very carefully. So I immediately said it with certainty. In the alchemy room, Zhu Xiaobao took out 6 radiant Ma Su Dan from the Jade Cauldron alchemy furnace. 4 of them are 9-grained. I didn't expect that the 9 lines refined from the 3rd-grade golden elixir could be so golden. Exquisite and luxurious. Is it really the 9 patterns? I'm afraid ordinary mid-level alchemists can't do this. Right. Brother you. I think. Immortal Master Qingyue's eyes lit up. And he couldn't help but want to discuss it with Yuji. Don't even think about it. Junior sister. It's not like you don't know about my Mihal. There is almost no one left. Just don't take my idea. The fish and wine fanatic didn't look at the fact that he drank a lot of wine. But the response at critical moments is not that fast. Before Master Qingyu could finish speaking, the second half of her words had already been blocked. Humph. Stingy. If I hadn't put in a good word for you, you would still be facing the wall. Immortal Master Qingyu also snorted angrily. At this moment, Bai Shengwen's alchemy furnace on the 3rd floor made another loud noise. And the exposed materials completely exploded. The refining of the 2nd furnace of Xingling Pill failed again. Bai Shengwen's face was gloomy, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead. He started to feel nervous, because there is only the last ingredient left. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao stretched out, looked at the wall in front of him with unfinished thoughts, and then said to himself, It seems that there is still some time. So let's refine a furnace of bone-raising pill. Bar! At about the same time, Bai Shengwen and Zhu Xiaobao both threw the materials into the alchemy furnace. Chapter 1269 Paying out of pocket. C. It was just a formality at first. But now all the masters of Elixir Island, standing outside watching, have become very excited. Except for the Wufan Immortal Master from the True Art Hall. Everyone else was smiling. Zhu Xiaobao, who was originally the most inconspicuous, has now become a very eye-catching scene. And Bai Shengwen has failed twice in a row. This time, the situation suddenly became tense. A few of them with good eyesight have already seen that the materials Bai Shengwen invested this time have been replaced with a lot of high-end materials. And it seems that they are determined to win. What surprised everyone even more was that the materials Zhu Xiaobao threw in were of high quality. Thinking about it now, this little guy is quite wealthy. The materials Zhu Xiaobao took out just now are very high-end. But after all, they are only materials for the 3rd-level golden elixir, and the top-level ones are not very valuable. But this time it is completely different, judging from the quantity and rarity of the materials. This little guy wants to refine the jade pill. Moreover, some masters who are proficient in materials can roughly guess that Zhu Xiaobao wants to refine the bone ascension pill. Bai Shengwen was also sweating on his forehead at this time. Not because he was tired, but because he was nervous. He knew that the wall directly opposite could observe the entire process of his alchemy. There were indeed some mistakes in the control just now. If this was a normal thing among the outer disciples, but if it was among the inner disciples, it would be very unusual. It should be. So he was also uneasy in his heart. He must not fail. This time Bai Shengwen was very cautious and did not dare to be careless at all. Sure enough, some high-end materials were used, which made it relatively easier to control. And the previous stages were handled without any problems. Various medicinal materials were classified according to their dissolution temperature and fusion properties. It's done perfectly. Even Immortal Master Wufan, who had been observing carefully outside, gave a rare nod. This is considered to be the level of an inner disciple. But when Immortal Master Wufan turned his head to look at the other masters, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. These people didn't even pay much attention to Bai Xingwen's alchemy refining process. They were all looking at these little treasures, because the refining of Xingdu Dan was much faster than the Qiling pill. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao had already prepared all the elements are separated. And then the next step of the distribution and fusion process begins. Of course, these masters don't know that Zhu Xiaobao has refined the continuing power pill more than once or twice, so they are familiar with the steps and techniques of practicing. Sometimes they don't even need to look at it. The steward can accurately rely on the induction of his spiritual consciousness. He accurately prepared the full integration of various medicinal liquids, and his use of several fire eyes was also superb. This technique makes some alchemy masters feel ashamed. They are more skilled than themselves. Zhu Xiaobao has a fire cloud sword in his hand, swinging it at will and with ease. This is definitely a master-level style. Moreover, this was the first time I saw someone using a fire cloud sword as a medicine pestle. I didn't expect that making alchemy could be so free and casual. Humph! It's just a show. The technique is exaggerated. There is no rigor. It's just to please the public. Immortal Master Wufan snorted disdainfully, turned his head, and watched the alchemy process of his disciple Bai Xingwen. Hey! Hey! Brother Wufan. Did he fail? There was no deviation from the beginning to the end. Why is he not rigorous? Immortal Master Qingyu immediately retorted. There. Pure Art Hall and True Art Hall have never been on good terms. The reason is that she can't stand the dirty things between Immortal Master Wufan and those female disciples. But since people claimed that it was consensual, she had nothing to criticize too much. And some elixirs do require the use of feminine and masculine energy. But she still doesn't really approve of Master Wufan's character. On the contrary, he is a fish and wine addict. Although he is slovenly, despite her cynicism, she often came to help. Ha ha! Even if there is some talent, it is just someone brought by the fish and drunkard. It has nothing to do with your Pure Art Hall. Right. Immortal Master Wufan is not willing to argue with Immortal Master Qingyu, because he knows that it will definitely be a quarrel. But it belongs to this junior sister. He simply changed the topic to the fish and wine addict. Humph. Who knows? This alchemy technique does not come from the training of senior brother Yu. I will ask him clearly when he comes out later. Immortal Master Qingyu shook his head and hummed. She has become more and more suspicious that Zhu Xiaobao is not a disciple of Yu Jiuqi at all. Don't ask. Don't ask. He won't tell you anything without my permission. Yu Jiuqi stopped drinking at this time, and was focusing on watching Zhu Xiaobao refining pills. But his ears were he was not idle. After hearing Immortal Master Qingyu's words, he immediately waved his hands, and refused in a very vigilant manner. At this moment, Zhu Xiaobao's 8th-level Jade Cauldron Alchemy Furnace had a faint mist rising up, which was a sign that the elixir was going to be completed. And if there was no blockage, you should be able to smell the medicinal fragrance. But at this time, Zhu Xiaobao's movement caught everyone off guard. He suddenly stood up, walked to the other side of the alchemy furnace, turned his back to everyone, danced and took out the refined elixir, and then put it in during the healing process. I put it directly into my arms. He didn't let everyone see how many patterns he had refined. I'm not sure it's the Gu Sheng Dan either. This bastard. Are you sincere? You won't let us see it. It really pisses me off. Immortal Master Qingyu immediately shouted angrily. Even the silent Immortal Master Xian was a little bit dumbfounded. This little guy is so weird and elf. Oh yeah. It's comfortable. It seems that only by consuming a lot of spiritual consciousness can this kind of swelling and pain be truly relieved. Well, it seems there is still time. I'm refining a few furnaces of elixirs to use up some of my spiritual consciousness. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, feeling so happy that he couldn't stop. This is by no means the relaxing feeling that the effect of Ma Su Dan can bring. It really comes from the heart, and is obtained by consuming a lot of scrutiny. Oh? This little guy still wants to make elixirs? How strong is his spiritual consciousness and physical strength? Isn't it possible that he has never entered Linglong Tower, and is just taking advantage of this opportunity like this? This is too exaggerated. It's already been 6 hours? Can you still continue to make alchemy? He is only at the body combined realm. No. Senior brother you must give this disciple to me. No matter what you say, There are no conditions. All the masters and immortals outside the alchemy room were talking in amazement. They had not encountered such a freak in many years. These masters and immortals have begun to have ideas for Zhu Xiaobao. Although some people are not from the Four Halls, their status in the Immortal Pill Island is not low, and they can have their own direct disciples. These disciples have a higher status, and can be compared with the direct disciples in the Four Halls. When Zhu Xiaobao threw the materials into the alchemy furnace again, everyone was not calm, because this time, it could be clearly determined that Zhu Xiaobao wanted to refine the Continuing Power Pill. Because the materials of the Continuing Power Pill, there are two things in it that are quite special, especially the dragon bone. This kind of material can only be used by Continuation Pill, or above. I don't think Zhu Xiaobao still wants to refine the elixir. But even if it is a Continuation Pill, it is a 7th level Jade Pill. If you can really refine the pill pattern, you can barely enter the ranks of high-level alchemists. And what's even more surprising is that this little guy brought so many top-grade materials. The materials consumed in the past alone are worth tens of millions of high-grade spiritual stones. Although a day has passed, not only did everyone have no intention of leaving, but they gathered more and more. Many masters and elders, who came after hearing the news, also rushed here to see what happened. Even the owner of the Immortal Pill Island quietly entered another alchemy room and observed the alchemy process of Zhu Xiaobao and Bai Xingwen through his spiritual consciousness. At this time, Bai Xingwen also began to attract everyone's attention, because he had also reached a critical moment. Since he had persisted for a whole day, Bai Xingwen felt that his physical strength and consciousness were a little exhausted. So he quickly took a pill, Sustaining Power Pill, and a Nursing Spirit Pill. After a while, his physical strength surged again, but the recovery of his consciousness was limited. After all, the effect of Nourishment Pill was not as fast and domineering as Continuing Power Pill. Okay, not bad. Keep calm. We will succeed soon. Immortal Master Wufan is also cheering for Bai Xingwen. After all, it is about the face of True Art Hall, and he still cares about the success or failure of this alchemy. Ha ha! Yes, yes. Although some materials have been changed, it is reasonable. It seems that the chance of success this time is very high. Xian also twisted his beard and said with a smile. In fact, he was looking for Immortal Master Wufan. Save some face. After all, Bai Xingwen is the protagonist this time when making alchemy. Ha ha! Senior brother Xian said the same thing. So I'm relieved. Immortal Master Wufan also cupped his hands and said with a smile. But it was like hearing the two of them talking and laughing. Bai Xingwen suddenly shook the medicine pestle in his hand and did a flower job, which was a bit of a show-off. But with just a flick of the wrist, a handful of flames burst out of the alchemy furnace. Although this flame was small, it lasted for a long time and immediately faced the situation in the entire alchemy furnace. Asshole! Asshole! Who set you on fire? Put it out! Bai Xingwen suddenly screamed in shock and anger. He had done this show-off action thousands of times and never failed. I didn't expect that an accident would happen today. This handful of flames has the potential to start a prairie fire, and has already formed many small flames in the alchemy furnace. Everyone watching in the alchemy room was also stunned. What is this guy doing? It's obvious that it can be turned into an elixir. So why do you still need to do such a fancy job? Isn't this just looking for trouble? Ha ha. It's just a show. The technique is exaggerated. There is no rigorous meaning. It's just to please the public. It turns out that Senior Brother Wufan has foresight a long time ago. Immortal Master Qing, you couldn't help but immediately put Immortal Master Wufan just now. His comments about Zhu Xiaobao were thrown back unchanged. Put it out. Damn it. What on earth is going on? Bai Xingwen was going crazy at this time. He couldn't care about anything more and quickly took out a Jihan from his storage bag. Dan, throwing it on top of the alchemy furnace. The cold air of the ultimate cold pill was used to forcibly interrupt the expansion of the small flames. Chapter 1270 half-finished product. Fortunately, Bai Xingwen's decisive action this time stopped the situation from developing into a worse direction. However, all the flames in the alchemy furnace were extinguished, and most of the ultimate cold pill was consumed. But at this time, Bai Xingwen could no longer care about the extremely cold elixir he felt bad about. He wanted to quickly release the elixir in the elixir furnace into a complete elixir. This time Bai Xingwen was honest, and there was no more extravagant work until the flames were removed. But there is only one Qingling pill in the alchemy furnace, half of which is burnt black and the other half of which is pure white. It can only be regarded as a semi-finished product at best. And in the alchemy room next door, the owner of the Elixir Island, Tianjizi, was sensing with his eyes closed. Suddenly he opened his eyes and hummed lightly. So there is such a little thing. What happened today is quite interesting. Then Tianjizi closed his eyes again and continued to watch the changes. In fact, he relied entirely on his spiritual consciousness to watch the alchemy process on both sides. But it was the same as what he saw with his own eyes. There was not much difference. Even more sensitive than the average person. At this time, the doors of the two alchemy rooms opened at the same time, and Zhu Xiaobao still had an unfinished expression. Bai Xinwen, on the other hand, was a little uneasy. The elixir he refined had turned into this, and he felt that there was no hope of advancement. So he settled for the next best thing, hoping that he could continue to stay in the True Art Hall. With this semi-finished product, just at the entrance of the stairs, the two of them met by chance. Zhu Xiaobao was the first to greet Bai Xinwen with a smile. Brother Bai. Are you okay? It seems that the alchemy was successful. I don't have to worry about it. Of course I won't fail. Bai Xinwen cleverly avoided the topic of failure and snorted coldly. But the hatred in his eyes was unconcealed. Facing this enemy who almost wiped out the Bai family, his heart was always full of hatred, and he was thinking about revenge all the time. Then congratulations! Congratulations! Zhu Xiaobao was still so enthusiastic, holding his hands and smiling. In fact, at this moment, the Vulcan bee had escaped from Bai Xinwen's collar and quietly flew back into Zhu Xiaobao's sleeves. As soon as he came out of the Linglong Tower, Immortal Wufan slapped a big-eared melon seed on his face. Bai Xinwen immediately fell to his knees and kowtowed. Master, please forgive me. It was the disciple's carelessness that caused the defeat. Disciple deserves to die. Disciple deserves to die. Master Bai, have you finished refining my Qingling pill? At this time, Fu Xingwang had already vaguely felt that something was wrong and asked cautiously. Well, although the elixir is not completely completed, it can still be used. Bai Xinwen's face turned red, and he lowered his head and handed the semi-finished elixir to Fu Xingwang. He didn't even have the courage to look at the other person and speak. What does this mean? This can be considered a refinement. Ah! Oh my poor daughter. I didn't expect your fate to be so disastrous. I don't want this Qingling pill. You pay for it to me materials. Fu Xingwang immediately collapsed to the ground and cried loudly. The faces of everyone watching were dull. After all, this is the next alchemy business of the Immortal Pill Island. If this spreads out, wouldn't it bring shame to the Immortal Pill Island? TSK, why are you so careless? Mr. Bai, I'm not telling you. I can refine this kind of semi-finished product. Okay, don't say it's useless. Just give us the materials and the cost of the alchemy, and my 3 million spirit stones. Zhu Xiaobao also stepped forward and shook his head regretfully. He was not polite at all and had already started asking for the materials and fees. You? Bai Xinwen pointed at Zhu Xiaobao, who took the opportunity to add insult to injury. He was so angry and annoyed that he couldn't even speak. He fell to the ground and fainted. Hey! If you want to die, wait a while. Return our materials to us first. We are still waiting to save people. Zhu Xiaobao was still shouting reluctantly. That's enough. The True Art Hall, will never give you any less of all the materials and expenses. Immortal Master Wufan also shouted angrily at this time. But what we want is not the alchemy material. What we want is the Qingling pill. Waiting to save people. If I had known that your disciple could make such a thing, we might as well have found someone else. This kind of disciple is worse than kill him. Keeping him here would be an insult to the sect. Only a fool would accept such a disciple. Zhu Xiaobao shouted in a nonchalant manner at this time. He knew, however, that it would be difficult to refine the Qingling pill from the materials used in fortune. Even if it could be refined, it would only be the most common pill. Zhu Xiaobao, you are adding insult to injury. You are despicable and shameless. Bai Xinwen had just woken up at this time. When he heard that Zhu Xiaobao was talking about his master killing him, he immediately screamed in shock and anger. Isn't it? Your level of alchemy is not as good as mine. You still have the nerve to claim to be an inner sect disciple? I don't know how you entered the inner sect. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Bai Xinwen with disdain. It would be best to use this opportunity to kill him. If not, get this kid out of the inner door and back to the outer door. Hey. Well said. Just these words are worth another sip. Unexpectedly, the fish and wine fanatic was also beating the drum, seemingly protecting Zhu Xiaobao. Fish and wine idiot. It's not your turn to point your fingers at the matter of the true art hall. Immortal Master Wufan also felt that he couldn't hold it in his face anymore, and shouted angrily, Hee hee. We are doing this for senior brother Wufan. Okay. Immortal Master Qing Yu was also worried that the world would not be in chaos, and said with a seemingly good-natured smile, Well, what's the fuss about? You are all seniors on the island. How is it appropriate to be so noisy? At this moment, a low and calm voice sounded, as if it was in everyone's ears, although it was very indifferent. But that kind of pressure is something no one can resist. Meet the island owner. Meet your honorable master. Everyone bowed to the ground and quickly saluted respectfully and sang. Some people call them masters, and some people call them island masters. After a while, Tai and Jizi appeared from the top of Linglong Tower, standing on the top of the tower, looking down at everyone. Cian quickly took a few steps forward and briefly explained the entire process to Tian Jizi with her spiritual consciousness. Then everyone stood with their hands down, waiting for Tian Jizi's announcement. Ha ha. It's a small thing, no matter how elegant it is. Bai Xinwen, come forward. Let me ask you, have you ever encountered this kind of fire in the alchemy furnace before? Tian Jizi asked still calmly. No. Never. The disciple also found it strange. But there was really no one else in the alchemy room at that time. I can only blame the disciple for being too complacent. Bai Xinwen said angrily, annoyed and depressed. Ha ha. Yes. What happened today is indeed a bit strange. Let's do this. Since we have agreed to shopkeeper Fu, we will give you another chance to refine the Qi Ling pill from the Immortal Pill Island. What do you think? Tai Jizi asked with a faint smile. Disciple must go all out and never let the island owner and master down. Bai Xinwen was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly lay on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. What an unexpected surprise. He will actually be favored by the island owner. If he performs well, he will soar to the sky. Zhong Lai, go and get 2 materials for refining the Qi Ling pill. Tian Jizi turned his head slightly and said to one of the elders, who was responsible for managing the material library. Yes, Island Master. Zhu Xiaobao was dumbfounded when he heard this. After working hard for a long time, he finally got an advantage over Bai Xinwen? Isn't this because the agency is too clever in calculation, and the cleverness is mistaken for the cleverness? Hey! 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 Old sir! Aren't you making fun of us? At his level, he has already failed 3 times. If he is asked to refine it 2 more times, wouldn't it be a waste of materials? What's more, just in case, failure will not be good for the reputation of Immortal Pill Island. Right. Zhu Xiaobao wanted to get angry as soon as he opened his mouth, but after being glanced at by Tian Jizi, he suddenly became more respectful. That look in his eyes was definitely much deeper than that of the 5 Elements Master. Ha ha! No, I will only give him 1 chance. Mainly because he failed just now, and his failure was a bit strange. Do you think we should give him another chance? Unexpectedly, Tian Jizi looked at Zhu Xiaobao, and then very said meaningfully, Is there something fishy? I wasn't there. Since you said there was something fishy, just give him a chance. Who is the other piece of information for? Is the old man planning to take action himself? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel guilty. What the machine said seemed to be directed at himself. Of course not. It's for you. Unexpectedly, Tian Jizi shook his head and said calmly, Huh, old man. Are you kidding? If I can refine the Qi Ling pill, then I will. Zhu Xiaobao still wanted to play tricks, but he was immediately suppressed by a pressure, almost to the point of killing him. I knelt down, but in the end, I couldn't hold it any longer, so I had to sit on the ground. Oh, Xiaobao, don't think that you can hide your little tricks from me. Do you want me to tell you all the secrets about you? The spirit beyond Bai Xinwen's body belongs to you. Right. There are still 5 shady skulls. Right. I'm giving you a chance to take action. If the alchemy fails, I won't even be interested in asking you. Take advantage of it. Suddenly, in Zhu Xiaobao's consciousness in the middle, Tian Jizi's voice came. This is a way of communicating through spiritual consciousness, and others don't know it at all. But Zhu Xiaobao was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. The other party has even noticed the 5 skulls on his body. This kind of spiritual consciousness cultivation is much stronger than his own. Zhu Xiaobao also tried to use his spiritual consciousness to fight back. But like a mud cow entering the sea, the opponent's spiritual consciousness turned out to be unfathomable. Immediately, Zhu Xiaobao knew that this time he had hit a brick wall. It would be absolutely easy for the other party to kill him. This was the first time that Zhu Xiaobao felt that he was as weak as an ant. Okay, then I'll do my best, Zhu Xiaobao replied somewhat dejectedly. Ha ha. Okay, you all go back and rest for 2 days. I will come to watch in person the day after tomorrow. Let's disperse now. Tianjizi waved his hand, then turned around and disappeared. Chapter 1271 Magnification Move, A. When the island owner Tianjizi disappeared, everyone quickly dispersed. Fortunately, no one dared to mention the matter of accepting disciples again. Now the island owner Tianjizi's attitude toward Zhu Xiaobao is very strange. He doesn't seem to be very friendly, and he also feels a little unhappy. Therefore, all the masters of Immortal Pill Island, who were eager to try it, have become silent. Just watch Zhu Xiaobao leave with his hands behind his back and muttering. The Wufan Immortal Master of the True Art Hall was very excited, and he thought about it carefully. Master took action this time just to gain some face for him. So this time, he not only brought Bai Xinwen with him, but also specifically taught him the techniques and some experience in refining the Qingling pill to ensure success next time. Only Zhu Xiaobao had a vague feeling that something was not so wonderful. And it was not a good thing that this island owner, with a high level of cultivation and powerful spiritual consciousness, was attracted to the idea for no reason. The key is that people can see through his secrets at a glance. This is the scariest thing. Therefore, as soon as he returned to the inn, Zhu Xiaobao quickly summoned the know-it-all and asked carefully about the situation of Tianjizi. Ah? Master Bao, you are really capable of causing trouble. In just 1 day, you brought in the island owner? Do you know how high his cultivation level is? He will scare you to death if you tell him. His cultivation is second only to the 3 great immortals. When it comes to spiritual cultivation, I'm afraid the 3 great immortals can't compare to him. Wan Shitong was also shocked, even though he was well informed. When he heard about Zhu Xiaobao, it actually attracted Tianjizi's attention, and he was trembling in his heart, because there was a rumor that the 5 Elements Venerable had approached Tianjizi and asked him to help refine the elixir. But Tianjizi did not agree. The two had a fight before, although the result was not known. Tianjizi did not show up for nearly 100 years, nor did he leave the Immortal Pill Island. Legend has it that it took 100 years to recover because of the injury. Damn it! He doesn't think of me as the descendant of the 5 Elements Venerable. Does he? But he didn't reveal the secret about me? Zhu Xiaobao was also shocked and shouted a little worriedly. He wanted Luciener and others to leave the Immortal Pill Island first, but Wancher shook his head after hearing this. It's too late. If they really want to take action, they won't be able to escape at all. If my estimate is right, he will be able to find out your origins clearly in these 2 days. However, if he can find out your relationship with the 5th True Lord and the 6th True Lord, he will have some scruples. So you should try your best to use your abilities, and at least let him recognize your alchemy level. Yeah, Lao Wan is right. If I make an alchemy this time and become a blockbuster, then the Immortal Pill Island won't dare to kill me casually. They still can't bear the reputation of being jealous of the virtuous and capable. Besides, my 5th brother and 6th sister are also not vegetarian. Only now did Zhu Xiaobao remember how lucky he was to have 2 backers. I just don't know where these 2 backers are now. This time Zhu Xiaobao also became very serious, carefully recalling the process of refining the Qingling pill, as well as the techniques Xian Daozi gave him, and the matching of various materials. The higher the better. The most important thing is the best match. What makes Zhu Xiaobao somewhat relieved now is that with the 9 Lions Ma Su Dan, his symptoms can be alleviated by 80%, which can basically ensure that he can perform at his due level. On the 3rd day, Zhu Xiaobao deliberately got up an hour early and started refining elixirs early in the morning to consume some of his spiritual consciousness so that he could enter the best state. For safety reasons, Zhu Xiaobao accompanied Fu Xingwang to Linglong Tower alone. Originally, I wanted Green Fairy and the others to wait on the captured warship. However, Luciener and others were determined not to do so, and firmly stated that even if there was danger, they would face it together with Zhu Xiaobao. So Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to let them go. When they arrived outside the Linglong Tower, they didn't expect that all the masters and immortals were already waiting there. Today, even the fish and wine fanatic had put on a new set of clothes to show his identity as the master of the Miosho Hall. When I saw Zhu Xiaobao, he raised the wine gourd in his hand to cheer Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao actually felt that Yu Qi's encouragement came from the bottom of his heart. Immortal Master Qing Yu of the same Chani Tang also gave Zhu Xiaobao a thumbs up as a sign of encouragement. At the entrance of Linglong Tower, only Master Zhonglai, who was in charge of the materials, was waiting there with an indifferent expression. In his hands were 2 alchemy materials of the same grade. These 2 materials are much better than those prepared by Fu Xingwang himself. At the very least, they can be regarded as medium to high quality materials. If a qualified senior alchemist performs normally, he should be able to refine at least 4 lines of Qingling Pill. Bai Shenwen, who was standing in front of Zhu Xiaobao, was full of confidence at this time. Not only did he get the guidance of Immortal Wufan, he even lent his alchemy furnace to Bai Shenwen. It also comes with a 7-line sustainability pill, which shows how much Immortal Master Wufan attaches great importance to this alchemy. More than 100 disciples from the True Art Hall also came to watch and cheer for junior brother Bai. In comparison, Zhu Xiaobao's side was much deserted. Only Fu Xingwang followed fearfully, and was stopped when he reached the entrance of Linglong Tower. Master, didn't the island owner say that he came in person today? Zhu Xiaobao asked cautiously. Humph. You don't have to worry about this. It will come naturally when the time comes. You can go in. It's the alchemy room from the last time. Master Zhonglai snorted coldly, turned around and moved away from the door. Letting the people at the door, the guards took the 2 of them into Linglong Tower. Hey! 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 This is unfair. Why am I still on the 2nd floor? He is still on the 3rd floor? This is obviously bullying outsiders. When Zhu Xiaobao saw it, he immediately protested loudly. The island owner didn't say that. This has always been the rule. Only disciples of the Immortal Pill Island can enter above the 3rd floor, Zhonglai said grandly, leaving Zhu Xiaobao unable to find any reason to refute. Ha ha! I hope you won't use this as an excuse to cover up your failure. Ha ha ha! Bai Shenwen sang even faster in his heart. Doesn't this clearly show that the island master still helps his disciples? Humph! I'm afraid you won't be able to refine any high-quality elixirs even if you stay on the 3rd floor. Zhu Xiaobao also responded rudely. Then let's wait and see, Bai Shenwen said confidently. We'll see. When both of them entered their respective alchemy rooms, everyone rushed to the observation room, fearing that they could not find a better position. Those who didn't have enough money to wash their hands had to wait outside the door. But there will be people who will announce the progress of the 2 people's alchemy at any time. Of course, the 4 hall masters all have their own dedicated seats. And there are refreshments on the table. The fish and wine maniac took out his wine gourd again. Ha ha! Senior brother Wufan is so attentive that he even lent his own alchemy furnace to this disciple. Immortal Master Qing Yu was surprised when he saw Bai Wusheng taking out a 9th level alchemy furnace. Couldn't help but sneered. Humph! I don't care what kind of elixir that boy on the 2nd floor can refine. But my disciples of the True Art Hall must not lose the face of the True Art Hall. Immortal Master Wufan looked arrogant. Hummed. Yeah. It's no use. You can't even imagine how strong the kid's spiritual consciousness is. Unexpectedly, the fish and wine maniac said while shaking his head while drinking. It seemed that he was more optimistic about Zhu Xiaobao. It's just a fusion realm cultivation. How much stronger can it be? Immortal Master Wufan snorted disdainfully as the fire eye of the alchemy room opened and the door closed. The 2 officially entered the alchemy stage. Zhu Xiaobao ran into trouble at the beginning. The main ingredient in this ingredient must be dissolved quickly by strong fire. Otherwise the quality of the elixir will be greatly reduced. Although the fire in the core of the earth here is very stable, it is not special. High temperature. When Zhu Xiaobao wanted to replace this medicinal ingredient, he was stopped by a deep voice. This elixir can only be refined with the materials distributed, and you are not allowed to replace it with your own materials. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned when he heard this. Could it be that this was specifically to make things difficult for him? Because Bai Shenwen looked so confident as the Immortal Master, Zhu Xiaobao estimated that they had been prepared for it. Immortal Master Wufan is a master of alchemy. Could he not have missed the key point? Sure enough, Bai Shenwen, who was on the 3rd floor, was not worried at all. The fire in the core of the earth here must be pure on the 2nd floor. and the 9 Dragon Fierce Furnace, lent to him by Wufan Immortal Master, can provide super high flame temperature, because 3 of the fire eyes of this alchemy furnace can penetrate each other. When the 3 fire eyes come together, the temperature can increase several times in an instant, which is the most suitable for dealing with this medicinal material. Sure enough, in the observation room, everyone was talking about it, and Immortal Master Qing Yu was even complaining about Zhu Xiaobao. What is this? Do you rely on your 9th level alchemy furnace to win? He! As long as the heat is right, it doesn't matter what kind of alchemy furnace is used. Immortal Master Wufan snorted lightly. Damn it! Damn it! If I had known better, I would have lent him my alchemy furnace. The fish and wine fanatic also slapped his forehead and shouted in annoyance. But at this moment, everyone saw Zhu Xiaobao also starting to move, although his alchemy furnace was not as good as Bai Xingwen's 9th level alchemy furnace. Zhu Xiaobao took out 3 pill furnaces from his side at once. Jiyang pill. Suddenly 3 Jiyang pills were hovering rapidly above his 8th level Jade Cauldron pill furnace. Immediately afterwards, I saw 3 Jiyang pills circling rapidly, and a scorching light speed was stimulated from them. Together with the flames in the pill furnace, the medicinal materials were quickly dissolved. He actually has the Jiyang pill? How did he do that? Huh? This little guy really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. At this time, Tian Jizi, who was sitting in the alchemy room next door, also opened his eyes slightly. He smiled faintly and said, Little guy, this kind of deception is quite clever. Chapter 1272 Magnification Move, B. What everyone saw were 3 Jiyang pills, but they couldn't figure out how Zhu Xiaobao fused the heat of the 3 sun-burning pills together and transferred it to the pill furnace. However, Tianjizi sensed it immediately through his spiritual sense. This was not simply the flame of the Jiyang pill, but just a cover-up with the Jiyang pill. The real thing that released the flame was actually the fire. Skeleton. This is the real purpose of Tianjizi. The last time Zhu Xiaobao refined the Qingling Dan, this problem did not occur. It was because among the materials used last time, the age and quality of this medicinal material were several times higher. So when fused, there would be no problem. This problem occurs. Brother, do you think this little guy is really a descendant of the 5 elements venerable? Or his descendant? Master Zhonglai, who was next to Tianjizi, could not sense it. But after hearing Tianjizi's explanation, he asked with some doubts. He knew very well how much his senior brother hated the venerable of 5 elements. It can be said that Tianjizi almost died at the hands of the venerable 5 elements. Back then. Ha ha! No, I have already found out clearly. This little guy ascended from the lower world less than 30 years ago. There is no way he is the descendant of the 5 elements venerable. It is even more impossible to be his descendant. Tianjizi shook his head and smiled. Not as resentful as Master Zhonglai imagined. On the contrary, there is some appreciation. At this time, the observation room was abuzz, and there were endless discussions. This method of merging materials was definitely the first time they had encountered it. Although Immortal Pill Island also collected a lot of Yang Dan, but I haven't seen anyone use it like this. At this moment, everyone was obviously more optimistic that Zhu Xiaobao could refine a higher grade Qingling pill. Even Immortal Master Wufan looked at Zhu Xiaobao on the 2nd floor with some surprise, feeling that something was wrong. Is it possible that he is really capable of surpassing Bai Xingwen? At this time, Zhu Xiaobao had completed the classification and fusion of the materials, and took the opportunity to take back the Jiyang pill, to take back the fire skull again. But the only thing he wasn't sure about was whether this trick could be used to hide it from Tianjizi. The next operation does not require so much of the 2 people's alchemy furnaces, but it is a test of their operating techniques. Zhu Xiaobao is obviously much better in this aspect. Zhu Xiaobao's flowing movements are pleasing to the eye. And even Tianjizi, who is sensing through his spiritual consciousness next door, is also following the rhythm. It seems to be enjoying this very rhythmic control. A truly exquisite technique, like having its own beautiful rhythm, can make people feel intoxicated. Although Bai Xingwen's control was also flawless, there was no such sense of coherence and comfort. It always felt like it was intermittent, interrupting the smoothness. Unknowingly, 6 hours had passed, and Bai Xingwen's face had begun to turn pale. At this time, the huge consumption of spiritual consciousness showed signs, but Zhu Xiaobao was just the opposite. His face was rosy, and he seemed to be getting more and more excited. Indeed, it was at this time that Xiaobao began to feel very comfortable with the trumpet's huge spiritual consciousness. The only drawback is that I still can't keep up physically. Zhu Xiaobao and Bai Xingwen both took a continuing power pill at almost the same time. Refining this, Qingling pill was still not enough for a combined level alchemist. Continuing power pill is also a must-have auxiliary pill. Wow. 9-mark sustainability pill. Senior brother, you are not very generous with your move. Why did you give your disciple a 7-mark sustained power pill? Immediately, Immortal Master Qing Yu was exaggeratedly surprised. Shouted, "Humph. Just a Qingling pill and an ordinary continuing strength pill are enough. Too many pill patterns are a waste." Immortal Master Wufan snorted with some annoyance. Finally, another 3 hours passed, and the final stage of elixir formation was entered. Zhu Xiaobao seemed to have slowed down the speed of forming pills at this time, and his techniques became more dignified and gentle. But Bai Xingwen was just the opposite. His speed accelerated, as if he was in a hurry. Immortal Master Wufan frowned slightly when he saw it. "You're so anxious. Why don't you take your time? Could it be that just because the continuing power pill is missing 2 pill lines, I can't persevere?" But even though I was in a hurry, a faint mist still emerged from the top of the 9-dragon fierce furnace. This is the sign of becoming an elixir. After a while, Bai Xingwen ignored his exhaustion and excitedly took out 2 Qingling pills from the pill furnace. One of them was still shining with 2 exquisite pill lines. "It's done. It's done. Master, I succeeded. 2 lines of Qingling pill. 2 lines of pill lines." Bai Xingwen shouted with joy, and rushed out of the alchemy room and ran to the endless kneel down and kowtow in front of Master Fan Xian. "Ha ha. Not bad. This material can produce 2 lines, which is already very good." Immortal Master Wufan nodded, which was regarded as recognition of Bai Xingwen. "Ha! There are only 2 lines. It is normal for a material of this level to have at least 3 lines. Right?" Fairy Qing Yu hummed nonchalantly on the side. "Humph. There is a deviation in the material just now. And you can't see it? When that kid refines it, you will know how many lines it should have." Immortal Master Wufan also responded rudely. Among the 4 brothers, Immortal Master Qing Yu and Immortal Master Wufan have always been in tit-for-tat confrontation, and they have never relaxed. After another half an hour, Zhu Xiaobao slowly extinguished the fire in the center of the earth, and then waited for a while. Similarly, a mist rose from his alchemy furnace, which must have turned into an elixir, just as Zhu Xiaobao was taking it out with his hands for a long time. A surprised expression suddenly appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Just 1 Qingling pill? Ah? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You're laughing so hard. There's only 1 elixir? This is the funniest alchemy result I've ever seen. Junior sister, what else do you have to say? Just this quantity alone is enough that explains the problem." Immortal Master Wufan immediately looked up to the sky and laughed, feeling extremely comfortable. This was simply the best slap in the face. How is this possible? After all, it is a top-notch material? Immortal Master Qing Yu was also caught off guard and muttered in a dull voice. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao opened his palms, and suddenly, a radiant light shone in all directions, so dazzling that it actually made people unable to open their eyes. What happened? What kind of elixir is this? Could it be an elixir? Everyone looked at each other in shock. When he looked carefully again and saw it clearly, there was another exclamation. "Oh my god! It turned out to be the 7 lines Qingling pill?" He used materials of this level to refine the 7 lines Qingling pill. When Qingling Dan. It's incredible. No wonder there is only 1. That's because all the medicinal power has been absorbed into this one. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. It's really the 7 marks Qingling pill. This time our Musho Hall has found a treasure. The fish and wine fanatics didn't care about drinking anymore, and moved closer to the wall of the observation room. He looked at it again carefully and shouted with a trembling voice. "This is simply unbelievable. He should be a disciple of our Pure Art Hall." Immortal Master Qing Yu had completely forgotten to argue with Immortal Master Wufan at this time. She only sees this little fat guy now, and she only thinks about how to get such an outstanding disciple to the Pure Art Hall. Before the door of the alchemy room on the 2nd floor was opened, all the masters and immortal masters were already swarming in. Yuji desperately stood in front of everyone and shouted at the top of his lungs, "You are still shameless. This is us disciples of Musho Hall. Don't squeeze. Don't squeeze. Damn it. My wine gourd is so anxious. You are making a lot of noise. What's the decency of this? Get out of here. Just when the fish and wine fanatics couldn't resist it, Tai and Jeezy's voice was undoubtedly a life-saving straw. It suddenly became quiet. All the masters and immortal masters also retreated angrily. At this time, the door of the alchemy room on the second floor slowly opened, and Zhu Xiaobao walked out with a puzzled face. He was still depressed because he only had one Qingling pill. Well, you two have finished. Can you bring it over? Tai and Jeezy said calmly. Yes. Zhu Xiaobao and Bai Xingwen handed over the pills in their hands at the same time. However, Bai Xingwen's face didn't look so good at this time. The 7 marks Qingling pill just now was too shocked. He felt that putting it next to the opponent's Qingling pill was a torment, and his own pill was like an ugly duckling. Well, it's not bad. I also got 2 lines. There are some deviations in the materials this time. It's already good to be able to get 2 lines. Wu Fan, your disciple taught you pretty well. Unexpectedly, Tai and Jeezy didn't after belittling Bai Xingwen. He actually approved the elixir he refined and even praised Immortal Master Wu Fan. Thank you, Master, for your encouragement. Immortal Master Wu Fan suddenly felt his mood brighten up, and he quickly said gratefully. Bai Xingwen also quickly stood behind Wu Fan Immortal Master and saluted together. He breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he passed the promotion to Senior Alchemist. At this time, everyone was passing around the 7 marks Qingling pill with great interest. Everyone was amazed and commented. It seemed that the performance of this little fat man was also recognized by Tai and Jeezy. But just when everyone thought that Tai and Jeezy would also praise Zhu Xiaobao, unexpectedly, Tai and Jeezy asked with a stern face, Zhu Xiaobao, is there any cheating in your 7 marks Qingling pill? Yes. Zhu Xiaobao stared at Tai and Jeezy and said straightforwardly, Huh? Cheating? Where did you cheat? Could it be those 3 sunburn pills? This is too difficult for this little guy. Master, without those 3 Jiang pills, he wouldn't be able to eliminate the 7 marks at all. Right? Yu Jiuqi suddenly became anxious and rushed forward to fight for the injustice of Zhu Xiaobao. Humph. He admitted it himself. Aren't you still convinced? Well, you two come with me and explain the matter to me clearly. Tai and Jeezy said and turned around to leave. Ah, little brother. What else do you want to say? Yu Jiuqi followed behind Zhu Xiaobao and asked in a low voice. Ha, Yu Jiuqi. It turns out he is not your disciple. Unexpectedly, Immortal Master Qing Yu heard these words and immediately shouted loudly. Chapter 1273 Magnification Move C. Arriving at the top of Linglong Tower, Elder Zhonglai stood at the door. Even the fish and wine fanatics were not allowed to follow him any further. This is not the alchemy room, but the place where the island owner holds ceremonies when there are any major events on the second floor of the Elixir Island. There is also a very exquisite elegant room inside. Tell me, why is the 5 elements skeleton on your body? Where is the 5 elements venerable now? What's wrong with your consciousness? Tai and Jeezy sat down on his own, and 2 little boys immediately served him. I got the teacup, but Zhu Xiaobao didn't share it. Well, that was when I was practicing in the neutral zone. And then I met an old man who called himself the 5th father of transformation gods. It was he who tricked me into finding these 5 skeletons. And then he wanted to harm me. Zhu Xiaobao was not polite either. He also sat down, and then told the story in full, basically telling the truth. Oh, the 5 elements venerable is dead? Humph. He really wasn't dead back then. Who would have thought that he would die in your hands? It seems that the injury he suffered at the time was a damage to his foundation, and he was only a cultivator of the false god realm 4. Tai and Jeezy was surprised at first, then looked at Zhu Xiaobao with some suspicion, and finally nodded slowly, because everything Zhu Xiaobao told was very reasonable and difficult to make up. After all, it all happened a long time ago. It would be difficult to make up this story to justify it. At this time, Tai and Jeezy's heart was very complicated. He felt relaxed and a little regretful at the same time. Even more surprising, no matter how weak the 5 elements venerable is, it is hard to believe that he would be killed by a person like Zhu Xiaobao who is in the fusion realm. And it is also through the method of devouring spiritual consciousness. As Tian Jeezy's spiritual consciousness entered, Zhu Xiaobao's mind suddenly seemed to be turned upside down, as if there were 3 powerful spiritual consciousnesses fighting in a melee. Originally, The two spiritual consciousnesses in Zhu Xiaobao's minds were somewhat repelling and conflicting with each other. It seemed that they spontaneously united and fought with Tianjizi's consciousness. Zhu Xiaobao immediately hugged his head and screamed. He was rolling on the ground in pain. He tried to counterattack Tianjizi several times, but failed. After a while, Tianjizi's face turned a little pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat on his back. He quickly withdrew his consciousness from Zhu Xiaobao's mind, and he also felt less comfortable. The two strands of consciousness joined forces, and were actually not weaker than his own. Although one of them no longer has its own consciousness, it still feels very familiar. The divine consciousness of the real master. 5 elements venerable. The attack and defense methods inadvertently released are also spontaneous, and they are the same as those of the original. 5 elements venerable. Exactly the same as what was released. Huh? I can't believe it. I really can't believe that you actually have such a profound accumulation of spiritual consciousness, with such a huge capacity. It seems that the 5 elements venerable has indeed found the wrong person. You are his most suitable candidate to seize the body. It's a pity that he still underestimated you. But this 5 elements square is still evil after all. Tianjizi recovered for a moment, and then sighed with lingering fear. If the 5 elements venerable really succeeds in seizing his body, it will really cause a big chaos again. What are you talking about, old man? Don't insist on insisting that someone is evil when you can't defeat them. Although the 5 elements phalanx is evil during the refining process, once it is mastered, there is no need to use evil means to maintain it. It's always good to use it for good deeds. Right? You don't want to take it for yourself, do you? Zhu Xiaobao had just gotten up from the ground at this time and shouted in annoyance, being so disturbed by Tianjizi's consciousness. The pain in his mind intensified again. In desperation, he had to quickly take another 9 patterns Ma Su Dan. It took a while before I felt a little better. How presumptuous. Even the 3 great immortals would not dare to speak like this to me. Zhu Xiaobao. You are so rude. Tianjizi immediately glared at Zhu Xiaobao angrily and scolded in a low voice. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao's words somewhat touched on Tianjizi's pain point. His defeat to the 5 elements venerable was a tragic defeat that he least wanted to mention. If it hadn't been for the timely rescue by many masters on the Immortal Pill Island, he might have died in the hands of the 5 elements venerable. Yeah. Okay, old man. Even if I was rude just now. But what I said is right. My actions are all upright. What's more, there is no good or evil in various techniques. But it depends on the execution. The person is evil. The 5 elements venerable wanted to harm me, but I killed him. I was the victim in the first place. Right? Now this 5 elements skeleton is just my trophy. Right? I don't necessarily want to pick it up. If you take a bad guy's knife, you become a bad guy. Right? Zhu Xiaobao's brain recovered a lot at this time, and his thinking immediately became much quicker. Humph. Old man? That's a strange title for you. So tell me, what are you doing here at the Immortal Pill Island? You may not really be here for that blessing. Right. Tianjizi snorted a bit dumbfounded. This title made him feel a little interesting, and even a little familiar. However, he still looked at Zhu Xiaobao with an indifferent expression. Of course not. I want to come to the Elixir Island to see if there is any elixir that can cure my current overflowing consciousness. You have also seen my situation. So far, I have not been able to cure the 5 elements venerable. My consciousness has all merged into my own, and I suffer from swelling and pain every day. If you have any panacea, please don't hesitate to teach me. Zhu Xiaobao said in distress. Ha ha! I already felt it just now. To be honest, it's a miracle that you can survive until now. But if you want to completely solve this problem, the only way is to improve your cultivation level again. Tianjizi couldn't help but smile, seeing Zhu Xiaobao's sad face. He still felt some sympathy. This kind of pain would take a long time, and it was indeed a very torturous thing. Oh, it's what I thought. It seems I have to go out and practice on my own, Zhu Xiaobao said, shaking his head in disappointment. But you can stay on the Immortal Pill Island to practice, which may speed up your practice, Tianjizi suddenly said calmly. No need. Although there is enough spiritual energy here, the best way to advance as quickly as possible is through life and death fighting. Thank you very much, old man, Zhu Xiaobao said, cupping his hands. He could feel that Tianjizi no longer had any hostility toward him, but had some intentions of showing kindness. That's fine. But if you want to practice controlling the 5 elements phalanx, it's best to find an uninhabited desert island to avoid unnecessary trouble. Tianjizi didn't force himself. Although I have a good impression of this little fat guy, I don't have any special trust yet. Since Yu Xiaobao wants to experience it, he can just send someone to observe secretly. The behavior of this little fat man is absolutely evil. Next, Zhu Xiaobao also took the opportunity to ask many questions about the alchemy process, and Tianjizi also patiently introduced them to him. What Tianjizi didn't expect was that Zhu Xiaobao also specially presented a small gift. Not only are there 20 jars of top-quality knives, but also other high-end products. And even more surprisingly, there is also a pair of beautifully processed chess sets. It is said that this is the new thing that keeps Wu Xinjuan and Haixizi from doing their jobs all day long. There are also legends that even Immortal Qingyi is now obsessed with this way. Tianjizi roughly understood the rules and played a few games. Sure enough, I immediately became very interested in it. After staying in the secret room all day, Tianjizi made an exception and treated Zhu Xiaobao to a meal in the secret room. The fish and wine maniacs and Immortal Master Qingyu who were waiting outside were stunned. What kind of treatment is this? What secret does this little guy have? Finally, I saw Zhu Xiaobao come out as if nothing was wrong. Yuji and Immortal Master Qingyu immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Xiaobao! Xiaobao! Come here! Come here quickly! Follow me to the Pure Art Hall. That's where you should go! Immortal Master Qingyu said quickly before the fish and wine fancier. And he held the hands of these little treasures affectionately, with a warm smile on his face. Ah? Sister, what are you doing? I don't plan to become a disciple in any hall. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately flattered and took 2 steps back. He was so enthusiastic. He couldn't have any inappropriate thoughts. Although this fairy girl is also very beautiful, we don't want to marry another wife. There are so many women in the house that they are already exhausted. Don't listen to her. You are from our Mirsho Hall. Come back with me quickly. Ever since I saw you, I knew that you are extremely talented, and you are definitely a good young talent. The fish and wine fanatic pushed aside without being outdone. He asked Fairy Qingyu and said anxiously, Nonsense! I was the one who made the first move. When you arrived at my place, the moment you walked in, you saw that it was an inner disciple. What is an inner disciple? Come to my place and be promoted to a direct disciple immediately. No. If you come to my place, you will be the chief disciple. You will directly inherit my mantle. Ah? Junior Sister Qingyu, you are too cruel. Okay, Zhu Xiaobao, as long as you come to our Mirsho Hall, you will be the hall master. Following the roar of the fish and wine maniac, there were suddenly several onlookers. The master and elders, who had not had time to intervene, were all stunned with shock. This ultimate move of fish and wine maniac is truly shocking and makes ghosts and gods cry. Who doesn't know that the leader of each hall can only be a direct disciple of Tianjizi? This is to force Tianjizi to find another apprentice. Immediately, the scene fell into a state of sluggishness, and everyone looked at the fish and wine fanatic in disbelief. Just then, Tianjizi walked out from inside, frowned and asked, What's the fuss about? You guys are getting more and more outrageous. Do you still have the demeanor of the senior master? Master, Brother Yu doesn't want to do this anymore. He wants to find you a disciple. Immortal Master Qingyu reacted the fastest and immediately complained to Tianjizi. It's broken. This ultimate move is a bit too much. Why did you get the master involved? Yujiochi suddenly became more awake and looked at Tianjizi a little at a loss. Chapter 1274 Picking Up a Master? Tianjizi looked at Yujiochi strangely, and then looked at each other with Zhu Xiaobao, both of whom seemed a little surprised. That old man? I didn't say that. That unfilial son said that. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and pointed at Yujiochi. Oh, please tell me, Master, whether to punish me by facing the wall or giving up drinking. You tell me, Yujiochi said dejectedly. I didn't expect that I would be so unlucky that my master would bump into him. It's only been less than half a year since I was released from facing the wall. Huh? You really don't want to be the master of this hall? However, Tianjizi did not get angry as before, but asked lightly, No, that's not it. I was just competing with Junior Sister Qingyu for this apprentice, so I blurted out this on impulse. Yujiochi quickly shook his head and said, Apprentice? Well, To be honest, you really can't be his master. Unexpectedly, Tianjizi looked at Zhu Xiaobao and shook his head, saying with a half smile. Then he asked half seriously, Xiaobao, what do you think? Do you feel wrong by being my apprentice? Oh? Old man, there is no grievance. But are there any benefits? Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, and then his eyes rolled around, as if he was weighing the pros and cons of this matter. Oops. Junior brother, why don't you kneel down and kowtow to master for a good thing that others can't find even when they cry and beg for it? This time, Yu Jiuqi and Fairy Qingyu were in sync, kicking each other. Zhu Xiaobao was kicked to the ground, knelt down, and then shouted a little eagerly. Okay then, the master is here. Zhu Xiaobao thought about it for a long time and decided to recognize this master. At least no one would dare to bully him anymore. Besides, since you are Tianjizi's disciple, why don't you just get whatever elixir you want at your fingertips? Ha ha! Come on! Come on! I didn't say I would accept you as my disciple now. According to the rules, you must reach the level of Jinwu realm before you can become my disciple. You have to practice for some time first. This requires you worked hard on your own. Tianjizi raised his palm, and Zhu Xiaobao couldn't kneel down anymore. Although Tianjizi is also a little happy, he still needs to exercise Zhu Xiaobao first, and it is also necessary to test Zhu Xiaobao's character. Yes, old man, this is a chess book, which I gave to my master as a tribute. Zhu Xiaobao quickly escaped from the chess book and presented it to him, then saluted Immortal Master Qingyu and Yu Jiuqi. Senior brother and senior sister, this is a little greeting gift from me. Junior brother, please accept it. Hee hee. How can you be so embarrassed? Thank you, little junior brother. Immortal Master Qingyu was a little polite at first, but when he saw the gift clearly, he immediately accepted it. The best, purple temptation, soap. Anyone who has the money will buy it. How can you say no to luxury goods that you can't get? It is also downward compatible, and is also a must-have item for exquisite life. That, senior brother, I'm not polite. You know, senior brother, that's all I have a hobby for. Hey, master, why don't you have some too? The fish and wine fancier happily accepted 5 jars of top-grade roasted knives. But since the master was still nearby, I had no choice but to ask hypocritically. Yeah, that's good. It's rare for you to show filial piety. You don't have to face the wall or anything like that. Tianjizi was actually not polite. He accepted the fish and wine idiot's filial piety, then turned around and walked away. Oh? Master doesn't do this? Wasn't it like this before? Why do you take it seriously? Returning to the inn from Linglong Tower, Fu Xingwan was already waiting at the door of the inn. As soon as he saw Zhu Xiaobao, he would kneel down to thank him, because his daughter had already taken the Qingling pill, refined by Zhu Xiaobao, and the effect was indeed extraordinary. Not only has his injury healed, but his cultivation qualifications have also improved in all aspects. How can this not make him extremely excited? Of course, some are happy and some are unhappy. Master Wufan and Bai Xingwen were very angry. What do you mean? There is an extra junior brother here for no reason. Wouldn't it be that Jizi's mantle was about to be passed on to this closed disciple that day? And Bai Xingwen was even more panicked. From now on, when he saw Zhu Xiaobao, he would still have to salute and call him Uncle Master? I can't get through this day. This little fat guy is a typical troublemaker. Asshole! Asshole! That bitch Yu Jiuqi and Qingyu, in order to deal with me, even thought of such a despicable method. You really deserve to die. Immortal Master Wufan was angrily spitting back and forth in the room. Furious. Master! There is still a chance now. Doesn't he want to go out for training? If he is killed, will there not be many troubles in the future? Bai Xingwen said sinisterly on the side. Huh? How can this be done? It's impossible for me to do such a thing. But others will do it. Others? Well, this has nothing to do with me. Yes. Yes. It is easy for a person who is in the fusion realm to fall after practicing outside. What's more, I also heard that there is an order to assassinate him in the assassin sect, and it has also been promoted to the Jade Assassin. Take action. Hee. I feel relieved now. By then, I will keep an eye on Dian Yujuji and Qingyu to prevent them from cheating and protect this little brat. By then, his death will be a matter of time. Only 1 day later, Zhu Xiaobao and his men set off quietly without disturbing anyone. By the time Yu-Ji-Oh Chi and Immortal Master Qing Yu knew about it, Zhu Xiaobao was already thousands of miles away on the sea. Master Bao, why are you doing this? How wonderful it is to stay on the Immortal Pill Island. To practice. With enough spiritual energy, you can get any pill you want at your fingertips. You don't have to take any risks. Now that you have the identity of Tai and Jeezy's closed disciple, where can you go? Aren't you walking sideways? Wan Shitong complained endlessly along the way. In his opinion, there is absolutely no need for Zhu Xiaobao to do this. Humph. As for my secrets, even the old man won't let me release them casually. What's more, I need to practice to the true martial arts realm as quickly as possible. Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes at Wan Shitong and hummed. Indeed, Zhu Xiaobao is now planning to find an uninhabited desert island and start practicing how to control the 5 elements phalanx. But not long after walking, Zhu Xiaobao encountered the first batch of enemies. To be precise, it was a group of pirates, 3 pirate ships in total. 2 of them use giant crocodiles to pull the hull. Each pirate ship is twice as big as Zhu Xiaobao's warship. And there are also a lot of people on Zhu Xiaobao's battlefield. In addition to the dozen people he brought, there were also a dozen of the most powerful guards left by Fu Xingwang. Because these guards were also from the Fu family, Zhu Xiaobao Baokai accepted it with confidence. After all the calculations, there are only 33 people on Zhu Xiaobao's side. But although Zhu Xiaobao discovered the enemy's situation earlier than this group of pirates, he rushed forward. Wasn't he supposed to kill and gain experience in the first place? If you don't attract the other party, how can you practice? Stop! Stop! Just stop! Leave the woman on the boat and this giant sea crocodile, and I can let you go. The pirate ship facing the center has already issued a warning, and the other 2 the pirate ships also cooperated and surrounded them from both sides. In fact, once the siege of Zhu Xiaobao is completed, there will be nothing to let them leave. While he was talking, 2 pirate ships had already squeezed Zhu Xiaobao's ship from both sides, and dozens of ropes and scratching hooks were thrown up. Then hundreds of pirates crawled over from both sides, shouting and excitedly rushing towards the female guards on the ship. Everyone is scrambling to get it first, as everyone knows that getting it first means enjoying it first. Suddenly, the uploaded pirates discovered that the scene around them had changed. The ship was that ship, but the people on the ship disappeared. And then, they saw patches of snowflakes falling towards everyone. It seems harmless, but almost as soon as it touches these snowflakes, it freezes. And there were several bright figures interspersed in the middle. Wherever the figures flashed, all the pirates turned into ice sculptures. But no real identity was found from beginning to end. One shadow clone! Following Zhu Xiaobao's gentle whistle, 6 figures flew past in 6 directions, killing everyone they passed. In the end, the 6 figures gathered in one place, and Zhu Xiaobao reappeared. A look of relief. When the original illusion of Green Farrier was removed and the pirates on both sides were still waiting for there were not many people left on the ship, they started to panic and wanted to leave Zhu Xiaobao's warship. Unfortunately, they threw too many scratching hooks, and now they can't even leave even if they want to. Humph! How dare you show off your little skill in front of me? Get out of here! With a deep roar, a figure rushed to the bow of Zhu Xiaobao's boat and stood firmly. In his hand is a 5-pronged harpoon, and the pirate leader is slender and strong, and wears soft armor made of shark skin. He looks like he is good at water. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that this man's cultivation was the same as Green Farrier. He was also from the fake fairyland, but he was in the middle of the fake fairyland. When Green Fairy once again cast the original illusion, she saw the steel fork in this person's hand flickering, and countless water splashes surged from all directions, breaking up Green Fairy's illusion and revealing Green Fairy's true body. Humph! She's still a pretty good nun. Don't even think about leaving today. You have to make enough compensation for killing so many of my people. The pirate leader's eyes suddenly lit up. He licked his lips and smiled ferociously. Road. Huh? Do you know what happened to the person who had an idea for my wife last time? Zhu Xiaobao took the lead and asked, rushing to the opposite side of the pirate leader. How's it going? Could it be that you still want to threaten me? It's not a threat. I just want to tell you that the grass on that person's grave has grown very tall now. Uh-huh. Ha ha ha. Are you just a boy from the fusion realm like you? One shadow clone. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Xiaobao turned into 4 figures and shot towards them. Chapter 1275, Win with More. Zhu Xiaobao can now transform into up to 8 clones. But the most perfect combination of attack power and speed is to transform into 4 clones. However, these 4 clones returned in vain in front of the opposing pirate leader, because the opponent didn't move at all, but released a powerful gang chi, making it difficult for the clones in front of Zhu Xiaobao to attack. But the opponent's counterattack was something Zhu Xiaobao had to avoid. As Zhu Xiaobao took action, Wei Zifeng immediately followed up without thinking, and cooperated with Zhu Xiaobao to launch an attack. Then the two people launched their Mandarin Duck Sword. In time. Huh? This set of sword skills is very exquisite. But it's a pity that your cultivation is too weak. Facing the two people's strange steps and exquisite moves, the pirate leader also snorted in surprise. After only a few rounds of fighting, Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng were already very passive. After all, the opponent was in the fake fairyland, and he wore sharkskin armor like a water snake, which made him as slippery as a loach. Come and intersperse between Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng. The two of them were in a hurry, focusing on one thing and not the other. You two are coming too! Seeing that the situation was not right, Green Fairy quickly ordered Jin Huan In Huan to follow immediately, and the 4 of them besieged the other party's pirate leader. At this time, Green Fairy jumped onto the opponent's pirate ship, and a sea of fire immediately broke out. She had to deal with these pirates first, so as to maximize the attention of the opponent's leader. Immediately, there was a sound of howling ghosts and wolves on the pirate ship. But what Green Sienner didn't expect was that 2 pirates of the true martial realm also jumped out of the other side's ship, and they were able to join forces to resist Green Sienner's offensive. The key is that wherever these 2 people go, the flames quickly weaken or extinguish. It turns out that these 2 people are also practitioners of the water attribute. They use water to defeat fire. Although the power of the attribute is not as powerful as Green Fairy, their natural insurance is absolutely no problem. In desperation, Green Fairy used the ice attribute to freeze the 2 people. But these 2 people also knew how powerful Green Fairy was, and they always fought and ran to prevent Green Fairy from getting any chance to win. Their goal is also very clear, which is to hold back the Green Fairy. Buy your boss time. However, at this time, the pirate boss was a little unable to resist. Unexpectedly, 2 fat girls swarmed up to him. They were not something that the body-protecting aura could repel. Once the fat girls got close to him, they would act like shrews. His fighting style seems to be unorganized, but his moves are fierce. The key is that his steel fork can no longer exert its power. Asshole! Come here! 2 people! Help me block these 2 fat girls! The pirate boss shouted angrily, but no one could rush into their battle circle, and they were all quickly killed by Wei Zifeng on the outside of the battle circle. However, facing the slippery and flexible pirate boss, Jin Huan In Huan also struggled. Not only is his sharkskin armor resistant to damage, it is also very slippery. Many of his moves are negated by his slippery defense. And as the pirate boss gave up the steel fork and replaced it with a pair of black iron gloves, the advantage of this close combat was no longer great. At this time, Wan Shirtong also led more than 30 guards to fight fiercely with the pirates. The combat effectiveness of this group of guards was obviously superior, because all the female guards brought by Zhu Xiaobao were the cultivation level of the fusion realm, and the ones Fu Xingwang left for Zhu Xiaobao were all the most powerful male guards in the transformation god realm. So faced with the siege of hundreds of pirates, they actually had the advantage. The most helpless person in the battle at this time turned out to be Green Fairy. Facing 2 pirates at the peak of the true martial realm, she was helpless, because the 2 of them never fought against her, but fought and ran at the same time, and the speed was not slow. What's more important is that there are strong winds and huge waves on the sea, and it is difficult to stand firmly on the boat. It is swaying, which makes Green Fairy very uncomfortable. Therefore, these 2 pirates could not be eliminated for a while. Zhu Xiaobao and the other 4 people besieged the pirate boss, but they did not take any advantage. Jin Huan In Huan and Zhu Xiaobao were all injured, although they were all superficial injuries. It also surprised Zhu Xiaobao. Got it! Unexpectedly, the opponent in this fake wonderland was really powerful. All 4 of them were injured and were at a disadvantage. I originally thought that I also had a fake fairyland, Green Fairy, so I would be able to avoid falling behind. But now it seems that they still underestimated the opponent's combat effectiveness. I didn't want to use other methods at first, but now it seems that it's not okay if I don't use some of the trump cards in my hand. The first thing is to help Green Sienner deal with the 2 pirates of the true martial realm. Zhu Xiaobao took a step back, ducked behind Jin Huan In Huan, then waved his hand, and a white lion was thrown out. heading straight towards a pirate in the true martial realm. With a roar, the pirate was caught off guard and was immediately dizzy. However, in just such a gap, the green fairy had already arrived, and the hot wheel on his left hand passed through his abdomen, immediately opening a gash that was more than a foot long, blood flowing. But Luciener still secretly cried out that it was a pity. If it hadn't been for the oily sharkskin armor on the opponent's body, the move just now would definitely have been the result of disembowelment. And now it was just a flesh wound. Although the wound was deep, it did not hurt any vital parts. What is even more unexpected is that the opponent's sharkskin armor can also heal automatically. Not only does the leather armor heal automatically, it is also equivalent to tightening the leather armor, temporarily suppressing the spillage of blood. This pirate took the opportunity to escape from Green Fairy's next killer move. "You are looking for death! How dare you release the monster!" The pirate boss was immediately furious and rushed towards Zhu Xiaobao. He ignored the gold and silver rings behind him and turned around to neutralize the attack of the two fat girls. But what the pirate boss didn't expect was that although his pair of black iron gauntlets hit the body, they did not belong to Zhu Xiaobao, but to a golden corpse. The same golden corpse also hit the pirate boss in the chest. Both sides took 2 steps back. "What? There's a golden corpse?" The pirate boss immediately opened his eyes in shock. Who is this little fat man? He can do so many things in the combined realm. Can he control it? And then a hot fire shot out from the golden corpse's eye socket, which subverted his understanding of puppets for once. He had never seen such a puppet before. Looking back at the 2 right-hand men, they are now deeply passive. Because of the addition of the white lion, it is not so easy for the 2 pirates to avoid the green fairy. The key is that the white lion's lion roar skill makes them very afraid. The pirate boss has also become very passive here. With this golden corpse, he can almost withstand his sharpest offensive. And the hugging style of the golden ring and silver ring is a bit too much for him. In addition, the kitchen knife in Zhu Xiaobao's hand also made him very jealous. It could continuously cut open his shark skin armor, making the shark skin armor less and less spiritual. And the speed of automatic healing also became slower and slower. The slower. "Humph! Come with me into the sea if you have the guts!" The pirate boss saw that the situation was not good and yelled viciously. Then he fell into the sea with the gold and silver rings entangled with each other. Zhu Xiaobao hurriedly saw it. He flew down and jumped down. And Wei Zifeng couldn't follow her. She had no advantage in the water, and could only drag Zhu Xiaobao and others down. The golden corpse also stood on the boat and did not move. His movements were slow and his reactions were slow. Zhu Xiaobao did not expect it to be of any help at the bottom of the sea. But what no one noticed was that a dark golden beam of light followed Zhu Xiaobao and shot into the sea. Once in the sea, the fight became even more intense. Jinhuan Yinhuan gave full play to the close combat method of kneading, pinching, rubbing, while Zhu Xiaobao kept harassing the pirate boss. Even if the pirate boss couldn't be hurt, his shark skin armor was scratched and cracked everywhere, leaving no time to heal. In the end, this expensive set of shark skin armor had almost lost its spirituality and lost its ability to heal automatically. Got it. The pirate boss, who is good at water attributes, is also a little angry at this time. Not only does he feel sorry for his own treasure armor, but he is also afraid of his opponent's offensive. Now it is obvious that the golden ring and silver ring have begun to gain the upper hand. The 2 of them are no longer affected by the shark skin armor. If the barrier is blocked, the lethality will be doubled. In desperation, the pirate boss gritted his teeth, threw out a black drop of water, and smashed it viciously at the golden and silver rings. In an instant, this drop of water enlarged sharply, wrapping Jinhuan Yinhuan and the pirate boss himself in it. Jinhuan Yinhuan seemed to have entered the mud, and his movements suddenly became slow and cumbersome. The pirate boss seemed not to be affected at all, and was still fiercely fighting back. You actually have this thing? Hee hee. Come on. Let's have a try. Who's afraid of who? Zhu Xiaobao immediately became happy when he saw it. He saw the same black one with a thought in his mind. Water droplets. And then wrap this water droplet in it. Did this make the pirate boss dumbfounded? What other trump cards does this guy have? How could there be such a heavy water drop? It seems to be purer than mine? What frightened the pirate boss even more was that not only did the other party also sacrifice a 1 yuan heavy water bead, but there were also 5 skulls circling around him. Although they were in the sea, they were not affected at all. The water skeleton in this 5-element square will automatically remove the resistance brought by the surrounding sea water. Immediately afterwards, one after another, the fire and white light shot at the pirate boss, leaving him overwhelmed. What's even more terrifying is that there is a solid shield, which not only holds up the gold and silver rings, but also dissolves the pirate boss's $1 of heavy water. He feels that his $1 of heavy water is being destroyed by the opponent's ball of $1 of heavy water. Suppressed? Who are you? Why do you have such a strong spiritual consciousness? The pirate boss finally couldn't help but let out a sad cry. In just a short time, his spiritual consciousness was consumed a lot. But on the other hand, everyone Xiubao's face was filled with comfort, and he still felt like he still had more to say. Chapter 1276 Returning to the Old Nest. What the pirate boss didn't expect was that he would become even more passive when he reached the sea. Not only was he exhausted, but the magic weapon he had worked so hard to practice was also suppressed. What makes the pirate boss even more depressed is that he is exhausted. But Zhu Xiaobao and Jin Huan are still full of energy. The reason is simply that they have taken the continuing power pill, one after another, and they are all from the 9 marks. This is comparing whose elixir is richer. But even so, the pirate boss was not willing to surrender, and still fought fiercely with the 3 of them. It wasn't until finally his legs were tightly wrapped around the giant snake that he couldn't move. And then, he was taken off by the gold and silver rings. Of course, the consequences were quite tragic. There was no intact part of his body. What's even more terrible is that his dantian was crushed by that drop of 1 yuan heavy water. Without dantian, it is equivalent to losing his cultivation. Originally, with the cultivation level of fake fairyland, the dantian would not be suppressed. But with the blessing of Zhu Xiubao's gravity technique, the pirate boss's dantian was suppressed. When Zhu Xiaobao and others emerged from the sea again and boarded the warship, Jin Huan also boarded the ship, and then dragged the pirate boss aboard like a dead dog. The pirate boss looked around, and suddenly felt despair. Only one of the 3 pirate ships was left, and the remaining 2 had been burned. Less than half of the nearly 300 men under his command were left. Most of these men were injured, and were kneeling on the deck shivering. The number of people on Zhu Xiubao's side not only did not decrease, but also increased by dozens. It turned out that many young men and women who were branded as slaves were rescued in the lower cabin of the pirate ship. These were used by the pirates. Goods that are exchanged for money. In specific trading places, these men and women can be sold at clearly marked prices. Now that they have been rescued, of course they are all on Zhu Xiubao's side. Many young men and women also expressed their intention to join Zhu Xiubao's guard. Come! Where are my 2 brothers? The pirate boss asked weakly, although his breath was weak, because those are his 2 biological brothers. It has been hundreds of years since the 3 brothers developed. From the first dozen people to more than 300 people now. This is the most complete defeat. Humph! One of them was killed by me! The other one is over there! Wei Zifeng came over and kicked the pirate boss hard. Then he hummed in relief. Wei Zifeng felt very unhappy that he could not follow Zhu Xiaobao into the sea to fight together. The credit that should have been his own was so easily taken away by the golden ring and silver ring. I saw an ice sculpture on the pirate ship that was burned to almost only a skeleton, standing there with a ferocious face, and it was impossible to tell whether it was dead or alive. At this time, Wan Shitong hurried over to report his losses. A total of 6 male guards were dead. But the female guards were not dead. Only 2 were injured. One of them is seriously injured. At the same time, detailed reports were made on the collected storage bags and various materials. I originally thought that whoever grabbed it would be the one who owned it. But I didn't expect that Wan Shitong warned Zhu Xiaobao very seriously that if you really want to lead a team well, you must have rules. Otherwise you will never be successful. It made Zhu Xiaobao blush. He was the most unruly person, and was too lazy to manage these trivial matters personally. But I have to admit that Know-it-all's approach is right. Ha ha! Come on! I am a guest now, and you are a prisoner. Tell me, where is your lair? I don't want to torture you. Say it happily. It will be good for you and me. Zhu Xiaobao changed his mind. After finishing his clothes and washing, he came to the pirate boss. A female guard immediately brought him a chair. Zhu Xiaobao sat down domineeringly, and looked at the pirate boss with a smile. Although this battle was very thrilling, the harvest was also very huge. It made him truly understand that the fighting power of the cultivators of fake fairyland is indeed quite powerful. Let my brother go. And I'll tell you. The pirate boss was still dreaming about saving a brother. And maybe one day he could get revenge. Are you stupid? Will I leave a hidden danger to go back? The outcome for both of you is either to eat well and drink well and go on the road happily, or to be tortured until you die and you don't even know your own mother. You think about it yourself. With so many of your subordinates, it shouldn't be difficult for me to find your lair. Right, Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile and waved his hand. Oh, okay. Then you promise me to bury our 3 brothers together. And don't throw them into the sea. Just bury them behind our lair. We have prepared a burial ground for ourselves long ago. The pirate boss thought for a moment, then sighed and said, Indeed, even if he didn't say it, his men would tell him. It would be better to just do it, and still end up dead. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao was a little hesitant about the remaining pirates, and didn't know how to deal with them. Killing them all seems a bit too cruel. But unexpectedly, those who were rescued protested one after another. They were very divided on these pirates, and strongly demanded that the surviving pirates be killed. Zhu Xiaobao doesn't know that although these pirates look pitiful now, they are very cruel when they do evil. Many of the women here have been bullied. So of course they are not willing to let these villains go. Okay. Let's just follow their wishes. Good will be rewarded with good. Evil will be punished with evil. And these people deserve it. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand at Wan Shitong. He was not willing to do this kind of thing again. Take care. Except for a few pirates who are familiar with the surrounding seas. The rest are left to the slaves. Now Zhu Xiaobao has another pirate ship, turning it into 2 ships. But because of these rescued men and women, these 2 ships are not very idle. There are about 70 or 80 people on each ship. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao's bodyguards also increased by 20 people. On Zhu Xiaobao's ship, they did not treat the 2 pirate brothers whose cultivation was crippled. However, both of their cultivations were crippled. Now they can't even defeat ordinary warriors. However, Zhu Xiaobao was having a very speculative conversation with the pirate boss. The 2 parties were still discussing some experiences of practicing water attribute skills, as well as some very detailed situations around them, as well as which pirate gangs will often appear nearby. They are all clearly stated, and they are also clearly marked on the charts they personally drew. Although they knew that they would definitely die as soon as they reached their lair. The pirate boss and the second child still behaved very proudly. They both felt that it was worth it to drink such good wine and such delicious food before they died. After driving on the sea for 5 or 6 days, I finally followed the instructions marked on the chart, bypassed many reefs, and then successfully landed on an isolated island. But when they got to the island, Zhu Xiaobao became very vigilant, because this is not like a deserted island, but an island with a lot of fireworks. Ha ha! It's just a few local tribes. A group of native aborigines. They are all primitive people without any cultivation. The pirate boss said with some disapproval. Humph. That's not right. Boss, hi. It's not that easy for you to deceive me. Those buildings in front were not built by ordinary indigenous people. Were they? This style of building should be called a church. Right. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly darkened his face and asked coldly. You actually know about the church? Who are you? Hai Lao was completely shocked this time. He still hadn't figured out what was going on in the church. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would. You can already recognize it when you see a few spears and the cross on them. Huh? I'm asking you now. Zhu Xiaobao still snorted coldly. Yes. There are a few missionaries here who don't know where they came from. They built this church here, saying that it was to help the indigenous people on the island live a good life. They taught these indigenous people how to farm. And they also made bread. Sausages and other foods have indeed improved the lives of these indigenous people. But they are not cultivators. I haven't seen them have any particularly powerful skills. Hai Lauda has no resistance at all now, he said with a confused look on his face. Is it that simple? You can just let them preach here. Is it possible that you people still pray, repent, and go to mass? Zhu Xiaobao said still distrustfully. Of course not. We provided them with security. They also provided us with necessary food and wine, and helped us tame the slaves. So we have a cooperative relationship. Mutual benefit. Hai Lao nodded. He nodded, speaking very sincerely this time. Is it really that simple? Zhu Xiaobao still asked doubtfully. Yes. If you don't believe it, you can go to the church. They treat everyone equally, are very sincere, and very enthusiastic. They also provide free food. They say they are sent by God. Hai Lao Dalian nodded and said, "Okay, let's go to your lair first. However, this time I have to seal your mouths first, so that you don't have to play tricks on me." Zhu Xiaobao actually also knows about these teachings and missionaries. Very few, even though they are academic masters, are not proficient in everything. There are very few guards on the island, because the reefs are already the best natural barriers, and few ships can come in. The pirate's lair is also far away from the church. It seems that there is no special connection between the two parties. When I walked to a hill, there was an entrance to a cave. People were lying or sitting around the door. There were about a dozen pirates, who should be guarding the lair. Most of them were old, weak, sick and disabled. They were bored and had a lot of time, gambling and drinking together. Zhu Xiaobao didn't notice anything unusual through his spiritual sense. So in a few breaths, these pirates were dealt with. Entering the mountain bag, there is a manually open passage inside. As you go forward, it becomes more and more open. And finally there is an open underground palace inside. There are lit candles all around. Zhu Xiaobao and others had just stepped into this underground palace. And suddenly the underground palace, which was illuminated like daylight, suddenly turned into darkness. Chapter 1277 Western Magic. The underground palace suddenly became dark, and the little horses realized that this darkness was not simply blocking the light, but a complete devouring of light. And in this darkness, the consciousness of the gods, the distance is also cut off. And only when you are very close, you can still have some spiritual contact. This can explain why the other party's existence was not detected in time. When the other party came in just now, the other party had already isolated itself in the darkness. But now the dark area has been expanded. "Attention! Don't stay 5 steps away from me," Zhu Xiaoma said to the people around him. But something surprising happened. In this darkness, even the sound could not be heard, except for those who followed closely. There were gold and silver rings around them, but no one else had any reaction at all. And Wei Zifeng, who has always been accustomed to quickly investigating everywhere, has lost his sense. Fortunately, even though everyone was plunged into darkness, they did not move without authorization, but actively moved closer to Zhu Xiaobao. This was because they all remembered Zhu Xiaobao's position just now, and everyone's reaction was sufficient. Quick! Soon, Green Fairy was able to sense Zhu Xiaobao, who was close at hand, and she immediately cast the original illusion, regardless of whether it was useful or not. At least in this illusion, her own people would not be affected in any way. "It seems that Boss Hai has lied to us. I'll kill him when he gets out." Only when they are almost face to face can the two parties speak normally. Of course, in order to prevent the invisible opponent from hearing, the two of them still use many methods. Spiritual communication. "Well, this kind of dark spell is very magical, but I estimate that the person who casts the spell will have to spend a lot of time, and it may not last long." Zhu Xiaobao also felt that Boss Hai had a backup plan, but he was still very confident. The other party might not be able to hold on for a long time. At the same time, Zhu Xiaobao still cautiously summoned the golden corpse and stood behind him. The earth skeleton also put up a shield, blocking in front of Zhu Xiaobao. In order to test his judgment, Zhu Xiaobao released a black golden bee. Sure enough, he lost his sense of the black golden bee not long after it flew out. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao and others are now almost in a team holding hands. And the person at the end of the team also sent a message to say that they were not attacked, which means that the other party should be ambushing in the underground palace. This endless darkness gives people a suffocating feeling. Not only is the consciousness greatly restricted, but also sound, hearing, and even the sense of smell are cut off. The flames released by Green Fairy did not form a monstrous sea of fire like before, but only turned into countless individual flames. The hot heat and strong light that should have been emitted could only be maintained at a few flames. Within an inch, any further outside will be swallowed up by this endless darkness. In this kind of darkness, people have a feeling of suffocation, even if it only lasts for a while. It feels like a year. Moreover, people are still afraid. They don't know if they will be attacked next. What kind of attack is it? Zhu Xiaobao tried to release the little demon again and let it sneak out from the ground. This time, it was not cut off from contact. But the little demon also encountered the same problem. That is, it could not get out of the ground. Once it got out, however, everything was cut off by the endless darkness. So soon, the little demon swam back angrily. At this time, Green Fairy and Zhu Xiaobao released their body-protecting qi with all their strength. trying to prevent unknown attacks. It seemed that Green Fairy's original illusion also played a role, and the opponent's attack did not come for a long time. The stalemate lasted for a stick of incense. Zhu Xiaobao was worried at this time. What did it mean to trap his group like this? If the other party takes advantage of this time to set up other traps or methods, wouldn't it mean that they are becoming more and more passive? In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao carefully released the 5-element square and let them slowly circle around him tightly, slowly expanding the valve of the 5-element square to ensure contact with his spiritual consciousness. If this person loses contact with the 5 elements phalanx, the consequences will be serious. Fortunately, as the scope of the 5-element square becomes larger and larger, the connection with Zhu Xiaobao's consciousness has not weakened, and within the range surrounding the 5-element square, this dark effect also begins to weaken. Gradually, everyone can see each other's situation clearly, and they can become normal within a certain range. It seems that the area surrounded by the 5-element square is self-contained and is not affected by dark spells, or can resist dark spells. This made Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. At this moment, an arrow shot out from the darkness. As soon as it entered the area covered by the 5-element square, Zhu Xiaobao immediately noticed it. He raised his knife and cut off the arrow. The arrows and the flying arrow clusters still hit the earth shield, which was still trembling slightly. But Zhu Xiaobao felt that the opponent's power was not very strong. This kind of strength was at the level of the general fusion realm. Zhu Xiaobao also instantly rushed out in the direction of the arrow, and Green Fairy followed him closely. The people behind him immediately sensed the loss of Zhu Xiaobao, but none of them panicked, still stood closely together, trying to stay behind the golden corpse. Although it was a bit risky, Zhu Xiaobao still vaguely sensed a trace of the other party's aura, which meant that he was very close to the other party. Moreover, the Green Fairy also released sheets of flames in midair, while there were sheets of frost under her feet. Moreover, the Green Fairy controlled the temperature of the frost under her feet just right, and it just formed a thin layer of ice. Crack! Sure enough, as Zhu Xiaobao quickly chased after him, there was a sound of crushing the thin ice under his feet not far ahead. Huh? You still want to run? Show yourself! Zhu Xiaobao shouted, and as the 5-element square expanded rapidly, it immediately expanded several times. Only then did he see clearly that there was a person wearing a black robe not far ahead. The man in black with a hat is trying to escape. Moreover, the man in black's robe and hat are integrated into one. There is no collar, and it turns up directly from the back of the neck to become a hat that can cover the face. The robe covers the ground, and looks very mysterious. And Zhu Xiaobao, the missionaries in my impression are really similar. Once you see your opponent, it becomes easy. Green Fairy's ice wheel swings out, and ice instantly begins to form at the feet of the man in black, and the ice quickly spreads to the upper body. The man in black was still struggling desperately. The man was finally frozen in place. At this time, the endless darkness gradually disappeared, and the low-power candles were still burning quietly in place. The underground palace returned to its original brightness and magnificence, because the underground palace was filled with all kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry, as well as there are all kinds of jades and belongings. And the other room is filled with food, dried meat, etc. The room at the end was filled with weapons and various tools. And Wei Zifeng was hiding in this room. She lost her direction in the darkness, and in panic had to hide on a crossbow rack. Now she finally is safe. Who are you? Why did you break into my palace? You are not the kind of people who call for bravery, the other party asked in panic. But when he opened his mouth, the awkward tone made people very uncomfortable, and it still sounded a bit raw. And the Hu Qianyong in her mouth was exactly the name of Boss Hai. What's your palace? This island belongs to your family? You Westerners are outsiders. Okay? Zhu Xiaobao walked up like a big-eared melon and cursed fiercely. He was really scared just now. He thought he had met some top master. He was really afraid that he would die here with so many people. That feeling of despair in the endless darkness. He is still very worried now. Annoyed. With a crisp slap in the face, the hat on the missionary's head was also lifted back, revealing a head of brown hair, and 2 brown eyes with frightened eyes. His face was particularly white, but it looked very dry. Looks like a lady in her 30s, with a thin figure. This titular-looking woman is a Western woman, no different from European women of later generations. The reason why Zhu Xiaobao is so annoyed is because this Western woman's cultivation level seems to be at the best of the combined realm. and judging from her reaction just now, her fighting ability is very average. She actually made her look nervous, as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Oh! No! You evil people! I am here to save you! Only adults, who believe in us, can the souls rest in peace, and wash away the sins on your body. The woman covered her face, and was still trying to persuade Zhu Xiaobao at all. Shut up! Bring Mr. Hai and Mr. Hai in. Zhu Xiaobao interrupted the missionary directly and ordered angrily. When Hai Lauda and Hai Lauer came in, they saw the fingerprints on the female missionary's face, and understood that their last hope was shattered. I had no choice but to kneel there with my head downcast. This time I was really in complete despair. Boss, you are quite good at scheming. So you expect this bitch to save you? Her little magic was destroyed by me with just a wave of my hand. Tell me, what on earth is going on? Where did this Western girl come from? Zhu Xiaobao asked as he sat down on the big chair in the center of the underground palace. He and the others are really here to preach. It has been almost 30 years since they came here. There used to be only a few 100,000 people on the island. But now it has grown to more than 1 million people. In addition to us constantly sending slaves to them. And those who migrated from nearby islands. Hubo said in a muffled voice. Although he expected this result, he still didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao could crack the dark spell so quickly, leaving him no chance at all. Don't say these useless things. What is your relationship with them? You won't help them send people and money for no reason. And help them build a church. Right. Zhu Xiaobao immediately asked the most critical question. The leader promised to provide us with protection and other benefits. Boss Hai said this, hesitating a bit. Then he looked at the Western woman not far away, who had been captured without any help. Humph. Why are you so embarrassed? I just gave you a foreign girl. Zhu Xiaobao curled his lips and snorted disdainfully. Chapter 1278 Western Magic. B. Upon hearing Zhu Xiaobao's disdainful words, Boss Hu blushed, then looked awkwardly at the brothers beside him, and then at the female missionary. No! I'm not his woman! I'm here just to complete the mission of the bishop! Everything about me belongs to the bishop! Unexpectedly, the Western woman suddenly corrected her loudly, and seemed to be very interested in the two pirates. The brothers don't have any good feelings either. No! The Lord Bishop said that you are his gift to us. Do you still think you are some kind of noble woman? You are just the plaything of that old guy. Boss Hu immediately shouted in anger and felt a little guilty. He looked at the brothers beside him. I am not your woman. You devil. In order to seize power, you even designed to kill your eldest brother. Otherwise, I should be your eldest brother Hu Qianming's woman. Unexpectedly, this Western woman became even more angry. Loudly shouted wildly. Even the second pirate next to him was shocked. He didn't expect that his eldest brother would die in the hands of his second brother. It was not because Hu Qianyong said he died because of a plot from a foreign enemy. Oh? Second brother. It turns out that you were the one who killed my eldest brother. How could you do this to your own eldest brother? The second pirate brother suddenly understood and shouted with anger and hatred. Although he has lost all his cultivation, this anger still makes Hu Qianyong a little scared, and even more guilty and regretful. It turns out that the real boss in the past was Hu Qianming, the eldest brother among the 4 brothers. Although he was also a ferocious and cruel person, his cultivation was so advanced that he had reached the fake fairyland, and was much more domineering than Hu Qianyong. The leader was completely suppressed by him. However, the leader was not willing to just condescend here and let this group of pirates bully him. So he sent this woman to Hu Qianming, and then instigated a relationship between the second child Hu Qianyong and the eldest brother Hu Qianming. In the end, in order to achieve the goal of occupying this Western woman for a long time, the second child Hu Qianyong finally took a cruel step and poisoned the eldest Hu Qianming, thus establishing himself as the pirate boss. So this woman looks down on Hu Qianyong from the bottom of her heart. She prefers the more straightforward and domineering Hu Qianming. Ha ha! You are so good! For the sake of power and a woman who was left behind, you even killed your own brother! Oh! I really don't know what you think. Zhu Xiaobao listened for a long time before he finally understood the complicated relationship between this. And then he said with special contempt for Hu Qianyong, Alas! I regretted it too much. But I was obsessed with it at the time. So I acted cruelly. Hu Qianyong lowered his head and sighed. You are not worthy of being my brother. Give me a knife, and I will kill this ungrateful, profit-driven villain. At this time, the second pirate could no longer hold back his anger, stood up suddenly, and kicked him. Hu Qianyong fell down and then shouted wildly, "Take it!" Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao actually handed him a knife and asked him to fulfill his last wish. In front of everyone, the second pirate didn't hesitate to kill Hu Qianyong with a knife. Hu Qianyong didn't resist at all, and seemed to be willing to take the knife. Immediately afterwards, the second pirate also slashed his knife and committed suicide. "Well, this Hai Lao heir is quite a man. Just carry them to the back and bury them." Zhu Xiaobao nodded and then gave the order. Immediately afterwards, the Western woman was immediately interrogated to see if there were any masters in that church. Zhu Xiaobao must completely control the island. "Okay. Don't hold on. You are also a woman abandoned by the leader. If you don't tell the truth, I don't mind making your frame of Hu Qiaming public. Look at what you call saving souls. That's how you save me." Zhu Xiaobao asked, still very domineeringly. Obviously, this Western woman also knows her situation. Now she is just a tool used by the bishop to win over and bribe opponents. She has long lost her former glory. So after thinking for a long time, he asked, "If I tell you, can you let me go?" "Of course. If you are willing, I can even send you a boat to where you want to go." Zhu Xiaobao said honestly and sworn, "No, no, no. I just want to go back to the bishop. I don't want to stay here. I am the bishop's servant." Unexpectedly, the woman who called herself Helena said quickly, "That's okay, but I have to meet the bishop first." Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment, and then he understood a little bit. It seems that this woman is just a stupid woman who has been successfully brainwashed. "The bishop is not on this island. Our Qiyang sect has several islands, and the church here is not the biggest. The high priest here now is Brother Leo. The bishop has not been here for almost 2 years. Helena shook her head and said, "Ha ha. That's fine. Just take us to visit the archpriest Leo. Now I have killed Hu Qianyong. We have to talk to the archpriest again about cooperation." "Right." Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes. "Turn," he said with a smile. "Okay. But you must be very pious. My senior brother Leo is a very serious person." Helena readily agreed upon hearing this. She thought Zhu Xiaobao really wanted to negotiate with senior brother Leo. Definitely. Definitely. We are all well-educated people. Why would we use violence?" Zhu Xiaobao still said with a smile. Then everyone settled down temporarily in this underground palace, and then began to make food, wash and bathe. After sailing for many days in a row, it was really necessary to take a rest. At night, Green Farrier quietly asked Zhu Xiaobao, "Do you really want to negotiate with that brother Leo? Why do I feel that you are very familiar with these evil ways? Tell me honestly. Have you met him before? A foreign woman with a high nose and brown eyes? Nonsense! Like you. This is my first time meeting you. Okay. If I had met you before, I wouldn't have been trapped by the dark magic." Zhu Xiaobao quickly cleared himself up. But he didn't expect that as long as he was a woman, green fairies will be so vigilant. This woman is really sensitive. "Then are you really planning to negotiate with that high priest?" Green Fairy pressed down in confusion. "Humph. Who wants to talk to him? What I want to do is to control this island, and it's best to destroy them. You know, those who are not my race will have different intentions. These Westerners have bad intentions when they come here," Zhu Xiaobao said decisively. "Didn't they say that they had indeed improved the lives of the indigenous people here? Is it false?" Green Fairy asked, still somewhat confused. "I don't quite understand these, but they must have their own purposes. After I take control of the island first, I will slowly investigate it." Zhu Xiaobao is also very confused. What do these people rely on to practice? On the third day, Zhu Xiaobao came to the church under the leadership of Helena. At this time, there was no one. The church was empty, and Archpriest Leo was looking at Zhu Xiaobao and others in surprise. "Helena? Who asked you to come back? Who are these people? They replaced the 3 brothers Hu Qianyong. So they came to renegotiate with you." Helena saw the Archpriest Leo, immediately lowered her head and saluted, and said in a low voice, "Replace? What do you mean? Could it be that Hu Qianyong and the others?" Archpriest Leo suddenly became vigilant. "Ha ha. That's right. The 3 brothers have been killed by us. Do you think we should negotiate first? Or decide the outcome first? One party has to have the final say. Right?" Zhu Xiaobao smiled and arched his head. "Hand over. But there is no sincerity. Are you pirates too? There are actually such beautiful and strong female pirates?" Leo looked at Zhu Xiaobao. and then at the Green Fairy and Jin Huan behind Zhu Xiaobao. His eyes sparkling, he actually asked with a little surprise. "Oh, no. We are businessmen. But I can see the look of a pirate in your eyes." Zhu Xiaobao squinted his eyes and hummed lightly. He was 100% sure about this look. The archpriest is not a good thing either. How presumptuous. Since you are here to negotiate, then according to the previous rules, send me 2 girls every month. In addition, all the slaves will have to serve hard labor here for 2 years. Also, my palace here will also need for expansion. You must send more food and materials. Don't worry. The bishop will not treat you badly. Well, this time, please leave the woman behind you to me first. The Almighty Lord will be kind to you. Take care of them," Leo said, seemingly impatiently. "I take it you want to take care of them yourself, right?" Zhu Xiaobao snorted coldly. Get out. Get out right away. If you can't do it, don't even think about staying on the island. Come on. Drive these barbarians out." Leo immediately felt the hostility of Zhu Xiaobao. At the same time, he also felt the murderous intention coming from the rate quota, and he shouted repeatedly in a slight panic. But here he still believes that these people don't dare to mess around. But no one came out to rescue. On the contrary, another heroic woman came in. It was Wei Zifeng. "You are looking for your guards. There is no need to call. They can't come now. Okay. How dare you betray the bishop? Repent?" Leo was suddenly shocked and angry, and he sacrificed a staff. He was mumbling words that no one could understand. But they saw that the whole church suddenly became dark and pitch black. "Ha ha. It's still the old formula. But it seems to be stronger than that junior sister of yours." This time, Zhu Xiaobao was no longer scary. Instead, he said with a smile, "And then summon the 5 elements phalanx." Chapter 1279 Western Magic. See, this time, the cracking of the dark spell was quite sharp. The 5 elements square quickly expanded, and the church returned to normal in an instant. However, the opponent's attack also came very quickly, and a bolt of lightning hit Zhi Xiaobao directly. If it weren't for the golden corpse blocking the front, Zhi Xiaobao would really not be able to withstand this attack. I saw a burnt black wound more than a foot long split open on the golden corpse's body in an instant, with a trace of smoke coming out of the wound. What is surprising is that the wounds of the golden corpse are healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the healed areas are even glowing with a sapphire color. What kind of spell is this? Why have I never seen it before? Leo also looked at the 5 elements phalanx in midair with some surprise. Exclaimed in surprise. His speech was very pure, and there was basically no awkward rolling sound. But at this time, no one came to answer him. Green Fairy's fire light and cold light had already shot out, and Archpriest Leo actually rose up from the ground, penetrated the church spire, and shot out with electricity. The Green Fairy also flew out and chased after him. It can be seen from the lightning shots of the 2 people that this Archpriest Leo should also be in the False God realm. Because only when you reach the False God realm can you leap into the air for a short time. But you can't hold on for a long time, because this kind of leap consumes too much internal energy, and the ordinary False God realm cannot control it for a long time. When you reach the Middle Fairyland, you can fly more casually, and some can also use some artifacts and weapons, such as flying with a sword, or flying on a hot wheel. At this time, many knights rushed out from the house behind the church, riding heavily armored horses, holding heavy swords, and also wearing heavy armor. They wanted to surround Xiaobao. There are hundreds of riders. In addition, some ordinary priests holding staffs also gathered around. Without Zhu Xiaobao's instructions, Wei Zifeng had already charged forward with his men, and 2 completely different fighting styles immediately started fighting. Especially Wei Zifeng and Jin Huan were at the front. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was still paying attention to Green Fairy in midair. Unexpectedly, she was at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Archpriest Leo. The High Priest flew so fast in the air that the Green Fairy's illusion could not be cast. At the same time, the thunder and lightning pointed by his staff were sharper than the Green Fairy's attacks. After a long battle, Lucianer became a little overwhelmed. Her consciousness and internal energy were consumed too much, although she took a 9-line sustainability pill. Immediately, the consumption of her consciousness could not be rapid. Recover. On the other hand, Archpriest Leo is consuming on one side and still recovering on the other. This makes people feel very strange. And he hasn't taken any pills yet. Sitter! Come back quickly! This guy's technique is a bit weird. Zhu Xiaobao looked anxious and quickly asked Green Farrier to come back to him. The two of them were flying around in the air. And his 5 elements phalanx couldn't keep up. Besides, he didn't dare to let the 5 elements phalanx stay away from him, because he wasn't very familiar with Liu's methods. Clearly, I wonder if there are any other more powerful spells. Ah! But just when Green Fairy wanted to fly back, she was hit by Liu's lightning strike. Although she was protected by golden silk soft armor, it still broke a hole on her right shoulder. Wound. Green Fairy fell directly from midair. Fortunately, Wei Zifeng, who was not far away, rushed over quickly, caught Green Farrier, then turned around and ran towards Zhu Xiaobao. You still want to run away? Neither of you two women can run away! Leo suddenly shouted with a smile as he flew down from midair. Among this group of people, only Green Farrier made him a little afraid. As for Zhu Xiaobao, except for his weird skills, he really didn't take it seriously. But Wei Zifeng just ran towards Zhu Xiaobao, and Archpriest Leo immediately shot out a fierce thunderbolt, not targeting the two women, but Zhu Xiaobao. But he was still caught by the golden corpse. Huh? This puppet is very strange. It can actually heal its own injuries? Little guy, it seems I have to deal with you first. Leo had actually given the golden corpse a blow just now, but he didn't expect it to happen again now. Look at this golden corpse. Its wounds have healed themselves, so this also surprised him. Yang Mosey, come down. Come down. I just want to settle a score with you. Zhu Xiaobao also shouted angrily. He didn't expect that Green Fairy would be injured, and he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. But there was no panic at all. The successive lightning strikes were all caught by the golden corpse, which made Archpriest Leo a little annoyed. If he continued to fight like this, the consumption would be too much for him. After all, flying around in midair was not his most powerful weapon. The best way to fight, facing a fat man in the fusion realm. Archpriest Leo didn't have to work so hard to launch an attack in the air. But when Archpriest Leo landed, he discovered that the joint efforts of Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng were not weak, and could still pose a certain threat to him. Among them, the 5-element square hovering above his head made him even more unaware how to deal with it. The kitchen knife in Zhu Xiaobao's hand was also as sharp as clay. Archpriest Leo was not careful, and 1/3 of his staff was cut off. Facing the joint efforts of Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng, Leo's speed advantage was lost, and he also had to face attacks from the golden corpse from time to time. What's even worse is that this golden corpse seems to enjoy the lightning strikes very much, and is much more active than usual. Although it is struck by lightning one after another, the golden corpse's body is constantly shaking, and there are flashes of electricity at the same time. But the golden corpse didn't even take a step back. On the contrary, it kept getting braver and braver as it fought. Not long after, Leo fell into a passive position. Although his melee ability was not bad, and he could beat Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng into hiding, he was also very afraid of the constant attacks in the 5-element square, the fire and golden light coming from me. As time went by, Archpriest Leo also felt that the consumption was huge. Not only the consumption of physical and internal energy, but also the consumption of spiritual consciousness was almost exhausted. And seeing Zhu Xiaobao swallowing 2 more pills made Archpriest Leo very depressed. How many pills does the little fat man have in his hand? Master Leader, please give me the power of faith. Let me destroy these evil souls. Archpriest Leo sang loudly while retreating. Ha ha! I see. It seems that I was a little negligent. This is your real purpose. Zhu Xiaobao saw that Archpriest Leo's physical strength, internal strength, and even spiritual consciousness were recovering rapidly. And he suddenly understood the mystery behind this. I saw Zhu Xiaobao communicating with his spiritual consciousness, allowing Green Fairy to cast the original illusion. And then Green Fairy disappeared. Humph! This kind of illusion is of no use to me at all. Archpriest Leo hummed confidently. With a wave of his hand, the illusion in front of him disappeared. Zhu Xiaobao and others appeared again. But I didn't notice that Green Fairy was missing. Having just recovered a little, Leo also learned the lesson this time. He gave up the entanglement with the golden corpse and instead focused on attacking Zhu Xiaobao alone. Even Wei Zifeng's attack, he turned a blind eye. But he was chasing after Zhu Xiaobao. But Zhu Xiaobao was running around the golden corpse. which made Leo still face the attack of the golden corpse. Suddenly Leo's expression changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, "Who is it? Destroyed the bishop's icon? You have committed an unforgivable sin. I'm afraid it's true that you have no one to rely on. Right. How can you still fight me now?" Zhu Xiaobao was overjoyed and said with a proud smile. As he spoke, the situation was completely reversed. Zhu Xiaobao actually bore the brunt of the attack, although Wei Zifeng was also very surprised. He didn't know what Zhu Xiaobao had done to make this great priest so panicked, but she still hurriedly followed. Protecting Zhu Xiaobao was her most important mission now. Archpriest Leo actually retreated continuously, losing his arrogance just now. At this time, Green Fairy also endured the pain and rejoined the battle group. This time, Archpriest Leo was completely unable to resist and was injured repeatedly. Finally, he dodged and moved sideways to the left, trying to find an opening to escape. But what I didn't expect was that there happened to be a golden corpse guard on this side. It hit Leo's body firmly with 3 palms in a row, and there was a sound of broken bones and tendons. "Ah! Damn it! You're actually healed again! Can you still hurt me badly?" Leo screamed in pain. He didn't care about anyone else at this time. He tried his best to shoot out electricity, and at the same time used it again. Dark art. After the dark art was instantly eliminated, Archpriest Leo had disappeared, and the fighting knights and ordinary priests had been completely defeated. Many people knelt down and begged for mercy, raising their hands high and asking for help, holding his weapon, indicating that he had surrendered. He was still saying something in panic. "Detain them all to me. Wait for your fate. Know-it-all. You immediately lead people to search everywhere to see if anyone else has slipped through the net. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy." When Zhu Xiaobao saw that he had taken control of the battle situation, he immediately sent out a group of people to conduct a comprehensive search. At this time, Wei Zifeng had already started to help Lucien bandage the wound. At the same time, he was still asking what exactly Green Fairy had done, and why he suddenly put Archpriest Leo into a passive position. "Why did destroying that holy statue make Leo lose his power? The more I listen to it, the less understanding I get. Don't they rely on the sustaining power pill and the nursing spirit pill?" Wei Zifeng was still full of doubts, questioning. "Huh? If I know, then I won't become the head of the family. I haven't figured it out yet." Green Fairy snorted angrily. Indeed, Green Fairy still hasn't figured it out yet. Just destroyed a statue, which made Leo panic. Why on earth is this? "Ha ha! That's because of the power of faith." Chapter 1280 The Power of Faith. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao had just been peeking at Green Fairy's dressing of wounds. Even though Green Fairy was in the fake fairyland, she could heal wounds very quickly. But it is not as magical as the golden corpse. Even if it heals and recovers, it still takes a certain amount of time. Moreover, wounds scorched by lightning must be cleaned so that no scars are left. Seeing Green Fairy's tender lotus-like arms, Zhu Xiaobao also found it very eye-catching. At this time, after listening to the conversation between the two, I couldn't help but interrupt. "Then tell me quickly," Wei Zifeng urged anxiously, while Green Fairy next to her blushed and glared at Zhu Xiaobao. After all, in front of so many people, this guy's performance was really serious. It's a little bit less noble. "Yeah. Actually, this is a way of cultivation, similar to the gods and Buddhas enshrined in temples and Taoist temples in some places. They accept worship and incense from everyone. The icons of their leader are similar. The more people believe in the religion, the more power of faith they receive, which is the basis of their cultivation. That's why they continue to increase their population and recruit believers in order to continuously accumulate the power of faith. As the leader's eldest disciple, Leo, you can also get the power of faith from it to quickly recover and maintain long-term combat effectiveness." Zhu Xiaobao cleared his throat, and then expressed his inference, although he was not very clear about the practice of this technique. But it's almost understood. "Oh, so magical? No wonder he can persist for so long. Alas, I didn't expect that I was promoted to the false fairyland, but I was repeatedly frustrated. It is really useless." Immortal Master Green Farrier was surprised, and then felt a little frustration. Isn't it? The last 2 battles made her very passive, and the opponent's methods also made her very uncomfortable. "Ha ha! I don't blame you for this. Leo's cultivation is probably in the middle of the fake fairyland, and you are just at the beginning. It's normal to lose 1.5 moves. Zhu Xiaobao quickly comforted him. At this moment, The female priest named Helena ran over to Zhu Xiaobao angrily. Why did you destroy the icon of the leader? Do you know how much of a sin you have committed? You are just waiting to greet the island. Be angry with those believers. Shut up. Without destroying the holy statue of this bullshit leader. Can I win? As for those so-called believers, they just need a little favor. Zhu Xiaobao scolded angrily, then rolled his eyes. He was also thinking about how to face these natives on the island. After all, there were more than 1 million people. At this moment, Jin Huan and Gao Shitong had searched all the other rooms in the church and returned with a blonde woman in custody. The blonde woman was wearing white clothes, but her feet were wearing shackles. He was looking at Zhu Xiaobao in horror, but his arms were tightly grasped by gold and silver rings, and he couldn't break free. Oh, my God! Michigan! Look! You haven't agreed to dedicate yourself to the leader? You will go to H.L. if you continue like this. You are really stubborn. You don't know how lucky and worthwhile it is to be the slave of the leader. What a proud thing. Unexpectedly, as soon as Helena saw this girl, she immediately shouted in surprise and disbelief. Bah! I will not become the slave of the leader. They are the real evil people. Only a foolish woman like you will believe them. Unexpectedly, the blonde woman immediately yelled angrily when she heard this road. Ha ha! Very good. Very good. The brainwashing failed. It seems that there are people who are more sensible. Your name is Michigan. Lo? Come and remove her shackles. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao clapped his hands and laughed. Masters, she is the disciple of the leader and my junior sister. You can't let her go. Her soul has been eroded by the devil. We have to wait until the leader comes back to completely save her. Helena immediately stopped her loudly, but was slapped aside by Zhu Xiaobao, and was immediately controlled by Jin Huan. You're so good. I'm also a good person. We don't want to fight between us. Can we have a good talk? Okay. Zhu Xiaobao stretched his head, trying very hard to maintain the same tone as them. He gestured at Michigan, with smile lines all over his face. You can talk to me properly. I can understand you. Unexpectedly, Michigan. Lee's response was so eloquent that she definitely didn't sound like a Western woman. And seeing Zhu Xiaobao's funny look, she almost couldn't help laughing. Oh, it turns out you understand. So that's easy. Ahem, Michigan. Look, tell me about your Qiyang sect. At any rate, I saved your life. Right? Zhu Xiaobao rubbed his nose in embarrassment, and then asked again. Yeah, no problem. But I think you should deal with the doubts and sieges of the next believers first. Michigan. Lo looked at Zhu Xiaobao. Although it was a little funny, it was enough to be able to defeat Archpriest Leo. It's enough to win her trust. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in the world is here for profit. Know it all. Immediately lead people to open the granary, distribute the food, and say that the leader has been replaced. Now everything must be obeyed by me. Be polite before fighting. Anyone who is dissatisfied should be arrested first. Let's talk. Zhu Xiaobao laughed loudly. It is not difficult to govern a county. Now he is very confident when facing the newly civilized natives. Sure enough, a large amount of food was distributed, and the indigenous people, who were still a little skeptical at first, turned from worry to joy and began to become confused. Besides, the surrendered priests were also preaching everywhere that the holy statue would be re-erected soon. Let them all go back and continue their lives as before. Is it that simple? How do you know they won't make trouble again? Michigan. Le asked, a little surprised. What she thought was a crisis was solved so quickly. But will we really re-establish an icon next? What is the significance of the destroyed one? Yeah. I think you can wash up first. And then I'll treat you to dinner and drinks. And we'll talk slowly and in detail. You have a lot of questions. I also have a lot of questions. Zhu Xiaobao still said with a smile. Well, okay. But you can't use any bad ideas. Otherwise, I will commit suicide immediately. I will definitely do what I say. Michigan. Le nodded, and then warned Zhu Xiaobao again very vigilantly. Ha ha. Don't worry. I will send a female guard to ensure your safety and privacy. Yes. Michigan. Le. These are a piece of soap and new underwear. Even if they are given to you by me. Green Fairy said enthusiastically. Faced with such a Western girl who firmly resisted Zhu Xiaobao, Lu Xianer was still very satisfied. When they saw Michigan, Lu again in the big restaurant of the church, Zhu Xiaobao was a little stunned. Unexpectedly, Michigan, Lu after taking a bath was really like a saint. Elegant and noble. With the cheerfulness and playfulness of some Western girls. Moreover, her face was full of excitement at this time. And she was already talking and laughing with Lu Xian'er, Wei Zifeng and others. It seemed that she had become good friends who talked about everything. Hi, Master Zhu Xiaobao. I really like the soap and toilet paper you invented. I need more. Do you have any? Michigan. Lu asked straightforwardly as soon as she saw Zhu Xiaobao. Hee. Yes. Yes. But what do you give in exchange? Zhu Xiaobama returned to his true nature as a profiteer and asked with a smile. Well, I can provide you with a lot of help on this island. Does that count? Michigan. Lu thought for a moment, then asked cautiously. It depends on what kind of help it is. Come on. Come and take a seat first. Let's chat while eating. I need to know everything about this island in detail. I also believe that the cooperation between us will be very pleasant. Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. This meal is actually a very simple hot pot. Because we are in a hurry today. Eating hot pot is undoubtedly the fastest way. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao also found a lot of seafood, which is also very delicious when used in hot pot. Of course. This once again amazed the blonde beauty. The meat slices cut as thin as cicadas can still be eaten like this. What's even more incredible is that they are still so delicious. Michigan. Lu felt that the first half of her life was in vain, and she didn't have the happiness that comes from someone else's hot pot. However, the excitement is still excitement. Zhu Xiaobao's main purpose is to learn about the Western Church. And now a Leo has escaped, which makes Zhu Xiaobao feel a little worried. But the current situation is that they have to stay here temporarily for a while, because Green Fairy's injury will take at least several days to recover. And the most important thing is that the Golden Corpse is now automatically advancing. It turned out that it was constantly attacked and hammered by Leo's thunder and lightning power. And it had already touched the threshold of the Jade Corpse and started to automatically try to advance. So I can't take back the storage bag now. And I don't know how long it will take for the Golden Corpse to advance. The conversation at the beginning was not very frank. When Zhu Xiaobao and others explained everything about killing the 3 pirate brothers, Michigan, Lu finally believed that Zhu Xiaobao and the others were not pirates. Nor were they bad people. Then she told her life story first. It turns out that this blonde girl is really a female disciple of Archbishop Monroe. She is extremely talented. Although she has only been a disciple for a few years, she has already surpassed Helena. But she was too outstanding. So Archbishop Monroe was eager to include her in his harem. Originally, Michigan, Lu, like Helena, was full of admiration and trust for Archbishop Monroe. But this incident completely made her see the true face of the Archbishop. So she angrily refused. Although he was rejected, Archbishop Monroe did not give up or force himself. He always believed that Michigan, Lu would eventually surrender to him. But I didn't expect Michigan, Li's struggle to last for several years. This made the Archbishop lose his patience. So he left her here to suffer a little, planning to come back next time. If you still don't want to give in, then prepare to be tough. Then why don't you resist? I no longer believe in the Archbishop. So of course I can't borrow the power of faith. Chapter 1281 Establishing Prestige. After eating this meal, the trust between Zhu Xiaobao and Michigan, Lu has been significantly improved. But both of them also have their own worries and doubts. What Zhu Xiaobao is worried about is whether Archpriest Leo will come back and even bring back more masters. Michigan, Lu, on the other hand, was worried about whether the residents on the island could be comforted. After all, they already had some faith in the Archbishop. Ha ha! You don't have to worry about this. I have managed many places and am very experienced, Zhu Xiaobao said with a confident smile. Humph! Then you don't have to worry about Leo. If he wants to come back, it will probably take at least half a year, because the Archbishop is building a very large church on another island, which is much larger than this one. And there are also encounters there. There is a strong resistance, so it is impossible to come back during this period. Michigan, Lu also said with a smile. Okay, I just want to show you my skills. By the way, we can also exchange our own skills with each other. How about that? When Zhu Xiaobao heard this, he was overjoyed. It seems that he can be safe and sound here. I have been stationed for a period of time, and the various stocks prepared here are quite abundant. They were originally going to be shipped to the Archbishop. In the following period, as Zhu Xiaobao said, he soon gained the trust of the local people. because the various tools and building materials he introduced were all new to them. But they were very practical. For example, firing bricks and building houses with brick and wood structures. This alone has surprised the local indigenous people. They originally lived in thatched huts made of thatch and branches. But now they have suddenly been replaced by warm, comfortable, sturdy and durable brick and wood houses. Although only some leaders could live in it at first. It also gave these people hope for the future. And the most important thing is that Zhu Xiaobao's appearance is recognized by the locals. Except for the skin color. There is not much difference in other aspects. Of course, he can be recognized by everyone. After all, when I see a foreign guy with yellow hair, green eyes, and a furry body, I always feel that they are not the same kind. In other aspects, Zhu Xiaobao has more messy methods, such as the introduction of stone mills, which can turn the main local crops into flour or potato starch, and then process them into noodles or vermicelli, which taste delicious. The variety is much richer. A spinning wheel was also introduced, which could process more delicate cotton, making it lighter and more comfortable to wear. There are also tools for plowing, stoves for cooking, etc. As long as they can ask questions, Zhu Xiaobao can pick them up at his fingertips. And the tools he processes are even more popular and widely used. In just 1 month, Zhu Xiaobao's prestige on the island has risen rapidly. And many people have begun to reject foreigners. But some people still feel that icons are indispensable. It is precisely because of icons that their lives are getting better and better. The two opinions were at loggerheads. But in the end, Wan Sherdong's clever mind allowed everyone to reshape the statue. But the one used was Zhu Xiaobao's statue. Immediately this suggestion was approved by everyone. Moreover, Wan Sherdong also gave this statue a very noble name, Supreme Treasure. What? Use my image to build a holy statue? No. No. It's not messed up. Do you think I look like a saint being enshrined? After hearing Wan Sherdong's report, Zhu Xiaobao immediately jumped up, waving his hands repeatedly. He never thought of becoming a holy icon that everyone worshipped. I think it's okay. Don't you want me to learn those skills of sunset? Without the power of faith, you can't learn. Hee hee. I admire you very much. And I will believe in you. Unexpectedly, Michigan, Lu agreed with this suggestion. In the past month or so, she had been admiring Zhu Xiaobao. She felt that there seemed to be nothing Zhu Xiaobao didn't understand. And he was almost omnipotent. Apart from his lack of cultivation, he is countless times stronger than that archbishop. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, earth-shaking changes have taken place on the island. With the birth of various tools, more houses have been built, and various delicacies have begun to appear. People not only have food and clothing. After being satisfied, I started to enjoy more delicious snacks. Of course, this is all thanks to a cook. That is Zhu Xiaobao. But there is also something that makes Zhu Xiaobao a little worried. That is, the advancement of the golden corpse has not been completed. And it still stands there all day long, as if waiting for an opportunity. But the strange thing is that there has not been a single thunder or lightning in the past 3 months. So the advancement of the golden corpse has stagnated. This has become a worry for Zhu Xiaobao. Finally, that night, there was a violent storm, accompanied by lightning and thunder. And finally there was a heavy rainstorm. The golden corpse's body flashed with electricity. And thunder and lightning struck it one after another, as if it was going through a tribulation. The golden corpse stood in the violent storm, lightning and thunder, accepting the baptism from heaven. Many parts of its body were split and burned. But it healed quickly, over and over. And the cycle continued. This kind of weather slowly faded away on the 3rd day. Zhu Xiaobao went to look at the golden corpse again. By this time, it had completely turned into the color of sapphire, with only a few places still having a hint of dark gold color. And the corpse was still standing there motionless. And it seemed that it was still fully consolidating its new physique. What they never expected was that at this time, a large number of indigenous people, led by 3 old men, actually came to Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao was a little frightened and didn't know what they were going to do. But when this group of people saw Zhu Xiaobao, they all knelt down and bowed their heads in salute. He was still singing loudly. Thank you, Lord Supreme Treasure, for your grace. We have escaped a disaster. Wan Sherdong! What are they talking about? What are they doing? Zhu Xiaobao quickly asked Wan Sherdong next to him. Although he couldn't quite understand what they said. It shouldn't be a bad thing. They said, thank you for the grace you have brought to them. Because those newly built houses have allowed them to avoid the bad weather that only happens once in 1,000 years. They came here specifically to thank Lord Supreme Treasure. Once your tongue often interacts with these people are relieved. So I can communicate with them very smoothly. It turned out that except for those houses made of brick and wood, all other straw huts had been blown away. And precisely because so many new houses have been built in the past few months, the vast majority of people have not been harmed. Ha ha! I'm here to help you. Don't worry. I will help you live a better life. In addition, today I will distribute half of the dried meat and grain stored in the cave. Now you go back and reinforce it and repair the houses. And start construction on the houses that have not been built yet. Zhu Xiaobao also stood on a high ground with high spirits and shouted arrogantly. As a result, these indigenous people cheered even more. Although Zhu Xiaobao did not say it explicitly, people can clearly see who is truly benefiting the people when comparing the two. What's more, they are not very accepting of these foreigners. Although the foreigners have given some small favors, they have earned a lot of labor and resources. Moreover, we have encountered such extreme weather before, and Yang Maozi has no time to take care of himself. So why should he care about the lives and lives of the people? A new round of construction climax has begun on the island, and construction of the statue of the Supreme Treasure has also begun. The best stonemasons in the tribe were also assigned to carve it carefully. The design of the statue is even more eye-catching. It turned out to be a harvest boy, holding a bunch of wheat in one hand. Zhu Xiaobao drew it exactly according to the harvest boy in Chinese folk New Year pictures. It's very lovable at first glance. How did you come up with this image? It's so cute. Much cuter than you in person. Or are you going to dress like this from now on? Especially the red belly band. We like it the most. All kinds of women gathered around beside the design drawings. People were talking about it and making famous gestures on Zhu Xiaobao's body. Hey! 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 Where are you looking? That's the belly band I wore when I was a kid. How can anyone still wear this as an adult? Zhu Xiaobao shouted with a rare blush on his face. Okay. Don't be disrespectful to the family master. Masters of the family. If the statue is built, who will preside over this church? Isn't this church also modified? Green Farrier still cares about Zhu Xiaobao. With his identity, he quickly stopped the girls, and then asked a little embarrassedly, let Michigan Lu be the host. Of course she is the best choice. Zhu Xiaobao said matter-of-factly. No. I don't want to stay here. I want to go with you. I like to be with you. Unexpectedly, Michigan Lu gathered Zhu Xiaobao's suggestion immediately, and also expressed her strong intention. Hey. 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 You can continue to practice only if you stay here. And I don't plan to take you with me. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands and said, bringing such a Western woman will bring trouble to himself. No. I must go with you. I want to learn your alchemy skills. And you also want to learn our spells. I won't eat your food for nothing. I can also work in exchange for rewards. Just like you said, labor is the most glorious. Well, here, you can leave it to my senior sister Helena. She is a very loyal person. Unexpectedly, Michigan Lu also said one thing after another in the past few months. Bao has learned a lot of new knowledge, and he is even more reluctant to leave. Huh? Leave it to her? But I didn't plan to take you with me at all. If you don't want to take me with you, then I can go to Qinqiu Peak or Cai Sec by myself. And I can go and learn from my master. You still depend on me? No. You can rely on me. And I can teach you a lot. Yeah. Wives, you have the final say on this matter. I totally listen to you. Call. Chapter 1282 Supreme Treasure. Green Fairy looked at these little treasures with some annoyance. They are getting more and more cunning now. He just threw the problem to himself and pretended to be innocent. No matter what the outcome is, the one who offends people is Green Fairy. Yeah. Sister Michigan. Lu. Let's do this. If you can convince Helena to stay and preside over this church, then you can follow us for the time being. But we have family rules, and do not allow intermarriage with foreigners. Green Fairy said helplessly. In fact, they all get along very well with Michigan Lu now, and Michigan Lu is straightforward and innocent, so they really can't bear to reject her. No problem. Let me talk to senior sister Helena about this. Michigan Lu immediately smiled confidently. She was very confident in persuading Helena. Of course, convincing Helena won't happen overnight. And Zhu Xiaobao is not in a hurry now anyway. He is now adapting to the advanced Jade Corpse. It seems that this Jade Corpse is more flexible and less rigid than before. Moreover, Even the communication with spiritual consciousness has been somewhat improved. At least it can follow Zhu Xiaobao's orders. Come to do things. But the reaction speed needs to be improved. But its defense is so abnormal that even with Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife, it can't cause too much damage. And it heals very quickly. At the same time, its strength and speed have increased by at least 30%. Enough to withstand the attack of the false god realm. Huh? Could it be that letting the 5 elements skeleton stay in the Jade Corpse's mind for a long time can strengthen his remaining spiritual consciousness? This is quite an improvement. Zhu Xiaobao put away the Jade Corpse with satisfaction. This was undoubtedly another improvement. It is an added means of saving one's own life. Another question is why the 5 elements square can cast dark spells, which also puzzles Zhu Xiaobao. Even Michigan Le couldn't explain clearly. Michigan Le was also very frightened when she saw this 5 elements square. She didn't understand why Zhu Xiaobao had such a terrifying thing. Don't misunderstand me. I didn't refine these. I just conquered them. Just treat them as ordinary spells. Zhu Xiaobao explained angrily. Michigan Le is not only very afraid of these skeletons, but also the natives on the island. So Zhu Xiaobao usually doesn't summon them. At this time, the statue has begun to take shape. Of course, it still needs to be polished carefully, and it will also need to be painted in the later stage before it can be finally completed. But people come to worship every day. After a few days, Zhu Xiaobao and Michigan Le both faintly felt the power of faith. How to put it? It's like absorbing nutrients in the air. But they are very rare and are absorbed in a few seconds. It seems that there are not enough people to worship now. At this time, more exciting news came from outside. That Fu Xingwang brought several boatloads of various supplies, food, etc., and actually came to deliver supplies to Zhu Xiaobao. There were also 200 strong bodyguards accompanying him. These were sent by Fu Esheng to Zhu Xiaobao. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao had sent people to drive the warship back to purchase a large amount of necessary supplies from Fu Esheng 3 months ago. Because he felt that he did not want to give up this island. Because a high-quality coal mine with rich reserves was discovered on this island, which is definitely a huge fortune. So Fu Xingwang also saw the huge business opportunities here. And at the same time, in order to repay Zhu Xiaobao for saving his daughter, he led his team here again. This time, he definitely helped Zhu Xiaobao a lot. And Zhu Xiaobao's prestige increased rapidly again, because the ship was filled with cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, war horses, weapons, and a large amount of cloth and daily necessities. All of Fu Xingwang's storage bags were filled to the top, and he was worried that they would not be enough. After all, there are already millions of people on the island. Of course, Fu Xingwang can also make a lot of money this time. All the ships are filled with coal, and it is still quite high-quality coal, as long as it is transported back and resold. A lot of spiritual stones will be earned. Of course, what makes Zhu Xiaobao most gratified is that among these 200 strong guards, there are 2 practitioners of the true martial realm. They are also from Fu Ashing's family, and they are very willing to follow Zhu Xiaobao. Who doesn't know that Zhu Xiaobao is Fu Ashing's junior brother? The residents of the island not only received cloth and food, but also weapons, and began to arm themselves. Zhu Xiaobao wanted them to spontaneously join in the defense of the island. This time, everyone believed in Zhu Xiaobao even more. No, they believe in the supreme treasure, because they have always called the little treasures the supreme treasure. And since they received food, clothing, and weapons, more than half of the people have begun to worship the statue of the supreme treasure. Even Fu Xingwang was dumbfounded. What is going on? Does Zhu Xiaobao want to establish his own power here? But thinking about it carefully, Fu Xingwang felt that Zhu Xiaobao had this ability. Darkness! With Zhu Xiaobao's low shout, a small cabin suddenly fell into darkness. This was the first time Zhu Xiaobao successfully cast the dark spell. I thought that even though I was in it, I was still cut off from my consciousness, hearing, smell, and vision. This is a bit tasteless. But before Zhu Xiaobao could finish sighing, the darkness in front of his eyes immediately disappeared and turned into a dazzling light. People who were looking for this kind of light could not open their eyes, and everything around them became golden. As the dazzling light dissipated, Michigan Lee's playful smile was revealed again. Huh? Do you have a way to restrain the dark art? Zhu Xiaobao understood immediately that he was out of stock and asked immediately, what is the opposite of darkness? Michigan Le asked somewhat proudly. Of course it is light. Is this magic called the light technique? Zhu Xiaobao immediately realized that these should be mutually restraining techniques. Yeah. Yes. It's the art of light. Now the number of people worshipping has increased significantly. So we can learn a little bit. Michigan. Lu also didn't expect that the electrical box has not been completely built yet. And we can already accumulate faith. The power. This shows how much Zhu Xiaobao is respected by people on this island. At this time, Helena was also persuaded by Michigan. Lu and tried to change her faith. Unexpectedly, she also began to feel the power of faith. She was finally shaken. And as Michigan, Lu said, even if the Archbishop comes back, she will only be used as a plaything to reward and bribe those important people. It's better to stay here peacefully and continue to improve your cultivation. Of course, the power of faith accumulated every day was completely exhausted by their unscrupulous use. So it was exhausted early every day. In the remaining time, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to teach Michigan, Lu the alchemy skills. At the same time, Michigan, Lu was also practicing Zhu Xiaobao's basic exercises because she was now completely attracted by the cultivation methods here. Not only it's more diverse than Western cultivation methods, and it's also very mysterious. What is even more eye-catching is the alchemy technique here, which is what interests her the most. The reason is that Michigan, Lu also has a super strong gentleman. Although she cannot compare with Zhu Xiaobao, she is much stronger than ordinary people. Finally, after more than 3 months of carving and polishing, the statue of Supreme Treasure was finally completed on this day. The last red mole between the eyebrows was added. The whole Supreme Treasure seemed to be alive. Look at everyone below. Zhu Xiaobao also wore a red robe and accepted the worship of everyone. He felt that he was really a bit high up, like the Buddha overlooking all living beings. This time, all the natives on the island came, and Zhu Xiaobao also consciously showed his hand. He used the light technique he had just learned, forming a strong and dazzling ray of light above his head, which immediately made everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao has mastered such powerful and cool skills. Among them, Jin Huan was the first to kneel down in surrender and count out desperately. They are the two of Zhu Xiaobao's most loyal supporters. At the same time, Michigan, Lu, Helena, and the ordinary priests and paladins who had surrendered, standing behind Zhu Xiaobao, also stood with their hands down in great reverence. And their beliefs were also changing accordingly, because they witnessed with their own eyes the earth-shaking changes that have taken place on the island. The power of faith accumulated this time is enough for Zhu Xiaobao and Michigan, Lu to practice for a day. In fact, the power of faith they consumed can also be slowly recovered by themselves. However, because their skills are still weak now, they cannot recover. It's just very slow. Xiaobao, are you leaving here soon? I'm really reluctant to leave. Michigan, Lu said, looking at the entire island with some confusion. At this time, the two of them were on a huge reef. The purpose of practicing is not to be discovered by others, because that thing is still not accepted by the indigenous people. Yes, if it weren't for actual combat experience, I wouldn't want to leave. Zhu Xiaobao sighed. He was still a little reluctant to leave the great situation he had just created. Why are you working so hard to improve your cultivation? You are already very powerful. There are so many masters around you. Michigan, Lu asked depressedly. Am I strong? No. My opponents are getting stronger and stronger, and I have no choice but to step up my practice. Otherwise, my life will be at risk. Many times, you have to rely on yourself to save your life. Zhu Xiaobao knows this well, said. At this moment, he suddenly fell into darkness again. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but laugh and said, Michigan, Lu, I'm not afraid of your tricks anymore. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Xiaobao casually used a dagger to perform the light technique, which instantly resolved the darkness this time. But when the original light returned, there were two people standing not far from Zhu Xiaobao. One is a priest in black holding a staff, and the other is an indifferent man in dark gray sneak suit, holding a thin sword in his hand. He was looking at Zhu Xiaobao in surprise. Huh? Assassin? Chapter 1283. Count twice. The four people at the scene were all a little dull. This scene was so weird. To say that the dark art was easily cracked is not surprising. So suddenly there are two more people who have leaked their murderous intent, which is very surprising. The magistrate didn't feel it at all? Yes, Zhu Xiaobao didn't feel it at all. This was what surprised him the most. Could it be that when I was concentrating on performing the light technique, I neglected to sense the surroundings? The priest in black and the man in gray were equally surprised, because they were actually the closest. Just a stone's throw away. Both sides can feel the strong killing intent in the other. "Aw? He is Hot Chili, the top 3 killers under the Archbishop." Michigan. Le, who was standing behind Zhu Xiaobao, shouted in shock. Since she had been with the Archbishop for a long time when she was young, she had a deep impression on the important people around him. And she has a super memory. Even after many years, I will not forget it at all. "What the HL? Alien killer? What are you waiting for?" Zhu Xiaobao had already stopped his business and hurriedly shouted to the man in gray. "Ding dong!" Before Zhu Xiaobao finished speaking, the man in gray had already taken the lead, and the priest killer also reacted quickly and immediately launched a sharp counterattack. 3 consecutive chases. However, there are still some differences between assassins and killers. Assassins are more focused on critical hits and quick kills, exerting the strongest attack power as quickly as possible regardless of cost. It was obvious that the man in gray had used some kind of secret technique, which tripled his attack power and tripled his speed. The strongest attack power was released the moment the two of them fought. Although the priest in black, Hot Chili, fought back, he was unable to avoid the third sword of the man in gray, because the third sword actually came out of his hand, and even the weapon flew out. "If it doesn't work, I'm going to retreat and escape." "Aw? Split." Seeing the critical situation, Hakili couldn't help but scream. With a flash of the staff in his hand, his body split into 2 in an instant. A string of blood beads also appeared on the dagger of the man in gray. "Huh! It's just a clone technique. It's far worse than mine. I'll chop you to death." Zhu Xiaobao shouted disdainfully when he saw it. And then he slashed a series of chops at the clone on the left. 11 cuts. "Uh-huh. Damn it!" The clone on the left couldn't help but frown and groaned. Then the 2 clones quickly merged into one, turned into a blue-white light, and ran away with electricity. There were bits and pieces of blood stains along the way. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head helplessly. Even Wei Zifeng could not escape at such a speed. At this time, the man in gray also gave up the pursuit, turned around again, and looked at Zhu Xiaobao coldly. But what surprised him was that a jade corpse was already standing in front of Zhu Xiaobao. And Zhu Xiaobao was also looking at him warily. "He still want to take action? You have no chance." On the contrary, Zhu Xiaobao spoke first with a smile. "Jade corpse? It seems that you are more difficult to deal with than the legend. Well, even if I fail once." The man in gray looked at the situation in front of him and felt that his secret method had already been used. Decisive decision to give up. "No. Count twice. You have already failed twice. According to the rules of your assassin sect, you have at most 1 chance to assassinate." Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and corrected. "Humph. It's not up to you to make the decision." The man in gray was about to turn around and leave. But after listening to Zhu Xiaobao's words, he immediately said coldly, "Huh. If I hadn't broken his dark art in time, I'm afraid you would have been killed by the Black Priest first." "Right. I'll hacking save you once. Okay. I'll go to the assassin gate to complain." "You? Have you ever seen a person who was assassinated rescue the assassin who assassinated him?" Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted in a rogue manner. Anyway, when things come to him, it becomes like buying vegetables at the wet market, where you can bargain. "Huh? What is a complaint?" These words confused the assassin. This was the first time he heard this new term. "I'm asking for an explanation from the assassins. You assassins don't follow the rules. After all, you can be considered a jade brand. Assassin, do you still want to default on your debt?" Zhu Xiaobao said confidently. "Okay. 2 times is 2 times. So be careful. I have one last chance." The man in gray blushed, and could only snort angrily, turned around and left quickly. This is too embarrassing. If Zhu Xiaobao really goes to the assassin sect to complain, how can he survive in the assassin sect? Hey! Brother, don't leave in a hurry. I think you should repay kindness first and then take revenge." "Right. At least you should kill the alien killer for me first." "Right. Otherwise, he will get it first. You will be unemployed. If you don't say anything, I will take it as if you agreed." Just like that, Zhu Xiaobao was still chasing after me and shouting. The man in gray, who had already run far away, suddenly staggered. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shameless people. "Aw? Is this still possible? Zizumbo, Why are your opponents so highly cultivated? These two people should be in the fake fairyland. Right. Michigan. Lo also looked at it dumbfounded and couldn't help but murmur. Asked in a whisper. Humph. I thought they all knew that once I grow up, they won't be able to kill me. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao's face darken, and he said angrily. After returning to his residence, Zhu Xiaobao's mood became very bad. As the female assassin said, the second batch of assassins turned out to be Jade Brand assassins, and their cultivation levels were above the fake fairyland. But his cultivation has never advanced. Why is it so difficult to advance when it's your turn? In fact, Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation speed is already very happy. But his opponents are getting stronger and stronger, and he is really a little anxious. The key is that his needle-like swelling is still continuing. If it weren't for the Ma Su Dan to relieve the swelling pain, he wouldn't be able to survive now. Get ready. We will leave here in 3 days. This period of time has been so comfortable that I have forgotten the crisis around me. Zhu Xiaobao finally made a final decision. Although those Western spells are also very attractive, they are not orthodox after all. He still has to improve his cultivation as much as possible. Fortunately, Helena now admires Zhu Xiaobao very much. And together with the guard sent by Fu Asheng and the people selected by the local indigenous races, they have formed a very strong force and should be able to guard the area. You have to live on this island. If it is really the great hierarch who rushes back in person, there is nothing he can do about it. Even if he is stationed here, he will still die. What Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that Wan Shitong actually asked to stay. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, the statue of the supreme treasure on this island will never be replaced. Lao Wan! This is too dangerous. Not to mention the Archbishop. Even if Archpriest Leo comes back, you can't beat them. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately moved and grabbed Wan Shitong's hands and said, Yeah, don't worry. Although I can't beat him, I still have some ways to protect myself. But I can't let our hard work here be ruined. Wan Shitong also said with tears in his eyes. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't defeat Wan Shitong and had to let him stay. Before leaving, he gave him many warnings and instructions. He also left him a lot of elixirs and spiritual stones, as well as several weapons of very high quality, and several sets of gold-threaded soft armor. When they got around the reefs and really left the island, Zhu Xiaobao was still sighing. Alas! People really can't be judged by their appearance. I didn't expect Lao Wan to be so loyal and brave, and never look back. Do you think he is really doing it for you? Green Farrier and Wei Zifeng on the side both covered their mouths and laughed. And even the golden ring and silver ring hid behind them. What do you mean? Do you know something and didn't tell me? Zhu Xiaobao immediately asked in alarm. Wan Shitong wanted to stay with Helena. The two of them have been together for a long time. Moreover, Wan Shitong also sent people to dig a tunnel. If the island is captured, he can escape in time. Green Fairy Air couldn't help but smile and said, Aw? Damn this guy. He actually hooked up with a foreign girl. No wonder I always feel like this guy smells like a sheep these past few days. I'm so angry. When I go back, I'll expose him to my face. Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted angrily. Okay. At least, Gao Shirtai didn't do anything sorry for you. It's indeed risky to stay. Why? Are you greedy too? Green Fairy quickly stopped and said with a smile. And at the same time, he rolled his eyes and looked at Michigan. Lo warily. Yes. I haven't slept yet. Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily, but was immediately silenced by a few hands. Okay. So why are you so angry? Have you finally told the truth? Yo. It hurts me so much. Let go. I am the master of the house. What did I say? I just said I haven't had a good night's sleep yet. Humph. This will satisfy you. Sisters, carry him inside. No. I just want to sleep alone. Help. After 4 days of sailing, Zhu Xiaobao finally encountered a pirate ship. And it was a pirate ship that returned fully loaded. Even though there is only one pirate ship, the length and speed of this pirate ship are the fastest that Zhu Xiaobao has ever seen. And it is pulled by 4 giant sea crocodiles. There are 400 to 500 pirates on the pirate ship. And behind this pirate ship, there were 2 warships and a merchant ship connected in a row. There were cries and arrogant laughter on the ship. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao could have avoided this pirate ship. But wasn't he doing it for the experience? But now it's a bit embarrassing. Should I fight or not? There are too many people on the other side. And the ship is too big. Chapter 1284 Boulder Island, A. At this moment, the pirate ship on the opposite side also discovered Zhu Xiaobao's warship. Immediately, two pirates stood on the bow of the ship and said, "You guys! Come here! Come here obediently! Tie the ship to the back! And follow us! Ha ha! Pirate brother! We are either merchant ships or ordinary people passing by. We don't have any cargo? Let's not fight." "Right," Zhu Xiaobao still said with a smile. But Lucien and others behind him were secretly preparing to wait until they got closer. Once he got it, he rushed to the other party's boat. "Humph! We are not pirates! But you have to listen to our young island master honestly. Stop talking nonsense. Follow us back to Boulder Island. Work for 10 years. And then let you go." The two true martial artists on the opposite side, the man in yellow, said very domineeringly. "Oh? Not a pirate? Or the owner of the island? Then you shouldn't force others to do something difficult? Then who are you behind? Why are you crying?" Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. No wonder the ship is so big. It turns out that the other party is not a pirate. But looking at his behavior, he doesn't look like a good person. "Ha ha! We snatched them from the pirates. And now of course they will follow us back to Boulder Island. They are so happy." The two leaders laughed proudly. "I'm sorry. Then we don't need to be so happy. And we don't want to go back to the Boulder Island with you," Zhu Xiaobao said lightly, and then wanted to go around to see the other party's reaction. Sure enough, this move immediately angered the other party. Immediately, two small boats came quickly from both sides, and two Xinwu realm practitioners also jumped up arrogantly and boarded Zhu Xiaobao's warship. "Ha ha! What a beauty on this ship! Brothers, we have caught a big fish this time." As soon as the two of them saw the 2 rows of female guards standing on the warship, they saw Green Fairy and Wei Zi. Feng and other stunning faces suddenly made them forget themselves and shouted, "Pa! Pa!" 2 crisp slaps in the face immediately made the cheeks of the two people swell up. It turned out that they were slapped twice by Green Fairy. "Aha! You dare to hit me? Do you know who our young island master is? You?" Before these two people could finish speaking, they were unlucky. They were immediately caught by Jinhuan Yinhuan after eating a meal of kneading and rubbing with added ingredients. There was a scream like a slaughtered pig. Despite his cultivation in the true martial realm, under the combined control of Jinhuan and Yinhuan, there was no way he could fight back. Another man in yellow wanted to run, but he couldn't move even half a step because his feet were frozen. There is no way to run away. "Young island master, help us! We have encountered pirates!" When the man in yellow saw the copper plate being tortured by the gold and silver rings, he immediately let go of his voice and desperately called for help. "Huh? Huh? Pirates? There are pirates again? Where are they? Let me hammer him to death." With a thick and dull voice, a giant man walked out of the cabin of the big ship, more than 3 meters tall, followed by a female giant, whose height was no worse than him. This young island owner is carrying a heavy hammer weighing over 1,000 kilograms. And then looked around, looking for his 2 subordinates. "Young island master. Here. I'm frozen by them. You should look over here." The man in yellow yelled anxiously. "Good boy. You dare to attack my people? Look at the hammer." The young island master found the target, then roared and actually threw the black iron hammer over. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a hole was smashed into the Xiaobao warships. If the bottom of the ship hadn't been strong enough, it would have been leaked with just 1 hammer. "Ah! Damn it! You dare to smash my boat? Come over here, you bastard!" Zhu Xiaobao was immediately furious. Although the other party was cultivated in the fake fairyland, he was not afraid at all. He jumped out, cursed. "Come here! Come here!" Unexpectedly, this super strong young island owner actually jumped over with all his strength. It landed heavily on Zhu Xiaobao's warship, and the warship suddenly rocked back and forth. Everyone was unsteady and looked at this super big guy in surprise. Jinhuan Yinhuan looked at it and didn't care about the man in yellow in his hand. He threw it into the sea. The two of them rushed directly to the giant man and started fighting. This time, there is no advantage at all. This giant man is not only tall and strong, but also extremely powerful. His own defensive power is even more amazing. The gold and silver rings cannot hurt him at all. Green Fairy has to take action in person, because Green Fairy is the only one in the fake fairyland, and the rest of the people are too weak. facing Green Fairy. This giant man also began to be cautious. Although he looked very straightforward, his eyesight was not cheap. He knew at a glance that Green Fairy's cultivation was not inferior to his. It was definitely not a wise move to fight in close quarters. Green Fairy immediately started a fight around the giant man, and her fire attribute skills also began to be fully utilized. For a while, the giant man was surrounded by films of flame. But what is surprising is that this giant man didn't care very much. His body quickly began to turn to stone, and these flames no longer threatened his super defense. Zhu Xiaobao realized that the attributes and skills of these two giant men should be similar to Sherdun, but their cultivation level was much higher. Humph! You dare to burn me? I will crush your ship! The giant man also roared angrily, stamping on it with both feet. And Zhu Xiaobao's warship suddenly had several more holes. Suddenly, the huge and burly young island owner felt his cap being slapped hard, causing pain. In an instinctive reaction, this foot was completely petrified. He saw a jade corpse standing in front of him. 3 consecutive palms could actually make him feel uncomfortable. Tu Mei! They also have a jade corpse. Come and help me! The young island owner was a little overwhelmed at this time, and quickly shouted to his Taoist companion of the same stature. Okay! Just wait! I'll jump over right away! Unexpectedly, this female man also spoke in a sullen tone, but her cultivation was also at the false god realm. As soon as she exerted her strength, she planned to jump from the big ship to Zhu Xiaobao's warship. But what they didn't expect was that when Jin Huan and Yin Huan saw that they had no success in dealing with the young island master, they used all their strength to rush towards the Tu Mei who had just jumped up. What do you want to do? Before she could finish the second half of the sentence, Tu Mei was knocked into the sea from midair by the golden ring and silver ring. Plop! A series of huge splashes were heard, and all 3 women fell into the water. This time it was the young island owner's turn to be dumbfounded. His female companion was not very good at water. Even he can't swim either, although their cultivation level would not allow them to drown. If they were to fight in the water, there would definitely be no advantage. At this time, Jinhuan Yinhuan can be regarded as showing its fighting power. Women specialize in making things difficult for women. They know where the weakest link is, and where to start. And what's even better is that it's still underwater, so no one else can see it. So they both have such a great time. It's full of sensuality. It always makes the local girl unbearable pain. She quickly used the petrification technique, but her body immediately sank, and as she reached deeper, she was still being stalked by the gold and silver rings. Asshole! Why don't you hurry up and go to the sea to save the young master's wife? The young master on the boat was shocked and angry, and shouted at his men. Immediately, hundreds of people jumped into the sea, but they faced gold and silver rings in the sea for nothing. Moreover, a giant snake beat the men in yellow and sent them running around. The little demon is very agile in the water. The key is that Tu Mei is still entangled by the little demon and dragged up. This time, it will be easier for Jinhuan Yinhuan to take action. The giant young island owner looked at the tumultuous girl struggling in the sea, and then looked at the golden and silver rings wreaking havoc on her, with a proud look on her face. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! I give up! I give up! As long as you rescue Tu Mei, I will grant you whatever you want. The giant young island owner shouted heartbroken and helplessly. Really? That's good. Kneel down! Zhu Xiaobao said calmly with his hands behind his back. What? How dare you ask me to kneel down to you? You are looking for death. The giant young island master immediately roared angrily. Then don't stop until you kill her. Zhu Xiaobao ignored the giant young island owner and said directly to Jinhuan Yinhuan. In the blink of an eye, the head that Tu Mei had just struggled to expose was dragged into the sea again. Stop! Stop! I'll kneel down for you. The giant young island master knelt down helplessly and stared at Zhu Xiaobao fiercely. Ha! You dare to stare at me? Tell me, what is your name? Why are you doing the same thing as a pirate? Zhu Xiaobao sat down calmly at this time and asked slowly. My name is Sha Jilling. Her name is Tu Mei. I am the young island owner of Boulder Island. My father's name is Sha Kuei. The young island owner had no choice but to answer Zhu Xiaobao's questions honestly. Silly and clever? That name is interesting. What is your father's cultivation level? When Zhu Xiaobao heard that he had a father, he couldn't help but get nervous and asked quickly. The first immortal realm. Humph. That's why you had to rescue Tu Mei immediately. Otherwise my father would come. As soon as Sha Jilin mentioned his father, he became arrogant again. Snapped. Sha Jiling's face was slapped with a slap. And then Zhu Xiaobao cursed angrily. Your father will kneel here the same way when he comes. Believe it or not, I will let that little girl sink to the bottom of the sea forever. You can look for it not even there. Oh, Ling. Sha Jiling couldn't help crying anymore. He had never been so aggrieved. But Tu Mei is the true love of his heart. He was really afraid that Tu Mei would be killed by this little fat man in front of him. Well, that's pretty much it. I will give poison to Tu Mei first. So you have to be obedient. Otherwise Tu Mei will die of poison immediately. Do you understand? Yeah. Got it. What exactly do you want to do? Nonsense. Go find your father. Collect money to redeem him. Chapter 1285 Boulder Island, B. When Tu Mei was dragged onto the boat, Zhu Xiaobao asked Jin Huan to actually give her a poison, which was the poison fairy's formula. After all, this local girl is also a fake fairyland. Once she recovers, she will not be easy to deal with as a couple. In addition, Tu Mei was given a continuing power pill. It didn't take long to regain half of my physical strength. Ji Ling, what are you doing kneeling there? Why don't you come to save me? Tu Mei woke up a little and looked at Sha Jiling and asked. I'm kneeling here just to save you. If you don't kneel, they won't let you get on the boat. I just don't want you to die. Whoa! Sha Jiling cried aggrievedly. Yeah. Smart. Are you so kind to me? Tu Mei said, very touched. Of course. When she knew that she had taken a poison, she became very aggrieved and did not dare to move. Zhu Xiaobao knew at a glance that although these two guys were not low in cultivation, their minds were relatively simple, and they were not heinous bad guys. However, these evil slaves under them are completely different. They are bullying others and doing evil. Sometimes it's not the master's intention, but these evil slaves who are making trouble. Lu Xiener took Wei Zifeng and others to the boats behind them, patrolled around them, and neatly killed more than 20 villains who were bullying women. The others were also shocked. Immediately he became honest and did not dare to do anything wrong again. At the same time, Zhu Xiaobao and others also asked people to distribute food and water to the refugees on the boat. Soon these people gradually calmed down and were full of trust in Zhu Xiaobao and others. Now Zhu Xiaobao was sitting on this huge pirate ship grandly, while Sha Jiling was standing behind him, not daring to move, because Tu Mei was not on this ship at the moment, but on Zhu Xiaobao's warship, and she was staying with the golden ring and silver ring that she feared the most. This local girl is now left with a psychological shadow. She shivered a little when she saw the golden ring and silver ring. She was so miserable at being dealt with by these two fat girls, and her whole body is still swollen and painful. But less than half a day later, she also discovered that staying with Jin Huan was somewhat beneficial. These two fat girls ate so well. He ate a lot of meat and drank a lot of wine, and he generously invited her to enjoy it with him. This makes Tu Mei very happy. From the beginning, I carefully nibbled 2 pieces, and in the end, I was as bold as Jin Huan, eating and drinking to my heart's content, and even called Jin Huan sisters. It's a shame that we met too late. I want to eat. I'm hungry. Sha Jiling saw Tu Mei feasting on the warship from a distance. She felt greedy and envious, and couldn't help shouting loudly. Yeah. Let the cook on the ship serve him food. Zhu Xiaobao was drinking tea by himself, and he and Green Fairy were revising the chart in their hands, because the chart in their hands was very inaccurate and needed to be constantly updated. Remark all the places you have visited. I won't eat these. I want to eat the same thing as Tu Mei and the others. Sha Jiling saw that the food served from his boat was still bland, and he immediately lost his appetite. Looking eagerly at the local girl and the 2 fat girls, who were only 100 steps away, their mouths were full of oil. He couldn't help but protest loudly. Why? That's on my boat. This is the only food on your boat. Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes, and then stopped talking to Lisha Jishang. But I have already surrendered, and I promised you to go see my father. And when we get to Boulder Island, I promise not to let my father beat you to death. Sha Jiling shouted angrily. Yeah, that's what I said. So I'll give you a slap in the face. Zhu Xiaobao held his chin and thought for a while before reluctantly saying, in the blink of an eye, a bright red, crispy and fragrant pork elbow was placed in front of Sha Jiling, along with a bowl of roasted knives. In just a few mouthfuls, Sha Jiling finished the sauced pork elbow and drank the entire bowl of wine in one gulp. Then Sha Jiling felt even hungrier. More! 20 more! How come this thing is so delicious? I need a few more bottles of wine. No! Go and eat your own food! Zhu Xiaobao was still drinking wine slowly. And he would have a drink with Lu Xiner and Wei Zifeng from time to time. The few side dishes in front of him were eaten very elegantly. Why? I've already said that I will help you when the time comes. Shaji suddenly shouted angrily. Before I tried it, I was a little greedy. But after I tasted it, my eyes lit up. However, not to mention, Sha Jilin was a little scared when he saw Zhu Xiaobao and did not dare to take action. All you can do is increase the volume. Not enough. Unless, Zhu Xiaobao hesitated intentionally. Unless what? Unless you help me deal with your father. Of course. There is also Tumei. Huh? But I can't beat him. It's always him who beats me. Don't worry. For Tumei's sake, you don't have to beat him mercilessly. You are his son. He can't beat you harshly. It's actually just a competition with each other. Really? Okay then. After running on the sea for 2 days, we finally arrived at the Big Rock Island. Unexpectedly, this island was not shown on the chart, and it was surrounded by reefs. The most important thing was that there were groups of giant sharks. No wonder it was not shown on the sea chart. All ships will avoid this area. The island is not large, and there are not many people on the island, including those who work as coolies. There are less than 10,000 people on the island. It turns out that many of the coolies they brought to the island over the years died within a few years. It's because Sha Jiling's subordinates only want to have fun and squeeze these coolies desperately. And Sha Jiling and his father didn't care about these subordinates and only focused on their own cultivation. So this led to the fact that there was always a shortage of people on the island. And these people not only plant and breed, but they are also the ones who build roads and build various houses and warehouses. So there are very few who can survive 3 years. This is typical incompetent management. As soon as he saw Sha Jiling coming back, the old island owner Sha Kuan rushed over happily with his people. This Sha Kuan's body shape is similar to that of Sha Jiling, but his cultivation level is that of primary immortal realm. And the momentum he walks with is full of intimidation. The ground beneath my feet was also trembling. But when he saw Zhu Xiaobao walking in front, Shikun suddenly stopped in confusion. Clever! Who are they? Why are they so presumptuous? Shikun asked warily. Dad! They are here to collect money. Tu Mei and I were defeated by them. We want to collect money to redeem people. Sha Jiling was very straightforward and said carelessly. What? You two are in a fake wonderland. Would you lose to them? Are you still asking for money to redeem someone? You fart. You are becoming more and more useless. Shikun suddenly roared angrily. Hey! 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 Old man. What he said is true. Hurry up and get the spirit stones out. I have other things to do. I don't have time to waste time here. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands as if impatient. Little brat. I think you're tired of living. Shikun also had a hot temper and immediately slapped him. He doesn't even have a weapon. Go! Go! Come on! Sha Jiling. Hurry up. It's your turn. Zhu Xiaobao quickly turned around and slipped behind Jin Huan, waving his kitchen knife and shouting loudly. Jiling? Are you crazy? You dare to attack me? Sha Kuan never expected that the other party not only rushed over and surrounded him with a group of people to beat him, but even Sha Jiling was sandwiched in the middle with a big hammer. And he still used all his strength. And the local girl behind is also eager to try. Dad! Don't worry. I'm just going to spar with you. You can just point it out. I'm free to do whatever I want. Sha Jiling continued to explain while fighting. Bunny! Do you know what you are talking about? Petrification. Shikun almost fainted from anger. But even he did not dare to look down upon this stupid son's sledgehammer, and quickly petrified the skin on his chest. Then he moved these giant palms in turn, and slapped the sand spirit away with one palm. But as Zhu Xiaobao said, Sha Kuan will not kill him. He just beats Sha Jiling away. Unexpectedly, Sha Jiling did not restrain himself at all. Although the sledgehammer was slapped away, he rushed forward and hugged one of Shikun's legs desperately. And then his whole body became petrified and motionless as a mountain. He won't attack anymore. But he won't let go either. This makes Shikun very difficult to handle. Could it be possible that he really smashed this stupid son with a hammer? At this moment, not only did green fairies flame surround Shikun, but Jin Huan and Yin Huan worked together to hug Shikun's other leg. But when Shikun lifted his foot, he was kicked away, But what he didn't expect was that another jade stone appeared behind Jinhuan with 3 consecutive palms. Even Shikun was hit half a step back. At the same time, his waist began to petrify spontaneously. This was a reaction of protection. Immediately afterwards, Shikun knocked the jade corpse away more than 10 steps with a palm, then turned into stone and rushed forward with heavy steps. He finally understood that the real troublemaker was the little fat man. He wants to shoot this nasty little fat guy to death first. Zhu Xiaobao also didn't expect that this Shikun was so fierce that even a group of people couldn't beat him. And now, he was charging at him. He quickly raised half of his staff, pointed his finger in the air, and muttered, "The art of darkness!" Suddenly, Shikun's eyes were filled with darkness, and even his spiritual consciousness could no longer sense it. He was shocked and angry, and shouted, "This is shocking!" Immediately afterwards, in the endless darkness, countless rocks flew out. Not only in the darkness, but also the little treasures outside the darkness were frightened and fled desperately. Because from the dark world from the center, countless large rocks continued to burst out, each of them as big as a watermelon. And if he hadn't used the earth and stone shield early, he would have been injured by now. I didn't expect that Shikun from the first immortal realm would have such powerful lethality. Moreover, this move not only suppressed Zhu Xiaobao, but also destroyed his dark art. Humph. It turns out he is Monroe's lackey. So you will be dead today. A huge rock will fall from the sky. 5 elements square. Chapter 1286 Boulder Island, C. A huge stone fell from the sky. Even if Zhu Xiaobao could escape, his men could not escape. So Zhu Xiaobao did not choose to escape, but chose to resist. Immediately, the 5 elements square was sacrificed, circling around Zhu Xiaobao. And the jade corpse also rushed to Zhu Xiaobao's side, raising its arms, preparing to forcefully grab this piece, which was dozens of feet wide, of boulders. At the same time, Sha Jialing and Tu Mei also ran to Zhu Xiaobao and used mountain-like to resist the huge boulder. Green Fairy hurriedly used the ice technique, and 4 ice towers condensed in an instant. The golden and silver rings also rushed over without hesitation and stood beside Zhu Xiaobao. And Wei Zifeng rushed directly towards Sha Kuan. But everyone still underestimated Sha Kuan's attack. The huge boulder blocked the sky and sun, and pressed down hard. The tops of the 4 ice towers immediately began to shatter. And Sha Jialing and Tu Mei also, he was bent down due to pressure. At this time, a huge lust shield slowly rose up, supporting the boulder, causing its fall to slow down. At the same time, countless branches and vines also wrapped around the boulder, breaking it into countless small pieces. A drop of 1 yuan heavy water fell on Shikun's head, forcing him to take the strongest defensive posture and remain motionless. With a wave of Shikun's hand, the boulder gradually shattered and scattered. And Shikun also looked at Zhu Xiaobao solemnly. He couldn't believe his eyes. This little fat man in the fusion realm could actually withstand his strongest blow. Even the cultivators of the middle immortal realm dare not resist this blow. Who are you? And why do you want to be Monroe's lackey? You too. Get over here. Today's matter is not as simple as you think. Sha Kuan shouted with a gloomy expression. And the following words were directed at Sha Jialing and Tu Mei. Said, "I'm not coming. Tu Mei hasn't gotten the antidote yet." Sha Jialing still shouted stubbornly. Tu Mei also stood beside Sha Jialing, nodding her head repeatedly. In fact, they are not here for the antidote at all. But they already like to stay with Zhu Xiaobao and the others. You fart. Who is Monroe? He was my lackey, and I thought he was too ugly. Huh? Let me tell you. I just destroyed a statue of Monroe. I also defeated Archpriest Leo. Look. You see? I got this half of the staff by cutting off Leo's staff. Zhu Xiaobao patted the dust on his body, and then retorted proudly. Oh. Who are you? Since you have such ability, you shouldn't be just an ordinary person. Right. The hostility on Shikun's face suddenly decreased a lot, and was replaced by some surprises and surprises. I am Zhu Xiaobao. I am the Zhu Xiaobao who was hunted down by the Qianrou masters a few years ago. I am also the Zhu Xiaobao who led the Changqian realm to take action at the Cai sect. Zhu Xiaobao raised his head. He said with his chest raised, "He has done a lot of earth-shattering things over the years. Just to name a few things are beyond the reach of ordinary people." Oh, are you Fu Ashing's junior brother? No wonder. No wonder. That's rude. Speaking of which, I owed Fu Ashun a favor back then. He also mentioned you to me, but I didn't expect it to be true. I'll meet you. Shakun's face immediately softened a lot, and he said with an arched hand, My senior brother? Do you still know my senior brother? Zhu Xiaobao also said in surprise. Now look at Shakun's body. He really looks like a person like Fu Asing. How do you know the skills of those aliens? This kind of skill seems to require belief in their holy icons to perform. Shikun still asked cautiously. Then Zhu Xiaobao recounted in detail how he had rebuilt the Supreme Treasure statue on the island. Since he is someone who is hostile to the Qiang sect, he is certainly someone worth making friends with. Ah! Genius. He is indeed a genius. Is this all right? I really admire you. Shikun was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. Back then, they were both in the first immortal realm, so they could barely escape. 4 people. But not only was this little fat man unscathed, he also replaced Monroe's icon and achieved his own faith. This gap is a bit too big. Ha ha! It's just a fluke. But I don't know why senior brother Sha didn't go to my senior brother Fu Ashung in the end. Instead, he stayed here. Zhu Xiaobao still has a lot of doubts. In fact, there is nothing special about both parties. Trust. Oh, it's a long story. The reason why we stay here is not to collect alchemy materials for my wife. Moreover, it is more convenient to get to the Elixir Island. Here, once we have the elixir we need, we can get there immediately. Shikun sighed and said a little sadly, Dad, Brother Bao is here to get money to redeem people. Do you have that many spirit stones? Tu Mei hasn't gotten the antidote yet. And we're both hungry too. Unexpectedly, Sha Jilling felt a little uncomfortable at this time. Asked patiently. In fact, the last sentence is the key. Oh? How many spiritual stones do you need? Do I have more here? I can still get 1 or 200 million spiritual stones. Shikun asked a little doubtfully. Well, this is actually an excuse. I thought you were pirates at first, so I wanted to take action to distribute it to these refugees and let them find a home. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Said, Pirates? Refugees? No. These people are doing well when they come to my place. Right. They have food and shelter. And some of them have children. I haven't treated them badly. Right. Shikun felt more and more strange. And I always thought that saving these people from pirates was a good deed. Humph. Of course you don't know that your subordinates are doing whatever they want behind your back. They raped, killed, looted, and oppressed them wantonly. You didn't treat them as human beings at all. The rewards promised to them were all taken away by these subordinates of yours. Divide it up. Just ask, how many of them can live for more than 3 years? Green Fairy snorted angrily from the side at this time. It turns out that she had already killed a group of people who led the evildoers before coming here, and she was almost done with the trial. Ah! There is such a thing? Who are these people? Stand up for me! Shikun's face suddenly darkened, and he asked angrily. In just one meal, he killed 1/3 of Shikun's men. The rest were punished, but were punished to do hard labor. Zhu Xiaobao was also secretly surprised. This Shakun's attack was quite ruthless. But it also shows that he is not a cruel person. This time, the refugees who came to Boulder Island were lucky. They were all treated well, and were willing to stay. Originally, they were captured by pirates and used as slaves to be sold. Now that they can stay on the island, it is a very good result. After clearing up the misunderstanding, Sha Kun sincerely held a banquet for Zhu Xiaobao. After all, he was also Fu Ashing's junior brother. And watching Sha Jiling and Tu Mei enjoying themselves, Shikun also shook his head a little. These are just 2 foodies. But it's heartbreaking to think about it. If their original island hadn't been occupied by Luo Min and his people, they wouldn't have ended up on such a remote island. After all, I was still incompetent. So the entire Shabao Island was occupied by Luo Min and became the location of Luo Min's largest church. Many Sha family members are still suffering on the island. Thinking of this, Shikun couldn't help crying. Hey! 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 Brother! What can't you figure out? Tell me and listen. Maybe I can help you. Zhu Xiaobao felt a little soft-hearted at the first sight. He is so old and has such a high level of cultivation. Crying in public? It must be profound pain. Yeah. It's not just to take back Shabao Island as soon as possible. But if you want to fight back, you have to cure my mother's illness first. But now we don't even have the materials to make an elixir. I didn't expect this. Sha Jiling said it clearly, and without any confusion. It seems that he has been continuously instilled in this ultimate goal since he was a child. Oh, I wonder if Mrs. Ling is suffering from any illness or injury. Zhu Xiaobao knew that the illness Sha Jiling was talking about was probably an internal injury that was difficult to cure. Because when their cultivation reaches their level, they basically won't get sick. Alas! At that time, my wife had just broken through to the first immortal realm, and was going through a thunder tribulation. Unexpectedly, Luo Min took this opportunity to lead people to attack Shabao Island. He also used the thunder tribulation to seriously injure my wife, causing her to not only fall to the fake wonderland, also suffered serious internal injuries, which can only be cured by elixir. Although it is a third-level elixir, it is not so easy to gather the materials. So far, we have not gathered the required materials. Otherwise, I don't go around robbing those pirates just to collect all the alchemy materials as soon as possible, Sha Kuan said with some sadness. Like Sha Jiling, he was extremely focused on his woman and never had other thoughts. This dedicated emotion alone made Luciana admire her very much. She stood up decisively, pointed at Zhu Xiaobao, and said to Sha Kuan, "Is the returning pill you want? He has it around him." "Oh? Fairy, how do you know?" "Yes, it is the Return to Truth pill. But the asking price on the Immortal Pill Island is too high, and we need to collect the materials ourselves. So we have never been able to gather the materials. Young masters, you really have the Return to Truth pill by your side?" Sha Kun suddenly seemed to have seen a savior, staring at Zhu Xiaobao, his eyes radiating hot light. "Damn it! This prodigal bitch is so impulsive. You should discuss it with me at least." Zhu Xiaobao felt something was wrong the moment Green Fairy stood up. And sure enough, now he pushed him a very disadvantageous position. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to stand up in embarrassment, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, "Brother, don't worry. Let's first see if Mrs. Ling's chi is locked. If so, of course I am obligated here. I offered you the returning pill." At the end, Zhu Xiaobao almost gritted his teeth and looked back fiercely. Unexpectedly, Wei Zifeng, Jin Huan, and Michigan Lo were also staring at him fiercely. Chapter 1287 New Explanation for Alchemy. When Sha Kuan saw Zhu Xiaobao's slightly embarrassed expression, he certainly understood. Who would give away a third-level elixir for no reason? But this, returning to truth pill, is too important to him. And even to the Sha family. This is related to whether he can return to Shabao Island in the future, and whether his wife's cultivation can be restored. The current situation is that if the illness is not cured, his wife's cultivation will not only not recover, but will also slowly decline. Young masters, if you can help the Sha family survive this disaster, Sha is willing to pay any price. You will also be my Sha family's benefactor. Sha Kuan stood up, gave a deep salute, and said solemnly. Sha Jiling and Tu Mei, who were still feasting, quickly followed and saluted together. Even though the two guys are a bit silly, they still understand important things. Oh, okay. Then let's go check on Mrs. Ling's condition. If we really need the returning pill, then I will never be stingy. Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said, although he was a little reluctant, but he was still very touched by the deep love and righteousness of this family. Without any more nonsense, Zhu Xiaobao followed Sha Kuan to a bedroom, where a real cough could be heard. The room was still filled with a strong smell of medicine. There was a lady lying on the bed inside, and there were two maids waiting next to her. Just as Zhu Xiaobao thought, this lady is also tall and strong, but her face is a little pale, and her expression is a little indifferent. Years of illness have made her completely disappointed with ordinary doctors and medicines. It has no effect at all. The only thing that made her eyes light up was seeing her son and local sister. This was the greatest comfort in her heart. I heard that Zhu Xiaobao was the doctor invited back by Sha Jiling. The stalwart lady had a little affection for Zhu Xiaobao, regardless of whether he had real talent or knowledge. This was the filial piety of his son. After taking a pulse, it was confirmed that the heart and lung meridians were indeed damaged, which was no different from Miss Wei's, except that Mrs. Sha's symptoms were more severe. The right elixir is also the Guizhen Dan. Brother Sha, you really need the returning pill. Ha. This is a 3 lines returning pill. Just give it to madam. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao also generously gave himself, only he took out the remaining return to truth pill. But what Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that Sha Kuan was surprised and asked with some confusion, Thank you so much. Gentlemen, thank you so much. But is there only one with 3 lines? Ah? Yes. What I refine is usually no more than 3 lines. But it is enough to cure the disease? Zhu Xiaobao was also a little surprised. Isn't it enough? Or is this old man too greedy? He doesn't look like a greedy person. Alas, to tell you the truth, she fell from the initial realm. So the immortal master of the immortal pill island decided that she must have a returning pill with 5 or more lines. Or 2 returning pills with 3 lines, take them at the same time. So you see, this is still not enough. Shikun also explained with some embarrassment. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao suddenly realize that the people he had met who had used the Return to Truth pill before were all people in the true martial realm or the fusion realm. But this was the first time for people who had truly fallen from the primary immortal realm encountered. So I ignored this problem. And once I heard that it was judged by a fish and wine fanatic, I couldn't be wrong. Okay, that's not a difficult task. I'll just start the alchemy furnace and help you refine one. Okay? Zhu Xiaobao gritted his teeth and said, since he has already given away one, it is not as good as the beauty of an adult. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to make demands after this half-hearted favor. Zhu Xiaobao already had a plan in mind, which made him feel very excited. Really? But, brother, I haven't gathered all the materials here yet. Sha Kun was even more pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao to be willing to make elixirs. But looking at Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation, he still couldn't help but look suspicious. After all, he spent a lot of effort to collect those materials. Nothing. Just take it out and let me take a look. I should be able to make up for the missing materials and herbs here. Zhu Xiaobao didn't pay attention to Sha Kun's doubts. Almost everyone had doubted him. Who told his cultivation level to be so low? It is inevitable to make people suspicious. When Sha Kun took out all the materials, Zhu Xiaobao saw that he had really put in a lot of effort and had almost collected them. And the quality of all the materials was not bad. Even better than the materials he used to refine the returning pill. In fact, the only difference is the 7 medicinal herbs and 2 other ingredients. These are all available in Xiaobao's storage bags. And the quality is quite good. Shikun was immediately overjoyed. Being able to produce so many herbs and materials, he began to have confidence in Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy skills. On the contrary, Zhu Xiaobao himself was a little worried about this time's alchemy, because in these years, most of what he has refined are continuing strength pill, Shenyang pill, and stabilizing pill, because the returning pill can only be used when the advancement fails. You don't need much. Just a spare is enough. What Zhu Xiaobao is most worried about is how to control the temperature difference of various materials when refining them. Return to Truth pill. In the past, it was easier to control when refining it together with Xian Daozi. But this time, he has to rely entirely on himself. He is really afraid that the alchemy failure will affect his plan in the end. After resting and preparing for 2 days, Zhu Xiaobao made sure that he was already in renting condition. And then he entered the temporarily renovated alchemy room. In order to prevent unexpected events, he still brought the green fairy with him. The green fairy could also help him control the heat at critical moments. And Michigan, Lu, because of her strong interest in alchemy, also worked hard to get the qualification to enter the alchemy room to observe. The smartest thing about her was that instead of asking Zhu Xiaobao, she asked the green fairy. So she succeeded immediately, entering the alchemy room. The door was immediately blocked by Shikun. Shikun even specially guarded the door personally to prevent any accidents. This shows how much he values this lady. The Jade Cauldron Alchemy Furnace was launched, and a series of dazzling operations immediately made Michigan look fascinated. And Green Farrier was also looking at Zhu Xiaobao with fascination and admiration under the beating firelight. Men who work hard are the most handsome. This is not true at all. However, starting from the beginning of dissolving the medicinal materials is the most difficult step. There are roughly 3 types of temperatures. And it is definitely a big problem for Zhu Xiaobao to control 3 very different temperatures in the same pill furnace. Challenge. When Zhu Xiaobao first started to control the 2 temperatures separately, it was already a little difficult. But he could still control it. When it came time to control the 3 temperatures, Zhu Xiaobao seemed unable to keep up. But he did not panic. The reason why he originally wanted to start refining alchemy was because he wanted to try a new method. I saw the 5-element square being summoned again, slowly circling around the alchemy furnace. The most active one among them was the fire skeleton. When they saw a place where fire was used, the fire skeleton would be very excited. Fire skull! Help me raise the temperature in the middle. But do it slowly. Water skull! Help me cool down the material on the left. But also do it slowly. I will control the temperature on the right myself. Zhu Xiaobao calmly issued orders with his spiritual consciousness. And the two skulls immediately flew to the designated area and began to help Zhu Xiaobao control the temperature. Surprisingly, the control effects of fire skeleton and water skeleton are much more precise than that of Zhu Xiaobao. On the contrary, the temperature control by Zhu Xiaobao himself fluctuates a bit, but overall it is still under his control. Ah! Can you still control the temperature like this? You are amazing! I love your great supreme treasure! Michigan. Le couldn't help but exclaimed excitedly. It immediately attracted a look from Green Fairy. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao simply handed over the temperature control to the two skulls. If he wanted to control the overall situation, he would save much effort. And the effect was surprisingly good. Zhu Xiaobao's heart suddenly became extremely excited. Doesn't this mean that his alchemy was successful? His efficiency and the level of elixir formation have also been greatly improved? What a high-level alchemist. I am the best among high-level alchemists. I never thought that 5-element skeleton could bring such additional benefits. This is really a big surprise. Zhu Xiaobao was so excited that he almost jumped up. Finally, the steps of dissolving and remerging the materials, which were originally regarded as the most difficult, were completed so easily, and it was quite perfect. Next, Zhu Xiaobao became familiar with it, and was able to do it with ease. However, Fifth Brother's skull did not help him back, and was still slowly circling around Zhu Xiaobao. They were also obsessed with this increasingly rich medicinal fragrance, as if they were enjoying themselves and were unwilling to leave. The alchemy room was full of excitement and passion. But outside the alchemy master, life is like a year. Shikun and others are uneasy, fearing that the alchemy will fail, and their requirements are also very low. As long as one of the 3 ingredients can be successful, the goal is achieved. He waited until the aroma of medicine came from the alchemy room. And as time went by, it became stronger and stronger. Sha Kuan, Sha Jiling, and Tu Mei are getting more and more excited and ecstatic. This is a sign that they will become elixirs. Even Mrs. Sha was pushed here to feel this alluring medicinal fragrance first. Similarly, Mrs. Sha's eyes were full of hope this time. She could feel that the alchemy must have been successful this time. And the quality was not low. Finally, the door of the alchemy room opened, and Zhu Xiaobao walked out slightly tired. But his eyes were still very excited, because he was holding a pill with flowing light in his hand. And there were 5 elixir lines flashing with golden light. Is this the 5 lines returning true pill? Sha Kuan didn't believe his eyes, rubbed them vigorously, and still asked uncertainly. Ha ha! Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life. This time, just this 5 patterns returning true pill is enough. Zhu Xiaobao also said with a proud smile. Suddenly, Shikun and everyone knelt down in front of Zhu Xiaobao. Chapter 1288 An Unkind Invitation. Zhu Xiaobao was shocked by this sudden move. You must know that Shikun is at the first immortal realm, so he is considered a high-end cultivator. Yi Yin did not expect that he would bring his whole family to kneel down to thank him. How could Zhu Xiaobao bear this? Hey! 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 Brother! Don't break me! You are still my senior brother's friend. Please get up quickly. Otherwise, I will have to kneel down for you. Zhu Xiaobao hurriedly stepped forward to help me. Sha Kuan and Green Fairy quickly helped Mrs. Sha. After a day of rest, Zhu Xiaobao also regained his strength. But he felt that it was not as enjoyable as when he was refining alchemy, because the spiritual consciousness was consumed a lot when refining the elixir. It actually relieved his feeling of swelling and pain. Now that he is recovered and rested, the feeling has returned. But he still has to continue taking Ma Su Dan to suppress it. When I saw Shikun again, he was completely different from before. He was full of energy, with a smile on his face, and he looked much younger. When he saw Zhu Xiaobao, he pulled him and invited him to eat and drink. It turned out that his wife had already taken the 5 patterns returning true pill, and it was indeed cured by the medicine. All that's left to do now is spend some time recovering. Then it is very likely to hit the initial realm again. When they arrived at Shikun's practice room, there were 2 storage bags on the table. One storage bag was filled with top-grade spiritual stones and top-grade spiritual stones, and the other storage bag was filled with various materials and medicinal materials. I want to give it to Zhu Xiaobao to express my gratitude. No, no, no. I really don't need it. But you, once you take back Xiaobao Island, you will need these things so much. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands and said, No, you must accept these things. Otherwise, I will be too embarrassed to see your senior brother. Shakun's face was full of sincerity, and he was absolutely unwilling to take it back. He knew that the favor he owed this time was too great. Ha ha! Brother, if you don't mind, I have a gracious offer. I just don't know if you are willing. Zhu Xiaobao smiled at this time, and could finally start his plan. Please tell me, is there any powerful enemy? Don't worry. The two of us will risk our lives to help you kill him. Shakun suddenly became energetic. According to his opinion, Zhu Xiaobao must have fled to the sea because he was hiding from his enemies. Because his cultivation level is too low. And there are too many treasures and suffering points. It is indeed easy for others to miss him. It's a miracle that I'm alive to this day. Ah? No. 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 I want to invite you to the Icon Island. You also know that it used to be a branch church of Monroe, and is now under my control. I don't want to be hit by them again. The life there, the conditions are much better than here. Zhu Xiaobao quickly waved his hand and explained. This is the best of both worlds plan that Zhu Xiaobao thought of before refining the elixir. To be honest, the living conditions on this island are too average. The only advantage is that there are many pirate ships passing by, which is suitable for robbery. There are no other advantages. And the island is not large. There is no development prospect. Now that Sha Kuan no longer needs to desperately collect alchemy materials, he is undoubtedly the best choice to help Wan Shitong guard the Icon Island. Besides, the Sha family is also the sworn enemy of the Qiang sect. Ha ha ha! What's so difficult about this? It's just a change of place. Speaking of which, I get more benefits. Shakun was stunned for a moment, and then said with a laugh, This is obviously a big advantage. Now he doesn't have many subordinates that he can use here. The key is that there is no one he can trust. And there are only about 10,000 people on the island. So life is quite miserable. Yeah. You can go to my place first. There's no rush anyway. We'll move there in batches. In addition, you can also learn some alien spells. It doesn't need to be many. As long as you can crack their dark arts. Turn passivity into initiative. After all, in my opinion, their skills are far less profound than ours. Zhu Xiaobao nodded. He was very satisfied with Shakun's reaction, which also solved one of his worries. After all, he still thinks that the Supreme Treasure Icon can bring him some benefits. With this intention in mind, within a few days Green Farrier and Wei Zifeng accompanied Shakun to the Icon Island, allowing Shakun to take a look on the spot before making a final decision. Because all matters of the Sha family are decided by Sha Kuan. His son Sha Jilin is still a bit too naive and has no ability to make decisions. Sure enough, within a few days, Shakun came back excitedly. He was very satisfied with the living conditions of Icon Island, and many of the infrastructures there were already in good shape, and the whole island was also the same. The prosperous and vibrant scene made him even more satisfied, especially the icon of the Supreme Treasure. He has already worshipped it. Speaking of which, I really felt a trace of the power of faith. In this way, a total of more than a dozen boats were used to start a large-scale migration. At this speed, the migration will be completed in less than 2 months. Zhu Xiaobao only needs to keep about 100 of his people. He wants to practice the 5-element square. Here, the only surprising thing is that Sha Jilin and Tu Mei are clamoring to stay. They have already fallen in love with the food at Zhu Xiaobao. As for whether they live well and sleep well, for the two of them, it's not a problem. As long as you eat to your heart's content. That's the most enjoyable thing. Besides, they are very willing to help fight together, after eating and drinking enough. If you don't fight and digest, you are simply not worthy of your own talents. This actually made Shakun a little bit dumbfounded. He didn't expect that his silly son would admire Zhu Xiaobao so much. And now he kept calling Uncle Bao all over his mouth. Because Sha Kuan is not Fu Ashing's friend. So is Fu Ashing's junior brother. Zhu Xiaobao is Sha Jiling's uncle. So Sha Jiling's mouth full of Uncle Bao was called to make love. This made Zhu Xiaobao feel a little embarrassed. This was calling him old. But having this stupid couple by his side made Zhu Xiaobao a little depressed. Before he could get enough experience, the fight was already over. The fighting power of a pair of false Wonderland is too terrifying. The angry Jinhuan and Yinhuan were very dissatisfied. And their business was also robbed. This stupid couple often solved the battle with a hammer. In less than a month, 17 pirate ships have been robbed and killed. Now it has attracted the attention of many pirates. Many pirates will travel together with each other when passing through here. Or go around. There have been a lot of missing pirate ships in this area recently. It doesn't hurt to hit me! It doesn't hurt to hit me! You guys just can't hurt me! Sha Jiling, who was sparring with Jinhuan Yinhuan, shouted proudly. His lower body was completely petrified. And no matter how hard Jinhuan Yinhuan hit him, it wouldn't hurt him. He didn't care. He was still showing off his super defensive ability. The final word! Jinhuan Yinhuan yelled angrily. The weapons they were using now, Zhan Jiling and Tu Wuda, were very heavy. But they could still swing them. The strength of these two fat girls was still growing. The cultivation level is also growing bit by bit. Boom! Just like a hill collapsed. Sha Jiling didn't expect that this blow would make him fall on his back. This was more powerful than any previous blow. And it could be said that it was no less powerful than Tu Mei's full blow. Unmoving as a mountain! Before he could get up, Sha Jiling instinctively used his strongest defense method. And then he looked at Jinhuan and Yinhuan in horror. I saw both Jinhuan and Yinhuan's figures skyrocketing. Their Gangqi shooting out. And entering a transcendental state. Their aura was also increasing rapidly. And their clothes were so swollen that they burst apart. What's even more surprising is that the sky has gradually been covered by dark clouds. And lightning and thunder continue to be heard in the distance. This is going to be advanced. Zhu Xiaobao quickly put down the alchemy furnace in his hand. Not even caring about the elixir he was refining. He immediately summoned the 5-element skeleton, hoping to help the two fat girls resist the thunder disaster. In addition, Jade Corpse also jumped out very excitedly, following closely behind Jinhuan Yinhuan. Being able to accept the baptism of thunder and lightning is undoubtedly the most enjoyable moment for Jade Corpse. Oh! Is there any justice in this? People who are eager to advance have not yet advanced. But these two have advanced first. Who is the real genius? Zhu Xiaobao looked at the two fat girls, and then sighed somewhat depressedly. Yes. Me too. I'm dying of anxiety. It's all your fault for not taking me to dual cultivation all day long. Now I'm the slowest to advance. Wei Zifeng echoed with resentment. And then immediately the reason for all this is attributed to Zhu Xiaobao. Yeah. Let's wait for them to survive the thunder tribulation first. Let's go to double cultivation right away. Zhu Xiaobao could only comfort them. Indeed, in terms of the time it took to advance to the fusion realm, Wei Zifeng was definitely the earliest. But now, he was surpassed by Jinhuan Yinhuan. So Zhu Xiaobao could only comfort her with kind words. Sure enough, she is a fierce woman from the Fu family. Like Fu Esheng, she has no fear in the face of thunder and disaster, and strides forward to meet her. This kind of momentum will definitely make men feel overwhelmed. Although this time, the thunder tribulation was not as sharp as the one when Fu Asheng advanced. It was enough to completely repair the Jade Corpse and slightly increase the strength of the outer skin. There were already several wounds and cracks on Jinhuan Yinhuan's body. But they didn't take it seriously at all, and were still carrying the last few thunder tribulations with high morale. Needless to say, this time the thunder tribulation was successfully passed. Because their momentum was so strong that they didn't feel like they were at a disadvantage at all. Wait until the dark clouds dissipate in midair, and the sun shines again. Green Fairy immediately gave Jinhuan Yinhuan a new set of clothes. But their clothes were already in tatters, and full of holes. The Jade Corpse was standing there alone, with only the 5-element square slowly hovering around it, while Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng had disappeared. Chapter 1289. It's not that simple, eh? The next day, on the island, Zhu Xiaobao cooked in person and prepared a large sumptuous dinner to celebrate the golden and silver rings. Although these two fat girls are a bit greedy when it comes to fighting and practicing, they are really hard at work, and they are always at the forefront. Being able to be promoted to the true martial realm so quickly is also the reward for their huge efforts. Of course, it also has something to do with their special physiques and cultivation methods. Taking into account the appetite of the two fat girls plus Sha Jiling and Tu Mei, this banquet is equivalent to 4 times the usual amount. I'm afraid this is not enough. Zhu Xiaobao is really happy in his heart. The people around him are improving rapidly, which means that their strength is getting stronger and their safety will be greatly improved accordingly. And Michigan, Lu was full of admiration for Zhu Xiaobao, because this was the first time she saw Zhu Xiaobao carefully cooking a table of dishes. It turns out that this is Zhu Xiaobao's strongest point. While she was amazed and screaming repeatedly, she could no longer express her shock in any other way. The best chef in the world. This is the most appropriate title for Zhu Xiaobao. Except for Wei Zifeng, who was a little depressed during the dinner. Everyone else was in high spirits. Lu Xian'er, who was originally full of jealousy, was now comforting Wei Zifeng in a low voice. Think about it. Wei Zifeng originally targeted Lu Xian'er, but later he was downgraded to Xiaoyao and Su Zhu. But he didn't expect that now he has become a golden ring and a silver ring. Looking further down, it seems that there is only one stone pier left. So Wei Zifeng can't be anxious. Okay. Starting from tomorrow, we will act separately. You and Xiaobao will go together, and I will go with Sha Jilling and others. Jin Huan will let them stay on the island to consolidate their cultivation. Don't say anything else this time, I won't give you a chance. In the end, Green Farrier agreed to Wei Zifeng's request and acted separately from Zhu Xiaobao and others. Because Wei Zifeng blamed people because Green Xian'er, Jin Huan, and Sha Jiling were too strong, and she was responsible for the outpost. So it was never her turn to take action. Considering that the Jade Corpse in Zhu Xiaobao's hands was already very strong and there shouldn't be any problems, Green Fairy had no choice but to agree. Originally, the purpose of coming out was to help Zhu Xiaobao improve his cultivation as soon as possible. He is still suffering from bloated consciousness. In fact, Green Fairy is now more responsible for escorting the goods and refugees obtained from robberies of pirate ships to the Icon Island, in order to maintain constant contact with Shikun and others. After all, the current Icon Island has become more and more prosperous. As the number of people continues to increase, the power of faith accumulated also increases, and Zhu Xiaobao no longer regards this Icon Island as dispensable, because he also wanted to try to integrate Western magic with some of his own secret techniques. Of course, this is just an idea, but whatever Zhu Xiaobao can think of, Green Fairy will try his best to implement. On the third day, Zhu Xiaobao took 40 of his bodyguards and boarded the smallest warship, which was also the fastest. They really split up with Lu Xian'er. He and Wei Zifeng went out to rob alone. Along the way, Wei Zifeng drove the giant sea crocodile as fast as possible, which showed how anxious she was. Although she has been favored these days, she knows that it is just the big guy giving in to her and comforting her. But the more this happened, the more anxious she became. But without Green Fairy, Sha Jilling and others, their combat effectiveness has indeed dropped significantly, and they were defeated by 2 pirate ships in the first battle. If it weren't for the fact that their warships were too fast, they really wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the other party. The reason is that there is a leader of Fake Wonderland on each of the 2 pirate ships. This made Zhu Xiaobao not expect that he would be so lucky to encounter 2 Fake Wonderlands at once. And they came together, as if they were specifically targeting them. The key point is that although they got rid of the 2 pirate ships, the 2 bandit leaders of Fake Wonderland did not give up. Instead, they flew in the air and caught up in an instant. If Wei Zifeng hadn't interrupted them, they would not have been able to escape. We have long since caught up with Zhu Xiaobao's warship. The guards on the ship were well trained and armed with strong bows and crossbows, and their repeated shooting also played a certain blocking role. But faced with the pursuit of 2 Fake Wonderland, this barrier is still too weak. He was about to be overtaken as soon as he opened his eyes. And Wei Zifeng was also exhausted, and his speed had obviously slowed down. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to wave his hands. Zifeng, come back! Let me deal with him! Ha ha! Supreme Treasure, you can't run away today. With such little cultivation, you dare to erect a holy statue? It's really ridiculous. When the leader of the bandits saw Wei Zifeng returning to the warship, he felt when he was already confident of winning. He couldn't help but laugh and said, if Wei Zifeng keeps stalling for time by going back and forth like this, their consumption will not be able to keep up. Huh? It seems that they are not just simple pirates, but are specifically targeting me. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao immediately stared at the 2 figures that were shooting towards him with vigilance. 2 figures shot quickly one after the other, facing 2 cultivators from the fake fairyland. Zhu Xiaobao was still a little nervous, and this nervous expression was definitely not fake. So he involuntarily took half a step back. Suffer death. What is the Supreme Treasure? It's just a joke. The gang leader, who was the first to shoot, saw Zhu Xiaobao's expression and said with a confident smile. This was completely different from what he thought. It's not as difficult to deal with as the legend says. And the panic expression on Zhu Xiubao's face definitely doesn't seem to be fake. However, when he is proud, he often underestimates the enemy or loses vigilance. When he stabs the heart with his sword, there is no familiar sense of penetration. Instead, he can no longer penetrate halfway through the stab. At this moment, there was a jade corpse standing in front of him. Just as he stabbed out with his sword, the jade corpse's palm also hit his chest. The most fair and reasonable way is to exchange injury for injury. Ah! Poof! The bandit leader immediately flew backwards 2 feet and vomited a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, the jade corpse also had a sword wound on its chest, but it was slowly repairing itself. But this was not over yet. The jade corpse did not stop, but caught up again and fought with the bandit leader. The bandit leader, who arrived later, started to be cautious at this time. Unexpectedly, what Zhu Xiaobao had was not a gold corpse, but a jade corpse. This obvious intelligence error caused them a big loss. The 2 gangsters from the fake Wonderland are both in the first stage, so in a one-on-one situation with jade corpse, they didn't lose at all. What's more, the bandit leader has already been severely injured. The sky is dark. The bandit leader, who came from behind, suddenly roared and used his secret technique at Zhu Xiaobao and others. It turned out to be the Western magic of darkness. It's just that he changed his name to a very local name. His intention was obvious. He wanted to take advantage of the darkness, cut off his 5 senses and consciousness, so that his companions could escape from the entanglement of this jade corpse. At the same time, he can also approach Zhu Xiaobao without anyone noticing. When the time comes for God to reappear, he will be able to kill with 1 strike. But what he didn't expect was that before the gang leader could get the result he wanted, he was blinded by a dazzling light. It was the light technique, performed by Zhu Xiaobao, that not only completely destroyed his dark technique, but also had enough left over to make him unable to open his eyes. I feel like there are dazzling lights everywhere in front of my eyes. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and Lucien are also rushed forward quickly, using their most tacit understanding of the Yuanong sword, and began to attack the bandit leader. The first bandit leader and the jade corpse have disappeared. It turned out that, taking advantage of his companion's dark art, the bandit leader really wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to get rid of the jade corpse. He couldn't get any advantage at all from being entangled with him. Moreover, being entangled with a zombie made him feel a little uncomfortable after all. So, in the darkness, he chose to jump into the sea. But he didn't expect that the jade corpse would also jump into the sea with him. Because although the 2 of them were one dead and one alive, they were hugging each other tightly. So now the bandit leader and the jade corpse have disappeared. The cultivator from the fake fairyland behind was attacked like a storm by Zhu Xiaobao and Wei Zifeng. He was also in a hurry and suffered many injuries. There was nothing he could do, even though he still had special shark skin on his body. But I still can't resist the sharpness of Zhu Xiubao's kitchen knife. However, the bandit leader, who had an absolute advantage in strength, gradually reversed his position. But at this moment, countless more Black God Bees and Vulcan God Bees appeared in front of him, and they disturbed him and brought him great trouble. He was greatly confused, especially the Vulcan Bee, mixed in with the Black God Bee, which was completely undetectable and lay on the back of his neck. The sting was a sudden one, and there was a cluster of flames as big as peas. It was painful and burning, and it lasted for a long time. It had to be slapped hard with your hands to put it out. Hey! Chop off the toes at the same time! Zhu Xiaobao was still yelling while beating him, making the bandit leader even more frightened and confused. He was busy dealing with those divine bees, and Zhu Xiaobao was specifically attacking his lower body because he had no armor on his feet. Inadvertently, a toe was chopped off. The painful bandit leader immediately held the foot, jumped up and down on one leg, and screamed, "Ah! Supreme Treasure! You are so shameless! You even use such a despicable way of playing! Hey! You too, fake fairyland, came to deal with me, a person in the fusion realm. Are you still not satisfied? Keep chopping! I see how many toes you have!" Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but think again when he saw the effect. Increase the speed of swinging the sword. Wei Zifeng also discovered this weakness at this time. She actually stabbed her opponent with several swords. But the opponent's sharkskin armor's defense was too slippery, and it was all slipped away. Now she targeted the toes. This problem no longer exists. The sky is dark. In desperation, the bandit leader used the dark art again, and then took the opportunity to escape. Chapter 1290. It's not that simple. B. Looking at the direction in which the other party was escaping, Zhu Xiaobao could only let him leave. A cultivator from the fake fairyland ran away at full speed. He couldn't catch up. Not long after the bandit leader escaped, his accomplices came up from under the sea, covered in blood and with a broken arm. The two finally got along with each other and escaped together. It turned out that the bandit leader was even more passive in the sea, because there was also a giant snake following him, constantly harassing him, and when tearing each other apart with his bare hands, he was even more unable to defeat the Jade Corpse. In the end, an arm was torn off, and he escaped from the Jade Corpse's entanglement, climbing back to the warship from the sea. Zhu Xiaobao checked the damage on the Jade Corpse. It was pretty good, much better than he expected, which showed that the Jade Corpse's defense ability had been improved again. In this battle, Zhu Xiaobao lost 6 guards, and 8 others were injured. Moreover, this battle would have been quite dangerous had it not been for Zhu Xiaobao's unexpected dark art. The outcome is really hard to predict, but Wei Zifeng was very happy. He cleaned up the mess and let everyone adjust and rest. But she leaned against Zhu Xiaobao with some pride. "How about it? Let me tell you, the two of us can still defeat our opponents." Humph! 2 people from the fusion realm teamed up to defeat 2 fake fairy realm people. Let's talk about it. No one dares to believe it. However, Zhu Xiaobao did not look very happy, but frowned, seeming to be thinking about some very important issue. "Okay, I admit, this time it's all thanks to the Jade Corpse. It's also all thanks to you for breaking their dark art in time." Seeing that Zhu Xiaobao didn't say anything, guard Wei Zifeng snorted depressedly. And suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, "No! How come they know the dark skills of aliens? Are they not real pirates? Oh, you finally thought of it? You're so proud of it. Huh? Didn't you hear what they called me? Supreme Treasure, not Zhu Xiaobao. What does this mean? It means they came here specifically for me, and they at least have a better understanding of the situation on the Icon Island. 2 local cultivators from the fake fairyland are willing to sacrifice their lives for the Westerners, and they have the power of faith. Isn't this worth thinking about?" Zhu Xiaobao sighed, holding Wei Zifeng against his chest. He didn't blame her, but was thinking about what went wrong. What he is most worried about now is that there are only 2 people on the island. Jin Huan. If someone invades, he doesn't know if Jin Huan can escape intact. Ah, really? Why didn't I think of these problems? If I were with Sister Sienna and the others, there wouldn't be today's crisis. Wei Zifeng suddenly shouted in annoyance. "You still haven't thought of the key. What I'm most worried about now is the golden ring and the silver ring. If it's true as I think, they already know our whereabouts and personnel. Then the island is empty now. And the most dangerous thing is not the fairy. Instead of the gold and silver rings, there are only the 2 of them and 50 guards on the island." Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said with a gloomy expression, "What should we do? Let's rush back. If something happens to Jin Huan because of me, how can I feel at ease?" Wei Zifeng was really anxious this time. Besides, she has a very good relationship with Jin Huan, and they are usually like sisters. After hearing Wei Zifeng's words, Zhu Xiaobao no longer hesitated, immediately turned the boat around and rushed back to the island as quickly as possible. But just this journey will take a day and a night. There were still thousands of miles to go before leaving the island, and unexpectedly we encountered Green Fairy's warship. At this time, Green Fairy was also extremely depressed. The opponents I encountered this time were all very strange. As soon as they fought, they scattered in all directions and ran away. It seemed that they had no intention of fighting at all. But they won't run away. When they reach a safe place, they get entangled again and start chasing and intercepting Green Fairy and the others again. But as they got closer, they started to scatter and run away again. It goes back and forth several times. Although a few pirate ships were sunk, little was gained. Maoshang has no previous belongings at all. It's completely different from the previous situation. "I know. I'm trying to hold you back. Hit me hard. If I'm not wrong, the island has already been attacked. I don't know if the golden ring and the silver ring can be defended." Zhu Xiaobao heard this suddenly. He was shocked and shouted angrily, "So that's it. Let's hurry back." After hearing Zhu Xiaobao's analysis, Green Fairy suddenly realized and shouted angrily and anxiously. The 2 warships rushed back to the island as quickly as possible. As soon as you land on the island, You will feel a chill in your heart. There are traces of fighting in many places. Going further, they also found the corpses of many pirates. What made them even more shocked was that they also found the corpses of more than a dozen guards, as well as the mess on the ground, including broken weapons and chaotic arrows. There were bloodstains everywhere, and it seemed that they had gone through an extremely brutal fight. Fortunately, Jin Huan's body was not seen. At this time, the Vulcan bees released by Zhu Xiaobao had flown back, and Zhu Xiaobao also sensed that there was still a fierce battle far ahead. He didn't care what he said anymore, and sneaked in quietly. He let go of his speed and rushed over. And a figure is much faster than Zhu Xiaobao. It is Wei Zifeng. She is in a more anxious mood than anyone else, so no one can catch up with her speed. Even the Green Fairy has to accept the defeat. But when they arrived at the scene of the battle, they saw a jaw-dropping scene. Jin Huan was covered in blood and was killing with his eyes red, while the cultivator squeezed among them was screaming loudly and cruelly. Call for mercy. The remaining pirates were blocked in the cave by a group of guards, and no one dared to come out. 2 ants. I was wrong. Just be okay and spare me. Stop pinching me. I really can't stand it anymore. Why don't you just go ahead and beat me to death? I was squeezed in. Although the cultivators are strong and healthy, they are still at the level of exhaustion in the true martial realm. But compared with the 2 fat girls, they are nothing compared to the 2 fat girls. There is no comparison at all. No. I haven't had enough. Unless you hand over the person from the fake wonderland in the cave to me, we will spare you. Jin Huan roared angrily. Hey! Old Imo. Senior Imo. Please come out. You are also a cultivator in the fake fairyland. After all, if you don't come out, I will really be crushed by them. This person was so painful that he couldn't bear to die. The cultivator pleaded miserably. He never expected that this senior would be so frightened by the momentum of the 2 fat girls that he cowered in the cave and did not dare to come out. Otherwise, the result of the matter would never be like this. Old Chien, just hold on a little longer, and I will refine a continuing power pill for you right now. I really can't help you with anything else. I just married a Western beauty, and I must not suffer here. Damage! I would rather have the jade broken than the whole egg. After a while, a slightly old and hoarse voice came out from the cave, trembling slightly. Ha ha! It turns out he is an alchemist. Sha Jilling. Tu Mei. You two rush in. Catch this old man who just married a foreign girl. He must be alive. Don't be smashed to death. Zhu and Xiaobao heard this. He immediately understood. He sneered and shouted to the 2 big guys. Okay, Uncle Bao. Just take a look. Sha Jiling and Tu Mei's eyes suddenly shone, and they took turns turning the extra-large black iron sledgehammers, taking the lead. With 2 hammers, they destroyed the entrance of the cave, and inside the space was immediately exposed to everyone's eyes. How presumptuous! Who are you? Do you know who I am? I am Mo Dayo, the alchemist of Shabao Island. Even when I arrive at the Immortal Pill Island, I am regarded as a distinguished guest. An old man in white clothes inside was trembling. He stood up and shouted calmly. There is actually an alchemy furnace placed in front of him. Looking from a distance, it should be a 7th-grade alchemy furnace. It is not very good. It is just a standard equipment for ordinary high-level alchemists. Behind him, Odaya, there are more than 40 pirates, most of whom are from the fusion realm and the true martial realm. In fact, in terms of absolute numbers, they still have some advantages. But no one dares to rush out of the cave to rescue their companions, because they were all shocked by the fierce tactics of these 2 fat girls. Not only is it extremely violent, but the most important thing is that the consequences are very serious. With a click and a scream, the cultivator at the true martial realm finally got what he wanted and could die happily. Because Jin Huan saw a new goal. Originally, Green Farrier wanted to stop the 2 fat girls' offensive, but was stopped by Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao was angry now, so he acquiesced to the violence of the 2 fat girls and said, Okay. Ouch. 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 You two can't do this. I am a senior alchemist Mo Dayo. Ouch. One of his ribs is broken. Mo Dayo only parried for 3 rounds before Inhuan got at him. Once entangled, it will be difficult to get rid of it. If you don't die, you have to peel off a layer of skin. At the same time, Wei Zifeng did not relax at all and started fighting directly, with Sha Jilling and Tu Mei by his side. The situation was one-sided. In less than a stick of incense, More than 40 pirates, they were all killed. And only one masked man in black remained. He opened his mask. And it turned out that he was a priest in black. His cultivation level was not high. But he was only at the realm of transformation. But he had always been a priest. They were all hiding at the very back, and had already attracted Zhu Xiaobao's attention. Forget it! Stop! If you keep trying, the old man will run out of energy. Zhu Xiaobao accidentally realized that Mo Dayo was almost out of it, and quickly waved his hand and said. Only then did Jin Huan let go of his hand with satisfaction. And Mo Dayo immediately collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Chapter 1291. It's not that simple. See, when Mo Dayo woke up, he was already in the simple living room where Zhu Xiaobao lived, surrounded by Zhu Xiaobao's people. And they are all suicidal. Mo Dayo was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground when he saw the gold and silver rings. He was scared out of his wits by these two fat girls. Humph! I heard that you are also a famous alchemist. Why did you want to join a Western cult? Zhu Xiaobao asked coldly. Are you the legendary Supreme Treasure? Are you so young? Are you still in the fusion realm? Mo Dayo looked at Zhu Xiaobao carefully, and then said in surprise, I'm asking you now? What qualifications do you have to ask me? Zhu Xiaobao snorted impatiently. To be honest, Mo Dayo didn't behave like an arrogant and advanced alchemist. It feels very vulgar and opportunistic. Alas! How do you know how powerful the Qiyang sect is now? It has secretly developed to 3 consecutive islands, forming a major force with Xiaobao Island as the center, and all pirates, the property and people robbed can be traded directly in their trading venues without collecting taxes. So they have developed extremely rapidly in recent years. They also recruit monks aggressively and give generous rewards. So many people have defected. Them! Mo Dayo sighed. Ha ha! It seems that there are a lot of benefits for you, which makes you a high-level alchemist. Flock to it. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but said with disgust. No, no, no. I had no choice but to continue the family line, so I reluctantly agreed to them. It's a long story, but I really had no choice. Mo Dayo quickly waved his hands and told a ridiculous reason. It turns out that Mo Dayo is a well-known figure among alchemists. It must be said that his talent in alchemy is extremely high. But what makes him famous is not his alchemy skills, but because he has more than 600 wives. But there are no sons and a half daughters. He has always wanted to have an heir to inherit the Mo family's mantle. But thousands of years have passed, and he has married more than 600 wives. Some of them have died of old age, and have not given him a son or a half. Later, the great leader of the Qiyang sect personally promised that as long as he believed in the Qiyang sect, he would not only have a wife, but also give him a Western beauty. So Mo Dayo was moved. Mo Dayo was also greedy this time. He heard that Shikun had been collecting alchemy materials and medicinal materials, so he wanted to take advantage of it. Unexpectedly, so many people, as well as very reliable intelligence, still could not escape the bad luck, because the actual situation is completely different from the information we have. Oh, your reason is very strange? Let me ask you, how did you get the information? Is there someone inside the Icon Island? After hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao immediately felt dumbfounded. This person can be considered a weird thing. To be so persistent in order to continue the family line? I don't know. These things are very confidential. It is impossible for us to know. You should ask him. Although his cultivation level is not high, he is your supervisor this time. Everyone's performance is. Let him go back and report to the leader. Mo Dayo pointed at the black-clothed priest next to him and said, Anyway, with Michigan Lu by his side, communication between the two parties is not difficult. But what disappoints Zhu Xiaobao is that this person's status is too low, and he doesn't know the specific inside story. I thought it was a good trip, but I didn't expect that I would become Zhu Xiaobao's prisoner. But one detail still aroused Zhu Xiaobao's idea. There were 6 supervisors in total. 3 of them came to sneak attack on the island, and the other 3 were not with them. Hurry up and prepare. We will go to the Icon Island immediately. It seems that a group of people have gone to the Icon Island, and if I judge correctly, the information they have should be from Icon Island. Pass it out. Zhu Xiaobao ordered. In fact, there is really nothing worth robbing on this small island. The main reason for staying here is to experience and rob the pirates. It just inadvertently disrupted the business structure of Qiyang sect. because more than half of the pirate ships were loaded with stolen goods and went to the trading market opened by Chiang sect to sell the stolen goods. As for the priest in black, Zhu Xiaobao killed him without thinking. But Mo Dayo did not kill him for the time being, because he still had some reputation on the Immortal Pill Island. So Zhu Xiaobao planned to send him away after the incident. Go to Elixir Island. Let the fish and wine mania and others handle it. But this guy has a lot of medicinal herbs and materials in his storage bag. And there are hundreds of millions of high-grade spiritual stones. No wonder he can afford to support so many wives. It seems that senior alchemist is indeed a lucrative profession. It takes a total of 2 days and 2 nights to get from the small island to the Icon Island. It is useless even if Zhu Xiaobao is anxious. In fact, the most anxious ones were Sha Jiling and Tu Mei. The 2 big guys were running around anxiously on the boat. Although they looked a little silly, their filial piety was still very real. This made Zhu Xiaobao sigh a little. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but think of his 10 wives in Daxia Kingdom, as well as his parents and relatives on Earth. He secretly vowed that he would cultivate to a level above the Immortal Lord, be able to reverse time and space, return to his relatives, and accompany them throughout his life. Mo Dayo was also imprisoned in the cabin below, looking dejected. But Zhu Xiaobao was still quite curious, so he discussed alchemy techniques with him when he had nothing to do. Not to mention that Mo Dayo still has a lot of ideas, and many of the techniques Zhu Xiaobao has never tried. What Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that Mo Dayo didn't believe in the Chiang sect, so he didn't master the dark arts and light arts at all. In his words, only true extension, only the next generation can trust the so-called archbishop. Zhu Xiaobao is also very concerned about the issue of having no heirs for so many years. Isn't he also troubled by this problem? Although he can reshape his meridians when he reaches the fusion realm, he should be completely fine now. But he still has no descendants. So he suspected that Mo Dayo had something wrong with him. Hey! Supreme Treasure, what do you know? The more advanced you are in your cultivation, the harder it is to have children. The success rate in the body refining realm is 1/10. And in the initial realm, it is 1% success. Once you reach the transcendent realm, the probability is reduced by 10 times. By analogy, when you reach the false fairy realm, how much success rate can you expect? So it becomes more and more difficult to have an heir. Otherwise, there would be hundreds of billions of people in this world. Will mortals be allowed to survive? Mo Dayo looked at Zhu Xiaobao as if he were an idiot and said helplessly, "Oh? Is it so difficult? Then I have to take advantage of my low cultivation level and work harder." Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt a chill in his heart. No wonder Shikun beamed as soon as he saw his son. His love was obtained after hundreds of years and tens of thousands of hard work. Oh, that's why I believe what the Archbishop said. But now that I think about it, it's too hasty. If the Archbishop's words were really trustworthy, wouldn't the Western cultivators have already been overcrowded? Mo Dayo had this moment. I actually figured it out. But Zhu Xiaobao had no intention of listening anymore. He was worried. What should he do? When we arrived at the Icon Island, the island was actually very peaceful. And Shikun also got the news and was waiting for Zhu Xiaobao and his party on the shore. As soon as the 2 sides met, they immediately exchanged information. Sure enough, a fierce battle had already taken place on the Icon Island. But the result was a complete victory. The reason is even more shocking. In addition to the very strong fighting power of the guards sent by Fu Asheng, there is another unexpected reason. That is, in order to protect the holy statue of the Supreme Treasure, the whole island turned out to have the same enemy, and all the people joined forces. Although their cultivation levels are very low, and some people even have no cultivation level, the morale released by the unity of all people is a bit shocking even to Shikun in the first immortal realm. It is definitely a torrent of steel. The super strong momentum to defend one's territory and beliefs with one's own blood. Another unexpected factor is that Mrs. Shaw's recovery has not been made public. So when the 2 sides fought, the Mrs. Shaw who suddenly came out turned out to be the great perfection of the fake Wonderland, and had very rich combat experience. The couple cooperated. There is even a tacit understanding, which gives Shikun a certain advantage. Unexpectedly. Gentlemen, Lord Supreme Treasure, your prestige in the Icon Island is so high, and now even our husband and wife have begun to have faith. Shikun couldn't help but bow and salute. It's okay to worship the holy statue. Don't worship the real person, Zhu Xiaobao quickly said with his hands in hand. After entering the palace, Zhu Xiaobao summoned the know-it-all and inquired carefully. But he still couldn't determine who the ghost was. Just have some doubts. Fortunately, Wan Shitong was very smart. And he immediately came up with a plan. Whispered a few words to Zhu Xiaobao. And then Zhu Xiaobao left very satisfied. That night, there was a big banquet in the palace to greet Zhu Xiaobao and others. Wan Shitong also took Helena to attend. The two seemed very affectionate. After the meal, Wan Shitong was already very drunk. Finally, he could only be helped back to his bedroom by Helena. Wei Zifeng left Wan Shitong and stayed outside their dormitory until there was no movement in the second half of the night. Even the few Vulcan bees left on Wan Shitong and Helena didn't find anything. Is it really not her? Just when Wei Zifeng was hesitating, a maid suddenly walked out quietly from the side door of Wan Shitong's dormitory, seemingly going to pour water. But Wei Zifeng didn't pay attention. However, Wei Zifeng suddenly felt something was wrong. Chapter 1292 Eliminating Hidden Dangers. A. Who knew that this maid did not go back after pouring the water, but looked around, and after making sure there was no one else, she went to the residence of the Black Knights. This maid's cultivation level was not high. She was only in the extraordinary realm. But when those Black Knights saw her, they even saluted her, and then entered the room to talk secretly for a while before going back cautiously. What surprised Wei Zifeng even more was that there was an underground secret room where the Black Knights lived, and there was a statue of a high priest in it. It was just much smaller, only half a person tall, but they were still very devout worship. After hearing Wei Zifeng's report after returning, Zhu Xiaobao and Wan Shitong were a little surprised, because they all guessed wrong. They all thought the traitor was Helena, but they didn't expect it to be Helena's maid. And this maid is not a Westerner, but a native. Just because she had been serving Archpriest Leo in the palace before, and was familiar with Western living habits and etiquette, she was allowed to stay and serve Helena. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be the real traitor. What is even more worrying is that these Black Knights did not really change their beliefs, but instead secretly carved another statue of the Archbishop. Worshipping the Supreme Treasure on weekdays is just a formality. In fact, they did not convert at all, including ordinary clergy. This is troublesome. Not only the Westerners, we have also neglected many locals. Many of them have completely accepted the teachings of the Qiyang sect, but they just don't dare to show it. Zhu Xiaobao nodded his head after hearing this. It is reasonable that those Black Knights and priests are unwilling to change their beliefs. But many local people cannot help themselves. This is the most terrifying thing. These people may become members of hostile forces at any time. Check! We must check thoroughly, and not let anyone go. Wan Shitong shouted angrily. Although he was happy to clear Helena's name, these maids were all left by him, and more or less he brought them with him. He had a lot of selfish motives. When he rescued these maids from the palace, he thought it was a good deed. Now it seems that they have long believed in the Qiyang sect. Well, it's easy. I'll let some Vulcan bees go out, and let them track those who come to worship secretly. And I've been keeping an eye on these Black Knights and priests day and night these past few days. Let the Green Fairy take action. Her original illusion can play a very good role in concealing it at this time. Once we complete this plan, we will start immediately to eliminate the hidden dangers. Zhu Xiaobao also nodded, and then asked Helena specifically. I apologized, but I didn't expect Helena to be paranoid. But she had truly changed her belief without any rebellion. After 2 days, Helena began to complain of illness, and then asked this maid to sleep with Wan Shitong on her behalf. Sure enough, when Wan Shitong was in a daze, this maid diligently found out a lot of very confidential information, immediately notified the Black Knight. Not long after, a large number of craftsmen were recruited on the Icon Island, and went to the Laughing Path to use the same medicine to carve a statue of the Supreme Treasure. And within half a month, all Zhu Xiaobao, Shikun and others quietly went to the island to attend the inauguration ceremony of the statue. Apart from Know-It-All, there are almost no decent troops left on the Icon Island. Only 2 days later, at midnight, Wan Shitong was still as drunk as before, so he still asked this maid to come and sleep with him. Everything was normal at first, but in the middle of the night, Wan Shitong Qifang was surrounded by the Black Knights, and the people in charge of the guards also launched a rebellion at the same time. When the Black Knights rushed into Wan Shitong's dormitory, they discovered that it was not just Wan Shitong who was sitting in the dormitory, but also Wei Zifeng and others. Then there was a brief fight outside, which quickly subsided. Before dawn, a large number of people quietly landed from the shore. Not only were there Black Knights and priests, but also a large number of pirates and many advanced practitioners, totaling over 1,000 people. Among them, there are hundreds of people in the true martial realm alone, and most of the rest are in the fusion realm. This group of people landed on the shore, and as if they were in uninhabited territory, they rushed towards the church. They wanted to destroy the supreme treasure statue here as soon as possible.
Ha ha ha! Leo, it's really not easy to trick you here. Don't leave today.
Suddenly the statue of the supreme treasure, that was more than 10 meters high, spoke.
No! We were fooled. This is an original illusion. They are waiting for us.
Leo immediately realized the crisis and shouted. Before he could use the dark art, Zhu Xiaobao's light technique
had already been launched first, and suddenly a dazzling light emitted from the church. Zhu Xiaobao appeared in front of Leo with gold and silver rings. Behind him are Shikun and his wife Yitong.
I am the branch leader of the Qiang sect. I came here specifically to take back our church. You bandits actually set a trap. God will not forgive you.
An old man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks held a stick in his hand. The staff shouted hoarsely and glared at Leo fiercely, and it was obvious that he was very disappointed with the intelligence work.
Ha ha. Your God is not in this land. This land has been ours from ancient times to the present. It seems that you are the robbers.
Right? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but retorted with a smile.
Supreme treasure, don't be complacent. It's useless for you to do this. You won't have faith at all. I think you should surrender as soon as possible. As long as you sincerely repent, you can still be forgiven.
When the branch leader saw Zhu Xiaobao, I recognized him immediately because he looked exactly like that statue. But he couldn't understand why Leo would lose to him with such a level of cultivation.
Hee hee. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, if you sincerely repent, I still won't forgive you.
Zhu Xiaobao grinned, then suddenly lowered his face and hummed.
Then come, Lord, awaken these evil souls. The power of faith.
The cult leader raised the staff in his hand and muttered something. Immediately afterwards, a white halo appeared on his body. As the halo continued to expand, the whole person seemed to become taller. Shikun and his wife Yitong, who were standing opposite, were a little at a loss. They were familiar with this situation.
When Xiaobao Island
was captured, Monroe used this method to make them suddenly change. I feel very confused, at a loss as to what to do, and feel like it's hard to resist.
Humph. No matter how much you pretend, it's just a spiritual attack. I might be wary of you with other techniques, but if you use this kind of attack method, you will only be asking for trouble.
Zhu Xiaobao, he couldn't help but smile slightly. His body also emitted a halo, and it was also a 5-color halo.
Oh, my God. How is this possible?
The branch leader was immediately dumbfounded and couldn't help but exclaimed. The spiritual attack that had begun to invade Zhu Xiaobao was immediately locked tightly by Zhu Xiaobao, making it impossible to withdraw. Zhu Xiaobao insisted on fighting a war of attrition with him, because Zhu Xiaobao is already suffering from swelling. Ha ha! I'm here to help you gentlemen. Come on! Take action and kill Leo first.
At this time, Shikun woke up instantly and yelled, making everyone wake up from the chaos and confusion.
Come here! Kill them! Take back the
Icon Island
and destroy the
supreme treasure.
The power of thunder and lightning.
Leo had no choice but to make a desperate move at this time. He is still taking chances. After all, he brought it. There are twice as many people as the other party. As streaks of thunder and lightning shot out from the staff in their hands, Shakun and Yitong were unscathed. Their defenses could definitely withstand this damage. But Leo is also very fast, and it's very difficult to chase him down. After all, the speed of Shaluan and Yitong is their biggest shortcoming. But at this moment, Wei Zifeng followed Leo and took action. Even though she lost to Leo last time, she still chased him this time and started a fierce fight, which surprised Leo. Yes, Wei Zifeng was followed by a jade corpse. It was the same golden corpse. Unexpectedly, in just a few months, he had already been promoted to the jade corpse. The thunder and lightning attack seemed to have a strong attraction to the jade corpse. It was actively chasing Leo, wanting to get hit more.
Damn jade corpse puppet! Don't follow me! Don't follow me!
This time it was Leo's turn to have a headache. The jade corpse followed him, like a shadow, and basically didn't fight back. But once Leo stopped attacking it, instead, it started to attack. This is forcing Leo to do it twice. There is no one so cheap.
Supreme treasure. Supreme treasure. You are not the power of faith. You are fighting a war of attrition. What good does this do to you? At most, both sides will be hurt. Stop! I don't want to hurt you.
The branch leader was miserable at this time. The power of faith cannot be replenished in time. But Zhu Xiaobao is still fighting a war of attrition with him head-on. And he is getting bigger and more energetic. But he could hardly hold on any longer. Never would I have imagined that this little fat man's spiritual consciousness would be so abnormal. It seemed to be endless and inexhaustible.
No. 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 I just want you to hurt me. Don't worry about me. Just let go and attack. I just need to repent.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, still enjoying the relaxation of consuming a lot of spiritual consciousness. What a pleasant pleasure.
Oh, God. I have met a real devil.
The branch leader could no longer hold on any longer, and his whole body began to tremble rapidly. There was no power of faith here for him to quickly replenish and recover, and he could only rely on himself. Of stock. But I didn't expect to meet such a perverted person as Zhu Xiaobao. But except for Shikun Yitong, who had the absolute advantage, the rest of the people were fighting fiercely. After all, the opponent still had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers.
Thousands of miles of ice.
With a sneer, the pirates, who were fighting fiercely, were suddenly frozen by the cold air under their feet. Chapter 1292, Eliminating Hidden Danger, Part 2. The most intense fight in the whole game was played by Leo. With his speed, he resisted the attacks of Wei Zifeng and Jade Corpse. And now, he has begun to slowly reverse the situation. After all, Jade Corpse did not attack actively, but passively, absorbing the power of lightning. But seeing the green fairy appear, Leo suddenly realized. No wonder he couldn't borrow any power of faith. And the green fairy hadn't appeared until now. Don't you understand? Those statues hidden in believers' homes or behind churches have been destroyed by the green fairy. Only she can destroy those statues without anyone noticing.
Damn it! It's you again! I'll kill you first!
Leo shouted angrily, and a bolt of lightning hit Green Fairy. But Green Fairy just moved closer to the Jade Corpse. And this lightning was caught by the Jade Corpse again. At this time, the actions of the pirates, Black Knights and others have become extremely difficult. And Sha Jilin, Tu Mei, and Jin Huan Inhuan are like quickly harvesting heads. The situation on the battlefield suddenly took full control of the situation.
Lord Branch Leader, let's retreat quickly. This is a trap. All our hidden icons have been destroyed.
Leo saw that the situation was not good and had no choice but to shout to the old man.
Okay. Okay. Supreme Treasure, if you want to fight hard, I will fight with you.
The face of the leader was extremely ugly at this time. Of course, he could also obviously feel that the power of faith that could have been absorbed a little had completely disappeared at this time. What's even worse is that he is no match for Zhu Xiaobao. And the other party is still consuming a lot of his spiritual consciousness.
Children, release your faith and completely eliminate this devil.
The branch leader suddenly opened his arms and sang loudly. The priests and Black Knights who were still fighting hard all gathered around him with their lives on. Cross your arms and pray with him. It looks more like a formation. Zhu Xiaobao, who was still enjoying the consumption of his spiritual consciousness, suddenly felt that the other party's spiritual consciousness attack had turned into a violent storm, rising several times. Even if he needed such a strong confrontation, he would not be able to withstand such a strong surge.
Holy shit! What the hell is this? Reflect. Reflect. Reflect back to me.
Zhu Xiaobao also shouted in horror, and immediately launched a sharp counterattack. His counterattack has a shortcoming. It can only passively reflect other people's attacks. And it can only reflect half of them.
Ah!
As everyone screamed at the same time, the priests and Black Knights all fell to the ground one after another, suffering heavy injuries. And Zhu Xiaobao also fell backwards, with a sharp pain in his head. And the very comfortable feeling just now, it has been completely replaced by severe pain. This sudden change surprised everyone. They didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would receive such a serious attack. It has always been their consensus to protect Zhu Xiaobao. Therefore, everyone rushed to Zhu Xiaobao's side as soon as possible. But it was of no use. They didn't know how to rescue him with this kind of spiritual attack. And taking advantage of such a short period of chaos, Leo escaped with the branch leader, who also suffered heavy injuries. Leave a dazzling light all the way, leaving others at a loss. When the light dissipated, there was no trace of Leo and the branch leader. Even the two Vulcan bees had lost their direction. They also lost the tracking target in the Art of Light. But the group of people brought by the leader and Leo were all abandoned. In fact, the only ones left who can still resist are the pirates. And the Black Knights and priests were already there when the leader used the secret method just now. Fell to the ground seriously injured, without the slightest ability to resist. In fact, these people sacrificed themselves, giving the leader and Leo a chance to escape.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I just didn't expect that he could use other people's spiritual consciousness to achieve a combined attack. This branch classroom is not easy.
At this time, Zhu Xiaobao had slowly sat up and shook his head. Fortunately, his spiritual consciousness there was no damage, thanks to the fact that these people's consciousness was not strong enough and their number was not too large. What's more important is that the branch leader is at the end of his tether. But this attack method still shocked Zhu Xiaobao greatly. Doesn't this mean that as long as the opponent's numbers are large enough, they can still inflict heavy damage on themselves? Zhu Xiaobao doesn't need to worry about the rest, as all the pirates have been killed. Immediately afterwards, a ruthless purge was launched against all those who still believed in the Archbishop on the Icon Island. These people are almost all small wealthy families, who benefited a lot from it. They even hoped to return to the original era of believing in the Qiang sect. Zhu Xiaobao also spent 3 days recovering his condition. In fact, for her recovery was not as comfortable as before, because as her state recovered, her feeling of fullness of consciousness returned. This time, although her consciousness did not increase, it definitely did not. No reduction. In the end, you still have to rely on
Ma Su Dan
to suppress it. The Icon Island also experienced a large-scale cleanup. At the same time, the original architectural style of the church was also changed back to the traditional boxy style. I feel very comfortable looking at it. In the newly renovated main hall, Zhu Xiaobao is also discussing with Sha Kuan, Wan Shitong, Green Fairy and others, mainly to learn more about the Qiang sect. There is really too little information on hand. Fortunately, there is still Emo Dayo here. Although he was considered Zhu Xiaobao's prisoner, Zhu Xiaobao didn't treat him badly. It's just that his injuries are relatively serious, and he is not good at fighting, and he does not believe in the
Qiang sect,
so it doesn't pose much of a threat.
This time the attack on our Xiaobao Island is about the same, except for the fact that Archbishop Monroe didn't come. Everything else is fine. This shows that the
Qiang sect
has developed too fast in these years. I thought they just want to seize a place to stay, but now it seems that their plan is far more than just a place to settle down.
Sha Kuan said a little depressed. He didn't expect that the Qiang sect has developed so powerful now. He thought the hope of taking back Xiaobao Island is getting slimmer and slimmer.
Yes. Yes. As far as I know, wherever you go, there is a large development population, allowing the people to believe in their
Qiang sect,
and they also unite with the pirates and bribe casual cultivators.
Xiaobao Island has been more than 30 islands around are connected together.
Emo Dayo also nodded quickly and said, although he was bribed by the Archbishop, he has always been unwilling to believe in their
Qiang sect,
and he also felt vaguely worried.
With the strength of the Immortal Pill Island, it didn't notice it and didn't take action? Should we just let it develop?
Green Farrier asked with some dissatisfaction.
Alas, Elixir Island is located in neutral waters and is always kept to itself. As long as the safety of Elixir Island is not involved, they never interfere.
Sha Kuan and Emo Dayo both shook their heads. A little depressed, said, this is the consistent tradition of
Elixir Island,
because for so many years, no one has dared to invade the sphere of influence of
Elixir Island,
or rob the routes, passenger ships, and merchant ships leading to the
Elixir Island. But there is one thing that should be considered good news.
At this time, Wan Shitong unfolded the sea chart and said to Zhu Xiaobao,
oh, what's the good news? Is it possible that you also want to cultivate the map?
Wei Zifeng asked curiously from the side.
Hee. That's not the case. The good news, I said, is that after measurement and research, I found that the Icon Island is not in the chain territory of Qiang sect's development. In other words, this time they will not, Icon Island
should not come again. At least not in a short period of time. This is just a temporary branch church they built at the beginning. But now from the overall layout, it seems a bit useless.
Wan Shitong he pointed to several areas circled on the chart. I have to say that this guy is quite discerning and can clearly see the development trend.
Yes. I also think they won't invade here again for the time being. After all, this time our real strength is Highway Temple is very powerful. And our Shaw family is stationed here. If we want to take back the
Icon Island,
I'm afraid it will take a long time. They can't afford the price they pay.
Shakun also nodded and said,
What do you mean, brother?
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Sha Kun with some doubts.
Ha ha. What I mean is that you can go out to practice and advance as soon as possible. Every move you make determines the fate of us people.
Sha Kun is full of expectations for Zhu Xiaobao. If he wants to regain Sha Kun, Treasure Island,
now he can only place his hope on Zhu Xiaobao.
I know. I also want to put aside these trivial matters first, and seize the time to break through the cultivation level as soon as possible.
Zhu Xiaobao blushed, then nodded and said, in fact, he was also troubled by the orthodoxy of spiritual consciousness. And in his heart Mian is also anxious. It is very tired of having to rely on pills to suppress symptoms every day. After reorganizing 100 guards and taking his own people, Zhu Xiaobao set off again. But this time I didn't bring Sha Jilling and Tu Mei with me. Because with these two people here, there would basically be no opponents. Unconsciously, another 3 months have passed. And Zhu Xiaobao has fought against 19 groups of pirates at sea. Some are single pirate ships, and some are several working together. Although there is the
fake fairyland
of Green Fairy and 2 powerful fat girls in the
true martial realm,
we still often encounter strong opponents. Fortunately, at critical moments, as long as the Jade Corpse is sacrificed, it can basically be reverse defeat, because the Jade Corpse's damage resistance is too strong.
But when they need to make corrections, they will still go back to that small island. Because there, Zhu Xiaobao can still practice the
5 Elements Square.
Chapter 1293, Pregnancy Pill. This time, although I didn't bring Sha Jilling and Tu Mei, I didn't bring Wan Chitong either. But Zhu Xiaobao brought the senior alchemist Mo Dayo with him, because it was quite rewarding to exchange alchemy experiences with this wife-crazy man. These days, Mo Dayo also admires Zhu Xiaobao, even though he is a high-level alchemist. In terms of strength and control methods, he is absolutely incomparable to Zhu Xiaobao. The only advantage he has is his experience.
Hey! Old man Mo. It's impossible to successfully refine this elixir of yours. They are medicinal materials with extremely opposite properties. It's difficult to control the temperature alone, and I don't know if it will be useful.
Experienced again after a failure, Zhu Xiaobao got a little annoyed and scolded.
Hey! 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 Lord Supreme Treasure, this is the
100 pregnancy pill
that I spent hundreds of years researching. As long as it can be successfully refined, I am 80%. I am 90% sure that it can make my wives pregnant. Aren't you worried about this too? Try again. Try again!
Mo Dayo said with a smile on his face. This wife-crazy man has worked so hard to have children that he actually came up with such a formula. And there is a certain theoretical basis. Even Zhu Xiaobao is a little excited.
Get lost. I'm not in a hurry. I'm only at the fusion realm. And I still have a lot of time.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his sleeves and shouted even more angrily. In fact, he was still quite anxious.
Yes. 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 It's me who's anxious. It's me who's anxious. I only have less than 1,000 years left to live. So I'm really anxious. 3 generations of our family have been single-handedly passed down. But I didn't expect that in my generation. Even the single-handedly passed down will no longer be able to be passed down. How can I face my ancestors? Master Zizunbo, let's do this. I will bring out another top-quality material, and let's try again. How about it? Just once?
Mo Dayo said with a sad face.
Oh. Okay. Let's prepare carefully, and see if there is anything we can adjust. I'm also adding this concentrated nectar and concentrated royal jelly. It should have a neutralizing effect.
Zhu Xiaobao, he said with hesitation. To be honest, he was also quite curious about this whimsical recipe. The most yin to the most yang. The most hardness to the most soft. The most hot to the most cold. All the materials are paired in pairs. A total of 80 pairs. Plus his concentrated nectar. It is exactly 99 and 81 pairs.
Ah! That's great. I didn't expect you to have this kind of top-quality nectar. I just said why I always feel that a pair of medicinal ingredients are missing. It turns out that it is a pair of auxiliary medicinal ingredients that are missing. Great. I will definitely succeed this time.
Mo Dayo tried his best to flatter and compliment, saying that the properties of these medicinal materials were so different that he could not control the temperature at all. So Zhu Xiaobao could only take action. Zhu Xiubao's method of controlling the temperature of the alchemy furnace was the most exquisite he had ever seen.
Okay, then I'll try again.
Upon seeing these top-quality materials and medicinal materials, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but have the urge to make elixirs. Because if this elixir is successfully refined, it will probably be an elixir of level 5 or above. This is definitely a fatal temptation for people like him. This time, not only did he summon the Green Fairy, he also summoned the
5-element square.
At the same time, Mo Dayo also used his own alchemy furnace. He also had to help fuse the extremely medicinal materials before he could barely pass the material fusion. The process of no one came near during the whole process, which disturbed their alchemy. And Zhu Xiaobao and Mo Dayo also performed to the extreme this time, although there were some dangerous situations in the process. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao dealt with them with vigilance. In the meantime, 2 Jiang pills and 1 Jihan pill were consumed. After 2 days and 1 night, and taking 3
continuing power pills.
In the middle, the material fusion step was successfully completed. Unexpectedly, the next step is not that simple. The fused materials will still have the risk of rejection and explosion, because they have opposite attributes. It is of course very dangerous to fuse them into a pill. But I never expected that when the concentrated nectar was added this time, the fusion was completed, and the step of brewing it into an elixir was entered. This step only requires the cooperation of Zhu Xiaobao and the 5-element skeleton to be fully competent. After another half day, a faint fragrance came from Zhu Xiaobao's pill furnace. It was not strong, but it was more special than any other pills. The final Chung Dan is also very special. There are actually 2 Chung Dan. One is golden and bright, and the other is silvery and elegant. It turns out to be a set of
male and female pills. Ha ha ha. Just as I expected. There are 2 pills. 1 female and 1 male. The effect of this medicine should be as I expected.
Mo Dayo danced excitedly. If this is really successful, wouldn't it be? How many sons do you want? Just as he pleases?
Master Mo, can you get pregnant after taking this elixir?
Lucianer asked in confusion. This seems to be unheard of.
It must be useful. Of course. After taking it, you still have to cooperate with the male and female affairs. Another point is that the closer the cultivation bases of both parties are, the better.
Mo Dayo nodded confidently. At this moment, Wei Zifeng ran over angrily. She was defeated by Jin Huan once. Since she was promoted to the true martial arts realm, Wei Zifeng could not beat either of these 2 fat girls. And she was still completely defeated. There is almost no comparison.
Xiaobao! They bullied me again. They already succeeded. And they used so much force. I almost broke my bones.
Wei Zifeng complained to Zhu Xiaobao angrily.
It's okay. I told them that they must be measured in their attacks. When you advance to the true martial arts realm, you will be able to catch up with them immediately.
Zhu Xiaobao was quite happy at first. But this time, you have to comfort Wei Zifeng first.
Yes. You and Master Zizunbo should do more double cultivation, so that you can speed up your advancement. Combined with my elixir, the effect of double cultivation will be greatly improved.
Mo Dayo, who was next to him, said quickly to please, and also he held a hermaphrodite pill in front of Wei Zifeng.
Hey! Why are the 2 different? Can this thing really improve the effect of dual cultivation?
Wei Zifeng asked in surprise. And as soon as I saw these 2 elixirs, I couldn't help but like them. Especially the quiet fragrance, which made people easily interested.
It should be. Right. We just refined it, and haven't tried it yet.
Zhu Xiaobao said vaguely. He was not sure about the specific effects. The main thing he was worried about was that the 2 pills contained concentrated nectar. Yes, the desire-stimulating effect of that thing is a bit scary.
Okay, let's go now. I'm so angry today. You must accompany me tonight.
Wei Zifeng took the opportunity to act coquettishly.
Yeah, then you go ahead. The master also said just now that the closer the cultivation bases of both parties are, the better.
Green Farrier also nodded, and was still promoting this matter. This is not usually the case.
Hey! Don't worry. I haven't prepared that yet. Siener, pay attention. If anything goes wrong, come and save me.
Zhu Xiaobao also had a look of surprise on his face, and was half pushed by Wei Zifeng. He was dragged into the bedroom. Not long after, the sound of fighting came from the bedroom, which was also mixed with the howls of Zhu Xiaobao like killing pigs. Mo Dayo and Lu Xiener were both a little panicked and trembled when they heard this. The medicine seemed to be powerful. That's right. Wei Zifeng is not usually so aggressive. Huge noise here. Jin Huan was attracted to him. And both of them were filled with envy. They had never heard Zhu Xiaobao be so tough. Looking at the time, 2 hours have passed. Not over yet? What kind of elixir is this? At this moment, the bedroom door opened, and Zhu Xiaobao crawled out. It was terrible to see him in this state. He was still humming intermittently. Shin 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 shin.
Ah! So fast? You even skipped 10 months of pregnancy? Is this impossible?
Mo Dayo opened his eyes wide and shook his head in disbelief.
Bullshit! I mean I got promoted.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Mo Dayo angrily. Then he cursed with all his strength and passed out.
Ah? Advanced? Is this impossible? It's impossible for a pregnant female cultivator to advance?
Mo Dayo exclaimed in surprise.
Humph. That means your elixir is useless at all.
Green Fairy snorted coldly. At this moment, I saw that the sky began to darken and dark clouds came over me. This was a sign of a thunder catastrophe. The jade corpse in Zhu Xiaobao's storage bag has jumped out on its own and is following Wei Zifeng closely.
Bang!
With a loud noise, Wei Zifeng burst out from the top of the bedroom and rushed to the roof. The jade corpse followed her closely, ushering in the first thunder and lightning. With the lightning and thunder, Zhu Xiaobao slowly woke up, fell into Jin Huan's arms, looked at Wei Zifeng who was going through the tribulation in midair, and murmured,
Why? Why? The injured are always the ones who are injured. Me? It's the same as the 100 pregnancy pill. So even if I don't get pregnant, I won't even be able to advance? Mo Dayo, tell me, what is going on?
Green Fairy looked at Zhu Xiaobao distressedly, and then asked Mo Dayo angrily.
I can't figure it out. Maybe this elixir has a stronger effect on dual cultivation?
Mo Dayo was also in a mess. This was not the result he wanted. He just wants to continue the family line.
Forget it. It's a good thing to let Zifeng advance.
Zhu Xiaobao was completely awake at this time and had recovered some physical strength. He finally said with a grin. At this time, in midair, Wei Zifeng was still struggling to hold on. If she hadn't been blocked by the jade corpse in front of her, she would never have been able to hold on now. Seeing that there were only 3 thunder tribulations left. Chapter 1294 True Martial Realm A. At this time, the jade corpse seemed to have reached a saturated state and began to stand there motionless again. Although Wei Zifeng was wearing soft gold silk armor, he was also covered with shark skin armor. However, Zhu Xiaobao is still afraid that she will not be able to withstand the remaining 3 thunder tribulations.
Zifeng, let me help you.
Zhu Xiaobao yelled, stood up suddenly, rushed in front of Wei Zifeng, first handed her a
continuing power pill,
and then used the
5-element square to help her withstand the next 3 thunder tribulations. Wei Zifeng just took the
continuing power pill,
then glanced at Zhu Xiaobao, and then pushed him away hard. He faced the thunder and lightning that had already struck him alone.
Zifeng, you will be hurt?
Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised and couldn't help but screamed.
No. She is right to do this. If she relies on others for everything, then even if she succeeds in overcoming the tribulation this time, her future achievements will be limited.
Green Farrier quietly came to Zhu Xiaobao and said softly. His eyes were full of approval for Wei Zifeng.
But
Zhu Xiaobao is still worried about Wei Zifeng. He doesn't care so much. As long as he can successfully overcome the disaster, it is the greatest success.
Nothing but. The same goes for you. When it comes to overcoming the tribulation, I'm afraid you have to rely on yourself the most.
Green Farrier said calmly. At this moment, the lightning had been blocked by a small shield in Wei Zifeng's hand. But in the blink of an eye, the shield was torn into pieces and shattered. Wei Zifeng was not surprised, and instead used another, thicker shield. By the last thunder and lightning, Wei Zifeng's body had already been injured in many places. The gold soft armor and shark skin armor on his body had also been split into dozens of gaps, and his defense power had also been greatly reduced. At this time, Wei Zifeng no longer had the shield in her hand. She put her sword together with both hands and struck the last thunderbolt fiercely. Crack! I saw that Wei Zifeng's whole body was flashing with electric light, and she stood firmly on the spot, not giving in at all. It seemed to be a kind of persistence, a kind of thought, and a kind of courage and will. Eventually, the thunder and lightning gradually weakened and dissipated. and the dark clouds in the sky began to disperse, revealing the bright sunshine again. At this time, Wei Zifeng slowly turned around, looked at everyone, and finally at Zhu Xiaobao, and shouted loudly,
True martial realm. I have advanced to the true martial realm.
Following the words, Wei Zifeng slowly fell down. Fortunately, Jin Huan had already prepared. The two of them quickly passed on, picked up Wei Zifeng, and went back to the bedroom.
So strong. Master Zizunbo. Are all your women so strong?
Mo Dio looked a little stunned and then murmured, Humph. Old man, is this the 100 pregnancy pill you researched?
Zhu Xiaobao shouted in anger at this time.
No. It should still be effective. It's just that the amount of concentrated nectar in the end is a bit too much. But it also proves that its dual cultivation effect has been improved by more than 10 times.
Mo Dio explained repeatedly. With this result, even he was also surprised. But this is definitely a surprising effect.
Humph. Adjust the dose for me right away. I almost died from the torture last night.
Zhu Xiaobao's mood can be described as quite complicated. He is happy for Wei Zifeng, but he is also worried about himself. Now several women have advanced. But he, the person who needs to advance the most, is still in the combined state. Therefore, all his depression was poured out on Mo Dio. After coming out of Wei Zifeng's room, Zhu Xiaobao's face looked much better. Because Wei Zifeng was fine and his injuries were recovering quickly. It's just that the shark skin armor and gold silk armor on his body have been completely scrapped. This kind of shark skin armor is quite useful. Not only does it have strong defensive power, it can also avoid resistance to the greatest extent in the water. Because this kind of shark skin armor is completely close to the body, and can also show off a woman's exquisite and graceful figure. Because of its curves, it is very popular with Green Fairy and the others. Unfortunately, the sharkskin armors they wore were all confiscated, and none of them were of very high quality. And now almost half of it has been destroyed. Mo Dio was still pestering Zhu Xiaobao, asking him to continue refining the elixir. Although the effect of the 100 pregnancy pill this time is not good. It is a complete pill after all, which gives Mo Dio great hope. But thinking about the difficulty of refining the elixir, he could only drag Zhu Xiaobao to open the furnace to refine the elixir, because he knew that he simply couldn't do it. But now Mo Dio suddenly got the support of many people. Green Fairy and Jin Huan are actually helping Mo Dio speak up. Because of the miraculous effect of Bai Yu Dan, they were very excited and wanted to try it. Therefore, now, as if he had received the imperial edict, Mo Dio confidently came to Zhu Xiaobao to start refining the elixir. He didn't know how many materials he had prepared, but he felt that Mo Dio was completely obsessed with carrying on the family line. The materials for the 100 pregnancy pill seemed to be inexhaustible without even realizing it.
Oh, okay. Let's try again,
Zhu Xiaobao said listlessly, because it has been 3 days since Wei Zifeng successfully advanced. And Zhu Xiaobao's dizziness has become even more tormenting. Since the battle with the branch leader, his symptoms have become more and more serious. Now even
Jiu and Ma Su Dan
is a bit uncontrollable. And I am often irritable and anxious. It is probably the sequelae of long-term use of
Ma Su Dan.
With the experience from the last time, I am much more proficient this time. And there are basically no mistakes. Moreover, only in the process of refining the elixir can I consume a lot of scrutiny. And Zhu Xiaobao will feel that Zhang Zhuang is lighter. And even the talent is better. It will be more comfortable. But what followed was exhaustion of physical and internal energy, which also made him feel uncomfortable. Anyway, it's not exciting at all. After refining 3 furnaces in a row, none of them failed. The success rate of doing this is astonishing. It is really unmatched. Especially the pair of
male and female elixirs
from the last batch actually produced 2 elixir lines, which is very cute when held in the hand.
It will definitely work this time. Are you going to try it quickly?
Mo Dio urged hopefully.
Really? Are you trying to test the medicine on me?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with lingering fear, thinking about Wei Zifeng's crazy performance when he took the
Bai Yu Dan
for the first time. Zhu Xiaobao now wants to still a little scared.
Don't worry. It will definitely not be like last time. I have reduced the amount of concentrated nectar. Now it is within a safe range. Otherwise, you sell me a female escort and I will take the
Bai Yu Dan
myself,
Mo Dio said confidently. It's a pity that his more than 400 wives are not around, so he can't test the medicine in person now. Originally there were more than 600 people. But later more than 200 people died of old age one after another.
Forget it. I'll do it myself. I'm also anxious to pass on the family line.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. We must hurry up on this matter. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to have a descendant. 2 hours later, Lu Xin'er was carried out of the bedroom weakly, and gave Mo Dayo a vicious look for the last time. Mo Dayo was so frightened that he was all alert, and he accidentally put too little concentrated royal jelly. 1 day later, Jin Huan still didn't believe in evil, and took the initiative to send them to the door again. This time, 3 hours later, the 2 fat girls were also carried out, while Zhu Xiaobao was still going crazy in the room. Finally, Wei Zifeng asked everyone incredulously,
How about I give it a try? What's the difference between the last pill and the last one? The last pill can expand the meridians all over the body. It's true.
It's the dual cultivation effect of getting twice the result with half the effort.
This time I took the
male and female pill,
with 2 pill lines, and it was indeed very effective. After Wei Zifeng and Zhu Xiaobao entered the bedroom, another earth-shaking sound came out. This time it took longer. It took 4 hours before I saw Wei Zi crawling out of the bedroom in a graceful manner. While trying hard, he was still saying intermittently,
Hurry! He's pregnant. No way. What I developed is the 100 pregnancy pill. Not the world-inverting pill? How could you be happy?
Mo Dayo exclaimed in shock. Could it be that the succession of the family depends on me? An old man?
Go away. What I'm talking about is that you're happy that he's going to advance.
Wei Zifeng spat at Mo Dayo with his last bit of strength. Huh?
Why is this a side effect again?
With a loud noise, a hole was opened in the roof of the bedroom again, and Zhu Xiaobao flew into the air.
Come on. Come on. I'm not afraid of you lightning and thunder. I've been waiting for you for a long time.
Green Farrier and Jin Huan both rushed out of the room, only to realize that the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the colorful divine thunders had been gestated, waiting for the little treasures to come out to save the thunder tribulation.
How could it be the 7-colored divine thunder?
Mo Dayo also ran out to take a look and asked in even more surprise.
Humph. Of course. Our young master is not an ordinary person.
The girls all looked proud, and then looked nervously at Zhu Xiaobao in midair. Everyone knows that the power of this kind of colorful divine thunder is several times higher than that of ordinary single-color thunder and lightning. At this time, I saw that the Jade Corpse had jumped out, rushing ahead of Zhu Xiaobao to receive the first 7-color divine thunder.
Get out of the way. I have to do it myself.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted, and kicked the Jade Corpse away. Then he saw that the
5-element square
had been launched, and quickly surrounded the Zhu Xiaobao pan to imitate. It seemed that Fifth Brother Skull also felt threatened, and at the same time, he seemed very excited. What's even more incredible is that the White Lion and the Giant Snake also appeared, and they followed closely behind them to accompany Zhu Xiaobao to survive this colorful thunder tribulation. Chapter 1295 True Martial Realm B. A scorching firelight was shot directly from the
5-element square,
and it collided hard with the golden thunder and lightning. Then, the Fire Skull's firelight was dissipated by the collision, and the flying sparks fell. Everywhere he went it caused a huge fire. Although the golden lightning shot towards Zhu Xiaobao was half missing, its speed also slowed down, but it still shot at Zhu Xiaobao, and saw an earthy yellow shield blocking Zhu Xiaobao's body. Similarly, with a muffled sound, it also fell into pieces, but it had basically resolved the golden thunder and lightning. Immediately, Zhu Xiaobao slashed hard with his sword, smashing the golden lightning into pieces. Immediately after the second, third, and fourth steps, Xiaobao became more and more passive and labored, and wounds of various sizes began to appear on his body. At this time,
the 5 elements phalanx
also rotated rapidly, and the 5 skeletons had never cooperated so well as they do now. Mo Dayo was completely stunned. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful colorful thunder tribulation. I accidentally looked around and saw that all the trees had turned into dead wood and branches,
and the originally yellow-brown ground had turned into a lifeless gray-white. A pond not far away had also been drained of water, and Green Farrier also threw out thousands of sunburn pills, with a solemn expression for the fire skeleton to replenish and absorb. Green Fairy herself also released a sea of fire to provide support for the fire cave. At the same time, a thick ice shield also stood up in front of Zhu Xiaobao. Looking at the Jade Corpse again, the skin and flesh were already torn all over, exposing the muscles and bones inside the body. But it was healing quickly. Its body also had the original green jade color, and was turning into green jade color. It's just that the current thunder tribulation is too fierce. This jade corpse has been knocked to the ground several times, and then got up again, and continued to receive the baptism of colorful thunder and lightning. Zhu Xiaobao took 9 patterns of sustainability pills, and then regained his strength again, shouting loudly, "Come here! This little thunder and lightning can't kill me!" It seemed that he was irritated by Zhu Xiaobao's provocation. The frequency of the successive colorful thunderbolts shot down became faster and faster. And there was also a situation where 2 divine thunders struck almost at the same time. This was a lie, seeing that everyone below was angrily cursing. Even the guards were yelling. It turns out that God can also play tricks. At this time, the jade corpse had fallen from the air, and could not get up again. There was no intact skin on its body, although it still held its head stubbornly. It could not rush to Zhu Xiaobao's side again. The white lion and the little demon also fell to the ground one after another, seriously injured, and also unable to fight anymore. At this time, there are only 4 of the 7 or 49 colorful thunder tribulations left. But what people didn't expect was that an even more shameless scene occurred. These 4 colorful divine thunders were released at the same time. Everyone was shocked immediately. This was going to kill Xiaobao. Ultimate 5-stack kill. Sky-piercing slash. Zhu Xiaobao also saw the danger, roared, and used his most powerful secret technique. Although he knew that the consequences of using such an extreme secret technique would be serious. But now that it was a matter of life and death, Zhu Xiaobao could no longer care about it. He wanted to save his own life first. The 5-element square has shrunk to the extreme, only surrounding the main treasures. And the ice shields and flames on the periphery have long been wiped out. And the protective layer formed by the first layer of thick 1 yuan heavy water was instantly shattered. Immediately afterwards, all the golden beams and fiery red beams were scattered by the impact. And the last solid Luz shield failed to block the 4 thunder and lightning attacks. It was also beaten into rubble on the ground. But the golden light flashed, and Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife had already struck with unparalleled momentum. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was like a god descending to earth, with a stern face and firm eyes. The more he faced this life and death moment, the more confident and tough he became, never willing to take a step back. Boom! With a loud noise, the 4 lightning bolts were cut off in unison, immediately losing most of their lethality. And the remaining bits seemed to be frightened, and seemed to pause for a moment before continuing to move towards the Zhu Xiaobao continues to come. Zhu Xiaobao glared angrily, still standing still. But at this time, he was unable to swing the second sword. Old man, it's up to you. Zhu Xiaobao raised his hands slightly, and the claws on his hands were all cracked. There were bloodstains on his hands, and they were still trembling slightly. Zhu Xiaobao let go of his hands, and let the kitchen knife fall from his hands. I saw a flash of golden light, and the kitchen knife seemed to come alive, turning into a shadow of a dragon-slaying knife with an unparalleled domineering shape. In the blink of an eye, the rest of the offensive was involved in the golden light. Then the dark clouds all over the sky dissipated, and the sky returned to its original clear state. And Zhu Xiaobao gradually fell backwards, and began to fall from midair. Fortunately, Jin Huan had already rushed over, and steadily caught Zhu Xiaobao, who was already in a deep coma. For the next 7 days, Zhu Xiaobao did not wake up, which made everyone a little uneasy. At this time, Mo Dao's experience played a role in stabilizing people's hearts. It doesn't matter. His body was consumed too much, and the backlash he suffered from using the secret method this time was too severe. Just give him a large amount of body tempering pill. He's recovering slowly. Fortunately, he still has enough of the 9 patterns body tempering pill around him. But this time, the body tempering pills consumed by Zhu Xiaobao far exceeded everyone's expectations, and they were all used up by the 3rd day. As a last resort, he had to let Mo Dao start refining the elixir. He refined it for 3 days in a row and added hundreds of body tempering pills before he could barely survive. On the 7th day, Zhu Xiaobao slowly woke up, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. How do you feel? Are you still feeling dizzy? Green Fairy asked nervously, but her tone was very gentle. Great! I haven't enjoyed such a relaxing feeling for a long time. As my cultivation has advanced, my consciousness has doubled again. Now I no longer have that crowded, full and painful feeling.
It feels so good.
Zhu Xiaobao held Luciener's hand and said with a smile. Although his body was still a little weak, his whole body felt full and comfortable.
Thanks to your assistance this time with the
5 elements phalanx.
They played a great role. I really underestimated them. They are so magical.
Green Fairy, Wei Zifeng, and the Golden Ring and Silver Ring, including Michigan, Le and Mo Dayo, were all surrounding Zhu Xiaobao at this time.
Yeah, it will be even more magical next time, because my cultivation determines their future achievements. The same goes for the White Lion and the Little Demon.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. And then he had a feeling really powerful. After 3 days, Zhu Xiaobao fully recovered. In high spirits, Wei Zifeng and Jin Huan Yinhuan had a sparring match. Although Jin Huan Yinhuan had the advantage in close combat, the Yuannong knife they joined together was already indistinguishable from Jin Huan Yinhuan.
Got it.
After another 5 days, the Jade Corpse also completed its self-repair. Now it has turned green jade. And it doesn't look like a puppet anymore. It's more like a handicraft. But the defense of this handicraft is too abnormal. Ordinary swords can only leave a mark on it, but cannot break its skin at all. The Jade Corpse has just recovered, and the White Lion and the Little Demon have begun to enter the advanced state again. Zhu Xiaobao is absolutely overjoyed. It will take a long time for the two of them to advance. Zhu Xiaobao is not in a hurry. They put them into the beast control bag, allowing them to break through with confidence. Everyone packed up and prepared to leave the island first, because the island had no life left. Almost all the trees, grass, rocks, ponds and rivers had dried up. It's all because of this tribulation and being absorbed by the
5 elements phalanx. Ha ha! After a few years, this place will become full of vitality again. Then we will come here to practice dual cultivation.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Green Farrier and others and couldn't help but feel very good. Although the purpose of passing on the family line was not achieved, it was an unexpected breakthrough in cultivation. From this point of view, it is still very satisfying. So Zhu Xiaobao also planned to let Mo Dayo go back to find his wives, because Mo Dayo still has at least 4 sets of
male and female pills
around him.
No. If I don't go back, the effect of the bi-pregnancy pill won't come out. I will definitely not go back.
Unexpectedly, Mo Dayo refused to leave because he was still improving the effects of the bi-pregnancy pill. Dafeng.
Ha ha ha. Then follow me. I'm going to the
Immortal Pill Island.
Now. And I want to pay my respects to my master.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help laughing.
Then you need my help even more. You must know that you must worship in the 4th hall of the inner sect. If you worship in the 12th hall of the outer sect, you will have to work hard for many years before you have a chance to get ahead. Master Zizunbo, you even though it's Zizichuang Lake, it still won't work if no one introduces it.
Mo Dayo said proudly.
Oh, then we will have to rely on Master Mo's connections then?
Zhu Xiaobao still asked with a smile.
It's easy to talk.
It's easy to talk. Senior brother Yu is the most familiar with me and the Yujio fan of Myosho Hall. And my
100 pregnancy pill
can only be refined by senior brother Yu.
Mo Dayo said enthusiastically.
Oh, then there's Immortal Master Lao Mo. Since Immortal Mo is so familiar with
Immortal Pill Island,
could it be that he also came from
Immortal Pill Island? Zhu Xiaobao was also surprised. He didn't expect that this person could actually interact with you. The alcoholic knows him. He looks familiar.
Hey, I turned out to be an elder in the 12 halls of the outer sect. It was because of this matter of carrying on the family line that I resigned from my position as an elder. I went to study the matter of carrying on the lineage.
Huh?
You really do your best for the next generation. There's no way. Our family has been passed down through 3 generations. When it comes to me, it can't even be passed down anymore.
Chapter 1296. The boundary of Immortal Pill Island. Finally left this island. But Zhu Xiaobao and Green Farrier were separated because Zhu Xiaobao asked Green Farrier and others to return to Qianqiu Peak first. The situation in Deshang Kingdom has been unstable in recent years. And Icon Island also needs to quickly increase its manpower. Therefore, the purpose of letting Green Farrier go back is to move the people from Lingquan Town to the
Icon Island
on a voluntary basis. Of course, this also includes Qianqiu Peak. As more and more mortals gather there, Qianqiu Peak is already overcrowded, so some of them have been appropriately diverted to the
Icon Island.
What's more important is to bring a group of craftsmen here, now that the construction and development of
Icon Island
is booming. The most lacking thing is mature and experienced craftsmen. In fact, there is Fu Ashing's intention in this. He also wants to move some tribesmen from Fengyuan City to Icon Island. This fully shows that the situation in the southwest region is not optimistic. It is said that they are likely to unite with the cultivators from the Northwest Territory to fight against the invasion of the cultivators from the Eastern Territory. This large-scale war involving the three immortal realms occurred once thousands of years ago. Later, the three parties stopped and made peace, resulting in the current situation of three-party separation. I didn't expect that the war might rekindle now. So Zhu Xiaobao also has to guard against it. Originally, Wei Zifeng and Jin Huan Yinhuan were asked to go back with the Green Fairy. But Jin Huan and Yinhuan refused to do so. Only Wei Zifeng was obedient, and went back to Qinqiu Peak with the Green Fairy. The main thing is that she has also been promoted to a higher level, and feels that she has the dignity to go back. After the two warships separated, Zhu Xiaobao still had 50 guards on his warship. And these were basically brought from Qinqiu Peak. Many people have become accustomed to following Zhu Xiaobao, and have completely gotten rid of the obsession they had with following Master Shinro. But I am homeless, and I can only find a sense of belonging here with Zhu Xiaobao. Michigan. Lu still follows Zhu Xiaobao. She now spends most of her time learning alchemy techniques from Imo Dayo. Frankly speaking, she is very talented and has a strong sense of consciousness. No wonder Archbishop Monroe valued her so much. Along the way, Imo Dayo was still studying and discussing his 100 pregnancy pill with Zhu Xiaobao. Now it seems that this pill can greatly improve the effect of dual cultivation. Of course, this effect is also quite remarkable. But he was very dissatisfied. His most important purpose was to continue the family lineage. So he was still thinking hard. What went wrong with this unilateral decision? It had unexpected magical effects. Although they encountered several groups of pirates along the way, they were all easily defeated by Zhu Xiaobao and others. Now Zhu Xiaobao can truly enjoy the feeling of a master. Those who are in the true martial realm have the confidence to fight. Zhu Xiaobao usually strikes first. And then it is the turn of the golden ring and the silver ring. Generally speaking, Jin Huan Yinhuan takes action only when Zhu Xiaobao cannot defeat him. Together, these two fat girls can deal with the cultivators of the fake fairyland. When it comes to the sea area around Elder Island, there are basically no pirates, because everyone who comes here comes to refine the elixir or do business with the Elixir Island. Even the most vicious pirates don't dare to be too presumptuous in this area. So as soon as they entered this sea area, Zhu Xiaobao and Imo Dayo relaxed. The wind was sunny, and the weather was beautiful. A table of exquisite side dishes was placed on the bow of the boat, and the two of them ate and chatted. But unexpectedly, as soon as I drank a glass of wine, I encountered three boats. They didn't look like pirate ships, but the people on the two boats behind were guarded by some fierce-looking people, and they could still hear faintly cry. Is that Master Emo in front of you? Why haven't you gone back for so long? The branch leader is sending people to look for you everywhere. On the big boat headed by it stood a middle-aged man. Although he said it very politely, this tone still seems to have the meaning of calling for punishment. Zhang Jinghao? Why are you here? Aren't you not allowed to do business in the waters of Immortal Pill Island? When Mo Dei saw the person coming, his face suddenly changed, and he asked a little stammering. Humph. Who said that this is the boundary of the Immortal Pill Island? 100 miles away is the jurisdiction of the Immortal Pill Island, Zhang Jinghao said in a rather arrogant tone. Then he looked at Zhu Xiaobao, who was sitting opposite Imo Dayo. He was also a little surprised. This little fat man's cultivation seemed to be at the true martial realm. How could he actually see that he had no intention of getting up and saluting? And Imo Dayo was very respectful to him. Branch leader? It seems that you have just taken over the looted property and refugees? Are you still arguing here? As soon as Zhu Xiaobao heard the words, branch leader, he immediately realized something was wrong. He snorted coldly. Bold brat, are you a true martial artist responsible for these things? Which branch leader are you under? So unruly? Kneel down! Zhang Jinghao immediately scolded angrily. Being able to stay with Imo Dayo, he naturally thought that he was a cultivator who had defected to the Qiang sect, just like him. But his cultivation level is much higher than that of Zhu Xiaobao, so he is naturally qualified to reprimand them. Fart! You rip-off bitch! You're working as a lackey for the Westerners, and you're so arrogant? Don't even think about leaving today. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao was so angry
that he kicked over the table and cursed loudly.
Oh? Not from the branch? Hee hee. That's just right. Come on. Get it for me. I didn't expect there to be so many female guards. This trip is really worth it.
When Zheng Jinghao heard this, he immediately took action. Come. He thought that with such a boatload of female bodyguards in the fusion realm, they were the subordinates of the branch leader. But he didn't expect that they were actually a large sum of wealth sent to him. Zheng Jinghao was immediately elated as soon as he finished speaking. For cultivators of the true martial realm jumped onto Zhu Xubao's warship, because there was no hostility between the two sides at the beginning. They got very close. Unexpectedly, they turned against each other and started fighting while they were talking. Therefore, with a true martial arts level, it is easy to jump onto the opponent's warship. But it was easy to navigate. But it was difficult to go back. Before they could stand firm, Jin Huan had already started to attack. 2 against 3. But he didn't show any signs of weakness. And his face was full of excitement. The other one is here for Zhu Xiaobao.
Don't fight! Don't fight! There is some misunderstanding here.
Mo Dayo was dumbfounded this time. Neither party dared to offend. But in his heart, he still hoped that Zhu Xiaobao could win. At this time, what Zheng Jinghao did not expect was that there was a fierce battle on the other side. And the female guards had already launched a series of shooting at his warship. Without any precautions, his men had been shot dead. Nearly 100 people attended. I never expected that the opponent's attack would be so ruthless. She must be a battle-hardened female cultivator.
You are looking for death.
Zheng Jinghao was furious and jumped onto Zhu Xubao's warship. But what greeted him was a jade corpse. Caught off guard, Zheng Jinghao and Jade Corpse exchanged palms first. Unexpectedly, Zheng Jinghao was shocked and took half a step back, while Jade Corpse followed up with 2 more palms. Seeing that Zheng Jinghao was at a disadvantage, everyone suddenly felt that there was darkness in front of him. Someone had used the dark art to resolve Zheng Jinghao's passivity. But this dark technique had just formed, and it immediately disappeared. Because Michigan, Lu here also used the light technique. A black-clothed priest standing on the bow of the opponent's ship also raised his head in surprise. It could be seen that he was just a priest with a very low cultivation level. Not only did Zheng Jinghao not be helped this time, but the 4 cultivators of the true martial realm were also caught off guard. Instead, they were stunned. They never expected that there was a Western woman on the warship. They couldn't do it for a while. Know whether the other party is a friend or an enemy. The most unlucky one among them was the person who was facing off against Zhu Xiaobao. Before he could react, one of his legs was cut off by Zhu Xiaobao's special move. He immediately screamed and was kicked into the sea by Zhu Xiaobao. There are also 3 cultivators in the true martial realm who have also fallen into a passive state. The 3 of them are crowded together and restricting each other. But they are unable to perform. Now they are surrounded by gold and silver rings. They can move with ease with their 4 hands. The more they fight, the happier they are. The priest on the other side's bow suddenly reacted and shouted in panic.
He is the supreme treasure. Don't let him run away. Ha ha. No one can let go.
At some point, Mo Dayo had jumped onto the opponent's ship, and the female guards were also on the attack with him.
Ah? Mo Dayo. How dare you betray the leader? You don't want to live anymore.
Zheng Jinghao immediately shouted angrily. Unexpectedly, Mo Dayo actually helped the other party take action.
Humph. Take care of yourself first.
Zhu Xiaobao dismissed a person from the true martial realm and turned around to deal with this opponent from the
fake fairy realm.
This was what he faced before he was promoted to the
true martial realm.
The strongest opponent.
The jutsu of gravity.
Following the words, a drop of
1 yuan heavy water
was pressed down from Zheng Jinghao's head, and it also blessed the gravity technique of these little treasures.
Ah! Damn it! Are you from the 5 Immortals?
Zheng Jinghao was quite knowledgeable and immediately recognized that this was the 5 Immortals' special skill. He couldn't help shouting in horror, but he couldn't tolerate his nagging. And Jade Corpse's palm slowly stretched out. It seemed unhappy, but Zheng Jinghao just couldn't avoid it. His movements have become very slow, and his legs are shaking, and he has begun to be unable to support him. The weight has increased hundreds of times, and he can barely hold on without collapsing.
Boom!
With a dull sound, Zheng Jinghao looked down and saw that one of Jade Corpse's palms actually penetrated his chest. And then he slowly withdrew it. Chapter 1297 Master A. It didn't matter that he was pierced through the chest. The key was that the Jade Corpse followed with 2 palms, which shattered Zheng Jinghao's dantian. This completely destroyed Zheng Jinghao's cultivation. This is more painful than killing him. As soon as they saw Zheng Jinghao's fate, the three cultivators at the true martial realm had no fighting spirit. They all wanted to escape, but they were squeezed together and couldn't escape even if they wanted to.
Supreme Treasure, Lord Supreme Treasure, we were wrong. We were originally local monks, and we didn't want to join the
Qiyang sect.
We were all forced to have no choice.
The three of them began to explain desperately. No one wanted to follow Zheng Jinghao's example. Follow in the footsteps.
Humph! You were so fierce just now! You all want to show off in front of this low-level priest. Bah! There is no shame at all!
Zhu Xiaobao cursed fiercely, and was about to step forward to help Jin Huan get rid of these three people as quickly as possible. At this moment, a human figure came from the air, startling Zhu Xiaobao. Those who can come from the air like this can only do it after reaching the first immortal realm and above, and they can't last for a long time. Looking up, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but be a little surprised. The person who came was actually a fish and wine addict. It's rare to see a fish and wine fanatic dressed neatly and with a murderous look on his face. It turns out that there are people who dare to rob and kill in the waters of
Immortal Pill Island. Immortal Pill Island.
We'll know about it immediately. That's why we hurriedly sent out the tyrannical Yu Jiuqi.
Ha ha! Brother you, are you okay?
When Zhu Xiaobao saw Yu Jiuqi, he felt relieved, cupped his hands and said with a smile.
Ah? Junior brother? Ha 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 ha! I asked why Master sent me here. It turns out that Junior brother is here. This is to give me the face of
Yusho Hall. The fish and wine fanatic, who was a little reluctant at first, suddenly became confused. He said with a smile on his face, and gently landed on Zhu Xiaobao's warship with his feet. At this time, the people on the opposite boat were even more frightened. One look at the man coming from the air, and they knew he was a top master. What a slap in the face! But wanting to escape became a luxury. When Mo Dei saw Yu Jiuqi, he fought even harder. Although his fighting power is not strong, with his cultivation in the false fairyland, it is more than enough to deal with these people with low cultivation. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the people on the other side's warship had been killed, and some who jumped into the sea could not escape the shooting of the female guards. The people who were rescued on the two boats behind were all bursting with gratitude. They had gone through many twists and turns. First they were robbed and killed by pirates, and then they were handed over to Zheng Jinghao. They didn't expect to be rescued again. So thank you for being a fish and wine addict.
He. It wasn't me who saved you. It was my junior brother. If you want to thank him, just thank him,
Yu Jiuqi said with a slightly embarrassed smile. But after all, this can be regarded as a meritorious deed done by Maya Xiaoding. The fish and wine fanatic is still very satisfied. The next step is to do some aftermath work, and then take the two rescued boats and set off again, heading towards the Elixir Island.
I've seen Senior Brother you.
At this time, Mo Dayo also hurriedly came to Yu Jiuqi and gave him a deep salute. Although he called him Senior Brother, he acted extremely respectfully. He recognized himself as Junior Brother. Yu Jiuqi looked at him. He was always indifferent to me.
Oh, Junior Brother Mo, didn't you join the
Qiyang sect?
Why do you want to go back to the
Immortal Pill Island?
Again?
Yu Jiuqi asked indifferently.
No. It was just a little trick to trick a foreign girl back. How could I take refuge in these foreign girls?
Mo Dayo quickly waved his hands and explained.
Yeah, I can testify to this. What Master Mo Xian said is true.
Zhu Xiaobao also helped Mo Dayo with a kind word. After all, this old man was still kind to him.
Oh, since my junior brother said so, let's sit together.
Yu Jiuqi was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Mo Dayo to be able to climb up to Zhu Xiaobao, so it was necessary to give him this face. In fact, he knows very well what Mo Dayo has done in the past few years.
Ha ha! Come here. Serve the wine and food again. Senior brother, please,
Zhu Xiaobao said with joy on his face.
This trip is here. Master is still master. Come on. Take out what you have. All the things you gave me were taken away by Master. There is not a single bit left for me.
The fish and wine fanatic returned to his usual businesslike appearance, salivating, and sat down without any image. Mo Dayo, on the other hand, was respectful, half-assed, and murmured,
Junior brother? You actually called him junior brother? What? based on his spiritual knowledge. Do you think I am qualified to be his master?
The fish and wine maniac looked at Imo as if he were an idiot. Then he had already slapped away a jar of wine with one hand, followed by the strong smell is like spreading out. It was only a one-day journey. But the fish and wine maniac kept me drifting on the sea for 2 days. It was not until I was satisfied with the drink that I finally arrived at the Elixir Island. Not to mention, the disciples of the Myosho Hall had already been waiting on the shore to greet their master. When they saw Yu Jiuqi and Zhu Xiaobao holding hands, they kept calling each other junior brother. Many disciples were puzzled, but no one dared to ask more questions. It was probably because the fish hall master had drunk too much again. When they arrived at the
Immortal Pill Island,
Yu Jiuqi also quickly washed up, and then took Zhu Xiaobao and Imo to see Tianjizi in high spirits. This made Imo a little nervous. Although he had served as an elder in the 12th hall of the outer sect before, he had never met Tianjizi alone. His status was too low. Arriving at the 3rd level of Elixir Island, the environment here is like a fairyland. There are very few people. There are birds chirping and flowers fragrant everywhere. And there are precious medicinal materials everywhere. However, the age is not very high, but the growth is gratifying. Even the treasure-hunting mice in Zhu Xiaobao's arms couldn't help but jump out. After passing through 9 twists and turns, we came to an exquisite courtyard. Zhu Xiaobao felt as if he had returned to Sister Yu's Dongtian paradise, because the two environments were so similar. So when Zhu Xiaobao walked, he was familiar with the roads and walked faster than the fish and wine fool. Are all the fish and wine lovers a little dumbfounded? Could it be that this guy has been here before? Impossible? Finally, after crossing the last small bridge, the fish and wine maniac stopped and saluted respectfully.
Master, I'm back, and those aliens and bandits have been dealt with. Well, the work was quite successful, but I was delayed for an extra day on the road. The merits and demerits are equal to each other. Just step aside for now.
Tianjizi's calm voice came from the wooden house. But just one sentence had already made the fish and wine idiot dare not raise his head. And then heard Tianjizi continue to say calmly,
Little Kai, ha ha, it's not simple. He has advanced to the
true martial realm,
and is better than me. Think faster. Come in. Okay.
Zhu Xiaobao was not polite and strode into the small courtyard. After passing the first room, there was Immortal Master Zhonglai sitting cross-legged inside. He opened his eyes slightly, nodded, ignored Zhu Xiaobao, and continued to meditate with his eyes closed. Entering a room inside, it was antique, with tea sets and bowls placed on the table. Kuchin and the 4 treasures of the study were also placed on the surrounding tables. The most eye-catching thing was a chess set, which was given to me by Zhu Xiaobao. Tianjizi's
master is here. Please accept my disciple's bow.
Zhu Xiaobao was the first to bow and salute. He bowed to the ground. No matter whether he had a ceremony or not, he should wake up, master, first.
He. Yes. Your spiritual consciousness has been strengthened again. It's only a matter of time before your future achievements will surpass those of being a teacher. Sit down. I know you are not used to cumbersome customs. There is no need to embarrass yourself.
Unexpectedly, the Sky Jizi really took good care of Zhu Xiaobao and let him sit at the bottom. Immediately a little boy brought the tea bowl. Zhu Xiaobao doesn't know that this is a treatment that other disciples cannot enjoy. But Yu Jiuqi and Imo who were waiting outside the door, were a little tired. They waited for 3 hours, and Zhu Xiaobao didn't come out. On the contrary, I could vaguely hear the sounds of arguments coming from the room.
You've already regretted 2 moves. A true gentleman does not regret his move. Do you understand? No. You are a true gentleman who never regrets your decision. The horse I just bought hasn't settled yet. Master, you have to be kind and kind. Are you just lying on your back? You are just relying on your advanced cultivation. Nonsense. Who is cheating? Junior brother. You are the judge.
The fish and wine fanatics outside the door looked at each other, and Imo felt chills running down their backs. Looking at this situation, it will take a long time. You two are ready to fight, so we have to stand here for punishment. After another hour, Zhu Xiaobao came out with a guqin in his hands. The guqin on Tianjizi's table was defeated by him, so I only saw Master Zhonglai giving away all the little treasures. But Tianjizi didn't show up at all. I guess I am hiding in the house feeling upset and heartbroken. It is strange to say that Zhu Xiaobao and Tianjizi played chess and drank tea for several days in a row, but they never mentioned the apprenticeship ceremony. Although Master Xian, Yu Jiuqi and others have changed their name to
Little Junior Brother.
They have not disclosed Zhu Xiaobao's new identity to the public. Even within the
Immortal Pill Island.
only the elders knew it.
Junior Brother. Junior Brother. Please tell us. What is going on? I will not do this apprenticeship ceremony. What do you mean?
Yu Jiuqi and Immortal Master Qing Yu really couldn't bear it anymore. Finally, when Zhu Xiaobao came out of Tianjizi's place, he quickly pulled him and chased him.
Master is in a dilemma too. I am in a dilemma too.
Zhu Xiaobao spread his hands and said a little depressed.
Why? Is it because you refuse to let Master play chess? No. It's because of my other identity. What is your identity? Supreme Treasure.
Chapter 1298 Master B. After listening to Zhu Xiaobao's words, Yu Jiuqi and Qing Yu Immortal Master also became silent. In fact, they already knew about Zhu Xiaobao's identity. To be precise, what Zhu Xiaobao did outside these days, they basically know everything they do. The identity of the Supreme Treasure is indeed quite sensitive, because in the eyes of others, it is similar to the Qiang sect, and cannot be recognized by everyone. Some people even compare Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Xiaobao. The Qiang sect is confused, whether it's intentional or not. In short, the identity of Supreme Treasure is very sensitive. And if Tianjizi holds such a formal apprenticeship ceremony, it will indicate that Zhu Xiaobao is a closed disciple who will inherit the mantle, which is what the senior brothers do not want to see. In fact, secretly, I want to succeed as the owner of the
Immortal Pill Island. Ha ha! Senior brother. Senior sister. This is actually what the master means. After all, my cultivation level is still too low, and I have no intention of living on the
Immortal Pill Island
for a long time. Moreover, the current situation is complicated. My undisclosed identity may be more it's beneficial.
Zhu Xiaobao said nonchalantly at this time. Although he is obsessed with the art of alchemy, he has no intention of succeeding as the owner of the Elixir Island.
Oh, that's true. The current situation in the eastern region, southwest region, and northwest region is tense,
and the Qiang sect
is interspersed in the middle. It is indeed very complicated. Now there are many disciples of the 12 outer sect of the
Immortal Pill Island.
They all left without saying goodbye and went to
Chengdian Island.
And the most powerful support behind
Chengdian Island was the Qiang sect.
If I had known better, I should not have let Master Tianjizi go. Expand there.
Immortal Master Qing Yu nodded with a heavy expression. But they seemed unwilling to mention this uncle, Tianjizi.
Yes, Master has the foresight to do these things. We don't need to worry about them. It's just pity me that I have to continue to worry about the
Mirsho Hall. Yuji quickly interrupted Qing Yu Immortal Master, said a little regretfully. But the two of them felt inexplicably relaxed, because at least Zhu Xiaobao would not threaten them to compete for the position of the master of the Elixir Island. Therefore, a very strange phenomenon occurred after this. Zhu Xiaobao would go to Tianjizi's place whenever he had nothing to do, play chess and taste tea. Sometimes Tianjizi would also give Zhu Xiaobao pointers on his alchemy skills. They seemed to get along very harmoniously, and Tianjizi is cheerful all day long, and is quite satisfied with this verbal disciple. However, Tianjizi's chess skills have not improved much, and he still often cheats, regrets his chess, and even glares at Zhu Xiaobao. At this time, only Master Zhonglai acts as peacemaker and persuades the two of them to leave. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao slamming the door and leaving in anger, Master Zhonglai asked in a low voice,
Senior brother, are you really not going to hold the apprenticeship ceremony? You know that his qualifications are far beyond those of the other disciples, and his achievements are far more than that. Alas, junior brother, do you think he will be willing to be an island master here for the rest of his life? I'm afraid that after some time, I won't be able to be his master. As long as he takes another step forward, he will really be a fledgling. Phone. The climate has formed.
Tianjizi didn't look as angry as before at this time, but shook his head with some regret and said with a bitter smile,
Senior brother, what should we do next? We don't necessarily want him to just hang around in the
Immortal Pill Island
without knowing anything.
Master Zhonglai was also a little surprised, although he was also very optimistic about Zhu Xiaobao. He didn't thinking that his senior brother thought so highly of Zhu Xiaobao.
Ha ha! Just let him stay here for a while, and I can teach him some knowledge about alchemy. It's not like he called me master in vain. It's just that in this chess game,
I really have no choice but to be inferior. Ha 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 ha.
Tai and Jeezy then looked up to the sky and laughed. It should be said that the fulfillment and happiness that Zhu Xiao brought to him could not be replaced by other disciples. Zhu Xiaobao now lives in Yuzhouqi's Miasho Hall. Although he has the smallest number of disciples among the 4 inner halls, he is also the one with the loosest management. Of course, this has a lot to do with Yuzhouqi's laziness. But there are still many disciples with excellent qualifications. When nothing happened, Zhu Xiaobao also discussed with them how to make alchemy, including Mo Dayo. Although he teaches in
Miasho Hall,
he does not live in
Miasho Hall.
Now, Mo Dayo's situation is quite special, and he is a shrewd man. He moved more than 400 wives to the
Immortal Pill Island
a long time ago, so he can't talk about joining the religion at all. And he can leave at any time. Everything he did before was just to pass on the family line. As for the
100 pregnancy pill,
it was identified as a 9th level jade pill by Tai and Jeezy, because it did not achieve the effect that Mo Dayo said, and the improvement in the efficiency of dual cultivation needs further confirmation. The reason why it is designated as a 9th level jade elixir is because the refining process of this elixir is too difficult, and it is difficult for ordinary high-level alchemists to successfully refine it. Although Mo Dayo was very dissatisfied with the rating of
by pregnancy pill,
he really couldn't prove the efficacy of
by pregnancy pill.
He had already taken 4 pills, but he selected the 4 most promising ones to get pregnant. Wife. Still none of them are happy. On the contrary, it was one of the wives. The cultivation base has advanced from the realm of transformation to the realm of integration. This once again proves another special effect of
by Yudan.
The remaining 3 wives who participated in the experiment almost succeeded in advancing. If their own accumulation was not too poor, they would have succeeded in advancing. This special effect made
by pregnancy pill
famous, and people were looking for / buying
by pregnancy pill
for a while.
And Elixir Island
also bought the prescription of
by Yundan
right away. A total of 300 million high-grade spiritual stones. Mo Dayo made another windfall out of nowhere. But the refining of this
100 pregnancy pill
makes the immortal masters of
Elixir Island
very helpless. The temperature to be controlled is too complicated. So far, only the hall masters of the 4th hall, Tai and Jeezy and Master Zhonglai, as well as a few elders with advanced cultivation have successfully refined it. The success rate of the 4 hall masters is less than 30%. This has resulted in the
100 pregnancy pill
now becoming sky-high in price. And it's hard to find just one pill. However, as the effects of everyone taking it are summarized, the effect of this
100 pregnancy pill
on improving dual cultivation is only for people below the Jinwu realm. If you want to rely on this
100 pregnancy pill
to easily move from the Jinwu realm advancing to
fake Wonderland
has no effect. The reason is that going from the real martial arts realm to the fake fairyland is a qualitative leap, and it cannot be changed by a pill. Therefore, the jade elixir rated as level 9 is still very low-end. Even so, this kind of
100 pregnancy pill
is hard to find. After all, there are too few people who can advance to the
false Wonderland.
What makes Mo Dayo depressed is that he cannot refine the
100 pregnancy pill
he invented. If he wanted to try it again, he would have to ask Zhu Xiaobao to open a furnace to refine the elixir. Because Mo Dayo is still improving his formula, the old man is not short of money. But what he needs is children to carry on the family line. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, on the 1st floor of the
Immortal Pill Island,
the busiest area with people coming and going, Zhu Xiaobao was wearing a hat and an apron, shouting loudly,
"Don't miss it if you pass by. Freshly baked fried stinky tofu. You only need 1 high-quality spiritual stone for each skewer. Buy 5 skewers and get 1 for free. Come and try it all." They all dig out a lot of spiritual stones to seek elixirs. And they don't care about 2 pieces of spiritual stones. No.
Sitting on the edge of the table, which is the corner of the table,
is a dirty fish and wine addict. There is still a wine gourd in front of him. But there are several dishes of side dishes on the table. Ever since Zhu Xiaobao came, the life of the fish and wine fanatic was like falling into a honey pot. And his whole body had gained weight. Sitting opposite the fish and wine fanatic was Mo Dayo. The old man was not very greedy, but was frowning and still improving his formula. In the past 3 years, he has taken no less than 50
by pregnancy pills.
But still not one of his wives has become pregnant. On the contrary, More than 20 wives have been promoted in cultivation, although most of them are promoted from the transformation god realm, or the transcendent realm. It also proves the dual cultivation effect of this elixir. And Mo Dayo himself has proved very well that this kind of elixir is completely useless against fake Wonderland. Mo Dayo himself has the cultivation level of fake Fairyland.
Come on! Come on! Have a taste. Freshly baked fried stinky tofu. It smells stinky and tastes delicious. Oh my god! Jin Huan. Can you two eat less? Why do you have such no memory? Are you making any money?
The pot of stinky tofu cubes that Zhu Xiaobao had just fished out was half missing in the blink of an eye. This made Zhu Xiaobao very annoyed. These two fat girls are so edible.
These fried stinky tofu are all covered by us. And you? Please clean up the stall and come with us.
Suddenly a cold voice said calmly.
Stop being like this. Isn't it great to be rich? I'm not a prostitute. But who comes here with millions and millions of dollars?
Zhu Xiaobao didn't care at all who the other person was. On the
Immortal Pill Island,
there are many people with deep pockets.
I want to refine 100 pregnancy pills, which are 1 billion spiritual stones.
The other party still hummed lightly. Then 10 storage bags appeared in front of Zhu Xiaobao. Each storage bag contains 100 million high-grade spiritual stones.
Senior brother, I'm looking for you. Go back and make alchemy quickly. Don't keep eating and drinking here.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao still ignored him, and directly threw the 10 storage bags on the table of the fish and wine fanatic.
Huh? 1 billion.
Mo Dayo was already a little sluggish at this time. He didn't expect someone to be so generous. And it's for the elixir I invented.
Humph. What a generous gesture. It's a pity that master said it can be used by anyone, but it won't be sold to you people from
Chumden Island. At this time, the fish and wine fanatic also changed his lazy and slovenly look. And the two of them, his eyes were shining brightly, and he hummed coldly.
Brother, are you okay?
Chapter 1299 Qinglingzi. The fish and wine fanatic looked at the woman in front of him warily. Although she only had the cultivation level of fake Fairyland, the fish and wine fanatic didn't look down upon her at all.
Humph! I don't dare to take it seriously. How come Fairy Qingling has time to come to the
Immortal Pill Island?
And she is so generous?
The fish and wine idiot glanced at the storage bag on the table. Such a big gesture must represent the
Sacred Pill Island.
From the island.
I heard that my uncle recently accepted a closed disciple. So my master asked me to come here to congratulate him. Could it be this little junior brother? Right.
Qinglingzi took off the veil. The bamboo hat immediately revealed a delicate and cold face, looking like a young girl. You must know that those who can be regarded as brothers and sisters with the fish and wine fanatics must have been practicing for at least 1,000 years.
Sister, you think so highly of me that I can't even be considered a closed disciple. No, it's just because my master was extremely disappointed in me that I was driven down the mountain to start a small business and earn a living.
Xiaobao also took over the conversation with a smile. But this call, big sister, has already made Qinglingzi very embarrassed. Could it be that she looks very old? But this was not over yet. What she didn't expect was that while Zhu Xiaobao smiled and bowed his hands in salute, he had already actively activated his spiritual consciousness and wanted to test it out.
Bold! You are looking for death!
Qinglingzi immediately noticed Zhu Xiaobao's provocation and immediately shouted sharply, and then launched a sharp counterattack.
Hey! Sister!
I'm just testing it out. But there's nothing hostile. Why do you have to be so overreacting?
Zhu Xiaobao immediately felt that the other party's spiritual consciousness was actually very powerful, and a series of divine thorns came like a storm. But half of it was immediately reflected back.
Humph. You are so good. I didn't expect you really have some skills. You can actually reflect back half of it?
Qinglingzi also felt a stinging pain. It turned out to be stung by his own consciousness attack, and he quickly put away divine thorn attack. But she was extremely surprised. In such a moment of fighting, she didn't detect the slightest bit of the strength of Zhu Xiaobao's consciousness. This somewhat surprised her.
How presumptuous. Don't you know that the first level of Immortal Pill Island does not allow the release of spiritual attacks?
At this time, a very majestic voice came. It was the voice of Master Zhonglai. Although he did not appear, everyone present all heard clearly.
She was the one who used the spiritual attack first. I wanted to say low in a friendly way. Oh, by the way, she also ate food without paying for it, which affected my business.
Villain Zhu Xiaobao complained first. Pointing at Qing Lingzi shouted loudly.
You? Humph. Little junior brother. I really do belong to you.
Qing Lingzi was suddenly shocked and angry. If she was willing, she could buy the entire street of restaurants. Now he has become the master who eats and drinks without paying. However, the fact is that she has not paid yet. So while talking, a top-quality spiritual stone popped up. Zhu Xiaobao copied it in his hand very skillfully, and even held it up to the sun to identify the authenticity. This move immediately aroused roars of laughter from the onlookers, making Qing Lingzi feel even more embarrassed.
Well, needless to say, the island master lets you go up.
Master Zhonglai almost couldn't help but laugh. He quickly suppressed his smile and said coldly, when they reached the top floor of Linglong Tower, Tai and Jizi was already sitting there. In fact, Qing Lingzi and the others were already noticed by Tai and Jizi's people as soon as they landed ashore.
I've met my uncle.
Upon seeing Tai and Jizi, Qing Lingzi still bowed respectfully.
Well, did your master ask you to come? How is he now?
Tai and Jizi asked in a calm voice.
Master, everything is fine with him. He is just busy with trivial matters and cannot come in person. So he asked his disciples to come here.
Qing Lingzi replied with his head lowered.
Why did he ask you to come? I want to get a prescription for the pill. The prescription for the bi-pregnancy pill. Impossible. It's impossible to sell this to you unilaterally.
Master Zhonglai on the other side took the lead and frowned.
Hee. Uncle Master. I didn't say that I wanted to pay for it. I meant to exchange it for the formula of the God-seizing pill.
Unexpectedly, Qing Lingzi suddenly said with a smile, which surprised everyone.
That's impossible. The God-seizing pill is an evil pill that takes away people's consciousness and benefits oneself at the expense of others. It's not worth the exchange at all.
Master Zhonglai immediately shouted loudly.
Hey, Uncle Master. That's not what you said. The elixir itself is not divided into good and evil. If it is used on the enemy, it is not an evil elixir. Right? Besides, some people are willing to give up their excess spiritual consciousness in exchange for the required cultivation resources. This is also common. Right?
Qing Lingzi said eloquently, insisting that Master Zhonglai could not refute.
That won't change. Even if it's all the hype you say, it's useless.
Immortal Master Qing Yu said forcefully at this time.
Hee. In fact, I have known this result for a long time. There is another way. I wonder if you dare to agree. Senior Sister Qing Yu?
Unexpectedly, Qing Lingzi immediately became provocative and asked when he saw Fairy Qing Yu. Road. There seems to be more hatred between the two.
What are you afraid of?
Immortal Master Qing Yu snorted coldly. But I was secretly surprised. This Qing Lingzi's spiritual consciousness was quite powerful. Although he only had the cultivation level of
fake fairyland,
his spiritual consciousness cultivation level was no better than his own. He felt as if he had slipped into the trap set by the other party.
Okay, let me have a competition with my senior sister. It's absolutely fair. If I lose, I'll give this God-seizing pill to both parties. I'm lucky enough to win.
Qing Lingzi deliberately stopped mid-sentence. Come down.
If you win, naturally the recipe for the 100 pregnancy pill will be given to you with both hands.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao took over the conversation with some ignorance. Suddenly, everyone glared at Zhu Xiaobao angrily.
Great. Senior Sister Qing Yu. Please?
Qing Lingzi immediately seized the opportunity and immediately issued a challenge to Immortal Master Qing Yu.
How to compete?
Immortal Master Qing Yu asked coldly. At this moment, she was a little bit secretly beating the drum. Although she was a senior sister, she had already known about Qing Lingzi's talent. It was said that she was the perfect candidate to inherit Tianhezi's mantle. None of her senior brothers and sisters dared to have it. No objection at all.
This is simple. Let me refine your
100 pregnancy pill,
and you can refine our
God-seizing pill.
We have prepared the materials separately, and no one will reveal his formula. The same 9th level Jade Dan. The refining process is also difficult. Is this fair and reasonable?
Qing Lingzi said calmly. Indeed, her method is the most reasonable. In this way, both parties in the competition are refining for the first time, and the formula and the ratio of various materials will not be revealed. There is indeed nothing to fault.
Yes, very reasonable.
Fairy Qing Yu snorted coldly, but she glanced at the master secretly, and saw that Tianjizi's expression was calm. without any expression. Looking at Zhu Xiaobao again, Immortal Master Qing Yu glared at him fiercely. This was the culprit who brought him trouble. Unreasonable. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted loudly and jumped over from the side. No one noticed that Tian Jizi's expression moved slightly while he was sitting there, and there was a smile on his face that was difficult to detect. That is, Master Zhonglai can feel it. What's unreasonable? Did I take advantage of something? Qing Lingzi immediately frowned and asked. Could it be that Immortal Pill Island still wants to replace it with the most powerful Master Xian to challenge it? Isn't this too shameless? Immortal Master Xian has already reached the level of Middle Immortal Realm. No. I feel that I cannot take advantage of you. I, Senior Sister Qingyu, have already reached the First Immortal Realm. If I condescend to compete with you, a person from the fake Immortal Realm, you are looking down on our Immortal Pill Island, Zhu Xiaobao said indignantly. Ah? Then what do you mean? This time Qing Lingzi was completely confused. Is there anyone else whose cultivation level is comparable to his? What I mean is that since you are Uncle Tian Heezy's youngest disciple, then of course I, the youngest junior disciple, should take up the challenge. This is only fair and reasonable. I hope you won't be convinced even if you lose. Zhu Xiaobao actually said he also made some sense. It sounds like the Immortal Pill Island is definitely more domineering than the Saint Pill Island, and will never take any advantage. You are only at the true martial realm, and you want to compete with me? Qing Lingzi was immediately a little annoyed and angry. This is so disrespectful. Let a person in the true martial realm compete with him. Although the battle of spiritual consciousness just now was a bit surprising to her. In the face of absolute strength, these are just clouds. After all, spiritual consciousness still needs to be supported by strong cultivation. What? You don't dare anymore? Then stay on both sides. Admit defeat, and count out to me 3 more times. I will let you go. Promise not to let outsiders know. Zhu Xiaobao went even further. I think you ate too much fried stinky tofu. And your mouth smells bad? Okay. This is what you said. Senior sister. You all heard it. I didn't force him to do this. He jumped out on his own. Zhong Uncle Lai, please make arrangements for us. Qing Lingzi was already so angry that she didn't expect there to be someone more arrogant than her in the world. Humph. Ha. Listen. If I lose, I will roll down the mountain from the Immortal Pill Island. Zhu Xiaobao also rolled up his arms and sleeves, as if he was irritated, and roared desperately. Wait a minute. I want to be in the same alchemy room with him to save him from cheating. Qing Lingzi suddenly shouted warily. That's how it should be. Just as you ask. Absolute fairness. I also have a request. You and I need to rest for 3 days. Don't say I bullied you. I came all the way here and haven't had a good rest yet. Zhu Xiaobao also made his own request. 3 days. 3 days. Okay. It's a deal. Chapter 1300 Alchemy Talent A. No one has any objection to the 3 days of preparation time. Qing Lingzi also believed that this was fair and reasonable. She had just arrived at the Immortal Pill Island. Although it was not hard work, it was still necessary to adjust to the best condition. Zhu Xiaobao, on the other hand, was cautiously considering that he knew nothing about this Qing Lingzi. So of course, he had to understand it clearly first. Because from the performance of Immortal Master Qingyu, it is obvious that he has no confidence in his heart, and is just trying to hold on. This makes Zhu Xiaobao very cautious. An alchemist from the fake Immortal Realm can actually make an alchemist from the primary Immortal Realm feel jealous and fearful. This only shows that her alchemy skills and talents are far beyond ordinary people. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao did not jump out intentionally, but got a message from Tian Jizi and jumped out on his own initiative. Ha ha! I know you will definitely come to me. Tell me, what do you want to know? Master Zhonglai and I will tell you. When Zhu Xiaobao returned to Linglong Pagoda again, Tian Jizi and Master Zhonglai both waiting for him. Yes. You asked me to take part in the competition on behalf of Senior Sister Qingyu. So of course, I should go all out and strive to win. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. I have to know what kind of opponent this Qing Lingzi is. Right. At least now it seems that Senior Sister Qingyu should not be her opponent. Because I tried her spiritual consciousness yesterday, and it is definitely at least 20% higher than Senior Sister Qingyu. Zhu Xiaobao was not polite and bent down. Even after saluting the 2 seniors, and then sitting on the floor, there was no pretense of distance between the 3 of them.
Even Master Zhonglai changed his usual rigid and serious expression and looked at Zhu Xiaobao with a smile. In any case, he likes his nephew more and more. But it's a pity that Tianjizi has no intention of making him the successor of
Immortal Pill Island. Ha ha! Speaking of which, this matter has something to do with you. You must also know by now that in addition to the Immortal Pill Island, there is actually a sacred pill island 40,000 miles away from here.
Master Zhonglai laughed. Said,
I've heard of it. The island owner,
Tianjizi,
is my master's junior brother. That is, my uncle.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. He had actually heard Xian Daozi talk about many things. But that was at that time. I felt that I had nothing to do with him. But I didn't expect that I still have many connections with him now.
Not only this relationship, but also the
5 Elements Venerable
has an inseparable relationship with him.
The 5 Elements Venerable
Originally has a slightly stronger spiritual consciousness than ordinary people. And he absolutely cannot control the 5 elements skeleton. Yes. It was because of the
God-seizing pill
developed by Tianjizi that the spiritual consciousness of the
5 Elements Master
was greatly improved. And later, he became a difficult person to offend.
Tianjizi also became said somewhat seriously.
This seems to really have something to do with me.
When Zhu Xiaobao heard this, he was also surprised. He didn't expect that this
God-taking pill
could be so perverted.
Ha ha! Don't think too much.
Although the God-seizing pill
is very perverted, it is the same as the
100 pregnancy pill.
It only has obvious effects on people below the
False Wonderland.
It really reaches
False Fairyland and above. The effect is minimal. Otherwise, the
God-seizing pill
would not only be defined as a 9th level jade elixir, the same as the
100 pregnancy pill. Master Zhonglai quickly explained with a smile.
This is what Qing Yu is most unwilling to do. Originally, she and Qing Lingzi were equally talented in alchemy, and even had a slight upper hand. However, when Qing Lingzi was in the
true martial realm,
she was crazy about taking the pill. Magic pill has made her spiritual consciousness far surpass Qing Yu. So now Qing Yu has lagged far behind in terms of spiritual consciousness cultivation.
Tianjizi also said with a wry smile.
Qing Lingzi used this method to Immortal Master Qing Yu was suppressed. So of course Immortal Master Qing Yu was very unwilling.
It seems that this spiritual pill is really an evil pill.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but sigh. This kind of pill forcibly transforms other people's divine consciousness into his own. But this kind of transformation, the rate is not very high. Some people lose half of their spiritual consciousness cultivation and only have a 10% transmission rate. And it still has to be voluntary for both parties.
I thought so at the beginning. But later on, judging from the effects, it wasn't necessarily true. Because many people in the spirit transformation realm were trapped in the cultivation of spiritual consciousness for a long time. But through the
God-seizing pill,
they forcibly enhanced their spiritual consciousness. Cultivation level was finally promoted to the fusion realm. And the person who sold his spiritual consciousness also got the cultivation resources he needed and was able to continue to practice and advance. It has to be said that both parties got what they needed. From this point of view, saying
God-seizing pill
is not very evil.
Regarding this point, Tianjizi was also a little confused. Because later facts prove that many cultivators are still willing to achieve their own goals through this kind of exchange. And there are indeed many practitioners who have further improved their cultivation because of this. It is precisely because of this that
Sacred Pill Island
was recognized by many cultivators in the end. This conversation allowed Zhu Xiaobao to learn a lot of secrets and past secrets. There are only 2 conflicts and battles between Tianjizi and
5 Elements Master.
And there are no detailed explanations. Because Tianjizi lost both times. Especially in the battle with the
5 Elements Venerable.
He lost miserably. So much so that I have been recuperating for a long time and can only watch Shengdian Island develop and grow. Full of wings. After coming out of Linglong Tower, Zhu Xiaobao found Mo.
Old Mo. Can you change the recipe so that it returns to the proportions that you gave Wei Zifeng the first time? I'm mixing the royal jelly, increase the concentration. Huh? What are you going to do? Brother, I'm not talking about you. We alchemists compete with each other. But we are all open-minded. Cheating is not allowed in this aspect. If an alchemist doesn't even have this state of mind, it will be difficult for him to have it again. Progress.
Mo immediately said with a serious face.
No. I'm not trying to be opportunistic. But I want to change the ratio of concentrated nectar so that more female cultivators can advance,
Zhu Xiaobao said boldly.
Why? The current ratio should be exactly 50 to 50.
Mo Dayo asked in surprise.
So, think about it. The higher you go among cultivators now, the smaller the proportion of female cultivators will be, and the more of us will be bachelors. Do you think we should adjust it appropriately? I am also doing this for the sake of the general public. Think about it. Fellow men, if we wait until we reach the true martial realm or above, we won't even be able to find a double cultivator. Wouldn't it be very sad?
Zhu Xiaobao said, shaking his head.
That makes sense. It's really hard for me to find a female cultivator above the realm of God transformation now. I mobilized more than 200 matchmakers and only brought back 20 of them. And they all look the same. Otherwise, the old people will not be able to continue the family line. It makes sense. It makes sense.
Mo Dayo twirled his beard, thought for a while, and nodded in praise. How else could he be called the supreme treasure? He really has extraordinary knowledge. Zhu Xiaobao was actively preparing. And Qing Lingzi was not idle either. She also brought a lot of people here this time. Now all kinds of news are being compiled. Mainly about Zhu Xiaobao. But the origin of this Zhu Xiaobao is very strange. It only dates back to these few decades. It was finally discovered that he was actually an ascended person.
No wonder. I couldn't find out his past experience. It turned out that he ascended from a lower plane. Or is he a cook? I am really too cautious.
Qing Lingzi was a little discouraged when he heard this. In her impression, no one who ascended from the lower plane seemed to be able to achieve anything. It is almost rare to be able to cultivate to the false god realm. The key is that Zhu Xiaobao is still a cook. Which makes Qing Lingzi feel that competing with him is simply lowering his status. After wandering around the mountain for a while, I saw Zhu Xiaobao still setting up a stall selling stinky tofu, wearing an apron and working even harder than last time. There were 2 fat girls helping out. But the business was extremely hot. The sky-high price of a high-grade spiritual stone can't stop people's enthusiasm here.
Give me 5 skewers. Go! 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 Queue at the back. Didn't you see people queuing up? Are you brave enough to talk to me like this? Who are you? Are you not convinced and come to practice? If you win, I will let you eat for free all morning.
Before Qing Lingzi could finish speaking, Jin Huan had already shouted back. And the two immediately had a dispute. But when she saw Jin Huan rolling up her arms and sleeves, Qing Lingzi hesitated again. Judging from the information she had, these 2 fat girls had a deeper background than Zhu Xiaobao. And they were actually from the Fu family. And the way these 2 fat girls fight is also very scary.
Hee! Come on! Here are 10 skewers of fried stinky tofu, and a bowl of tofu soup. It's my treat!
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao gave Qing Lingzi 2 delicious snacks at this time. And also he smiled, and gave up his position as a fish and wine lover to him. The fish and wine fanatic has not shown up these days. But Mo Dayo is still sitting there thinking hard. He is now obsessed with the Baiyun Dan. Especially every time he sees the children in the queue. Mo Dayo will look at it with eyes wide open.
Yeah, it's really delicious.
Qing Lingzi pinched her nose and reluctantly ate a piece. And then she got out of hand. This thing is so amazing. Isn't it? It's so delicious. Even though it was so spicy that I could only slap my mouth. But I couldn't stop for a moment. Coupled with the bowl of bracken and tofu soup, it is a perfect match.
Zhu Xiaobao, if you give up voluntarily and let that bitch Qing you compete, I can give you tens of millions of spiritual stones. Plus a pill recipe. Hee! What a coincidence. My senior sister just told me that as long as I defeat you, a bitch, in the competition, she will give me 100 top-quality spiritual stones. Hee. I still like my senior sister's promise better. Humph. I'm afraid that will only disappoint you. Senior sister Qing you. Oh. Come on. Don't eat the rest. I suddenly feel disgusted with you too. You bastard.
Chapter 1301 Alchemy Talent B. The day of the competition finally arrived. On the 6th floor of Linglong Tower, there were 2 tables in the same alchemy room. Each one has an eye of fire from the center of the earth. The 2 tables are 20 steps apart. Make sure not to disturb each other. This is already the highest level alchemy room in Linglong Tower. The next level up is the 7th level alchemy room that can only be entered by the island owner and some senior elders. Qing Lingzi is very satisfied with the arrangement of
Immortal Pill Island,
which can be regarded as the highest level of treatment for her. However, she also believes that she can fully bear the responsibility. But when I saw Zhu Xiaobao looking around, I felt a little disdainful. Could this be the first time for this cook to come to such a high-level alchemy room? Zhu Xiaobao's next move made her feel even more disdainful. This guy actually brought 2 fat girls to prepare a lot of food. The 3 of them worked for a long time just to place these ingredients.
Let me tell you, Zhu Xiaobao, are you here to make alchemy or to cook? I have never seen an alchemist as complicated as you.
Qing Lingzi was wearing the clothes of a senior alchemist. With her there are 5 shining gold stars, which means that she has successfully refined the 5th level elixir. Zhu Xiaobao was wearing the clothes of a very ordinary intermediate alchemist, with 9 silver stars on them, because he had only refined 9th level jade elixirs on the
Immortal Pill Island. Hey! Sister, I'm fully prepared. After all, it's a 9th level jade elixir. It takes 2 or 3 days to refine it. If it fails 1 or 2 more times, I might have to bring 6 or 7 heavenly elixirs with me here.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao had a very good attitude today and said with a smile, I feel like this guy is starting to feel guilty.
Oh, I didn't think too much. I just wanted to succeed once and for all.
Qing Lingzi hummed lightly. In fact, she also brought some dry food in her storage bag, which were all relatively exquisite snacks. Generally speaking, she rarely ate when she was refining alchemy.
Okay, are you all ready? Let me say it again. 3 materials for each person. Up to 7 days. You are not allowed to leave the alchemy room without permission during the process. All materials have been inspected by both parties to ensure that they are of equal quality. If there are no other objections, then now close the alchemy room at the beginning. The timer starts.
Master Zhonglai repeated the rules of the competition as expressionlessly as ever, then closed the door himself and started the timer. After the door of the alchemy room was closed, Qing Lingzi and Zhu Xiaobao were not in a hurry to start refining alchemy, but began to carefully clean, classify and select the materials. This is the most basic step for every alchemist. Then study the material carefully. After all, it is the first time for both parties to refine. Many steps require careful consideration and deliberation. Of course, the ratio and quantity of various materials cannot be identified. Otherwise, if the competition is over, even the recipe for elixirs will be mastered. Originally, Qing Lingzi wanted to wait for Zhu Xiaobao to start refining the elixir first. But he didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao actually poured himself a cup of unknown drink, and sat there enjoying it, shaking his head, and still studying the materials. Woolen cloth.
Hey! Zhu Xiaobao, we are competing now. Can't you focus more? Will you die if you don't eat?
Qing Lingzi couldn't help but scolded in anger. If this was her disciple, he would have been a big ear. The melon seeds are fanned up.
What does it have to do with you? The ingredients for your
God-seizing pill
are so complicated. I have to study them thoroughly before I can start making the pill. Oh, by the way, I forgot if you didn't tell me. You must drink this coffee if it's hot. It's best to add some coffee, mate.
Zhu Xiaobao said while pointing with his hand, and the coffee in the cup suddenly became piping hot, and a coffee aroma also spread. Even Qing Lingzi smelled it here too.
You? Damn it. I am really going to be in trouble for 8 lifetimes by refining alchemy with you.
Qing Lingzi immediately shouted angrily. But there was nothing he could do. Food and drink were allowed in the alchemy room. The most important thing is that I usually make alchemy alone. There are very few opportunities for 2 people to make alchemy in the same room, like this. In desperation, Qing Lingzi had to sacrifice his own alchemy furnace first. A fiery red 9th grade alchemy furnace. It turned out to be the Fengyan Cauldron, ranked 1 higher than Qian Daozi's Zixuan furnace. According to legend, this is the only alchemy furnace built specifically for female alchemists, and it has been lost for a long time. Unexpectedly, it would be in the hands of Qing Lingzi. Even the people who were watching outside the alchemist exclaimed in surprise, because the last time I saw Qing Lingzi refining alchemy, there was no such alchemy furnace. Unexpectedly, only a few hundred years have passed, and her cultivation has not only been promoted to the fake fairyland, but she also has such a 9th grade pill furnace.
What a good thing. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools.
Zhu Xiaobao was also stunned and couldn't help but murmured. This alchemy furnace is much stronger than my own at first glance.
Humph. Little fat man, you are lucky to be able to see my
Phoenix Flame Cauldron
with your own eyes.
Qing Lingzi immediately hummed proudly. This is indeed the most proud thing for her in these years. paid a huge price, and finally got this divine tripod.
Yeah, it's a good thing, but I'm afraid you can't bring out its characteristics. It's better to be more practical and use our own 8th grade elixir furnace,
Zhu Xiaobao said sourly. But his 8th grade jade cauldron elixir, when the furnace is taken out, it is not considered a collapse. It is also very eye-catching.
Humph. You don't need to worry about it now. Hey, it's actually an 8th grade pill furnace.
Qing Lingzi was a little surprised when he saw Zhu Xiaobao's pill furnace. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao's pill furnace was actually better than all senior alchemists are better. It is more than enough to refine the
God-seizing pill.
Immediately afterwards, Qing Lingzi took the lead in smelting the materials. Only then did she realize that the material properties of the Baiyun Dan were opposite, so it was quite difficult to fuse them together. She would never smelt the materials in the divine pill below the difficulty level. As a last resort, Qing Lingzi put on a pair of fiery red gloves. It turned out that these gloves were not afraid of high temperatures and corrosion, and could directly reach into the alchemy furnace and turn over the materials and medicinal materials. Of course, it is only for a short period of time. Over time, it will still be unable to withstand the ultra-high temperature in the alchemy furnace. Zhu Xiaobao looked a little dazed. How many treasures did this woman have? Why did she bring out all the coveted goodies? Looking at Lingzi's alchemy technique again, it's like dancing around the fiery red
Phoenix flame cauldron.
And it also creates a coquettish beauty. Although it is full of beauty, dissolving these materials requires not only skilled techniques and skills, but also physical labor. Qing Lingzi struggled for more than 2 hours, but finally failed, because the requirements for the temperature difference of Baiyun Dan are too high. Sometimes it is like ice and fire. This makes Qing Lingzi unable to control it as he wants. So in the end, he has no choice but to accidentally explode the furnace. When Qing Lingzi, dripping with sweat, sat down angrily, he discovered that Zhu Xiaobao was already sitting there with 2 plates of side dishes, drinking a small drink, and watching his own failure.
Why are you looking at me? You haven't started refining the pill yet?
Qing Lingzi couldn't help but ask angrily, because Zhu Xiaobao's eyes were a bit lewd, and he was looking at it with relish.
I've practiced. Just like you. I failed the first time. So I'm resting and adjusting now.
Zhu Xiaobao was not frustrated at all, but said casually, as if he didn't care about the first time at all. Same as failure.
Then why are you looking at me? Did you do it on purpose to affect my mood while refining alchemy?
Qing Lingzi immediately felt more relaxed, but still asked relentlessly,
Who wants to look at you? You are twisting and turning there, and it is affecting my state of mind. Let me ask you, does the soul-eating grass in this God-seizing pill have psychedelic and paralyzing effects when it dissolves? Why didn't you tell me?
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head disdainfully and asked,
TSK, do I even need to say this? As an alchemist, this should be the most basic knowledge.
Right? Didn't your master teach you that? Why did you ask?
Qing Lingzi suddenly opened his mouth, shouted in surprise. Even Tianjizi, who was watching outside, blushed. This damn thing didn't even know this? How did he refine the
100 pregnancy pill? Of course I know. I just think you have the obligation to remind me. For example, I really want to remind you that the most difficult thing about the refining process of this Baiyun Dan is the huge difference in temperature. It's a pity that you didn't listen. Zhu Xiaobao said boldly and poured himself another glass of wine.
Go away! I don't have this obligation.
Qing Lingzi finally couldn't help but get angry. You just reminded me. What's the difference between saying it now and not saying it at all?
Okay. Now let me remind you. You will be very hungry when the smelting gets really hot. Do you want some chicken feet too? Chicken feet with pickled peppers? I made them myself. They are delicious. Not only is it delicious, but it also resists hunger.
Zhu Xiaobao asked vaguely while nibbling on a chicken foot.
Go away! If you make such messy noises again, don't blame me for refining some of your chicken feet first.
Qing Lingzi felt a little like fainting. How could he be in the same alchemy room with such a pig? Ah! The key is that she swallowed her saliva reflexively. Qing Lingzi was so angry that he had to sit cross-legged and meditate with his eyes closed, and no longer paid attention to Zhu Xiaobao. After both of them had rested and recovered, they started refining the elixir for the second time at about the same time. This time it was obviously much smoother. Qing Lingzi spent 6 hours at a stretch to finally classify and dissolve the materials, and then began to fuse the dissolved materials together again. This process required more precise techniques, But just as Qing Lingzi was concentrating on turning the solutions, she suddenly felt a gurgling sound in her stomach. She endured it and continued to fuse. The most important thing now is the last, and must not be separated. Heart. But not long after, there was another gurgling sound in my stomach. Not long after, I also smelled the aroma of hot pot, which went straight to my nose. Chapter 1302 Alchemy Talent C. At this time, Qing Lingzi's fusion process has reached a critical step. It was also the most difficult period. She hesitated for a moment, but still chose to believe in herself and released a blast of ice. Zhu Xiaobao, who was watching, was immediately surprised. Qing Lingzi's attributes turned out to be the same as Green Farrier. At least the dual attributes of ice and fire. At the same time, Qing Lingzi also took a continuation pill in time to ensure that his physical strength could keep up. But Zhu Xiaobao, who was idle on the side, shook his head. At this time, his spiritual consciousness and internal energy were already consumed a lot, and it was difficult to maintain precise control. It is most appropriate to use the ultimate cold pill, instead of forcibly stimulating one's ice attributes to quickly cool down. With Qing Lingzi's worth, there is no way he would not be without such a thing as the Jihan Dan. Sure enough, it was precisely because of the use of the power of ice that Qing Lingzi's control of the alchemy furnace went a little awry at the last moment. The materials that were already reluctantly fused finally became mutually exclusive. An explosion.
Asshole! It's you! You bastard! Who is influencing me? You failed in refining the elixir yourself. And you want to influence me in refining the elixir?
Qing Lingzi shouted angrily and angrily. He also threw the waste produced in the alchemy furnace towards Zhu Xiaobao.
Hey! Hey! You have to speak with your conscience. I didn't say a word, and I'm still praying for you sincerely. I hope you succeed. Why are you so ungrateful?
Zhu Xiaobao said. The copyist took a closer look with the help of the scraps thrown over. Sure enough, just as he thought, the waste materials were all in granular shape, indicating that the operation method was too radical.
If you hadn't been eating and drinking on the side and making such a big smell, would I have been affected? You just meant it. You can't practice it yourself. And you can't influence me if you want to.
Qing Lingzi was still angry. Shouted, but as if she was deliberately irritating her. The aroma of the hot pot reached her again, and her stomach couldn't help but overcame its conditioned reflex, making a very embarrassing, gurgling sound.
I have warned you a long time ago. You must eat well. The process behind is very difficult. It's okay. It's okay. We both have another chance. Come on. Come on. I'll treat you to hot pot. I have a hunch that one of us will definitely succeed next time.
Zhu Xiaobao still smiled carelessly, and enthusiastically invited Qing Lingzi to come and dine with him.
Don't eat it. Put it away quickly. You've turned this alchemy room into a tavern.
Qing Lingzi shouted more and more angrily.
Oh, I really mean well. In our current state, we need to rest for at least a day. I feel bad when I see you just nibbling some solid food.
Zhu Xiaobao was still shaking his head while eating. He sighed and poured himself a glass of wine. He was in a good state of mind and was not affected at all by the two failed alchemy attempts. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao did not fail the second time, but he took the initiative to stop, because he would use the
5-element square
later, so he didn't know whether he should let everyone know that he had taken control. Will the
5-element square
cause unnecessary trouble? After all, the
5 elements venerable
represents evil cultivators, and he also has a deep grudge with Tianjizi. But without using the
5-element square,
it would be difficult to successfully refine Zhu Xiaobao, unless the Green Fairy is also around. And with the help of her ice and fire attributes, she could also provide a great help to herself. After all, Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy skills are far from reaching the level of top alchemy masters. In the next 2 days, the alchemist's door was also opened, and rich and delicious food and necessary elixirs were delivered to the two of them. They also allowed each to have a maid come in to serve them both. After all, after 2 consecutive failures, this kind of rest is a must. Everyone is an expert. So many masters also take advantage of this time to go out to have a good rest and replenish food. More and more people also take this opportunity to discuss the process of alchemy and their respective opinions and experiences. On the 4th day, the two started refining the elixir again. This time Qing Lingzi refused to do anything and insisted on Zhu Xiaobao starting the alchemy first.
And this time Qing Lingzi also prepared enough food and pills. Determined to get them, Zhu Xiaobao smiled and took the lead in starting the alchemy furnace. With a wave of his hand, he started the first step of smelting the materials that had been sorted. This step is done with skill and ease, which is a bit pleasing to the eye. Even Qing Lingzi had to admit that Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy level could already rank among the ranks of senior alchemists. When Qing Lingzi also started refining the alchemy, the final competition between the two sides officially began. This time no one disturbed anyone. Everyone focused on their own alchemy furnace. During this period, Zhu Xiaobao used 2 Jiang pills and 1 Jihan pill, and successfully solved the difficulties in the 2 refining processes. With this move alone, the masters and masters watching outside were stunned. The elders also nodded frequently. After 4 hours of dissolution, the first step was finally completed. But the real difficulty lies behind it. To refuse these dissolved solutions requires more precise control of temperature and techniques. He is also more sophisticated, and can distinguish the situation in the alchemy furnace more accurately. At this time, Qing Lingzi also completed the first step. But she did not rush to the second part. Instead, she replenished some food and time. At the same time, she was also watching Zhu Xiaobao's next operation. Because the next step was the most important. Difficult. She didn't think Zhu Xiaobao could control it anymore. Seeing that Zhu Xiaobao was concentrating on integrating the medicinal liquids, Qing Lingzi also began to enter the second stage. At this stage, she was full of confidence. After all, Zhu Xiaobao was only at the true martial realm, and had divine consciousness. No matter how strong it is, how long can it last? At this time, even the masters and elders observing outside the alchemy room were staring intently at the 2 men's manipulations. It was very rare to see 2 geniuses refining alchemy at the same time. And the respective techniques and skills displayed are also a highlight. At the critical moment again, Zhu Xiaobao took a continuing power pill and a nourishment pill. After a slight hesitation, he still used the 5 elements square. Immediately, everyone watching outside burst out in exclamation. What? Is this actually the evil technique of the 5 elements master? How come he has this 5 elements skeleton? Is he the descendant of the 5 elements master? Island master. This person must not stay in our immortal pill island. Who knows if he is the descendant of the 5 elements venerable? That's right. Back then, the 5 elements master had an excessive relationship with Trinako. In the alchemy room, Qing Lingzi didn't notice the 5 elements square. At first, because they were both too focused on their own alchemy furnaces. It wasn't until Qing Lingzi couldn't hold on any longer and replenished the sustaining power pill and Shenyang pill that she opened her mouth in surprise. What did I see? Qing Lingzi quickly shook his head to make sure he had read it correctly. Then he looked at Zhu Xiaobao in surprise. Why was the 5 elements square in Zhu Xiaobao's hands? And he also used it in the process of making alchemy. This is definitely an innovation and spectacle. Zhu Xiaobao had no time to pay attention to Qing Lingzi at this time. His alchemy had reached the most critical stage. Without Green Fairy around, he could only rely on himself to control these solutions with huge temperature differences. There can be no oversight at all. I saw a ray of fire shooting out from the fire skull, slowly surrounding part of the solution. And another drop of 1 yuan heavy water penetrated from another fire eye and began to give it very softly. The solution inside cools down. At the same time, Zhu Xiaobao also has to take care of the remaining groups of solutions, so that these groups of solutions can be fully integrated without causing rejection. At the same time, the medicine pestle in Zhu Xiaobao's hand was also replaced by a fire attribute dagger in order to better control the temperature inside. The most amazing thing is that the remaining skeletons are not idle, but are slowly circling around Zhu Xiaobao in an orderly manner. Their main task is to provide a steady stream of power and energy to the fire skeleton and water skeleton. Replenish. Finally, traces of light mist began to rise in Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy furnace. This was a mist exuding the fragrance of medicine. And it was also a sign that the elixir was about to be completed. This meant that Zhu Xiaobao had passed the most difficult stage. And then come down and see what kind of quality elixir you can harvest. At this time, Qing Lingzi was a little dumbfounded. Although she was trying her best to focus on refining alchemy, her eyes couldn't help but glance at Zhu Xiaobao. This 5 elements square is so amazing. Also facing the 5 elements square, Qing Lingzi's mood was completely different from that of the masters outside. She didn't think this was any evil way,
All she felt in her heart was full of envy and covetation.
Hey! 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 If you look at me again, I'm afraid your furnace elixir will be useless again.
At this time, Zhu Xiaobao wiped his sweat, and then his expression became much more relaxed. And he was not so strong towards Qing Lingzi of hostility. On the contrary, he reminded me kindly.
Oh! Damn it! I forgot to use the
ultimate cold pill.
Again!
Qing Lingzi yelled in frustration at this time. But it was a bit late. Seeing that the temperature in the pill furnace was cooling rapidly, she wanted to relieve herself. It's also too late.
Give me the fire eye down there, and I'll help you cool down.
Zhu Xiaobao also said quickly at this time. Since the secret has been exposed, he just helped him. You can't wait to see the opponents.
100 pregnancy pill.
Being destroyed again.
Well, just make the power of ice not so sharp.
Qing Lingzi also knew at this time that he was definitely helpless. But if he had that drop of
1 yuan heavy water,
he could still be saved.
It will fall into place.
As Zhu Xiaobao shouted softly, he saw that the ice and fire attributes in the Fengyan cauldron gradually changed from tit-for-tat to mutual retreat, and the medicinal liquid inside also began to return to its normal color. Chapter 1303 Leaving Quietly, A. At this time, Qing Lingzi was completely stunned, and even forgot that Zhu Xiaobao was helping him get through the difficult situation, still staring blankly at the 5 skeletons slowly circling in the air.
Hey! 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 Sister, should you focus on refining alchemy? You're not going to let me control 2 alchemy furnaces at the same time, are you?
Zhu Xiaobao wiped off his sweat and asked with a smile.
Oh, thank you.
Qing Lingzi finally realized that his alchemy was not over yet. Now it has only entered the stage of becoming an elixir. Of course, since you have reached this point, you will definitely be able to become an elixir no matter what. It just depends on the quality of the final elixir. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao also put away the
5-element skeleton
and began the most relaxing and most anticipated final stage. This is also the most exciting moment for every alchemist, because after some time, you will be able to see the results of your alchemy.
How come this 5-element skeleton is on you?
Qing Lingzi also entered the most relaxed stage at this time, and she couldn't help but ask.
Hey! Sister, this is my greatest privacy. You shouldn't ask. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and replied with a smile.
Humph. I'm doing it for your own good. Once you are exposed, I'm afraid you will have endless trouble in the future.
Qing Lingzi rolled his eyes at Zhu Xiaobao, and then hummed.
I have always had troubles. Do I care about one more thing? But, eldest sister, if you are willing to tell me the ins and outs of the 5 elements venerable, I am also willing to tell the truth.
Xiaobao still shook his head and said,
Well, that's okay. But don't call me eldest sister in the future. According to seniority, I should also be your senior sister?
Qing Lingzi nodded, and then seriously corrected this seemingly irrelevant question. But this, eldest sister, was really unbearable for her.
I have to ask my senior sister Qiyu about this. If she agrees, I will have no problem.
Zhu Xiaobao also said seemingly seriously.
Go away! Do you think I care less about a junior brother like you?
After turning off the fire in the center of the earth and opening the alchemy furnace, it was finally possible to test the results of the alchemy. As expected, Zhu Xiaobao produced 2 elixirs without major deviations in the furnace. What Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that the
God-seizing pill
was also a combination pill of 1 female and 1 male. Both pills actually had 3 lines. This made the masters present a little moved. The materials prepared this time were not considered top-notch materials. Zhu Xiaobao was able to refine the 3 patterns for the first time, which was far beyond the ordinary high-level materials. Alchemist now. Qing Lingzi also calmly took out the
100 pregnancy pills
of 1 female and 1 male. It was because of some operational errors in the final stage that the pill pattern did not appear on this set of
100 pregnancy pills.
To be honest, it went smoothly. Cheng Dan is already very good. Qing Lingzi also knew the result and was not upset at all. Who knew that he was distracted just now? So she was very straightforward and threw the formula of the
God-seizing pill
to Zhu Xiaobao, and then prepared to leave with the newly made
100 pregnancy pill. Admit your bet and admit defeat. I will no longer ask for the prescription of the 100 pregnancy pill. Farewell.
After saying that, Qing Lingzi saluted Tian Jizi, bowed his hands to everyone, turned around and left. It's not sloppy at all. But when we arrived at Linglong Tower, when Qing Lingzi just left, it felt like a pot was exploding. Everyone surrounded Zhu Xiaobao.
Is that the 5-element skeleton you just said?
The first person to speak was an elder from the
Immortal Pill Island.
In terms of seniority, this elder is 1 generation higher than Tai and Jizi. However, his cultivation level is only in the
First Immortal Realm.
and he is already senile and hunched over.
Yes. What? Is there any problem?
Zhu Xiaobao had already anticipated such a situation. So he said calmly,
Ahem. Humph. Don't you know that the 5 Elements Venerable is an evil cultivator? Where did your 5-element skeleton come from? Are you his descendant?
The hunchbacked elder asked while coughing and wheezing.
Oh. When I was training in the neutral zone, I encountered the
5 Elements Master,
who wanted to scheme against me and seize my body. In the end, I counterattacked and killed him. And then I took the
5 Elements Skeleton
into my bag. Since you old man said that he is evil cultivator, then what I did should be exactly what everyone expects.
Right?
Zhu Xiaobao immediately said confidently, and then looked at everyone.
Ahem. If what you said is true, then it's no problem.
The hunchbacked old man was speechless and could only nod vaguely.
That's not right. Who can prove that you killed the 5 Elements Venerable instead? Based on your original cultivation in the fusion realm? Exactly. Besides, even if you kill the 5 Elements Master, you should still hand over this 5 Elements skeleton to prove your innocence. Hand it over? To whom? Who can control these 5 skeletons? Changqing Zi. Don't take the opportunity to cause trouble here.
There were also many people who were on Zhu Xiaobao's side. Among them, Fairy Qingyu, who had the most fiery temper, was the first to get angry. She pointed at several elders and started to fight back. Suddenly everyone was noisy. But Tai and Jizi and Master Zhonglai stood aside, with their hands behind their hands, looking calm and saying nothing. The two sides were arguing constantly. At this moment, 2 disciples suddenly ran in and reported in a panic.
Island Master Qing Lingzi has left the
Immortal Pill Island
with his people. However, starting yesterday, that elder Mo Dayo is also missing. We have been searching for a long time, but there is no trace. His wives don't know where he is. They say he hasn't been home since last night.
Suddenly, everyone present was furious again, speculating that Qing Lingzi and others had secretly kidnapped Mo Dayo. No wonder Qing Lingzi behaved very straightforwardly today and no longer pursued the prescription of the
100 pregnancy pill
and just left.
Well, okay. Please stop arguing. The most important issue now is to find Mo Dayo. In addition, regarding the origin of Zhu Xiaobao, I reiterate again, he ascended from the lower world. It has nothing to do with 5 Elements Venerable.
Has no connection at all. No need to make unreasonable accusations.
Tian Jizi suddenly frowned and waved his hand in displeasure. Let these big things and elders, who are still chattering away. At night, Zhu Xiaobao quietly boarded his warship under the escort of Yujiuchi and Fairy Qingyu. His entourage was already waiting on the ship. This was a very remote dock, and it was already tightly guarded. Blocking it will not attract the attention of others.
Junior brother, we can only send it here. From now on, you can only rely on yourself. This is a jade token given to you by Master. It may be able to help you at a critical moment.
Fishwine, she took Zhu Xiaobao's hand and said with some reluctance.
Yeah. I didn't expect that you have made great contributions to
Immortal Pill Island,
and still have to be criticized by these people. It's really annoying. But these people all have some foundation in
Immortal Pill Island.
Even Master, I have to give them 3 copies.
Fairy Qingyu also said in frustration.
Senior brother, senior sister, I know that this is the best solution. In fact, I have benefited a lot from Master's teachings in the past 3 years. I can't stay in
Immortal Pill Island
any longer. This is the best. I still have a lot of things to do.
On the contrary, Zhu Xiaobao was very happy. From the beginning, he had no intention of staying on the
Immortal Pill Island
permanently. There are so many things on his mind. You can't sit still here. Later, Zhu Xiaobao left a lot of high-end supplies for Yujiman and Fairy Qingyu. Then he boarded the warship and waved goodbye to his brothers and sisters. After the warship had sailed hundreds of miles, Mo Dayo walked out of the cabin. I dare say that even Mo Dayo is not willing to stay on the
Immortal Pill Island
anymore, because he simply cannot refine the
100 pregnancy pill.
alone. Rather than embarrass himself, he might as well leave the
Immortal Pill Island.
with Zhu Xiaobao.
Ha ha. Zizumbo. What do you mean by that fairy Qingling? She threw away the prescription of the god-seizing pill and left just like that? Does she really not care at all?
Mo Dayo was puzzled. Asked. But he is in a good mood now. He is really embarrassed to be on the
Immortal Pill Island.
and he is unwilling to go to the 12 outer sect hall. But among the 4 halls of the inner sect, his alchemy level was still too poor. Those inner disciples didn't show much respect for him either.
I'm afraid what she is most concerned about is not the prescription of the
100 pregnancy pill,
but more attention to my
5 elements square.
If I guess correctly,
She should have been waiting for us in front.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said calmly,
No way. With her fake fairyland cultivation, she is almost the same as me. How dare you rob us?
Mo Dayo shouted in disbelief.
Hey, it's not about whether you dare or not. But I'm already waiting in front.
Zhu Xiaobao looked ahead, then took out the telescope, looked at it for a while, and then said with a smile,
Damn it, brother. I've boarded a pirate ship again. How about we turn around and go back?
Mo Dayo grabbed the telescope and looked carefully for a while, only to find the shadow of the ship ambushing behind the reef. It looked like there were more than one ship. There's only one boat,
I said. Senior Sister Qingling, please stop hiding. With your enchanting figure. Even if you are wearing a mask, I can still recognize you. What do you think? Should you come over and have a couple of drinks first? Or start directly? Robbery?
As the distance got closer, Zhu Xiaobao simply let go of his voice and shouted,
Humph. Now you know how to call me Senior Sister? Zhu Xiaobao. Follow me back to the Shengdian Island, and I will recognize you as my junior brother. Otherwise, there will inevitably be some casualties.
Although Qinglingzi she was surprised that Zhu Xiaobao could discover her. But she still confidently drove the boat out. Chapter 1304 Leaving Quietly B. Qinglingzi's ship doesn't quite look like a warship. But there are 2 ships behind her that are real warships. There are 150 soldiers on each of the 2 warships, wearing silver helmets and silver armor. The flags they carry are also embroidered with the logo of
Shengdian Island.
It turned out to be
Shengdian Island's
own warship. The 2 leading cultivators turned out to be in the
fake immortal realm,
and the 4 commanders and deputy commanders were also in the
true martial realm.
This gave all Xiaobao a headache.
3 fake immortal realm.
There are still 6
true martial realm
people. It seems that the other party really thinks highly of me. Less than 30 steps away from Qinglingzi's ship, Qinglingzi tiptoed and landed lightly on Zhu Xiaobao's warship. Jinhuan was already ready to rush forward, but was blocked by Zhu Xiaobao. Bao is holding it down.
Ha ha. The news is accurate enough. Even my sailing route is exactly right. It seems that there are a lot of hidden eyes and ears on the Immortal Pill Island.
Zhu Xiaobao said lightly, and did not find it strange. It would be really strange if Qinglingzi really went back home.
Hee hee. Of course. I was just a little curious about you at first. But now, I take you very seriously. I still say the same thing. Follow me back obediently. I will never treat a junior brother like you badly.
Qinglingzi did not deny it, and smiled confidently. Indeed, she is still very interested in this junior brother. The key is that her master is more interested in this Zhu Xiaobao. The relationship between
Shengdian Island and 5 elements venerable
can be described as extraordinary. If it weren't for the fact that the
God-seizing pill
is too weak for those in the
false god realm
and above,
the 5 elements venerable
would not be in a hurry to leave the
Holy Pill Island,
and there would be no disciples who would be killed by him later. Betrayal, something that hurts both sides.
Oh, it's useless. Don't you know that the venerable of 5 elements back then could kill people beyond his level? Go back. I really don't want to kill you.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and stopped talking nonsense. He directly used the
5 elements skeleton.
Immediately, 5 skeletons slowly circled around Zhu Xiaobao. Qinglingzi's eyes lit up even more. She didn't even expect that Zhu Xiaobao would immediately sacrifice the 5 elements skeleton. I can't help but feel a little eager to try it. After all, Zhu Xiaobao is only at the
true martial realm.
If he can personally capture Zhu Xiaobao, wouldn't it be his first achievement when he returns? What's more, looking at the
Shengdian Island,
the only person with a stronger spiritual consciousness than her is Master Tianhizi. And the other senior brothers and sisters are not in her eyes at all. If these 5 skeletons are taken by force, the one who has the best chance of owning them is myself. Thinking of this, Qing Lingzi's heart suddenly felt hot.
The art of darkness.
Following Qing Lingzi's soft drink, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly fell into endless darkness.
But before launching the next attack, she was surprised to find that in this endless darkness, the
5 elements phalanx
could still maintain the brightness of her own area. And if she rushed over, the
5 elements phalanx
would is able to respond. While Qing Lingzi was hesitating, the dark art in front of him had been easily resolved by Zhu Xiaobao. It is the
art of light.
In an instant, dazzling rays of light spread out, causing Qing Lingzi to take half a step back involuntarily.
Ha ha! I forgot about your other identity. Supreme Treasure. It seems that you are really not simple. It's a pity that Tianjizi is too cautious and doesn't even dare to hold the apprenticeship ceremony.
Qing Lingzi seemed to also she wasn't too surprised. She just smiled with some disdain. She was mocking the style of Elixir Island. If this were on the
Sacred Pill Island,
such a talent would probably have been accepted by Trinako long ago.
No. This is exactly where my master has the most vision.
Zhu Xiaobao also put away half of the staff. Like Qing Lingzi, he only mastered 2 basics of these Western spells. And the others, not very proficient.
Then come on. I'll convince you to lose.
Seeing the opportunity, Qing Lingzi quickly put on the pair of fiery red gloves and took off her outer robe, revealing the same fiery red soft armor. The beautiful and attractive curves are undoubtedly displayed. Jin Huan was about to rush forward, but was blocked by Zhu Xiaobao, because he knew that Qing Lingzi's attribute power was similar to that of Green Farrier. The next battle would probably be more of a spell battle. Sure enough, as soon as they made contact, Qing Lingzi felt the sharpness of Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife, and immediately cast the original illusion. However, under Zhu Xiaobao's powerful consciousness, Qing Lingzi's figure could not be concealed. In an instant, the 6 transformed figures spread out around Zhu Xiaobao, twisting their waists and darting back and forth around Zhu Xiaobao. But Zhu Xiaobao also used the secret method of
1 shadow clone,
and turned into 6 clones, destroying those phantoms one by one. In the end, the 2 stood face to face again. At this time, the
5 elements square
also began to surround Qing Lingzi, and streams of fire and golden murderous aura were launched towards Qing Lingzi one after another.
Ice shield!
Qing Lingzi shouted, and a solid, thick, but completely transparent ice shield stood in front of her eyes, blocking those attacks. But then, a thick layer of luz slowly rose, and the ice shield slowly dissolved and sank immediately. Using earth to overcome water was enough to restrain this ice shield.
The goddess scattered flowers.
Qing Lingzi gradually became a little flustered. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao was able to decipher his various tricks one after another, and he seemed to be able to do so with ease. He couldn't help but shout in annoyance. I saw the snowflakes all over the sky spinning rapidly and flying towards Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao did not show any panic at all, and countless small flames flew out from around them.
5 elements square,
merging with each snowflake and turning into water droplets without any attack power.
Humph. Let's see what you are really capable of.
Qing Lingzi was also very annoyed at this time. Why are you competing with Zhu Xiaobao on these spells? Zhu Xiaobao had the assistance of the
5 elements square.
Wouldn't it be equivalent to 2 people beating one of her? So she immediately changed her strategy and wanted to use her superiority in cultivation to suppress Zhu Xiaobao. And after going back and forth like this, Qing Lingzi already felt that her spiritual consciousness was consumed a lot. But on the other hand, Zhu Xiaobao was still able to handle it with ease. This made her so amazed that this guy's spiritual consciousness was much stronger than her own. At this time, Qing Lingzi also pulled out her ice sword and paired it with her pair of fire attribute gloves, which allowed her to maximize her attribute power.
Ha ha! Now you think about competing for cultivation? But it's still a little bit worse.
Zhu Xiaobao slashed at Qing Lingzi's ice sword with one blow, forcing her to take a step back quickly, because Zhu Xiaobao's the kitchen knife was so sharp that there was already a crack in her gloves. Immediately afterwards, Qing Lingzi jumped up and stabbed out with the ice sword quickly. The target was Zhu Xiaobao, who had not had time to stop his attack. He was about to pass through his chest with the sword. Qing Lingzi was also shocked. She didn't want to stab Zhu Xiaobao to death with a sword. But this hesitation cost her a heavy price. She could feel the feeling of the sword hitting her body. But what she faced turned out to be a jade corpse. And the sword was just it penetrated less than 2 inches and could no longer penetrate.
Bang!
The palm of the jade corpse hit Qing Lingzi firmly on the chest, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Only then did Qing Lingzi realize that the jade corpse was not strong enough to carry it. The attack of the ordinary.
First immortal realm. What are you waiting for? Come on board with me.
Qing Lingzi fell on the bow of the boat and roared angrily. At this time, the stunningly beautiful face had become quite pale and ferocious. And he was desperate. Feel it. The other two guardians of the fake fairyland also discovered that something was wrong. This little fat man had too many tricks. And he also hooked up with Qing Lingzi, which they never expected. So the two of them were so frightened and angry that they broke the rules at all. The two of them rushed forward together. Jinhuan could no longer hold back any longer and rushed forward at the same time. The two guardians of the
fake fairy realm
were immediately confused. These two fat girls seemed to be at the
true martial realm.
How dare they charge forward? But once they fought, the two guardians were dumbfounded, because one guardian had to deal with the jade corpse, while the other one seemed to have an advantage, and only had to deal with two fat girls who were in the
true martial realm.
But it was precisely the guardians dealing with these two fat girls that was so annoying. This is not a fight at all. It is pure physical combat. And he was still squeezed in and allowed to be tortured. After so many years of fighting. This was the first time he encountered such a perverted fighting style.
Shameless and obscene. Who taught you such a fighting style? Let me go. Boss, come and help me.
The right protector had no choice but to ask for help from the left protector next to him. If I don't ask for help, I'm afraid I won't have much clothing left on me. The key is that I can't use my long weapon at all.
Second brother, just hold on a little longer, and I'll get rid of this jade corpse first.
Guardians will also shuddered when he saw it. Fortunately, he didn't meet these two fat girls. This was simply a nightmare in life.
What are you waiting for? Come on together and kill all his men.
Qing Lingzi stood up tremblingly and shouted to the soldiers on the two warships.
Snapped.
Before Qing Lingzi could finish speaking, Zhu Xiaobao had already rushed over and raised his arms. It was a big-eared melon seed. He also cursed viciously.
You want to win with more? You're so shameless. You still want to be my senior sister? I'll knock your hacking mouth out today. You dare to hit me? I will burn you to death.
Qing Lingzi covered her face and shouted in anger, as if she was going crazy. She waved her hands, and suddenly the flames enveloped Zhu Xiaobao. Chapter 1305 Leaving quietly. See. This time, even Zhu Xiaobao was careless. He didn't expect that Qing Lingzi was really fighting for his life. Not only did the flames cut off his cooperation with the jade corpse, but he also had to deal with the sea of fire quickly, because there are those female guards behind them, and they can't withstand such flames. But at this moment, Qing Lingzi seemed to have gone crazy and rushed forward, wrestling with Zhu Xiaobao.
Hey! 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 What's going on? Men and women can't understand each other. Are you trying to be a rogue?
All the little treasures were shocked. This is the kind of hand-to-hand combat that Jinhuan is good at. Why is it now that it's become a rogue thing? Qing Lingzi's attack method. This time it was good. Zhu Xiaobao was not careful and was entangled by Qing Lingzi, and the two of them were torn together with all their strength. However, Zhu Xiaobao is more experienced. He often interacts with Jinhuan, so he is quite good at
kneading, pinching and rubbing.
But he is not as skilled and precise as Jinhuan.
I'm going to fight you today. You little fat little scoundrel. How dare you slap me?
You. Qing Lingzi was still crying as she slapped her. But she was really fighting with her hands. The key was her too. The glove was of great use this time. And Zhu Xiaobao grinned from the burning. And the
5-element square
above his head continued to use water vapor to alleviate the attacks he suffered.
Ouch! Sister, are you crazy? Where are you pinching? Don't be so shameless. Hey, that's too much. Damn it. You're specializing in the lower 3 lanes?
Zhu Xiaobao was flinching while fighting. I didn't expect this woman to go crazy and be so terrifying. This situation happened so unexpectedly that the advantage of the battle immediately shifted to Qing Lingzi's side. The soldiers on the two warships also gathered around and began to set up scratching hooks to force them to board Zhu Xiaobao's warship. The jade corpse was also driven back by the sea of fire around it. It was not afraid of anything else, except that the flames could make it feel uncomfortable. In other words, it can actually hurt it. The most difficult thing is Jinhuan. The two of them were more than enough to deal with a fake fairyland protector. But now, there are two more commanders of the true martial arts realm. 3 against 2. Jin Huan is a bit unbearable. Got it. After all, the protector of the other parties, fake Fairyland, is not a vegetarian either. At the critical moment, Mo Dayo also got out of the cabin, and he stopped the remaining 2 leaders of the true martial realm. After all, he is also in the fake Fairyland. But Mo Dayo's shot did not change the situation on the court. Just because of his carelessness, Zhu Xiaobao was now in a very passive situation. The soldiers on the Shengden Island warship had begun to attack Zhu Xiaobao's warship, and Zhu Xiaobao was also embarrassed by the crazy Qinglingzi. His consciousness didn't even have time to activate the 5 elements phalanx. He just passively neutralized the flames around him in the water skull. Originally, the white lion and the little demon could still be summoned. But these 2 guys have not woken up yet, and are still sleeping. It has been 3 years since they advanced from sleep, and they still have no intention of waking up. This makes Zhu Xiaobao is missing a trump card. Facing the endless flames around him, he couldn't even release his divine bees. Those divine bees were also very afraid of fire. Roar! As a last resort, Zhu Xiaobao roared first. But the power was too weak. It only made Qinglingzi stun for a moment, and then said with a ferocious smile, "Oh Xiaobao, go to HL. No one can be saved today. You? What you are comparing now is real cultivation. No matter how capable you are only in the true martial realm. Although Qinglingzi was scratched by the kitchen knife in many places on her body, she also tore Zhu Xiaobao into a state of embarrassment. The key is that she still has the upper hand now. Zhu Xiaobao was about to use the secret technique of ultimate stack kill, but suddenly, he felt a powerful pressure coming down from above his head. Everyone present felt this terrifying pressure. Suddenly everyone looked up in surprise. Then I saw Master Zhonglai floating above everyone, looking down at everyone, with just a medicine shovel in his hand. He looked at Qinglingzi and others with indifferent eyes, and said softly, "Why don't you stop? Do you really want me to do it myself? Take action?" It was him. He was the one who attacked me first. Qinglingzi shouted angrily. But at this time, she also became very sober. Master Zhonglai, that is the pinnacle of the Middle Fairy Realm, and it is definitely not her. Fake Wonderland can only reach it. Even the 2 guardians of the fake Fairyland quickly stopped. The soldiers were even more suppressed by this powerful pressure, and stood motionless in fear. Humph. Don't confuse right and wrong. I won't kill you because my senior brother specifically asked me to let you live. Get out of here. Master Zhonglai shouted angrily as usual, without any unnecessary nonsense. It's already considered grace. With his cultivation level, it would be very easy to kill these people. Qinglingzi looked at Zhu Xiaobao angrily, then took his men back to the boat and left quickly. She is not afraid of Master Zhonglai, but she is afraid that Zhu Xiaobao will cause trouble and persuade Master Zhonglai to kill her. Seeing the other party's 3 boats getting further and further away, Zhu Xiaobao sat down on the deck of the boat, panting, looking at the many scars on his body, and shouted with dissatisfaction, "Uncle Master, this is your fault. Even though you came here, you didn't come forward earlier. Look, look, being caught by this crazy woman is simply unsightly." Ha ha! Do you blame me? You got carried away with yourself. I thought you didn't need to take action. But I didn't expect that the advantageous situation was reversed. I didn't get angry yet, and you acted rogue first. No. Thinking of Master Zhonglai changing his usual seriousness and floating down to the bow of the ship, he said with a smile. In fact, he was more filled with shock and surprise. He didn't expect that this was the first time he saw Zhu Xiaobao fighting, and he could show such strength, far beyond his expectation. Humph! You have been following us all the way. Right. Well, I should have thought of it a long time ago. Zhu Xiaobao also changed his clothes at this time, specially set up a table of wine and food, and invited Master Zhonglai to have a drink with him. The master did not refuse and sat down happily. He still liked the delicacies brought out by Zhu Xiaobao very much. Ha ha! Yes. Otherwise how could we dig out the eyes and ears hidden in the Immortal Pill Island? Master Zhonglai also said with a smile. It seems that this time the plan was very successful, and several people's identities have been exposed. A traitor in a high position. Why don't you kill them directly? Let them go back. Zhu Xiaobao asked, still a little puzzled. In his opinion, these are already irreconcilable mortal enemies. It is better to get rid of them as soon as possible. Ha ha! This is senior brother's arrangement. I just follow the order. Master Zhonglai shook his head with a smile. After drinking a few glasses of wine and chatting for a while, Master Zhonglai stood up to leave. Before leaving, he asked Zhu Xiaobao to try his best to run the Icon Island, well, but he did not mention Qianqiu Peak. After Master Zhonglai left, Zhu Xiaobao was still thinking about what Master Zhonglai said. Was it to let him develop and expand the Icon Island as much as possible? Abandoned Qianqiu Peak? But this is impossible. Qianqiu Peak is also one of his foundations, especially the tree spirits and the 3 tree ghosts, who have saved his life. And Kayaman also helped him when he was in the most difficult times.
Go back to the Icon Island first, and then make a decision,
Zhu Xiaobao said anxiously. More than 3 years have passed in a flash, and he misses Green Fairy and the others very much. However, he never expected that on the way back to the Icon Island, Zhu Xiaobao encountered a superstorm that only occurs once in 1,000 years. The entire sea seemed to have been shaken to its foundation. The wind was blowing up and down. He swept people away without paying attention. Under the powerful power of nature, these cultivation levels are nothing at all. The terrible thing is that this worship is too small and may be overturned at any time in strong winds and waves. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao reluctantly used the
5-element square
and let the warship stay on the
1 yuan heavy water,
as if it was anchored in the mud. It immediately felt much safer and slowly sailed into a place covered with rocks. In the gap, it is finally safe for the time being. For a whole day and night, this unprecedented hurricane wolf gradually subsided, and the sea returned to calm. But Zhu Xiaobao was exhausted. He had been controlling the 1 yuan heavy water of the
5 elements phalanx.
To control the battle, the boat must be supported. Otherwise, even if it is in the middle of this reef, it will still be shattered by the waves. So after 1 day and 1 night, all the little treasures have been consumed a lot. And the
5-element skeleton
is also showing signs of sluggishness. I originally wanted to have a good sleep in the cabin to recover. Unexpectedly, not long after sleeping, I was woken up by the golden ring and silver ring again. Zhu Xiaobao was reluctant to step out of the cabin, but the situation on the sea really shocked him. It was so miserable. Countless corpses floated over, and there were many damaged warships. Many of them belonged to the Deshang Kingdom. Even those soldiers floating on the sea are soldiers of Deshang Kingdom. It seems that the strong winds and waves all day and night cause serious damage to these warships in Dagua. But who is Dechengguo at war with? Do we need so many warships to deal with those pirates?
Quick! 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 Drive to the Icon Island as quickly as possible.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel shocked. If you go further, you will reach the boundary of the Icon Island. Doesn't this mean that the Icon Island will be destroyed? Is the island also involved? After another day of driving, we were finally approaching the Icon Island. Looking through the telescope from a distance, we could see that there were more than 300 Deshang Kingdom warships parked around the Icon Island. On the Icon Island, not far from the coast, a high city wall was built. The soldiers of Deshang Kingdom were resting on the beach. All of them were downcast and listless. But the guards on the city wall were in high spirits and ready to attack. Chapter 1306, Brave Attack A. Zhu Xiaobao was finally relieved. From this point of view, the interior of Icon Island was relatively safe, and these defeated soldiers were not allowed to enter Icon Island. These towering city walls should have been built in the past few years. I don't know who was so foresight that he built such a strong and thick city wall in just a few years.
Stop first. Let's circle around the
Icon Island.
See what's going on.
Zhu Xiaobao did not plan to enter the Icon Island, but invited Mo Dayo out. After all, he still has too little experience of life on this vast sea. And now I can't tell what happened.
That's not right. This should never be a key area for conflict between the eastern region and the southwest region. It must have been blown off course by the strong storms these days. So we were forced to drive to this area.
Mo Dayo looked carefully. He looked at the chart and said with certainty,
Who is the Deshang Kingdom in the southwest region at war with? It doesn't seem like it's fighting those pirates. Right. So many warships?
Zhu Xiaobao felt relieved, but still asked with doubts.
It's hard to tell. Didn't you hear Master Zhonglai's repeated instructions before leaving, asking you to try your best to consolidate the situation on the Icon Island first? I think there is a hint.
Mo Dayo is a mature man after all. Jing, I can understand what Master Zhonglai said.
Damn it! I can't explain it clearly. I always like to say half and half. Is this what I call an expert?
Zhu Xiaobao cursed angrily. and then ordered in annoyance.
Turn around. First surround the Icon Island.
Go around in a circle. See what's going on.
In fact, this is also a helpless move. The beach in front is full of defeated soldiers, and the shore is full of damaged warships. It may be possible to get close to it, but if you want to enter the
Icon Island,
I'm afraid it will be difficult. This caused the remaining defeated generals to swarm in. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a strong formation on the city wall. Now is the cold and midwinter season, and what these defeated soldiers need most is food and warmth. Fortunately, there are two people, Shakun and Intong,
in the Icon Island,
so it should be enough to handle it.
Icon Island
is almost in the shape of a triangle. To the north is a high-rise reef that stretches straight up and down, forming a natural barrier. And it was this barrier that this time blocked the strong wind and waves from north to south. Now Zhu Xiaobao is facing the tidal flat in the southwest. After he turned around, he followed the signs on the chart and headed southeast. That was the other side of the
Icon Island,
and the more dangerous side. However, the tidal flats along the coast were relatively short. Apart from many rocks, there was only 70 or 80 miles. According to the current size,
the Icon Island
has an area of 30,000 square kilometers, and the real effective utilization is only 20,000 square kilometers. So after traveling for a while, the warship turned to the northeast for a long time and turned into heading against the wind. Speed also dropped significantly. Along the way, we can still see corpses floating over and the wreckage of warships. And there are even many carcasses of manatees that pulled the warships. Due to the cold weather, many corpses have a layer of ice on the surface, making them hard. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao's guards have relatively high cultivation levels, almost all of which are at the God Transformation realm or Fusion realm, so they can still withstand such extremely bad weather and low temperatures. The two sea giant crocodiles pulling the warship have been screened, and they don't seem to care much about this kind of weather. Still swimming fast, there are not many places to dock warships on the northeast coast of
Icon Island,
because there are many reefs and the terrain is complex. The wind and waves here are also more severe, making it not suitable for large-scale operations.
But at this moment, Zhu Xiaobao saw from a distance that several warships were being chased and intercepted by more than 20 pirate ships. And the warships being chased belonged to the Deshang Kingdom. Taking a closer look, Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised. On the flagship that was escaping at the front, it was his old acquaintance Dongwu Jianbing who was commanding the battle. And the person who was desperately shooting at the stern was not Dongwu Jianbing's fourth son, Ingxiu. It is obvious that the soldiers on the Deshang Kingdom's warships are not interested in fighting, or have no fighting spirit at all. If it were not for several commanders supervising the battle from behind, they probably would not be able to exert their current combat effectiveness. Zhu Xiaobao's warship stopped, and he was considering whether to help Dongwu Jianbing. After all, he also came from Deshang Kingdom. Although there were a lot of gaps in the past, it does look a bit miserable now. While Zhu Xiaobao was hesitating, the warship that had not reached Dongwu Jianbing had already escaped all the way towards Zhu Xiaobao. Not to mention that his warships are also two giant sea crocodiles. They run quite fast, but there are very few warships that can keep up with him. However, the other two enemy ships are in hot pursuit. It is obvious that the opponent, he was eyeing Dongwu Jianbing. Through the telescope, it can be clearly seen that there are two cultivators at the peak of the Jinwu realm on each of the two boats of the opponent, and they are chasing Dongwu Jianbing at full speed. No wonder Dongwu Jianbing does not dare to stop. 1 against 4 will definitely lead to death. Suddenly, Dongwu Jianbing couldn't believe his eyes. Not far in front of him, he saw a familiar chubby face. Seeing this face at this time, Dongwu Jianbing was very excited, and even felt a little like seeing a relative.
Zhu Xiaobao! You are Zhu Xiaobao! Quick! 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 Help me!
Dongwu Jianbing no longer cared about his identity at this time, shouted loudly at the top of his voice, and danced and waved excitedly.
Ha ha! It's really an accident. Lord Dongwu, are you okay?
Zhu Xiaobao also pretended to be surprised and asked, holding his hands in his hands.
Hey! Zhu Xiaobao, can't you see what's going on with me? Don't look at my jokes. They are all from the Shang Kingdom. Let's talk to the outside world first. When I have time, I will make a special trip to apologize to you.
Dongwu Jianbing he spread his hands and said anxiously and angrily.
Huh? Who are they? How could they defeat so many of your navy? Are pirates really powerful now?
Zhu Xiaobao was also a little surprised. Dongwu Jianbing was no longer arrogant or reserved at all. It's a pleading look. He has nothing to do with the cunning old man he used to be. He is really anxious.
It wouldn't be like this if it were pirates. There are several forces joining forces to capture our country. Desheng!
Dongwu Jianbing shouted hurriedly. On the one hand, people moved towards Zhu Xiaobao as quickly as possible. In his opinion, only Zhu Xiaobao can help him survive the crisis now.
Who are you? Don't hinder the business of the
Pirate Alliance.
If you are passing by, get out of here and save yourself from getting into trouble.
Two cultivators on a pirate ship that were following closely also saw Zhu Xiaobao's face. The warship immediately gave a stern warning.
Oh, I'm not passing by. I live on this island. It seems that your warship has invaded my territory. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the other party and then responded dissatisfied.
What? Invading your territory? Let me tell you. In front of our
Pirate Alliance.
If it is a dragon, you have to lie down. If it is a tiger, you have to lie down. Not to mention you are such a little fat guy, etc. You are the
Supreme
treasure?
The two leading cultivators immediately shouted arrogantly. But after saying that, they suddenly remembered something and asked with a slight panic.
Yeah, that's the right answer. Can you get out now?
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and asked.
Humph. Supreme treasure? The cultivation level of Saiyan martial realm? Boss, don't listen to him. Look at their clothes. They are also from Desheng Kingdom. Do it? Once Dongwu Jianbing is captured, it will be a miracle. What's more, there is also the second pirate leader on his ship who is also lost in wealth and beauty. He is still thinking about the treasure and beauty at this time. Guiqi Dongwu Jianbing came out and brought two concubines with him to avoid being too bored at sea. What's more terrible is that as soon as the battle started,
his two concubines were still coming up to cheer him up. This led to particularly memorable.
Humph. Bold madman. This one is not only the island owner of the
Icon Island,
but also the city owner of Wushuang City. Master Zhu Xiaobao, who has unparalleled fighting power and can kill people beyond his level. Get out of here!
Dongwu Jianbing this recycling also shouted sharply. He was very good at talking, and immediately put two hi-hats on Zhu Xiaobao. The main thing is to scare the other party away. In fact, he is not very confident in Zhu Xiaobao. There are 4 cultivators of the
true martial realm
in the opponent's 2 warships.
Boss, second brother, why did you stop? Could it be that you wanted to give the old man's 2 concubines to the 2 of us? Ha 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 ha.
Another enemy ship also caught up, and it turned out that Dongwu Jianbing had stopped. When I got down, I was immediately overjoyed.
Humph. This little fat guy said that he is the owner of this island. The supreme treasure?
The boss said still a little hesitantly at this time. He is the oldest, so he is the most cautious in doing things. I always feel that Zhu Xiaobao is too calm. I feel something bad in my heart.
Ha ha ha. What is the supreme treasure? If he hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten it. Now that he mentioned it, it reminded me. After the battle here is over, we will attack the island. I heard that there are some stunning beauties on the island.
Oh! The 4th pirate suddenly shouted with a wild laugh, and looked at the gold and silver rings following Zhu Xiaobao with ill intentions. These 2 fat girls are also very pleasing to the eye. With such plump and strong figures, they are warm in winter and cool in summer, which is very rare.
Humph. Originally, I wanted to be accommodating, but your words have ruined the lives of several of you.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly lowered his face and snorted coldly.
Come on! Come on! Let me have a try with these 2 fat girls first. See if they can kill me. I guess it's possible in bed.
Ha ha ha.
Cokes.
All the pirates on the 2 pirate ships burst into laughter, and some were even ready to sit down and watch the show.
Humph. One of you is not enough. You come too.
Unexpectedly, Jin Huan and Yin Huan took off their coats, dressed in fashionable clothes, with half of their bellies exposed, and even raised their fingers towards the pirate's 3rd son, humming very domineeringly. Road.
Enough. I like it. It's here.
Chapter 1307, Brave Attack B. The most terrible thing is that the 2 reckless old men, the 3rd and the 4th, jumped on the bow of Zhu Xiaobao's boat and were about to reach out to Jin Huan Yin Huan. But they were already surrounded by 2 fat girls. At first, the 2 of them were smiling playfully, but after only 3 moves, they felt that something was wrong. These 2 fat girls are too passionate, too clingy, too slippery, and too plump. Is the battle circle of 4 people squeezed into a small space and unable to spread out? The most terrible thing is that in this kind of close combat, the 2 of them are completely at a disadvantage. At this time, it is already a luxury to retreat and maintain a certain distance.
Third brother, please get out of the way. You're squeezing me. I can't even stretch out my hands. Fart. I didn't move at all. Oh. Damn. Did you really pinch me? Damn it. Did you bleed? You said. My mouth is so breathless. Yo. It hurts me to death. Don't worry. I'm happy behind you.
When Zhu Xiaobao saw that Jinhuan had already made a move, he ignored it. Instead, he turned his head and stared at the second pirate. He took out half of his staff and unleashed a dark art. Suddenly, the pirate ship led by the leader was completely dark.
No! This is the
Dark Sun
spell. He is really the supreme treasure.
The pirate boss immediately shouted in horror. He quickly wanted to use the light technique to crack it, but his skills were far behind. As soon as he lit up a little light, it was covered by Zhu Xiaobao's second, dark technique. The soldiers on Dongwu Jinbing's warship and Zhu Xiaobao's female guards immediately seized the opportunity to shoot arrows into the darkness. When the pirate boss used the light technique, again, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Most of the pirates on his ship had been shot dead, and even the second pirate's boss was hit by an arrow in the shoulder.
Boss! It was my fault.
Let's run,
the second brother said with difficulty, covering his wound.
No, I'm still there,
the pirate boss shouted anxiously.
We don't have time to care about them. If we don't leave, we will die here.
The second pirate has no brotherly love at all and just wants to escape for his life. The pirate boss looked back and saw that the third and fourth children had been beaten into shape. Both of them had heads as big as a bucket, and even their eyes were swollen and narrowed into slits. They were bleeding from all their orifices. 3 has broken an arm. The fourth child was even worse. Both of his thighs were stepped on and broken. Moreover, he watched helplessly as Jinhuan and Yinhuan were pulling Lao San's legs from left to right, preparing to tear them in half.
No, you can't do this. You don't have to die a good death,
the boss suddenly roared heartbreakingly. The second brother next to him was so frightened that his legs became weak, and he almost collapsed on the deck of the ship. Suddenly there was another
dark art,
which also enveloped another pirate ship. Dongwu Jinbing and Zhu Xiaobao's men immediately understood and fired thousands of arrows at the pirate ship shrouded in darkness. Dongwu Jinbing's men fought so freely for the first time. They completely took the initiative and shot one-sidedly. And just a quarter of an hour ago, they were still extremely passive. They were trapped in darkness like this and were shot by their opponents.
Run quickly. You have to run away first.
The pirate boss really didn't want to rescue the 2 brothers this time. He just wanted to escape from this killing place. But he pulled the reins several times. But the giant sea crocodile in front of the bow didn't react at all. The pirate boss and second son hurried to the bow to take a look. I don't know when. I saw Zhu Xiaobao standing on top of a giant sea crocodile, and gently patted the giant sea crocodile. The giant sea crocodile seemed to have seen its owner, lying there honestly, motionless.
Don't run away. I told you. None of the 4 of you can leave alive. Hurry up and show off your weapons.
Only then did Zhu Xiaobao raise his head and said lightly,
Are you really going to kill them all?
The pirate boss asked reluctantly.
Ha ha. I'm afraid that you will always think about the beauties on the island, who are all my wives. So in order to avoid future troubles, I must kill you.
Zhu Xiaobao said with good reason.
Oh, retribution. This is the retribution for you guys, who have done too many evil things.
The pirate boss sighed, stretched out his hand, put the sword in his hand across his neck, gritted his teeth and committed suicide.
Boss, I will fight with you.
The second pirate saw the boss committing suicide, feeling even more horrified. But he didn't even have the courage to commit suicide. So he rushed forward with a roar. Boom! With a muffled sound, a jade corpse appeared in front of the pirate brother. With just one palm, his internal organs were completely shattered. Before he could even scream, the pirate brother was already dead. At this time, Dong Wangxiu had already led people to the 2 pirate ships, cleaned up the mess, and killed all the remaining pirates. This was considered a breath of evil.
Lord Zizunbo, please help us for a while, and rescue all our warships that are being hunted.
Dongwu Jinbing then saluted repeatedly with sincerity and fear. In the face of absolute strength, He could no longer compete with all the warships. Xiaobao is no longer trying to act like a city lord. The strength shown by Zhu Xiaobao is enough to destroy them all. Lead the way. Zhu Xiaobao didn't waste any words. Now that he has taken action, let's do the good thing to the end. Besides, he also needs to have a good understanding with Dongwu Jianbing about what is going on. Turning the hull around, the three warships immediately galloped away, with the wind still in their favor, which made them faster. In less than half an hour, the only 4 remaining warships under Dongwu Jianbing's command were seen. One of them was on fire, and the soldiers on board were jumping into the sea one after another. The remaining 3 have been boarded by pirates on the warship, and are about to be annihilated?
Kill. Avenge our brothers.
I didn't expect that Dongwu Jianbing's warship would come back. What's even more incredible is that the soldiers on the warship all seem to have been injected with chicken blood. They were like tigers descending from the mountain. It makes people confused.
Who is the winning side? But after all, there are more than a dozen warships on our own side. And the opponent only has 6 warships in total, counting Zhu Xiaobao's. But the situation is one-sided. What's even more incredible is that several pirate ships started to burn. In just a short moment, the entire hull turned into a sea of fire, and there were thousands of black bees flying on some pirate ships. The stung soldiers cried for their fathers and mothers and jumped into the sea one after another. At this moment, more than 20 warships came up from behind the pirate alliance. On the leader's flagship station were 2 silly guys, Sha Jiling and Tume. They were swinging the big hammer and could smash a pirate ship until it leaked with just one hammer. And there are more pirate ships being frozen. No need to ask. This must be the work of the Green Fairy. Several pirate leaders in the true martial realm were instantly frozen into ice sculptures.
It's too strong. It's too strong. This is simply unbelievably powerful.
Dongwu Jianbing shook his head repeatedly and sighed. This round of killings was like an overwhelming force, sweeping through everything. It came so suddenly. The warships of the Pirate Alliance didn't even react at all, and they were completely defeated. It turns out that when Zhu Xiaobao decided to take action, he had already released the Fire Golden Bee to notify the people on the Icon Island. So a large number of reinforcements appeared in such a timely manner. They are all highly accomplished cultivators. The one who was Dongwu Jianbing the most is Zhu Xiaobao. Today, Zhu Xiaobao showed an extremely ferocious killing spirit. When he arrived here, 3 cultivators in the true martial realm were killed by him. No, it should be said that he was beaten to death by that jade corpse. The remaining 15 pirate ships were completely wiped out in less than half an hour.
Thank you, Master Zizumbo.
Dongwu Jianbing, with his son Dong Wingxiu and his son Dong Wingxiu running to Zhu Xiaobao, bowed deeply when victory was certain, and said with sincere fear. This time Dong Wingxiu didn't even have the courage to look up at Zhu Xiaobao. At first, he was still a big level higher than Zhu Xiaobao. But now, looking at it, he was already a big level higher than him. Realm. The key is that Zhu Xiaobao's combat prowess is terrifying, and he can even kill people beyond his level.
Place your troops there, and you can follow me to the island.
Zhu Xiaobao simply returned the greeting, and then said in a non-negotiable tone,
Yes, yes. Why don't you bring the troops over quickly?
Dongwu Jianbing quickly called to his soldiers.
Well, I'm afraid my men have run out of ammunition and food.
Right? Zhu Xiaobao asked, looking at the soldiers whose faces were covered with blood and who were looking at him helplessly.
Well, it's because of the continuous violent storms these days that we have already run out of food. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state by them.
Dongwu Jianbing lowered his head in embarrassment and said,
I will send people to bring food and water later, as well as necessary heating supplies. But because there are too many of you, you can only live on the tidal flat. Once the supplies are replenished, you should go back to the Shang Kingdom as soon as possible.
Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while and said, before Dongwu Jianbing could say anything, the soldiers had already started cheering. What they needed most was food and water, and the second was things to keep warm. The victory of this battle has allowed them to capture 10 warships. It is not difficult to station them on the spot. The crowd welcomed the little treasures back to the Icon Island, like stars holding the moon. Even the gates of the city were open, and all the important people on the island came out to welcome them. The most eye-catching thing among them turned out to be a big fat man, who was the senior brother picked up by Zhu Xiaobao Fu Asheng. Chapter 1308 Suinbao Island, A. As soon as he saw Fu Asheng, Zhu Xiaobao felt warm in his heart. This senior brother he had picked up could be said to have always been his noble person.
and he had always tried his best to help him. If there is any purpose, it can only be said that Fu Ashing's vision surpasses everyone else. Uh-huh. Senior brother. It's great that you are here too. Zhu Xiaobao changed his aloof attitude just now, and immediately rushed forward excitedly and enthusiastically, holding Fu Ashing's hand. Shout loudly. Originally, I wanted to give him a big hug, but with Fu's body, two little treasures couldn't even hug him. Ha 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 ha. Junior brother. Brother. Don't we miss you? Ha ha. You are all in the true martial realm. It turns out that brother did not misjudge you. Fu Ashing immediately laughed happily. So many people. Zhu Xiaobao was the first to greet him, which already made Fu Ashing extremely proud. Zhu Xiaobao and Fu Ashing entered the Icon Island, hand in hand. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao realize that there were many people standing behind Fu Ashing, all of whom he was familiar with. Shikun and Yitong were beside Fu Ashing, looking at Zhu Xiaobao, and Sha Jiling, and Tu Mei who were following Zhu Xiaobao with smiles. He was relieved that his silly son could follow Zhu Xiaobao. Got it. Now that Zhu Xiaobao has shown strength, Shakuan and Yitong are very lucky to be in Zhu Xiaobao's camp. In the future, I can only rely on Zhu Xiaobao's strength to regain the family fiefdom and revive the Sha family. Behind them are Wan Shitong, Green Fairy and others. They are the real stewards of the Icon Island today. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that Su Yin'er was standing quietly behind Green Fairy, looking at Zhu Xiaobao quietly. Next to her, Zhu Xiaobao was even more surprised. It was the Purple Jade Fairy from the Sai sect, who was also looking at Zhu Xiaobao quietly. And here, following Zhu Xiaobao, Dongwu Jianbing, who originally wanted to maintain his identity as the city lord of Dongzi City, is now following everyone with his head downcast and has no confidence at all. Ah! Even though this Icon Island is not half as big as Eastern Purple City, who are the people standing in front of it? What kind of cultivation? It is no exaggeration to say that these people can easily destroy the Dongzi City. And as the city lord, he is only at the true martial realm. In terms of background, there are still two fake fairy realm in the family elders, but he also practices in seclusion all year round and does not care about worldly affairs. Entering the Icon Island, Dongwu Jinbing was once again amazed. Unexpectedly, a small island that was once barren and desolate is now full of life, with houses and fields everywhere, flat roads extending in all directions, and the streets on the street. The people also looked peaceful and satisfied. What's even more exaggerated is that although Zhu Xiaobao came back suddenly and was not notified in advance, almost everyone cheered loudly with spontaneous joy and excitement, and knelt down in large numbers, which made Zhu Xiaobao all excited, feel very surprised. There are more people who have heard the wind and are coming in droves, all swarming this way. As a last resort, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to let the driver drive to the idol hall first, since he wanted to worship. Only the large square here could accommodate so many people. Sure enough, as more and more people gathered, the entire square became dark and crowded with people. And Zhu Xiaobao could clearly feel that the power of faith was growing rapidly. With a wave of his hand, Zhu Xiaobao's back emitted endless light, which was comparable to the sunshine directly opposite. Everyone around can feel that this soft light makes everyone feel warm. The temperature that originally felt very cold now actually feels like bathing in a soft and warm environment. Fu Ashing, who was standing aside, was absolutely shocked. Although he had known about the statue of the Supreme Treasure for a long time, he had never worshipped it because he did not believe in these Western spells and techniques. And to worship him in his capacity is a bit of a loss of identity. But now, he can clearly feel the real power of faith. What's even more unbelievable is that so many people worship Zhu Xiaobao so much. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao was also filled with excitement. He did not expect that he would have such a high prestige. This power of faith was several times, dozens or even hundreds of times deeper than what the previous great leader had accumulated. Amidst the cheers of everyone, it took Zhu Xiaobao 2 hours to return to the magnificent Island Lord's Mansion. This was also expanded on the original basis. It was magnificent. The area was expanded 3 times, and the door was still open. There is a moat, and it looks more like an independent small castle. There are 2 teams of fully armed guards standing at the door. Hey! I haven't been back for several years, but it has changed so much. Lao Wan, how many people have grown to Icon Island now? It took a long time for Zhu Xiaobao to come to his senses and confirm
that this was his residence. He couldn't help but turn around and ask,
Lord Supreme Treasure, there are currently a total of 2,364,533 people registered on the
Icon Island.
There are also a total of 27,761 temporary residents. People, if you include today's,
Wan Shirtong
fully demonstrated his management skills at this time, reporting the number of people clearly, and it seemed that he had prepared a lot of data.
Stop. Just write me a report for other data. There is no need to report it now. I can't believe that there are already more than 2 million people. How can it increase so fast?
Zhu Xiaobao was a little unbelievable. He exclaimed that when he left, the number of people in
Icon Island
was only over 1 million. But he didn't expect that the number had doubled in just a few years. After everyone was settled, Zhu Xiaobao announced his first order after returning to the island: take a rest for the night, and hold a big banquet tomorrow to cleanse himself from the wind and dust. In fact, it's quite a bit like giving a banquet to all the ministers. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao didn't need to do the next thing personally. On the contrary, he had many maids and eunuchs around him. What surprised him was that Huang Yuyu was the head maid, wearing a set of eunuch's official uniform, with a straight face, busy with excitement.
Damn it! Why do I feel like I'm on the throne? I'm not used to it.
At this time, Zhu Xiaobao hugged Lu Xin'er, Su Yi'er and others and whispered,
Humph. It's not like you, the manager, and the know-it-alls, have to do this, saying that this can show your noble status. Are you feeling pretty?
Green Fairy curled her lips and snorted. Su Yi'er's face was flushed, but she was still a little shy when Zhu Xiaobao suddenly held her waist in front of so many maids and eunuchs. So she was not even embarrassed to say anything.
No. I just feel like I won't have the freedom to do anything I want from now on. This is just a golden birdcage. Huang Yuyu, streamline the number of maids around me. Don't follow me all the time.
Zhu Xiaobao also shouted a little uncomfortable.
Ah? No. Bao Chitos. Did you ask all the ladies for your opinions on these?
Huang Yuyu looked at Green Fairy with aggrieved eyes and cried out.
That's what I said. Who told you to be so serious? And you made such a big fuss.
Green Fairy's face suddenly turned red, and she scolded in a low voice. I bet there was some vanity on her part. It's causing trouble. Now he refuses to admit it.
Alas, I have long said that it is easy to go from frugality to luxury. But it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go inside and have a whisper.
Zhu Xiaobao sighed at the world. But I can't wait to know what has happened in the past few years. Since seeing Fu Asheng, Zhu Xiaobao has clearly felt that the situation definitely does not want to look so harmonious. At this moment, Wan Shirtong came over specially, holding a pen and paper in his hand.
Chitos. After the discussion of all ladies, coupled with the proposal of Mr. Fu Asing, and the votes of all the people on the island, the Icon Island has been changed to Zuanbao Island. If you agree, can you please name it? Yeah. It was senior brother Fu Asheng who said that Icon Island is easily confused with Shengdin Island. And it is also easy to associate with the Western Church. So I suggested changing it to Zuanbao Island.
Green beside him Sienna also quickly explained further.
This is possible. I also think the name Icon Island is awkward. And the architectural style on the island is now completely our local style. Come on. Let me inscribe it.
Zhu Xiaobao said about this. I very much agreed with the suggestion. And with one stroke of my pen, I wrote the 3 characters.
Zuanbao Island.
Not to mention, Zhu Xiaobao's calligraphy is quite good now. The 3 big characters look strong and powerful, with some hard-paying calligraphy style. Most people can't imitate it. Wan Shirtong quickly turned around and went to find someone to make rubbings and process them. And Zhu Xiaobao finally had time to talk about parting with Lu Xin'er, Su Yi'er and others, since he wanted to speed up his cultivation.
Zhu Xiaobao spent less and less time with him, especially Su Yi'er, who barely spent a few days properly. Now looking at Su Yi'er's cultivation in the extraordinary realm, Zhu Xiaobao felt a little guilty. In fact, among everyone, Su Yi'er silently paid the most. So this also delayed her own cultivation. Thinking of this, Zhu Xiaobao felt a little sorry for her. In the middle of the night, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't fall asleep. Looking at Su Yi'er, who was sleeping contentedly beside him, Zhu Xiaobao quietly got up, got dressed, and even ran to Fu Asheng in the middle of the night. Didn't he have some questions that he wanted to have answered right away? Otherwise, he would have trouble sleeping and eating. But when I arrived at Fu Ashing's place, I found that this big fat man was drinking and cooking meat alone without anyone else. He was so happy.
Ha ha! Junior brother, are you here? It's an hour later than I thought. Brother, did you know I was coming? Of course. Otherwise, I would be waiting for you here in the middle of the night.
Chapter 1309 Zuanbao Island, B. As soon as he entered Fu Ashing's room, he sacrificed the jade corpse and hit Fu Ashing hard with his palm. Although Fu Ashing was a little surprised, he easily defused the palm of the jade corpse and gently shook the jade corpse aside.
Senior brother, am I strong enough?
Zhu Xiaobao then sat down opposite Fu Ashing, and of course put away the jade corpse.
Well, it's stronger than I thought. The two divine beasts are also advancing. Right. Once they wake up. Brother, I don't have to worry about you anymore. If you can use the
5 elements phalanx
to bring out their full potential, with half the ability, there are only a few people in this world who can kill you.
Fu Ashing nodded slowly. Although he was very pleased in his heart, there was still some hesitation in his eyes.
What a pity! My potential opponents are far more than just these few people. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao also sighed and said,
Yes. You know why I came to
Icon Island.
Oh, no. It should be renamed
Zuanbao Island.
Bao. This is a name with some domineering and local characteristics.
Fu Ashing gave it to Zhu Xiaobao after pouring a glass of wine. The two really started drinking and chatting like a pair of senior brothers.
Deshang Kingdom is already in trouble. You can tell from the embarrassing defeat of Dongwu Jianbing and the others. Those so-called
pirate alliances
are basically several forces united together. I just want to know what happened in these years. What? Even you have started to prepare for a rainy day.
Zhu Xiaobao took a sip of wine and asked eagerly. Fu Ashing has a profound background, but he does not have such a deep foundation. And Qian Xiufeng still has many subordinates. Zhu Xiaobao was very anxious and wanted to know the whole story.
Okay, brother, I will tell you something, but it can only be a rough idea. Even I can only guess about many things. You know, I have just stepped into the
Middle Fairyland.
Now, and there are many things that have not yet happened. It's not something I can understand deeply with my level of cultivation.
Fu Ashing hesitated for a moment, and then spoke eloquently. It turns out that thousands of years ago, the 3 great immortals fought for their respective territories. At that time, the Qing Immortal and the Zixia Immortal joined forces to be able to draw a tie with the Penglai Immortal. However, this dispute made nearly half of the cultivators in the entire Immortal territory were killed or injured. And finally 3 points of the Immortal territory were demarcated, which is the Southwest territory controlled by Immortal Qingyi, the Northwest territory controlled by Immortal Zixia, and the Immortal Pelai. In the Eastern region, Penglai Immortal Master controls the largest area and the largest number of people. However, in terms of cultivation resources and subsequent development, the development of the Southwest and Northwest Immortal regions is better than that of the Eastern region. But because both parties were busy with their own cultivation, and the entire Immortal realm also needed to recover, they had been living in peace and developing independently for thousands of years. But with the restoration of the entire Immortal realm, the number of cultivators returned to the previous level, even exceeding the scale of thousands of years ago, and various disputes began again. Now there is even some gap between the Southwest territory and the Northwest territory, let alone joining forces to deal with the outside world. What is unexpected is that this vast unclaimed land in the Thousand Island Sea has been slowly formed by countless pirates. Although they did all sorts of evil in the beginning, they all appeared as individuals, and did not have much influence. But in recent years, some powerful pirates have begun to unite their respective islands, forming a force that cannot be underestimated, started to manage and divide other pirates into areas, and they became a whole. What's even more surprising is that some foreigners, namely Western priests, also participated in the process. Their infiltration method was to open churches everywhere, educate the people, and also join forces with the pirates to begin to control the entire sea area. It's already quite large. This created a big problem. The original islands were obviously not big enough. They needed a wider area and more people. So now a pirate alliance has appeared in order to expand own territory. They now set their sights on Deshang Kingdom first, because Deshang Kingdom is the closest country to the pirate alliance, and is very weak. Although it is within the jurisdiction of Qing Immortal Lord, this small friction and conflict is not enough to cause Qing Immortal Lord to take action. Moreover, Immortal Qingyi is also waiting and watching. What is the attitude of immortal Penglai opposite? And what is the attitude of immortal Zixia next door?
Then Qing Immortal Lord should take action to intimidate. And that will be enough. As long as such a great godlike figure gives you a little warning. Those pirate alliances are just a bunch of ants,
Zhu Xiaobao said disapprovingly. He had seen someone from the immortal realm take action, and he was shocked and dumbfounded at the time. If a great god from the immortal realm took action, it wouldn't be enough to kill him thousands of miles away in an instant.
If only it were so simple. You know, now not only the southwest region, but also the northwest region. There are many cultivators from the eastern region. Many of them can also simply cast those western spells. And they are among cultivators. It is difficult to distinguish. If a large-scale battle like the one thousands of years ago really breaks out, the main participants in the end will still be a large number of cultivators. And this kind of battle that is also mixed with the body refining realm. Let alone the immortals. Even those immortals are not very good at taking action, Fu Asheng said with some worry.
Then what have my fifth brother and sixth sister been doing recently?
Only then did Zhu Xiaobao realize that the complexity of these things was completely beyond his imagination.
Alas, they should have been in the Black Wind Valley recently. There have been several large-scale conflicts there in the past few years. It was all those cultivators from the eastern region who were provocative. Even the Lord of the Black Wind Valley was injured. You know what's going on. Is it serious?
Fu Asheng sighed and said,
Ah? These outside cultivators are so powerful? Do you want my fifth brother and sixth sister to take action?
Zhu Xiaobao was a little confused after hearing this. The first thing he thought of was to pick up all the people from Qianqiu Peak.
Yes. A few arrogant people actually went to my Fengyuan city to make trouble. And I killed them. But they still suffered a lot of losses. The seventh lady and fifth lady back then. You still remember? The two of them had already died in the battle. When I arrived, they were already dead in the battle. And it was only a dozen miles outside Fengyuan city. Humph. Even though I tore two madmen to pieces with my hands, two of them still ran away. And my reputation will be humiliated after all.
Fu Asheng said angrily at this time.
That's why you brought some of your family members to me?
Zhu Xiaobao finally understood Fu Asheng's approach. It turned out that he also felt a threat that he had never felt before.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't expect that when I said I wanted to move some people to come to you, they would all rush to come here. It seems that the food here is more attractive to them.
Fu Asheng said at this time he said with a slight wry smile. He didn't expect that things would be like this. Everyone wanted to come here, which was completely opposite to what he thought.
Then just move here. Isn't it hard to live here?
Zhu Xiaobao doesn't care at all about the extra few thousand people.
Not to mention the Fu family is too powerful.
No. The Fuji family's spirits don't mind. The old ancestral home. And some elderly people are reluctant to leave Fengyuan City. So I can only make two preparations. And most of the younger generation will follow me. Come here. But I still have to go back. Deshang Kingdom is kind to my Fu family. So we can't just ignore it,
Fu Asheng said in a depressed mood. In fact, this was the reason why he was still waiting for Zhu Xiaobao so late today. He was as anxious as Zhu Xiaobao. Well, this time, both of them fell into a very depressed mood. I have been drinking for a long time. Finally, Zhu Xiaobao asked again.
Senior brother, do you know the relationship between the Shengdian Island and the five elements venerable? And whether there is any relationship between the Shengdian Island and the Qiyang sect?
That's not very clear. Hey, that's right. Junior brother, I didn't expect that you are facing more troubles than me. You have offended both the Qiyang sect and Shengdian Island. Now add Pirate Alliance. You are more likely to cause trouble than your senior brother. Ha 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 ha.
Fu Asheng was stunned. And suddenly he laughed loudly and said, I dare say that this junior brother has more troubles than him. And he doesn't have any trouble at all. What the heck?
Yes. Not only that, I also met Bai Shenwen from the Bai family on the Immortal Pill Island. So it seems that this Zuanbao Island is the safest place for me now.
Zhu Xiaobao also sighed. Said,
Yeah. My suggestion is to move all the troops from Qianqiu Peak to ensure that Zuanbao Island is strong enough to protect itself. It's not enough to just rely on a first fairyland, like Shikun. You have to try your best to help Eton recover to the
first immortal realm. Fu Asheng can be regarded as giving Zhu Xiaobao some advice.
What about me? What should I do?
Zhu Xiaobao asked depressedly. Obviously, Fu Asheng's idea is too simple. Qian Xiufeng will never give up just because there are many people involved there.
Especially the 3 tree ghosts.
And the tree spirits? Who are his saviors?
You? Do you still need to ask? Hurry up and improve your cultivation. How long do you think your
5 elements phalanx
can be hidden? When everyone knows. It will be a big trouble.
Fu Ashun was a little worried. Zhu Xiaobao is worried. There are thorns everywhere on the sky.
Oh. Let me think about it. Let me think about it.
When the sky was bright, Zhu Xiaobao rode a carriage back to the magnificent
Island Lord's mansion.
Before he reached the door, he felt keenly that no less than a dozen
true martial realm
cultivators were waiting for him. The leader is Dongwu Jianbing. Chapter 13:10 Importance A. In view of the previous conflicts and festivals, Zhu Xiaobao is still very cold towards Dongwu Jianbing and others. But Dongwu Jianbing and his men on the opposite side bowed respectfully to Zhu Xiaobao. Let Zhu Xiaobao feel a little bad and indifferent. Among them, only the 4th young master Dong Wangxiu stood at the back hesitantly, bending down symbolically, but his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He really couldn't figure out why in such a short few decades, Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level had surpassed his own. And now he wanted the Dongwu family to pay him such a great gift.
Dongwu City Lord. What is going on? Are you blocking the door so early in the morning?
Zhu Xiaobao ignored the 4th young master's disrespect at all. To be honest, he saved Dongwu Jianbing because of those innocent soldiers. On their face.
Mr. Xiaobao, can the food, water, and necessary heating items you promised be distributed as soon as possible? My subordinates can't hold on anymore. Many people died last night. And if possible, a large amount of medicinal materials and healing substances are needed.
Dongwu Jianbing rubbed his hands and said with some embarrassment, it turned out that Dongwu Jianbing came here for his subordinates. Since they landed in the northeast, they quickly joined the soldiers on the southwest bank. In this way, the number reached tens of thousands. But with a lack of medical treatment, food, and water, it was very difficult at night. Some soldiers had no choice but to burn the damaged warships to keep warm. However, the injured soldiers had no time to receive treatment, and many people died. So Dongwu Jianbing had to wait here early in the morning.
Huh? Isn't that right? As soon as I entered the city yesterday, I sent people to open a warehouse to put food in. And there were also things for heating. As for medicinal materials and healing materials, I really didn't think of them. But I was negligent.
Zhu Xiaobao heard this and immediately frowned. Although he didn't like people from the Dongwu family very much, he didn't want those soldiers to be harmed.
Yes. But only a small amount was distributed. Compared with more than 30,000 people, it is just a drop in the bucket.
Dongwu Jianbing immediately explained anxiously.
Let's do this. I will make arrangements right away and distribute the relief supplies you need as quickly as possible.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. This matter cannot be neglected. In order to prevent these soldiers from entering the island and disturbing the people, it is correct to arrange for them to be stationed on the tidal flats. But it is also necessary to allow them to obtain necessary rescue supplies. After rushing back to the island owner's house and asking, it turned out that Wan Shitong and others were slacking off a bit. And the reason for slacking off was because Jin Huan Yin Huan and others were not very active. It was just because of the festivals with Dongwu Jianbing in the past that they intentionally or unintentionally, the pace has been slowed down. Or in other words, it is not so active.
You too. Kneel down outside the door. Who gave you the courage? Did you know that as soon as you slacked off like this, hundreds of people died on the beach? Do they have any trouble with you?
Zhu Xiaobao said to Jin Huan Yin Huan yelled angrily. The 2 fat girls were immediately frightened until their faces turned pale. Although they both showed no fear when facing powerful enemies. When Zhu Xiaobao got angry, they were so frightened that they trembled all over and hurriedly ran to the door and knelt down. Got it! Then Zhu Xiaobao turned his head and scolded Wan Shitong.
And you? Listen to the slander. Do it for me immediately. And then think about how to punish you. Yes. My subordinates are confused. I will handle it right away. And then personally lead the people to rescue those soldiers.
Wan Shitong was also frightened and his whole body became alert. He originally thought of helping Zhu Xiaobao to vent his bad breath. I didn't expect that it would attract such great anger from Zhu Xiaobao.
Don't blame them. It's true that I didn't explain my injury clearly in time.
Dongwu Jianbing on the side was very moved, although it was a bit frivolous. On the big issues of right and wrong, Zhu Xiaoxiao was very moved. The generosity and kindness shown by Bao still moved him very much.
Well, let's see. I'm asking the alchemists on the island to speed up refining a batch of healing elixirs to speed up the healing of those injured soldiers.
Zhu Xiaobao was not too polite, but decided to help as much as possible. Dongwu Jianbing regained his strength so that he could return to Deshang Kingdom as soon as possible. In addition to Zhu Xiaobao and Mo Dayo, Green Fairy, Michigan, Lu and others can help refine some low-end elixirs. Because most of the elixirs are not even golden elixirs. They're just some for mortals. It's just a pill. So it's much faster. And the success rate is close to 100%. As for the medicinal materials used, there's no need to worry. Major pharmacies provide many for free. So in less than 2 days, Zhu Xiaobao refined thousands of pills here and distributed them in time, which greatly accelerated the healing of the soldiers' injuries. Even though it is an ordinary elixir, it is already a panacea for mortals. If the grade is higher, they will not be able to afford it. As for the clothing to keep out the cold, for the more than 2 million people on Zunbao Island, it only took half a day to prepare it. So it was distributed to the soldiers in time before it got dark. And in order to express his apology, Zhu Xiaobao also allocated 20,000 jars of wine and 20,000 kilograms of meat. Suddenly there were bursts of cheers on the beach, and many people knelt on the ground, loudly thanking Zunbao Island for saving their lives. In the island owner's mansion, Green Farrier was interceding for Jin Huan. These 2 fat girls had been kneeling outside the door for a day and a night, and Zhu Xiaobao still didn't let them get up. Green Farrier looked very distressed, but Zhu Xiaobao didn't say anything, and these 2 fat girls didn't dare to get up at all. Even if Fu Asheng came to intercede,
it would be useless.
Okay, it's already been a day and a night? What else do you want? Do you really want them to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights? You are too cruel.
Green Fairy could only flatter Zhu Xiaobao by talking softly. Ask for each other. They all know that Zhu Xiaobao is a soft-spoken person and can only grind slowly. At the same time, he also blinked at Su Yin'er on the side, asking her to intercede with the 2 fat girls. Because in recent days, Su Yin'er has been the most favored.
Yeah. In fact, it's our fault. They all wanted to take the opportunity to vent their anger. I didn't expect the consequences would be so serious. In fact, we should also accompany them to kneel down as punishment.
Su Yin'er's move was even more amazing. Directly take half of the responsibility.
That's all. Let them get up. And then go to the kitchen and find something to eat.
Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao could no longer remain indifferent. So he had to wave his hands and shouted. And then looked at Su Yin'er, smiled slightly.
Hey, you are still smart. This is called the law does not blame everyone. Right. Yeah. No. That's what we really thought at the time. After all, the Dongwu family was so arrogant back then that they even occupied the Wushuang city.
Su Yin'er's face turned slightly red, and she quickly explained.
Ha ha. I'm afraid the kitchen has already prepared wine and meat for Jin Huan. Right.
Green Farrier also asked with a smile. Although Zhu Xiaobao looked angry, he secretly hid things in the kitchen. But everyone saw them. But they were not exposed.
Humph. That's a good guess. Then guess again. What will I do next?
Zhu Xiaobao did not deny it. Originally, although he was punished with a gold ring and a silver ring, he still felt very sad for these 2 fat men. Girl.
I don't know. Anyway, I will go wherever you go this time. Don't even think about leaving alone again.
Li appeared without even bothering to think, and said simply,
Xiaobao? You don't want to go back to Qinqiu Peak, do you? And you go back with Dongwu Jianbing and the others.
Unexpectedly, Su Yin'er hit the nail on the head. Ever since she met Zhu Xiaobao, she has always been known for her resourcefulness. Only then did he successfully attract Zhu Xiaobao's attention.
Ha ha! Yes, I want to move all the people, horses and belongings from Qinqiu Peak here. What do you think?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but nodded in praise and asked.
I'm afraid it's not that easy. Didn't you see that Missy you also came to
Zunbao Island
together? You thought it was her own intention, but it was the intention of the owner of the
Sai sect. Unexpectedly, Green Farrier, both Su Yin'er and Su Yin'er looked at Zhu Xiaobao strangely, with some unnaturalness or reluctance.
No way. Fairy Ziyu is of noble birth, and she is also an inner disciple of the Sai sect. She is very arrogant. I am a cook.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and laughed. This was completely beyond Zhu Xiaobao's imagination. The two of them ascended to this world at the same time. But Ziyu's status was much nobler. She was immediately picked up by the Cai sect, and she was an inner disciple. The starting point is quite high. But he was almost killed. It was Miss Ziyu who helped him put in a good word and escape the disaster. Zhu Xiaobao has never forgotten the way Miss Ziyu looked at him when he said goodbye. It was an expression of sympathy, pity and pity. Because at that time everyone thought it would be difficult for Zhu Xiaobao to survive in this world.
Yes. Now you know your importance. Right. You are no longer the cook at the body refining realm. You are now the supreme treasure respected by thousands of people.
Green Fairy said proudly on the side.
That's even less.
Okay.
If you do this, isn't it taking advantage of others' danger? Or is it an exchange of interests? It's not what I want. Find a chance. You go and tell her clearly. Don't do this. Don't mention it again.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and escaped from the inner house in a bit of embarrassment. Zhu Xiaobao was sitting alone in the lake pavilion in the island owner's mansion, looking at the fish in the lake in a daze. I never imagined that I would become such an important person again. But every time he achieves greater success, he has more responsibilities, and his life seems to become more tense and busy, and it becomes more and more dangerous. Unknowingly, a girl wearing a purple dress appeared behind her. She was the Purple Jade Fairy. Although she has advanced to the state of transformation, she is still behind Zhu Xiaobao's advancement speed. But the pride and purity in him are always different. Chapter 1311 Importance B. After 3 days, Dongwu Jianbing's soldiers finally recovered their strength, and all the damaged warships were repaired. Together with several captured pirate ships, it was enough for them to form a strong warship. The formation has returned to Deshang Kingdom, and Zhu Xiaobao will also return to Deshang Kingdom with Dongwu Jianbing's warship. At the same time, Fu Ashing also left most of the warships behind and returned together with several large warships. These were all agreed upon beforehand. But what I didn't expect was that Fairy Purple Jade was determined to follow her back. She wanted to go back to Kayaman. After the conversation with Zhu Xiaobao by the lake, Green Fairy, Su Yinner and others didn't know what happened. Purple Jade Fairy seemed to have lost her mind and acted very open-minded and casual. On the contrary, Zhu Xiaobao was secretive and a little at a loss. Because after hearing Zhu Xiaobao's reasons for not wanting to take advantage of others, Fairy Purple Jade finally just said calmly, "I can wait." When Luciener and others knew the result, they all sighed. It's like it's not over yet. The angry Green Fairy, Jin Huan Yinhuan and others simply obeyed Zhu Xiaobao's arrangement and did not follow them back to Deshang Kingdom this time. In fact, the main reason is that Fu Asheng, who has the highest cultivation level, suddenly left here. Zhu Xiaobao is worried that the cultivation of Shakuan and Yintang alone is not enough to reassure him. And Green Fairy's attack techniques are more of a group attack effect, which can often play a very crucial role. And Zhu Xiaobao is confident that with his current strength, there is no big risk in returning to Deshang Kingdom. However, Mo Dayo was still very determined to go back with Zhu Xiaobao, because he also wanted to discuss the improvement of the
100 pregnancy pill
with Sun Daozi. Speaking of which, Xian Daozi's reputation is not low, and his reputation in the world of cultivation definitely exceeds that of Mo Dayo. So this time Zhu Xiaobao is equivalent to returning to Deshang Kingdom alone. Along the way, Ziyu Fairy always stayed in the cabin to practice behind closed doors, and even had her meals brought to the cabin by her servants. On the contrary, Mo Dayo took 4 concubines and lived happily in his cabin. He spent more than half of every day doing hard work on dual cultivation. Isn't he eager to pass on the family line? That's not just what he said. Efforts through practical actions. Even Zhu Xiaobao and Fu Asheng admire them from the bottom of their hearts. At such an old age, they work hard every day. They really have the spirit of a foolish old man to move mountains.
I'm a little anxious when he does this. I have to work harder to get back.
Fu Asheng couldn't help but sigh. He didn't have any heirs, so he wasn't worried at all. I have just been promoted to the
middle immortal realm,
and still have nearly 10,000 years to live. But now I have to lament that time is fleeting. Once I practice in seclusion, it can easily last hundreds of years, which is still very fast.
This old cow is suffering. I really hope that his
Baiyu Dan
can be successfully developed. Otherwise, the matter of passing on the family line will be a really difficult problem.
Zhu Xiaobao also sighed. I originally thought that after advancing to the fusion realm, I would be able to reshape my meridians and become completely the same as a normal person. But I didn't expect that as my cultivation level increases, the chance of conception will also be greatly reduced. The fleet sailed northwest for half a month. And then, they saw the beach in the distance, which was the coastline of
East Purple City.
It turned out that Dongwu Jianbing did not dare to land from the fourth prince, but chose to return to his own, Dongzi City first, count the losses, and then report to the fourth prince. This battle made Dongwu Jianbing intuitively feel that his weight in the heart of the fourth prince had probably been greatly reduced. Fortunately, all three of his sons were unscathed in this battle. Dongwu Ingjun and Dongwu Ingjun have returned to Dongzi City safely. This can be considered a great blessing among misfortunes. When they were still far away, they could already see people standing on the shore. They were happily welcoming Dongwu Jianbing, who had returned safely. To those soldiers, almost everyone was extremely excited, and some even burst into tears. Being able to come back safely is the biggest wish for many people. For those families who failed to find their husbands or sons in the crowd, they were immediately filled with grief. There were two completely different scenes. Zhu Xiaobao looked a little sad. No matter when, the people who are hurt the most are the people at the bottom. Finally they landed on the land of Deshang Kingdom again. And Dongwu Jianbing's two sons, who were originally happy, were shocked when they saw Zhu Xiaobao also getting off Fu Ashing's warship. But after learning the whole story, Dongwu Ingjun and Dongwu Ingjun both bowed and saluted honestly to thank Dongwu Jianbing for his life-saving grace. After declining Dongwu Jianbing's repeated invitations to stay and banquets, Fu Asheng and Zhu Xiaobao insisted on going on their way. It's just that Fu Asheng went directly through
East Purple City
and returned to Fengyuan City. Zhu Xiaobao, on the other hand, wants to pass through Wushuang City, then pass through Linghuan Town, and then return to Daoqianqiu Peak. However, Zhu Xiaobao asked Fairy Ziyu and Mo Dayo to follow Fu Asheng. In this case, the journey would be closer. In fact, the most important thing is that he doesn't want to be on the same road as Ziyu Fairy, which will make the two of them very embarrassed. And he doesn't want to be on the same road as Emoda. This old man has to practice double cultivation every day, and the sound is simply torture to Zhu Xiaobao. Of course Fu Asheng readily agreed. Moreover, Fairy Ziyu and Mo Dayo are on the same road, and their safety is guaranteed. Mo Dayo has a cultivation level in the fake fairyland. Even if he is not strong in combat, he is not something ordinary cultivators dare to provoke. On Zhu Xiaobao's side, Dongwu Jianbing not only gave him a luxurious carriage, but also arranged for a smart boy who was familiar with the road conditions to help him drive. There is also a pure gold token, which can travel unimpeded in
East Purple City
and Wushuang City. After breaking up with Fu Asheng, Zhu Xiaobao sat lazily in the luxurious carriage and chatted with the boy driving the carriage from time to time. Unexpectedly, this young man, who was less than 20 years old, was very familiar with and admired Zhu Xiaobao. He actually knew many stories about Zhu Xiaobao, including countless family treasures. The words also revealed deep envy and admiration. One after another shouted, "Uncle Bao." This made Zhu Xiaobao feel ashamed. And unknowingly, he was already a senior in the eyes of these stupid kids. Come to think of it, it has been decades since I came to this world. In front of this young man, I am just a senior.
Oh? You already have a pair of children? You are really ambitious but not young. You are better than me.
But this young man named Sanduo is only less than 19 years old. But he already has 2 children. Okay. This makes Zhu Xiaobao very jealous. Comparing people like this to others is so irritating. This young man's ability to create humans is definitely better than 95% of humans.
What is this? In our village, there are families around the same age as me. Which family doesn't have 3 or 2 children? If you don't have 1 boy and 1/2 girl by the time you reach my age, you will be criticized.
Xiao Duozi smiled nonchalantly. Said, he didn't expect how envious Zhu Xiaobao was of him. If Mo Dayo were here, he would probably strangle this little Duozi to death. This is just to show off. In fact, this is not something to make a fuss about. The legal age of marriage in Deshang country is 15 for boys and 14 for girls. So Xiao Duozi is 19 years old and has 2 children. It is very normal. He has just reached the 4th level of physical training. It is wonderful. Your life has just begun.
Oh! Stop the car. Stop the car. Let's get out of the car and have something to eat and drink. I think it's necessary to drink some wine.
Zhu Xiaobao hung very depressed. This is actually the area that has just entered the Wushuang City. and there are not many people around. But this little thing didn't bother Zhu Xiaobao at all. He casually prepared a few exquisite dishes, and with a jar of fine wine. It was considered a good lunch. Zhu Xiaobao also warmly invited Xiao Duozi to have a meal with him. Xiao Duozi immediately shivered with excitement. He had never thought that one day he would be able to dine with the great god in his heart.
Hey! Gods are mortals too. What's there to be excited about? If you want to say envy, it's too late for me to envy you.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands, sat down on the ground without grace, and began to feast. After half an hour of lunch, Zhu Xiaobao drank more than half of the jar of wine. He felt a little sleepy, mainly because he was a little stimulated, so he was not in a very good mood. So he simply laid down in the carriage and went to sleep. Xiao Duozi also drank some wine and drove the carriage lazily. Zhu Xiaobao didn't have any requirements for speed anyway, so he drove slowly. The afternoon sun was so warm that Xiao Duozi also felt like taking a nap. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The roof of the carriage was cut off, and the wooden boards around the carriage were also torn apart. A ray of sword light hit the sleeping people in the carriage. Poof! There was a soft sound. Although the opponent's neck had been cut, there was no familiar feeling of being cut off. But when the back of the figure turned around, the assassin realized that it was not Zhu Xiaobao, but a jade corpse in one fell swoop. Zhu Xiaobao was lying behind the jade corpse, soundly asleep.
From the assassin sect?
Zhu Xiaobao also woke up at this time, sat up and asked calmly. This is a habit he has developed. Whenever he wants to sleep, he always lets the jade corpse sit behind him, blocking most of the possible location under attack.
There is actually a jade corpse? And it's not the cultivation level of the fusion realm. No wonder those idiots keep missing.
A thin man standing next to the carriage snorted coldly.
You? You actually killed a mortal? You really deserve to die.
Zhu Xiaobao glanced at Xiao Duozi, and then realized that Xiao Duozi was covering his chest and twitching feebly. A casual attack from an assassin in the god realm is something that a mortal simply cannot withstand.
Humph. Think about how to save your own life first. Kill!
Before the assassin could finish speaking, Zhu Xiaobao had already taken the lead. Chapter 1312 Importance C. To say that this assassin's movement and speed are much faster than Zhu Xiaobao. It is undoubtedly a very impulsive act to take action so rashly. Even the assassin shook his head a little.
You have lost your mind for such a mortal. It seems that you are still too overestimated.
Immediately afterwards, the black-clothed assassin also rushed towards Zhu Xiaobao tit for tat. This method of quick control and quick kill is what he is best at, and what he likes the most. Killing the opponent in the shortest time is the supreme state pursued by assassins. But before he could wave his hand, Zhu Xiaobao had already split into two, turning into two figures on the left and right, making it impossible to tell the real one from the fake one.
A shadow clone? I didn't expect that you actually learned the skills of my assassin sect. You are really a master of a skill. And old man Mai is my subordinate.
When the black-clothed assassin saw it, he suddenly exclaimed in anger and annoyance. The old herb collector was he as the subordinate of the man in black, and he taught the
one shadow clone
skill to the old medicine collector. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao is now the first to use this skill. In an instant, the man in black also performed the same technique, splitting the figure into two and assassinating the two clones respectively.
Humph. It doesn't matter whose skill it is. It all depends on how far you can perform it.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at it, and although he was secretly surprised, he was also very excited. This skill consumes the most spiritual consciousness. Zhu Xiaobao is undoubtedly most willing to compete with each other for the strength of his spiritual consciousness.
I'll divide it again.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted. In an instant, the two silhouettes split into four silhouettes. But they were still at a disadvantage in terms of attack speed. But he has successfully escaped the opponent's first round of assassination.
You can actually get 4 points? Okay. Let's see how long you can hold on.
The assassin in black was also stunned, then gritted his teeth and shouted. Before he finished speaking, he also split into four figures. A new round of assassinations was launched again.
I'm going to hacking exhaust you. Divide them again.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted and divided the four figures into 8 figures again. Moreover, there was no difference between these figures and real people. They were all waving kitchen knives and defending. To attack.
How is this possible? You can actually divide it into 8 figures?
This time it was the man in black's turn to be surprised. He wanted to divide into 8 figures. Although he could do it, he could not last more than a minute. and it will definitely consume all the spiritual consciousness. But now that he has used this skill, if he wants to withdraw, he will obviously fall into passivity. The black-clothed assassin gritted his teeth and also turned into 8 figures. But this time he went all out. And you have to kill all the little treasures in the shortest possible time.
Hey! I'll break it up again.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao shouted again as if he was endless. And in an instant, the 8 figures transformed into 12 figures.
This is impossible! What a ghost!
The man in black was about to vomit blood. This was the most incredible thing he had ever seen in his assassin career. The other party's cultivation level is lower than his, but his spiritual consciousness is higher than his. He can cast 12 figures, and it doesn't look that strenuous.
Ding 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 ding!
With the sound of weapons clashing, the 8 figures of the man in black were quickly beaten into 4 figures, and 4 of Zhu Xiaobao's 12 figures also disappeared. But the number was still the same. Maintain an absolute advantage. The man in black, who had completely overwhelmed Zhu Xiaobao with his speed and agility, was now in a panic by the attacks of 8 figures. The key is that he consumes a lot of spiritual consciousness. And 2 more figures have begun to appear illusory, making it possible for people to tell the real from the fake at a glance.
I'll chop! I'll chop! I'll chop! Chop! Chop!
Zhu Xiaobao maintained his numerical advantage and strong fighting spirit. The 8 figures were all shouting with their mouths open, slashing wildly with their swords, and they had already abandoned the 2 illusory figures. The target is clearer, and the attack density is also greatly increased.
Damn it! I've been fooled. Earth escape technique!
The black-clothed assassin shouted angrily, then gave up on the remaining phantoms and jumped up, trying to escape. But this jump didn't have the familiar feeling of jumping into water. Instead, he fell headlong to the ground, as if he encountered some obstacle and couldn't get in. The assassin in black looked at the ground in front of him carefully. There was nothing wrong with it. But why can't I get in? And the figures around him started to attack again. In desperation, the black-clothed assassin had no choice but to intersperse among several figures, trying his best to find Zhu Xiaobao's true identity. But at this time, he had to admit that Zhu Xiaobao's consciousness was too powerful, and he could still maintain it. It's hard to tell the authenticity of the several figures.
Puff!
Finally, the man in black finally stabbed an entity. This was definitely a stab. As long as it was stabbed, then the remaining figures can be ignored. But before he could be happy, he was suddenly alerted that something was wrong. Although the thing in front of him was an entity, it was the jade corpse that was not afraid of cuts and axes. Not Zhu Xiaobao.
Crack!
With one stab, the black-clothed assassin's ribs had been slashed by Zhu Xiaobao. This was due to his quick reaction. As soon as he sensed something was wrong, he already started twisting his body and dodged the most deadly attack. But this is not over yet. The jade corpse in front of him is not so easy to be injured. Since he stabbed the jade corpse with his sword, the opponent's counterattack has already arrived. A solid palm has hit the black-clothed assassin's chest.
Earth escape technique!
The black-clothed assassin endured his internal injuries and roared in a low voice. He still wanted to use the
Earth escape technique
to escape first.
Boom!
Just like last time. This time it hit something solid and I couldn't get in. What on earth is going on? The assassin in black is almost crying. This assassination place was carefully chosen by him. There is absolutely no way that Zhu Xiaobao would set up an ambush in advance. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao had removed the phantom and regained his true body. He looked at the black-clothed assassin coldly.
You didn't expect it, did you? The techniques you rely on to escape have no effect on me.
The assassin in black pulled his head out of the mound in embarrassment, then knelt down on one leg, barely keeping himself from falling. But he still couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was hit by Jade Corpse's palm just now. The blow was too hard, and his internal organs were damaged. Now I finally can't hold it any longer. But at this time, Zhu Xiaobao still looked calm, as if he was not affected by the consumption of his spiritual consciousness at all. What surprised the assassin in black even more was that 5 skulls appeared above her head, forming a regular pentagonal
5-element square.
Suddenly, the assassin in black understood why he kept running into walls. It was because he hit the Earth Skeleton's lust shield. No wonder he couldn't tell the reason.
5 elements phalanx? You are actually the descendant of the 5 elements, Venerable? No wonder you have such a powerful spiritual consciousness.
The black-clothed assassin finally couldn't help but lamented. Those who can control the
5 elements phalanx
have at least one spiritual consciousness. He is also 4 times stronger than me. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao was not impulsive at all in the first place. But someone was trying to trick him into consuming all his spiritual consciousness.
Actually, I don't blame you for carrying out the assassination mission. But if you kill innocent people indiscriminately, it's no wonder that I must avenge Xiao Duozi.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the dying Xiao Duozi again. At this time, Xiao Duozi he struggled to turn over, and saw the dizzying battle just now. When he heard that Zhu Xiaobao was fighting desperately for himself, 2 lines of moved tears still flowed from his eyes.
Oh, Zhu Xiaobao, haven't you always wanted to know who wants to kill you? Take it. This is the jade token I received. It has everything you want to know.
The assassin in black was panting at this time. Tremblingly took out a jade token from his arms.
Humph. Come on. Come on. Come on. I don't want to suffer the critical blow before your death.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he took a step back and let the jade corpse stand in front of him. At the same time, a drop of
1 yuan heavy water
fell from the 5 elements square, getting bigger and bigger, and just wrapped the black-clothed assassin in it. Immediately, the black-clothed assassin felt as if he was in mud, and it became very difficult to move and move. The jade token in his hand was not some kind of information, but contained the 3 successful powers of Shanghai Fairyland. One blow. But unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao saw through it.
Go to H.L. Zhu Xiaobao.
Although the man in black was wrapped in
1 yuan heavy water
and struggled to move, he still used all his strength to activate this jade metal, hoping to give Zhu Xiaobao one last chance.
Hit. The jutsu of gravity. Less escape. Unmoving as a mountain.
As soon as Zhu Xiaobao saw that the jade token was activated, even though the opponent was seriously injured and was trapped in
1 yuan of heavy water,
he still intuitively felt the power of this attack and couldn't help but quickly use 3 defensive techniques in succession. And there was the jade corpse in front of him as a shield.
Boom!
With an extremely dull roar, the
1 yuan heavy water
was completely shattered. And then a beam of green light slowly shot towards Zhu Xiaobao. It was just slow, but the thick and deep lethality was unparalleled, making people all feel suffocated.
Bang!
Followed immediately. The thick lust shield was also torn apart by the green light and turned into a piece of rubble. Further back, there was the jade corpse, with a muffled sound. It was like a kite with its string cut off. It was blasted more than 10 feet away and couldn't get up for a long time. Finally, the petrified state condensed by Zhu Xiaobao was returned to its original form. At the critical moment, he threw the kitchen knife. And then he felt as if he was flying through the clouds and flying a dozen feet away. When he landed, Zhu Xiaobao was still secretly congratulating himself.
It's not bad. It's closer than the distance the jade corpse fell.
Some. But it seems like several ribs are broken.
Then Zhu Xiaobao lost consciousness. Chapter 1313 Orphan. At this time, the scene was silent. Only 2 people were awake. One was Xiao Duozi, who was seriously injured. The other one is an assassin in black. Without the control of Zhu Xiaobao's consciousness, the 5-element square formation could only quietly hover over the ground and recover on its own. And the jade corpse also stood on the side,
motionless. It has not yet taken the initiative to attack the enemy. The assassin in black had the best chance to escape at this time. But he didn't run away. Although he was really seriously injured. The greed in his heart aroused. If he killed Zhu Xiaobao now, wouldn't these ownerless treasures become his own? This opportunity is definitely worth a try. The assassin in black took out a bamboo stick from his storage bag, propped himself up, and limped slowly towards Zhu Xiaobao. It turns out that the
1 yuan heavy water
and gravity technique just now also caused huge damage to him, and his legs could not bear such a heavy weight. The moment the jade tablet was activated and exploded, his legs he was also crushed. But even so, he still couldn't resist this huge temptation, and was still moving desperately towards Zhu Xiaobao, wanting to kill Zhu Xiaobao. But what I didn't expect was that Xiao Duozi also tried his best to pull the reins of the horse at this time. Although it was difficult for him to move. He had always been lying on the carriage, and did not land. Now he could only rely on his skillful movements. His driving skills actually drove the carriage towards Zhu Xiaobao.
Get out of here, little bastard. Don't meddle in other people's business.
The black-clothed assassin cursed angrily at the first sight. He really didn't expect that a jade-branded assassin in the fake fairyland would be raped by a mortal in the body refining realm. Ignoring it. It seems like you still want to rescue Zhu Xiaobao?
Uncle Bao! He's here! Wake up! Uncle Bao! Uncle Bao!
Xiao Duozi just glanced at the assassin in black, and then lay on the carriage trying desperately to wake up Zhu Xiaobao. But unfortunately, Zhu Xiaobao fell into a coma and couldn't hear his call at all, seeing that his speed was only a little faster than the assassin in black. Xiao Duozi became cruel and drove the carriage directly over Zhu Xiaobao's arm.
Ouch! Two stinky girls. Neither serious nor serious. Really want to break my arm.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt a sharp pain, and then cursed fiercely. He thought it's Jin Huan who was competing with him on kneading, rubbing. But when he suddenly opened his eyes, he saw the black-clothed assassin struggling to ride on a bamboo stick, getting closer to him little by little, and holding a dagger in his hand. His thorn had already been knocked away.
Little treasures, you are dead today.
The black-clothed assassin saw that the attack distance was almost there, and then he shouted with a sinister smile. At the same time, the whole body rushed forward, and the dagger in his hand was aimed at Zhu Xiaobao's chest. When there was a very clear sound, definitely not the sound of stabbing a human body. At the same time, the assassin in black suddenly fell into a big cauldron and could no longer climb out. It turned out that in desperation, Zhu Xiaobao quickly used the jade cauldron alchemy furnace, which happened to fit the black-clothed assassin inside. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao also regained his consciousness, and the skulls also gathered around him, and the jade corpse followed behind him. He poured out the black-clothed assassin again, and this time, with his spiritual thoughts, he used
1 yuan heavy water
to trap him again. Zhu Xiaobao didn't have time to pay attention to him yet. Instead, he desperately crawled forward a few steps, held onto the shaft of the car, stood up reluctantly, and hugged Xiao Duozi.
Xiao Duozi! Xiao Duozi! You must hold on! I will definitely save you!
No. Okay, Uncle Bao. I know that I am no longer okay. My heart is broken and I can't live. I feel relieved to see that you are safe and sound. My family lives in Wishwang City here. You can ride in my car and invite me to eat and drink with you. This is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. You don't know how happy I am and how proud I am. Uncle Bao, I'm dying. Can you take me home? I
miss my wife and children.
As Xiao Duozi's voice became softer and softer, he finally stopped breathing, and his life ended in the last month of his 19th year.
Ah! Xiao Duozi! Don't die! Don't die! It's me who has caused you trouble. Oh, no. It was me who harmed you.
Zhu Xiaobao hugged Xiao Duozi, howled, stamped his feet, and beat his chest. He never thought that it would be best for this mortal, who was only at the 4th level of the body refining realm, to save him. However, the handwriting that he thought was extremely powerful could not save Xiao Duozi. Zhu Xiaobao gently put down Xiao Duozi and rushed around like crazy. His body was covered in blood. His head was covered with wounds, and his face was covered with blood. Not satisfied with this, he directly lit the alchemy furnace. In an instant, all 9 fire eyes of the jade cauldron alchemy furnace were ignited. The
5-element square
also started to operate rapidly, and flames shot into the elixir one after another within the furnace.
Hey! Zhu Xiaobao, what are you doing? Just let me out and I will fight with you.
The black-clothed assassin suddenly screamed repeatedly, because he had been subjected to 2 strong fire training. He ran away and turned out to be jumped out of the alchemy furnace. But even if he escaped from the alchemy furnace, he could not escape from Zhu Xiaobao's control.
The jutsu of gravity. Golden years.
With the casting of Zhu Xiaobao's 2 secret techniques, the black-clothed assassin was suppressed in place by his own weight, unable to move. Moreover, he felt that his lifespan was rapidly passing away. At the beginning, he could still struggle desperately. In the end, his body became stiffer and stiffer. His movements became slower and slower, and his strength became weaker and weaker. In the end, even the voice he heard sounded extremely old, and his beard and hair turned gray, and even his eyes, the eyebrows above, are more than half a foot long.
Humph! I won't let you die so easily now. I want you to be buried with Xiao Duozi.
Zhu Xiaobao saw that the black-clothed assassin had only a few days to live, and then he stopped his skills and said coldly,
Zhu Xiaobao, please kill me. If you treat people from the assassin sect like this, You will incur severe revenge,
the black-clothed assassin said in a hoarse voice. He was struggling to even speak now. He really regretted it. You shouldn't be greedy, let alone kill a mortal casually.
Humph. I don't want to let go of the assassin sect yet.
Zhu Xiaobao is no longer afraid of the assassin sect. At this moment, a large group of men and horses, including 3,000 cavalry, came from a distance, raising billowing dust along the way. But seeing Zhu Xiaobao's carriage from a distance, the horses stopped. Several generals quickly dismounted and ran to Zhu Xiaobao to salute. The leader was none other than Dong Wenghao. He has been staying in Lingquan town since he was surrendered by Zhu Xiaobao. Unexpectedly, Dong Jianbing has given him the management of
Wushuang City
in the past few days. Moreover, Dong Wenghao just found out that Zhu Xiaobao was riding a carriage through Wushuang City. So he hurried over with his troops.
His name is Sanduo. Find his family and residence for me immediately, and I will send him home personally.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Dong Wenghao and said with a gloomy face,
Yes. Come on. Come and check Sanduo's residence immediately. Also, prepare a carriage for Mr. Xiaobao.
Dong Wenghao immediately ordered his men to handle it quickly.
No. I will drive this carriage to escort Xiao Duozi home.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand, gently placed Xiao Duozi's body in the carriage, and then drove the carriage himself. Go ahead. Although Dong Wenghao was full of doubts, he didn't dare to ask more questions. Zhu Xiaobao's expression was too scary. Soon, Xiao Duozi's residence was found. It was a very ordinary family. My father died at sea a few years ago. There is also a mother, wife, and a pair of children at home. The daughter is 4 years old, and the son is only 2 years old. There are 2 other brothers living next door. Most people in this village have the surname Xie. It turns out that Xiao Duozi's name is Xie Sanduo. After learning the news of Xiao Duozi's death, the whole family was immediately devastated and burst into tears. Especially his wife and children, who burst into tears. This made Zhu Xiaobao feel extremely guilty once again. If it weren't for him, Xiao Duozi's family would still be a happy family, although it might not necessarily be very rich. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that the Xie family did not blame Zhu Xiaobao. Nor did they make things difficult for him. Nor did they ask for compensation. He actually thanked Zhu Xiaobao for bringing his enemy back. This made Zhu Xiaobao feel even more uncomfortable. At this moment, Dong Wenghao walked up to Zhu Xiaobao with a storage bag.
Master Xiaobao, this is the assassin storage bag. Look at it. Leave it to Xiao Duozi's orphan. How many spirit stones are there in it? If it's not enough, I'll give you a few million.
Zhu Xiaobao said without thinking.
No. 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 There are tens of millions of high-grade spiritual stones in it. What I mean is that giving these things to them may be a disaster rather than a blessing. And the weapons and materials used in the
fake fairyland
are not from them. It can be used, but taking it out will cause endless disasters.
Dong Wenghao said quickly in a low voice.
Well, I didn't think this through carefully. You are still thoughtful. What do you think we should do?
Zhu Xiaobao immediately understood after hearing this. If he leaves the storage bag to Xiao Duozi's wife and children, I'm afraid it will really cause them endless disasters.
What I mean is, let a pair of children come to my house to study with my children. Even if they are reading together. His widow will also come to my house to help with some chores. I will never treat them badly. Wait until 2 when your children grow up. If they have talent for cultivation, you are going to arrange a famous teacher for them. If they have mediocre qualifications, with these spiritual stones, they can ensure that they have a safe and prosperous life. Do you think this is feasible?
Dong Wenghao said respectfully asked.
Okay. You are very considerate. Well, before I leave, I will give the 2 children a few words, hoping to save them some detours. That's amazing because of their fate. There's no such thing as luck. Sometimes a plain life isn't necessarily bad.
Chapter 1314 Things are different, and people are different. Zhu Xiaobao deliberately stayed in Wushuang City for a few more days in order to attend Xiao Duozi's funeral. During this period, he also walked around Wushuang City. The streets were still familiar, but they felt very strange. The 4 major families in the past have long ceased to exist. Now Wushuang City is mainly dominated by the Dongma family. What is more surprising is that the Xiang family is still stationed in their original residence, and their weapon refining workshop is still operating as usual. The operation, scale and number of people are much worse than before, tepid and as low-key as ever. However, in Lingquan town, The Xiong family still has several workshops. So among the 4 major families, only the Xiong family has survived relatively completely. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao has always been somewhat elusive about the Xiong family. This family is actually a member of the Wen family, and the strongest supporter of the original city lord Wenqing. But many of Wenqing's behaviors made Zhu Xiaobao confused. She didn't seem to value Wushuang City very much, but was running around for some kind of mission. Especially later, when Wenqing decisively gave up Wushuang City, which made people even more sure that she had another purpose. But until now, no one knows where Wenqing is. All she knows is that she has a peerless divine bow in her hand, and everything she does is related to this peerless divine bow. This time, Zhu Xiaobao originally wanted to meet Xiang Bing, the head of the Xiong family. Unexpectedly, he was told by the housekeeper that the head of the Xiong family was not in Wushuang City. As for where he had gone, he was reluctant to say more and hesitated. I don't want to say more. As for Zhu Xiaobao's reappearance, he also acted very calmly. You should have gotten the news a long time ago. After Xiao Duozi's funeral was over, and he was laid to rest, Zhu Xiaobao made a special trip to see Xiao Duozi's 2 children after a few days. At this age, there was no sign of any qualifications. Zhu Xiaobao just had a look into the lives of the 2 children. Divine consciousness left a mark, and also instilled a little spiritual energy. This is already the biggest change that a mortal can bear, at least in terms of cultivation. The 2 children should be better than their peers, but in the end, they still have to rely on their own opportunities and diligence. Xiao Duozi's widow has been arranged by Dong Wenghao to be a steward of the inner house. This woman has average qualifications, so she is very satisfied with the current arrangement. Xiao Duozi's 2 elder brothers were also arranged to be the bodyguards of the mansion, and now they are practicing martial arts every day. For a family like theirs, this has already begun to reach its peak. Overnight, it has become a very prestigious family in Xiejia village. So on the contrary, I was very grateful to Zhu Xiaobao, which made Zhu Xiaobao feel even more uneasy, thinking that in the future, as long as conditions permit, I will try my best to support Xiao Duozi's children. Another day passed before Zhu Xiaobao left Wushuang City quietly, without letting Dong Wenghao send him off with much fanfare. He now knew how to keep a low profile as much as possible. He also declined the carriage arranged by Dong Wenghao for him, and drove a donkey cart towards Lingquan town alone. Now Zhu Xiaobao has understood that only by staying as far away from those mortals as possible can we avoid hurting innocent people to the greatest extent. Because in front of cultivators, people in the body refining realm are really too weak. If they are not careful, they will either die or be injured. And his opponents are getting stronger and stronger. And he doesn't want to see Xiao Duozi's tragedy happen again. As they drove slowly towards Lingquan town, Zhu Xiaobao was actually nostalgic, admiring the scenery of the past and recalling many things that had happened here before. Now that I think about it, decades have passed in the blink of an eye. And now Xiao Duozi's children actually want to call him Grandpa Bao. This makes Zhu Xiaobao a little depressed. But he hasn't solved the problem of passing on the family line yet. I don't know if Mo Dayo can develop the Baiyu Dan. After entering Lingquan town, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that Lingquan town was much more defeated than before, because most of the people from the major families had moved away. And now those key workshops were under the control of Su Yin'er. Once without the support of these high-end commodities, Lingquan town will lose its previous prosperity and vitality. The streets are deserted, and there are far fewer people coming and going. Less than half of the once bustling shops are now gone. From a distance, I saw a time-honored restaurant that was still open. It was Lao Fan's house where the red-haired girl and the others often gathered. This made Zhu Xiaobao feel hot in his heart. So he simply went into this restaurant to have a meal, and he became a half-acquaintance. After entering, I saw that the person standing behind the counter was none other than the original boss, Lao Fan. And Lao Fan also recognized Zhu Xiaobao at a glance. He was stunned for a moment, and then he excitedly ran to serve him. Master? Is it really you? I didn't expect you to come to my small restaurant. Ha ha! Boss Fan. When I eat, I don't look at the size of the restaurant, but at the taste. But don't make any announcement. I'm just passing by. Zhu Xiaobao smiled, and then made a gesture, telling old Fan to speak softly, and not to make any announcement. Okay. Okay. I understand. I understand. Lao Fan nodded repeatedly, while wiping the table diligently. Ha ha! Let's stick to the dishes that Sister Hong and the others asked for. Don't have too many portions.
I'm just one person.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the menu on the wall and said casually, although it is a time-honored restaurant, he actually knows the food here. The taste is just average, but the workmanship is more serious and the product is genuine. Lao Fan is a kind man.
Okay. Just wait. I'll cook the food myself. As for the wine, Mr. Fan doesn't like the local wine we have here as much as Mr. Fan.
Lao Fan said very excitedly, but he also knew himself and was not prepared to put it aside. The home-brewed wine is served.
Ha ha. Okay. Okay. Just bring me the dishes.
Zhu Xiaobao responded with a smile. It feels really good to meet an old friend after a long absence. Thinking back to the beginning, Sister Hong helped him out here. And of course, she also forcibly bought the soap next to him. Decades have passed in a blink of an eye. Sister Hong is now at the true martial realm. Of course, several others have also fallen. Several side dishes were brought up one after another, and Zhu Xiaobao tasted them. Although the taste was still lacking, it was delicious. Lao Fan cooked it carefully and even selected the best ingredients. However, Lao Fan didn't come over to say hello anymore. It was the busiest time in the restaurant. Zhu Xiaobao, who was sitting by the window as a teacher, was a little surprised, because there were actually many cultivators who came to the restaurant to eat. They were all low-level cultivators. Only those in the initial state and the extraordinary state. They were all gathered together. The shouting and drinking made the diners in the body refining realm on one side dare not make any noise. But it was obvious that these mortals were disgusted with these low-end cultivators. But they did not dare to show it clearly. That's all.
Lao Fan, are you free? Come and sit here.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but be curious, and waved to Lao Fan and said, his current cultivation level is invisible to ordinary people, because his qi watching technique can not only see through other people's cultivation level, but also hide his own.
Okay. Okay. Young masters, what else do you want?
Lao Fan quickly ran over happily. He knew very well in his heart that this uncle was by no means as simple as those casual cultivators. He could kill the combined body. The existence of environment. Lao Fan only knew that Zhu Xiaobao had killed casual cultivators in the combined realm. How could he know that now Zhu Xiaobao was also killing cultivators in the fake immortal realm?
No. It's just boring to eat alone. I want to find someone to chat with.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled, waved his hand, and poured a glass of wine for Lao Fan.
Ha ha. You gentlemen are so polite. It's our destiny to be able to chat with you.
Old Fan was really good at talking. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip before sitting down carefully.
Why are there so many casual cultivators here? Don't they want to practice now? Are they all so greedy for ease? There are many more than before.
Zhu Xiaobao also drank half a sip of wine, and then asked in a low voice. The sound is controlled very well, and the casual cultivators around you will never be able to hear it.
Alas, I don't know what's going on. In the past 2 years, there have been more and more casual cultivators in Lingquan town. It's just that the place of cultivation is very chaotic now, and many casual cultivators from outside areas have mixed in. So these casual cultivators we have suffered a lot. Many people can't even travel together, especially these casual cultivators with low cultivation level. They have fled back from the place of cultivation and drink and have fun here all day long. Although they dare not, he kills people casually. But alas, he also often bullies us mortals.
Lao Fan was also full of resentment and said in a low voice, although these people can still abide by the rules and do not kill mortals indiscriminately, they often bully the weak, buy and sell by force, especially for some mortal women. They even take possession of them by force, throwing away some spiritual stones, even if they are his wife, the euphemistically claiming to be protecting these mortals. Therefore, the population of Lingquan town has become smaller and smaller over the years, and many people have moved to Wushuang City. And because this is his old home, Lao Fan has been insisting here. In fact, he also dislikes these casual cultivators.
Hey, Boss Fan, we don't spend too much of your wine money. Why do you only buy good wine to him and not to us?
Unexpectedly, at this time, a drunk casual cultivator slapped the table and shouted loudly.
Ha ha! Objectively, you misunderstood. This is not brewed by our restaurant, but is brought by the guests themselves.
Lao Fan quickly replied with a smile on his face.
What are you bringing? Bring it to me. I'll pay for the wine. But you must drink the best. Come on. Come on. Come on.
This casual cultivator, who was only at the initial level of cultivation, shouted domineeringly.
Ha ha! I can't make the decision on this. You have to ask this guest if he is willing to sell it to you,
Lao Fan still said with a smile, and then actually pushed this unlucky guy to Zhu Xiaobao. It turns out that Lao Fan has matured with age, and he took the opportunity to use Zhu Xiaobao's strength to teach this casual cultivator a lesson.
Oh, is it true? Come here and bring me the wine on the table. It will be of great benefit to you. I have plenty of spiritual stones and gold coins. Even women have been around a lot lately.
This casual cultivator in the initial realm, he actually ordered Zhu Xiaobao very arrogantly. Chapter 1315 Things are different, and people are different. B. Zhu Xiaobao looked at this casual cultivator in the initial stage of talent coldly and hummed.
If you want to drink my wine, then come and get it yourself. If you can carry it, I will give it to you. Ha ha. You're pretty bold, aren't you? Did you know that our
7 swordsmen
can kill even people in the realm of gods? So you little fat guy has a very bad tone?
The drunken casual cultivator couldn't help but beat him. Ha ha. He staggered towards Zhu Xiaobao, although an old man beside him carefully pulled him. He was still freed by a flick of his sleeve, and went straight to Zhu Xiaobao's table. As soon as I stretched out my hand, I wanted to take the wine jar away from the table. However, he didn't expect that there was such a small wine jar. The drunkard was stunned. He couldn't pick it up. He tried his best, but it still didn't move at all. I couldn't help but become angry from shame. He stretched out his hand and actually pulled out a knife, pointed at Zhu Xiaobao and threatened.
Did you do something wrong? Just let me go. Otherwise, I've killed people in the
God transformation realm
with this knife. A master? Really? There are masters from the fake fairyland who have knelt before me.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted with disdain. I didn't see any movement from him, but the drunk man knelt down slowly. Although he was unwilling to do so, he still knelt down slowly. Immediately, the drunk man's face flushed red, his eyes full of resentment, and he was still threatening Zhu Xiaobao.
What on earth have you done? Do you know who you have offended? You are finished. You are finished. You are dead.
Humph. It's not your turn to worry about whether I die or not. But before I finish eating, I don't want to hear your voice anymore and affect my appetite.
Zhu Xiaobao ignored him at all and didn't even bother to look. Look at him. Just minding his own business and starting to drink and eat again. But this drunk man was not only kneeling there and unable to get up, but even when he wanted to speak, he felt choked and couldn't make a sound at all.
Your Excellency, I'm afraid this is not good. Please give our 7 knives some face.
The old man who had stopped the drunkard just now had to stand up and speak for his brother. His cultivation level is much higher, and he is actually in the middle of the extraordinary realm.
Oh, do you want to stand up for him? Okay, come here and kneel down with him.
Zhu Xiaobao glanced at the old man and said calmly,
Your Excellency, don't bully me too much. I've already been very polite to you. If I have to break up, I'm afraid it won't do you any good.
The old man's face suddenly turned livid, and he shouted in a low voice. At the same time, a fire talisman flew out of the window from his hand and exploded in the air. He was already calling for support.
Have you called someone? Okay, then you kneel down first.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the people at the table. In addition to the old man, there was also a strong man who was also about to make a move. He looked like a simple-minded man.
Reckless people, I'll kill you first.
Sure enough, this strong man couldn't help himself and drew out a thick-backed golden sword. With a powerful and heavy blow, he struck at Zhu Xiaobao with the sound of wind.
Snapped.
After a loud slap, the strong man was seen standing there in a daze. The knife in his hand was gone, and he knelt down slowly like the drunkard. Even though he wanted to struggle, he was standing, but the huge weight still pushed him to his knees.
Who are you? Our brothers were a little reckless earlier. Please show mercy.
At this time, the old man realized that something was wrong and quickly raised his hand and asked,
Did you not hear clearly what I just said? Or do you not want to do what I want?
Zhu Xiaobao did not answer his question at all, but pointed to the side of the drunk man, which meant that he would kneel there too. Go.
You're going too far.
The old man still didn't want to kneel down. He blushed and wanted to argue.
They are all weaklings. Kneel down.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly slapped the case and stood up. Roaring angrily, a powerful pressure covered all the cultivators present. And then these people knelt down in fear. They were not willing, but they couldn't resist this powerful pressure.
True martial realm? Senior.
There are now nearly 30 casual cultivators on the second floor of this restaurant. Everyone is shocked. Although there are many casual cultivators coming to Linquan Town now, their cultivation can reach the
true martial realm. There are very few of them. I didn't expect to meet such a one today, and he was very domineering. Lao Fan, who was standing aside, was immediately stunned. He could make so many people kneel down at once. Even the red-haired woman back then couldn't do it. What level of cultivation has this young master achieved?
Huh? Since you're here, come up here myself. Don't let me invite you to come up personally.
At this time, Zhu Xiaobao said without looking back. After a while, four big men walked up hesitantly and knelt down consciously when they saw Zhu Xiaobao. These people have this kind of virtue. Once they see that they are seniors in the
true martial realm,
there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Save your life first. Then the scene became very strange. Zhu Xiaobao was eating and drinking alone with peace of mind. A group of people were kneeling there, but no one dared to say anything. The mortal diners and people in the restaurant were not affected at all and continued to eat and drink. But they did not dare to make too much noise, let alone leave without permission. But the expression on his face is indeed very comfortable. Finally, someone can deal with these arrogant casual cultivators.
Yeah, you're pretty open-minded, aren't you? You're hiding here in Linquan Town to have a happy time. Let's talk about it. How many folk wives have you married? Are they all willing?
After eating and drinking, the children Bao asked lazily.
Can you take care of it? I like them. It's their fate. Let us go quickly, or you will be in trouble when our ancestor comes.
Unexpectedly, the drunkard is still not fully awake yet. Actually still threatening.
Ha ha! With your virtue, you don't want this fortune.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly had murderous intent in his eyes, and he waved his hand casually. I saw this drunkard suddenly twitching like a convulsion, with a panicked look on his face. His lifespan was passing rapidly. His black hair, which was originally full, turned gray at a speed visible to the naked eye. And his appearance also changed. He turned into the appearance of an old man, shouting hoarsely and horrified.
Senior, I know I was wrong. Please be merciful. I don't want to die yet.
You.
Humph! I realize my mistake now. It's too late. Although I haven't been back for some years, I still created Linquan Town. How can I allow you to do whatever you want here?
Zhu Xiaobao finally stopped. In a mere initial state. If you don't stop, you will really die.
You are Zhu Xiaobao. No. Master Zhu Xiaobao?
At this time, the big man who was the leader of the 7 Swords group screamed in surprise. He finally remembered the man who once brought Linquan to the throne. The little fat guy who caused the world to turn upside down.
Tell me, why don't you go to practice, but come here to do mischief? Could it be that when Sister Hong is not here, you all dare to make trouble?
Zhu Xiaobao sat down again and asked.
Alas, we can't do that either. Now there are many tyrannical cultivators coming to the training ground, and some of them are from the outside world. They are basically killing all the people. People with our level of cultivation are not allowed at all. There is no way to survive. So we all have to escape from the training ground one after another. We are just living here.
The big man at the head said with a face full of shame and anger, and said very depressed.
Ha ha! You can't defeat others. So you come here to lord it over these mortals? You have really improved your skills.
Zhu Xiaobao still hummed relentlessly.
Yes. We were wrong. Please show your support. Sir, we will definitely change our ways and stop bullying the people in the town.
This leader also had a face full of shame. It is true that he is domineering in front of mortals. This is the most despised behavior among cultivators.
Go back and let those girls, who are unwilling to follow you, go home. If you still have some blood, then go and defect to the
East Purple City.
There is a battle with the forces from the outside world. It is also a good opportunity to gain experience. Of course, it is also full of risks and opportunities.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and put away his pressure. These people finally stood up, bowed and saluted, turned around and ran away, intending to go back and clean up the mess at home, so as not to end up like this drunkard once Zhu Xiaobao found out. Because most people take advantage of their status as cultivators to marry and rob them. Among them, there were several people from the body refining realm who grabbed several of the cultivators on the spot and began to beg for their daughters. These cultivators were so frightened that they immediately begged for mercy and begged bitterly. The drunkard's fate had frightened them all.
Lao Fan, I will leave my donkey cart to you. I want to go to the training place to see who are the people who dare to kill so painfully.
Zhu Xiaobao turned around and said to Lao Fan before leaving. It will be useless to carry this donkey cart with you anymore. And you will probably have to go through another bloody battle.
Master Xiaobao, don't act rashly. I heard that those casual cultivators are difficult to deal with. So it's best to bring more troops.
Lao Fan dissuaded him anxiously. To be honest, he was really worried. I hope Zhu Xiaobao can stay. In that case, Lingquan town can regain its former prosperity and prosperity.
Hey! If I don't go take a look, I'm afraid that in a few days, those outside the area will also invade Lingquan town. I will write a letter to Dong Winghao and ask him to send some capable people to ensure Lingquan town the safety of the town.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled helplessly, and then became a little annoyed. Dong Winghao only left 2,000 troops in Lingquan town, which was obviously not enough. After leaving Lingquan town, Zhu Xiaobao headed straight for the Wild Bee Valley. After walking for a long time, he could finally see the Wild Bee Valley from a distance. But he felt the killing power spreading there. Gas! There are many people fighting fiercely. Chapter 1316 Things are different, and people are different. See. Zhu Xiaobao stopped and did not move forward. Instead, he took out his binoculars and observed them carefully. He was shocked when he saw several familiar figures appearing in the binoculars. They turned out to be people from the Beast Control sect, and the girl in the lead is Yu Beibei, whom he misses very much. However, before Zhu Xiaobao could get happy, he was confused by the fierce fighting scene in front of him. Because not only were two groups of people fighting on both sides, but there were also two groups of bees fighting at the same time. In addition to the black and golden bees he was familiar with, there was another type of bee swarm that was gray-white, slightly smaller in size, but huge in number. Zhu Xiaobao has never seen this kind of
gray-white bee
before. But judging from the results of the fight between the two swarms, the black and golden bees did not take advantage, because the number of
gray and white bees
had an advantage. Although the single attack power of the black and golden bees was stronger. This
gray and white bee,
the fighting method of the gray and white wasps, is a desperate style, because they only have one poisonous stinger on their body. Each one is fighting in a way that they will die in one hit. There are hundreds of thousands of
gray-white bees
participating in the fight, and a steady stream of
gray-white bees
are flying in for reinforcements. There are only tens of thousands of black golden bees controlled by Yu Beibei, and there is no follow-up support. Seeing that the number of these black golden bees is decreasing little by little, Zhu Xiaobao carefully looked at the whole fighting process. Usually, a black and golden bee was stung several times before it gradually became more and more sluggish. And then it slowly became unable to fly. It was attacked by swarms of gray-white bees. Be stung and died. Looking at the two warring parties, Zhu Xiaobao understood a little bit. These people were not local casual cultivators. And they also felt a little familiar, because the people who were controlling them,
gray-white bee,
turned out to be 4 priests wearing religious robes. They taught the robes are gray, and the whole body is covered tightly. They hold a staff in their hands, and the 4 of them are standing in a diamond shape, commanding the
gray-white bees.
What is strange is that they exude a faint halo, which makes the black gold bees unable to attack them, and are blocked by this halo. It is similar to the gang chi released by cultivators. Wonderful! In addition to these 4 priests, who can control the
gray-white bee,
there are also several casual cultivators, who are all in the true martial realm. They are working together to besiege a giant ape. It is Wan Zhongshan, the senior brother of the
Beast Control sect,
Law Enforcement Hall, my natal beast. But if you look closely, you will see that this giant ape is somewhat unresponsive and has dozens of injuries on its body. Although its roar is loud, it can't hide its anger and defeat. The same goes for another senior fellow from the Law Enforcement Hall, and Lan Qing. His natal beast has been hit by 2 arrows. He is also moving a little slowly, and he is a little scared when he sees these
gray-white bees
flying around it. The other god of Law Enforcement Hall captured Yuan Luzhu, whom Zhu Xiaobao was very familiar with. But her condition was even worse. She was sitting on the ground, bleeding from the corner of her mouth, and the
six-eyed time pig,
still holding her, had been completely destroyed, paralyzed, lying in her arms unable to move. Next to Yuan Zhu was Yu Beibei, who was still desperately controlling the black gold bees to fight. But she was becoming more and more anxious and desperate, seeing that his black and gold bees are getting fewer and fewer, while the number of the opponents,
gray and white bees,
continues to increase. If this continues, defeat will be a matter of time. But once it falls into the hands of the other party, the consequences will be very terrible.
Ha ha! A direct disciple of the Beast Control sect is nothing more than that. No matter how powerful you are, you can't withstand the attack of our paralyzing white bee. Right. This is asking for your own death. 2 more are sent to the door. A beautiful female cultivator? Ha ha ha. Today's harvest is definitely unexpected and huge.
The casual cultivator led by the opposite party was dancing for joy and laughed unbridled. It can be judged from the weapons and treasures in their hands that these people should be casual cultivators who sneaked in from the outside world. To be more precise, they are probably pirates from the Thousand Islands Sea, because their weapons speak for themselves. They are either forks or long hooks. One of them also used a fishing net. They are the most commonly used weapons by pirates for robberies. Senior brother Wan Zhongshan is the most annoyed and depressed. He is obviously superior in strength. But it is because of these annoying
paralysis white wasps
that he is very passive now. Moreover, his natural beast, the giant ape, has been stung by countless stings, and his body gradually they become numb, and their actions become slower and slower. The direct consequence is that their combat effectiveness plummets. Although Wan Zhongshan is very burly, he still relies on his own divine beast to fight, and his own fighting ability is very average. But at this critical moment on the verge of despair, countless
black golden bees
suddenly flew in. No, they should be
black god bees.
Not only were they one size larger than the average
black golden bees,
but they also had abnormal attack power. It was so ferocious that the
paralytic white bees
that originally had a numerical advantage on the field were immediately defeated and flew everywhere. The 4 priests who controlled these
paralysis white wasps
were also a little surprised. They couldn't figure out why such a sudden change occurred.
Dark art.
The 4 priests did not panic, but raised their staffs at the same time. Suddenly, the place where the black god bee and the paralyzed white bee were fighting were swallowed up by endless darkness. And these
black god bees, they immediately lost their target of attack and began to become confused.
But those paralysis white bees
were not disturbed and immediately launched a massive counterattack.
But this dark art
only lasted for 1 second before it was cracked. This shocked the 4 priests.
Who is it? How dare you come to plot against us? Help outsiders?
However, the silence of the mountain forest appeared around him, and there was no answer. At this time, Yu Beibei's eyes suddenly lit up, and a very friendly voice appeared in her consciousness.
Don't panic. Tell me, what are these gray-white bees most afraid of? Damn you, Xiaobao. You're still pretending to be mysterious. If you don't come out, I'm going to see my sister. What these paralysis white bees fear most is fire attacks. It's a pity that I don't have the ability to control the fire golden bees.
Yu Beibei controlled his own
black golden bee
to launch a counterattack and complained softly in his consciousness. But the surprise in my heart is indescribable. Even Yuan Zhuju beside me can feel it.
Is that bad guy coming? Is he really here?
Yuan Zhuju was originally prepared to die together, but she didn't expect that at such a critical time a savior would come, and she would be the last one. Hope a savior appears. At this time,
those paralysis white bees
were completely in a one-sided defeat,
because not only tens of thousands of
black gold bees
launched a counterattack, but thousands of
fire gold bees
also joined in. These translucent
fire gold bees,
the god bee, was born to be the nemesis of these
paralytic white bees.
As soon as it came into contact with the
fire golden bee,
it was directly burned to death by a small cluster of flames. If it did not die, it would directly fall to the ground and never fly again.
What's going on? Why don't you direct these white bees to attack?
The leader of the casual cultivators immediately noticed something was wrong and asked angrily.
No! Someone is plotting against us. You take action quickly and kill these people first. Then we will join forces to deal with the sneak attack.
The 4 priests who controlled the
paralysis white bee
said in a panic. They are still. How could I not panic when I couldn't find Zhu Shiba's location? So we can only hope that these casual cultivators can quickly kill the opponents in front of them.
Okay, brothers, it's time to take action. If you continue to fight, the beauties will be stung and turn into old women.
The leader of the big men raised the 5-pronged steel fork in his hand and screamed with a sting. He didn't pay too much attention yet, although the hidden opponent has not been found yet. How many powerful casual cultivators can appear here? At most, it is only for people in the fusion realm. And it is almost impossible for those in the true martial realm.
Ha ha. Then I'll deal with that female cultivator first. Don't fight with me.
A man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks immediately rushed towards Yuan Liuzhu. His cultivation level was the lowest, only at the peak of the fusion realm. But he was the fastest among the group. In the blink of an eye, he was already less than 10 steps in front of Yuan Liuzhu.
You are looking for death.
An Lan Qing, who was struggling to resist the
paralytic white bee,
not far away, shouted angrily. Now that the
paralytical white bee
attack was weakening, he also had his hands free to help Yuan Liuzhu.
Got it. Ha ha. I couldn't beat you originally, but now your natal beast can't even beat a sick cat. Right. You still want to protect this beauty? Ha ha. You should offer this beauty to yourself. Maybe you can save your own life.
Ha 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 ha. This rogue cultivator with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks was actually not afraid of An Lan Qing, who was in the true martial realm. He had already taken action with a pair of black iron golden hooks. But he was the first to take action, and he was evenly matched with An Lan Qing. This shows that the people of the
Beast Control Sect
are weak in actual combat ability. And Lan Qing was angry and anxious, but also helpless. The biggest shortcoming of their
Beast Control Sect
was their actual combat ability. But now his native beast, the Black Panther, was already slow and could not help at all. That's why there will be a situation where the weak defeats the strong.
Okay. The little monkey did well. Brothers, don't waste time. Kill this big guy first.
The leader of the Steel Fork Men nodded with satisfaction, and then rushed towards Wanzhong Mountain first. In the middle, Wanzhongshan's actual combat ability was somewhat intimidating. But facing 3 opponents at the true martial realm, Wanzhongshan was almost in despair.
Man and ape are one.
Wanzhongshan had no choice but to use his innate skills, hoping to make the final move. However, Wanzhongshan, who is one with the giant ape, is shaky at this time, with more than enough energy and lack of strength, because the giant ape is already in a state of severe paralysis. Chapter 1317 The Little Demon Awakens. Although the giant ape in front of them was swaying, after using their innate skills, the terrifying power was still there. The 3 casual cultivators were not willing to fight head-on, and they all avoided it flexibly. Anyway, now the giant ape is already you can't hold on any longer. There's no need to fight him. At this time, the only thing that puzzled the bandit boss was why the archers hiding in the distance didn't use cold arrows. At the beginning of the fight, it was definitely the intimidating power of this archer that made the 4 disciples of the
Beast Control Sect
have some scruples and gradually fell into passivity. But now when he wanted to fight quickly, why did the archer suddenly stop moving?
Sir Robert, you should take action.
The gangster boss couldn't help but turn around and yelled. In fact, he still disliked these Westerners from the bottom of his heart. Not only is he very picky, but he is also very greedy. Every time there is some benefit, he is the first to get it. There is danger, but he hides at the back. But now the bandit boss has no choice, since he has defected to the joint camp of the Pirate Alliance and Chiang sect. He can only obey their orders, as if he heard the bandit boss's voice. 100 steps away, the man Robert mentioned by the bandit boss actually stood up. However, it was only after he stood up that he saw clearly that it was just ahead. And the man who stood up immediately followed. It was a jade corpse, and his other hand was holding Sir Robert's body below his head. He walked towards the 3 casual cultivators with an expressionless face.
Is this a puppet? Is it someone from the puppet sect? Aren't they neutral?
The 3 casual cultivators immediately shouted in surprise.
Who is it? Who is it? How dare you kill Lord Robert? You will definitely go to H.L.
The 4 priests also shouted in horror at this time.
Hey! You don't have to worry about whether I can enter H.L. You definitely can't enter heaven, because there is no heaven here. Only H.L.
With a sinister chuckle, more
fire golden bees
emerged from the jade corpse flying out from behind. The
paralysis white bees
were once again surrounded. These
paralysis white bees
were already in a mess, crowded and killing each other. And those fire golden bees seemed to have seen a powerful tonic. The scramblers were killing these
paralyzing white bees.
And what was jaw-dropping was that these fire golden bees and black golden bees would still find time to eat them while they were busy dropping some
paralyzed white bees.
Especially the fire golden bees. is like encountering a delicacy that you can't stop eating.
Devil's bee. Don't come here. Who are you?
The four priests were stunned. They hurriedly unfolded their robes to fend off the various spiritual bees that were charging at random. Those
paralyzed white wasps. Who is it? Come out here. What's the point of being sneaky? If you have the ability, come and fight me face to face.
The bandit boss became more and more frightened and couldn't help shouting furiously.
Okay. Since you are looking for death, then I will help you.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted coldly. Before he finished speaking, four figures shot towards him quickly. Before the bandit boss could understand, he saw a kitchen knife already reached the chest.
Puff!
With just one knife, the neck of the gangster boss, who was extremely arrogant just now, was cut open. When the four figures merged into two figures, the blood of the gangster boss's neck was gushing like a fountain. He covered his head, and he looked at his neck and pointed his finger at Zhu Xiaobao. But he was speechless. The remaining two casual cultivators were frightened and stared blankly at their boss. What a terrible reality. The leader, who they had always regarded as a god, was killed instantly with just one move? He is at the peak of the
true martial realm.
But this sluggish performance will only make them more passive. At this time, the giant ape's big iron rod has already struck. And before he could let out a scream, another casual cultivator was also killed by the rod. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao showed his true body and came to the only remaining casual cultivator. This casual cultivator could not move at all, because behind him was the jade corpse, which was already holding his back tightly. Neck. It's just because Zhu Xiaobao didn't say anything. He is still alive.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect it to be you.
At this time, Wan Zhongshan was exhausted and escaped from the organizers. And the ape finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground. It was paralyzed and could only lie there, twitching non-stop.
Sword of Light.
At this time, the four priests gritted their teeth and waved their staffs fiercely at the same time. The shadow of a bright long sword wanted to stab Zhu Xiaobao fiercely.
Huh? There is also this kind of attack method? It's quite interesting.
Zhu Xiaobao found it very novel when he saw it, and couldn't help but said in surprise. But the
Sword of Light
in front of him was really weak. Zhu Xiaobao threw out an earth-yellow shield and blocked it easily. The four priests lowered their arms in despair. Their power of faith had been completely exhausted, and now they were like useless people. They had no chance to escape. At this time, the
paralytic white bees
in midair are completely surrounded by layers. It is like a delicious meal delivered to your door, being devoured by a large number of black gold bees and fire gold bees. Surprisingly, a giant snake also appeared and competed with these black and fire bees for food without hesitation. It also needed these great supplements. Although the black golden bees were very angry, they did not get the attack order from their master, so they had no choice but to let the giant snakes compete with them for food.
Ha ha! Little demon, you woke up at the right time. I had already finished the beating, and you just came out to eat the ready-made food.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel elated, and he didn't forget to joke.
Hiss!
The little demon spit out the message at the little treasures, and then had no time to pay attention to them. It still had to compete with these spirit bees for the great tonic.
Oh, Xiaobao, are you really here? I thought I would never see you again.
Yulan Juju couldn't help but cry with tears streaming down her face. She didn't cry when she was facing a life and death moment just now, but now she couldn't help but burst into tears. She didn't know why, but every time Zhu Xiaobao appeared, he could bring her a sense of security, and he could always avert a difficult situation.
Humph! Why didn't you come out earlier? You caused so many of my black gold bees to die. Please pay me for it.
Yu Beibei's behavior became much more domineering, and she shouted loudly with her hands on her waist.
Hey! 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 Yu Beibei, you have to speak with your conscience. As soon as I saw you, I hurried over and hurriedly took action. What else can I do?
Zhu Xiaobao said, dumbfounding. There was nothing he could do, faced with such an unreasonable sister-in-law. What else can he do?
You have the nerve to say it, but you don't even look at it. Your spirit bees are so full that they can't fly anymore, and that little demon is so full that they can't crawl anymore.
Yu Beibei pointed at the spirit bees and little monsters who were fighting for food. Yao Ju scolded.
Stop arguing. Go and help my senior brother.
Only then did Yulan Juju remember that her senior brother in Lan Qing was still struggling with the skinny casual cultivator, and his senior brother Wan Zhongshan was also sitting cross-legged. Sitting there, trying his best to recover from his injuries. He did not go to rescue in Lanqing.
Ha ha! Brother-in-law? Do you want my help? I see you are in the mood to kill. So I don't have the nerve to disturb you?
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao asked with a smile. But he did not take action immediately, but was very interested in it, watching an Lanqing fight hard.
Huh? No need. I can handle it myself.
And Lanqing was immediately angry and annoyed. So he had to reply firmly. But he was secretly complaining in his heart. Wasn't he deliberately trying to make fun of himself? He was already a little unable to resist. Although the casual cultivator opposite him had a low level of cultivation in the fusion realm, his actual combat ability was too powerful, and Lanqing couldn't resist it.
Look, your senior brother said not to help. If I force my hand, he will lose face.
Zhu Xiaobao spread his hands and said regretfully. But Yulan Zhuzhu didn't know what to say at this time. Anyway, he felt that Zhu Xiaobao was causing trouble, but he said it openly.
TSK. I can't help you much, but I can help you with a little help.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at it for a while, shook his head and said. He also saw that Lanqing might not be able to hold on for long. So a few Vulcan bees were released. These Vulcan bees maintained their own identities and did not bother to compete with those spiritual bees for the paralytic white bees. But seeing these Vulcan bees flying in front of Lanqing's natal beast, the Black Panther, they all pounced on the Black Panther, leaving clusters of small flames at the wounds where it was stung. The Black Panther jumped and screamed in pain immediately. But after a while, it stopped again and allowed the Vulcan bee to continue its rampage.
Zhu Xiaobao, you are crazy. This is senior brother-in-law's divine beast. Why are you bullying it?
Yulan Zhuzhu couldn't help but yelled angrily and anxiously. Before Yulan Zhuzhu's words could be heard, the Black Panther roared and jumped up, rushing directly towards the rogue cultivator with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. It actually recovered more than half of its energy, and its paralyzed state was also alleviated. Most of the time, I can charge into battle again. This time, it was the casual cultivator's turn to become anxious. The reason why he was able to draw a tie with Lanqing was because Lanqing's natal beast could not participate in the battle. Who would have thought that he would be cured by Zhu Xiaobao so quickly? Isn't this costing your own life? He had seen the tragic death of the bandit boss a long time ago. But he was suffering from the fact that he could not escape now. He had originally hoped to restrain Lanqing as a bargaining chip in exchange for a chance of survival. But now when he saw the Black Panther rushing towards him, he was completely desperate.
Ouch! Ouch! Stop biting! I surrender! I surrender! My lords! I am willing to surrender! Can you do that?
Ho Sanchio was immediately at a disadvantage, screaming and wailing.
No!
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao refused.
Why? I didn't do anything bad. You just touched my senior sisters, but I don't have any conscience at all. Why did I start a fight with master-in-law as soon as I came up? Yeah, you originally wanted to touch it. If I win, I will definitely touch it. So I must kill you. Right. Senior sister? Bah! I'll kill you first. Oh?
Chapter 1318 The Origin of the White Bee. After hearing Zhu Xiaobao's teasing, Lanqing, who was controlling the Black Panther, felt even more angry. The attack on this monkey monk became even sharper. This monkey monk really couldn't withstand the Black Panther's attack. His speed advantage was of no use in front of the Black Panther. He was torn and bitten by the Black Panther and gradually lost his ability to resist. Finally, he was bitten, with his throat broken. He finally paid the heaviest price for his lust.
Hee! Congratulations to brother-in-law Tai for slaying his enemy. What a joy!
Zhu Xiaobao sang with a smile and cupped his hands.
Yeah. Thank you brothers for your help.
Although Lanqing was a little embarrassed, he also knew in his heart that without Zhu Xiaobao's help, he would have been defeated by Ho Sanchio. Zhu Xiaobao helped him maintain his self-esteem and regain some face. What's even more amazing is that the Vulcan bee in Zhu Xiaobao's hands can actually restrain this paralyzing white bee, and can also remove this paralyzing toxin. But then Lanqing, like his senior brother Wan Zhongshan, sat cross-legged and began to recover and rest. In fact, both of them had the same idea. They were unwilling to talk to Zhu Xiaobao. Every time, Zhu Xiaobao came to the rescue, which made these two geniuses of the Beast Control sect feel embarrassed. So they simply closed their eyes and meditated. Concentrating on recovery and adjustment is the best choice.
Senior sister, Do you also want me to help you remove the bee venom on your body? And this six-eyed time pig?
Zhu Xiaobao still asked with a smile. And couldn't help but look at Yuan Zhu's body looked around. And it returned to its original, very wretched look. This was a rare moment for Zhu Xiaobao to gradually feel better after Xiao Duozi's incident. After all, Zhu Xiaobao was still very happy to see his familiar friends again.
Stop coming! You don't need to do anything about these things at all. As long as those Vulcan bees are enough. Stop pretending to take advantage.
Unexpectedly, Yu Beibei exposed Zhu Xiaobao directly. With a very shameless idea, Zhu Xiaobao simply let Zhu Xiaobao release the Vulcan bee to heal the six-eyed time pig. Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised to see Yu Beibei again. But more of a surprise. Now Yu Beibei's cultivation is also in the fusion realm. Although it is only the first stage, it is already quite amazing. I think back when she was still in the
physical refining realm,
Yuan Zhu was already in the fusion realm. But after so many years, Yuan Zhu still failed to make any further progress and stayed at the fusion realm. Zogchen has not yet been able to achieve breakthrough. And Yu Beibei's advancement speed is quite astonishing. But it's not too surprising. Like other Xiaobao, she almost skipped the
Gen transformation realm
due to her strong spiritual consciousness. So it was expected that she could advance to the fusion realm in these years. While several people were meditating to heal their injuries, Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Beibei also sat on the floor. They mainly wanted to know the purpose of Yu Beibei and others coming here. And the origins of these priests. Why does it appear here? After Yu Beibei's narration, Zhu Xiaobao finally understood that this was a very sinister plan. If Yu Beibei hadn't tracked them down here, these people would still be lurking here. It turns out that in recent years, many casual cultivators from outside the realm have appeared in the training ground, which has already aroused considerable vigilance. But what is even more frightening is that this kind of
paralysis white wasp
appeared in many fights, causing many local casual cultivators to gradually become paralyzed, and eventually died tragically under the opponent's sword. And even more many female nuns were kidnapped and missing. This caused extreme panic among everyone. Many people immediately thought of the
Beast Control Sect,
making the
Beast Control Sect
a sect that was denounced and criticized. Although the head of the
Beast Control Sect
explained repeatedly, it was still difficult to convince everyone. Later, the disciples of the
Beast Control Sect
were also attacked in this way, and the losses were not small. Everyone is somewhat convinced that this matter has nothing to do with the
Beast Control Sect,
but we still ask the
Beast Control Sect
to come forward and investigate the matter clearly. After all, the only way to deal with this kind of
paralysis white wasp
is to rely on the ability of the
Beast Taming Sect.
So after searching from all sides, Yu Beibei and the others tracked down here. They thought that with the help of 3 senior brothers and sisters, they could eliminate this group of foreign priests and casual cultivators in one fell swoop. But they didn't expect that they were completely defeated. If Zhu Xiaobao hadn't arrived in time, they would have been in danger of being annihilated.
The ghost is really lingering. When I came back from the Thousand Island Sea, I still met these people. It seems that they have an agenda. No wonder Dongwu Jianbing was defeated. It turns out that they have infiltrated into us all these years. But the level of these
paralysis white wasps
is not high. Why are they so difficult to deal with? And so many casual cultivators have suffered so much?
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and asked with some confusion.
This is also the first time I have fought against these
paralysis white bees.
As you can see, the number of these white bees is absolutely crushing. The strangest thing is that in the
dark art,
they are not affected.
This is the weirdest thing about them.
Yu Beibei also spread his hands and said helplessly, grabbed a white bee and crushed it to death.
It's okay. I'll ask these priests. They will be more than willing to answer my questions.
Zhu Xiaobao said confidently. These 4 priests had actually aroused Zhu Xiaobao's curiosity. Some of their methods can definitely be learned from. Now these 4 priests are entangled by the little demon, unable to move at all. And they are choked so hard that they can't breathe. But they still refuse to let them die. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao was able to coerce and lure these 4 priests with ease. After just a few methods, he had already frightened these 4 people into rushing to confess. In their eyes, Zhu Xiaobao is a real devil. Over the years, these 4 priests have spoken the local language fluently. And the jade corpse on the other side is still holding a casual cultivator. So these 4 casual cultivators do not dare to tell lies. Knowing that Zhu Xiaobao has made it clear after losing their identity as the
supreme treasure,
they have completely collapsed. After a detailed description and Zhu Xiaobao's actual operation, I realized how powerful this white bee is. Their level is not high, but they are used for one-time use. Moreover,
these paralyzed white wasps
grow and reproduce quickly. The most important thing is that they have an echolocation function similar to that of bats. So it is not affected by the
dark art
and can still continue to attack the opponent. And their toxins can slowly penetrate into the opponent's skin as long as they come into contact with it even slightly. Therefore, many casual cultivators suffered from them. And eventually their hands and feet became increasingly numb, eventually leading to tragic deaths. And these 4 priests are the ones who brought this white bee here. They are lurking here. No one dares to enter the Wild Bee Valley anyway. And those casual cultivators from foreign lands come here every now and then to buy
paralysis white bee just because it's a one-time use. So buying them when they are finished has become one of the important ways to win when they fight. The subsequent interrogation of another casual cultivator also confirmed this result. This casual cultivator was completely powerless in front of Zhu Xiaobao, and he had just been promoted to the
true martial realm.
But his spiritual consciousness was too far behind, and Zhu Xiaobao easily invaded his mind with his spiritual consciousness. This kind of pain is very painful. But Zhu Xiaobao was merciless and very cruel to this casual cultivator, because in his mind, he hated this kind of person who worked as a lackey for the aliens the most. When these people in turn deal with their own compatriots, they are often more cruel and vicious. So once he asked clearly what he wanted to know, Zhu Xiaobao directly destroyed his consciousness. Although the person was not dead, he had become a human being. A complete fool.
Ha ha! Good means. If I guess correctly, there is a statue of Lord Minlo in the cave inside. Right. Come on. Take us in and have a look.
Zhu Xiaobao let go of the man, the casual cultivator, who has become stupid. Then he clapped his hands and praised. He was not praising himself, but praising this way of using white bees, which is worth learning from. This is indeed a very useful method. It is equivalent to one more means of winning or escaping.
How do you know?
The faces of the 4 priests changed. And then, they figured out that since he is the supreme treasure, of course, he knows their cultivation methods very well. But what is surprising is, why does Zhu Xiaobao still know about that cave? You must know that Shandong is in the innermost part of Yufeng Valley, and it is very hidden.
Ha ha! Because this is my territory. You are in the wrong place.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted coldly. Yu Beibei next to her also raised her head proudly. It was here that she learned to control the
black golden bee,
and began to rapidly improve her cultivation and enter the world of cultivation. As Zhu Xiaobao continued to go deeper into the Wild Bee Valley, he saw hundreds of huge beehives along the way. But now the
paralysis white bees
in these hives have not yet grown up, and all the ones that flew out to join the battle have been wiped out. But the number of this trend is shocking. More than twice as many as his original black gold beehive. No wonder so many
paralysis white wasps
can be released at once. It was easy to find the cave. And sure enough, there was a statue that looked like a real person. It was the statue of Archbishop Monroe. Moreover, there are hundreds of men and women in the cave, all of whom have low cultivation or no cultivation at all. Many of them are worshipping devoutly. These people are the servants who serve these priests on weekdays. After further questioning, it turned out that most of them were captured from Lingquan Town. Just because the people in Lingquan Town were constantly moving, no one noticed that many people had disappeared. Chapter 1319. Take it as your own.
What is this? Why is there a statue here?
Yu Beibei asked in surprise as soon as he saw the statue. Even Lan Qing and others looked at Zhu Xiaobao in surprise, because only Zhu Xiaobao seems to know a lot about this foreign thing.
Yeah, it's almost their way of cultivation.
Those dark arts and light arts
all need this kind of cultivation method to perform. And the worship and performance of these people can make the power of faith continue. The earth is increasing. So this statue must be destroyed.
Zhu Xiaobao explained in the simplest way possible. As soon as they heard that the statue was going to be destroyed, these slaves panicked and cried as if the sky was about to collapse. The 4 priests on one side were secretly proud of themselves. They might as well kill all these people.
Shut up!
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao roared like a lion, and all the servants fainted. Although his lion's roar was much worse than that of the white lion, he had to deal with these low cultivation, or nothing, for people who are cultivating. I still think it is effective. Seeing this shocking scene, the 4 priests were also stunned. This little fat man is a devil. They were still a little complacent at first, but suddenly they became extremely cold.
Humph. Tell me, since these white bees are disposable, how did they evolve?
Zhu Xiaobao sat down and asked with a sting. He was sitting on the little demon's huge snake head, and one hand was still stroking and patting the statue's head. The 4 priests were very angry, but they just didn't dare to take action.
The evolution of this kind of divine bee is achieved through the queen bee. When a queen bee lays a certain number of eggs, it will automatically evolve and upgrade. However, this process is very long. It usually takes decades. Depending on the level, the improvement will take longer. Some even take thousands of years. At the same time, it also depends on the purity of the spiritual energy in this wild bee valley.
The 4 priests said very depressedly.
Oh, that's it. Ha. You don't know how to raise them. Once they are in my hands, I will increase their evolution speed dozens of times.
Zhu Xiaobao said confidently. At this time, he had already had the idea of taking this white bee as his own. After all the questions that needed to be asked were cleared, Zhu Xiaobao left the statue with satisfaction. The 4 priests were relieved. But before they could rejoice, the statue began to crack slowly, then fell piece by piece, and finally turned into a pile of powder.
Oh, devil! What have you done? How dare you break the statue of our leader?
The 4 priests suddenly cried out in pain. Without this statue, their power of faith would have lost its source.
Humph! These 4 aliens really deserve to die. Look, they are living so extravagantly inside the cave. They are almost catching up with you.
At this time, Yu Bebe came out from the innermost part of the cave, cried angrily. It turned out that in another cave that was used as a dormitory, there were actually more than a dozen relatively good-looking women, all naked, staying inside. They were specially provided for the lewd pleasure of these priests.
What are you talking about? What do you mean you are about to catch up with me? I am a noble person.
Zhu Xiaobao jumped up when he heard this and shouted angrily. Zhu Xiaobao also ran in to take a look. Wasn't it? These 4 priests were living a very prosperous life. The cave was not only luxuriously decorated, but also filled with food and dried meat. What was even more annoying was that Zhu Xiaobao invented toilet paper and soap, and they also brought their own red wine.
What are you going to do to these people?
At this time, Yuan Zhu's face turned red, and she asked in disgust.
Alas! I'd better leave them to Dong Wenghao to handle. Just leave this matter alone.
Zhu Xiaobao also sighed and said, he might as well do it himself. Besides, these people can be considered victims. Originally, I wanted Yu Bebe to make a trip. But now that the little demon has woken up, the little demon brought a letter to Dong Wenghao and asked him to send someone here to deal with the aftermath. Regarding the hives of the
paralyzed white bees,
Zhu Xiaobao also asked Wan Zhongshan and others for their opinions. He originally wanted them to take back some bee eggs and queens. It could also be domesticated as a new spiritual insect. But I didn't expect that these people all refused.
No, this will make our beast control sect even more unclear. And this kind of
paralysis white bee
must be combined with their
dark art
to be effective. Amazing effect. Without the cooperation of the
dark art,
these low-level white bees can't control the defensive energy of us cultivators, and basically have no effect. Okay, then I'll put some away. The rest of the hives will be destroyed. Let's rebuild the black gold bee's hive here. What a wonderful feng shui treasure land.
Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while. Yes, if the beast control sect uses these
paralyzing white wasps.
Now, it's really hard to explain. On the contrary, Zhu Xiaobao, who has all kinds of strange fates, is not afraid of a few more. Only one day later, Dong Wenghao hurriedly led 10,000 cavalry. Dong Wenghao was a little shocked when such a big thing happened. If Zhu Xiaobao hadn't discovered it in time, it would have definitely slowly eroded Wushuang City in a few years. And this time, Dong Guangxiu was also followed, and he was now considered an admirer of Zhu Xiaobao. However, before Dong Wenghao arrived, Zhu Xiaobao and others had destroyed most of the hives. In the future, the hive of the black golden bee will have to be rebuilt. So Zhu Xiaobao doesn't need to worry about it. And the beast control sect will not give up this geomantic treasure land. When Brother Dong Wenghao arrived, they not only took away the civilized servants, but also took away the 4 priests. They had to interrogate them more carefully. Of course, this is Zhu Xiaobao's intention. That is, to attract the attention of the Shang Kingdom. They have penetrated into the Deshang Kingdom. When Dong Guanghao's men left, The wild bee valley became much cleaner. All the white bees flying around had disappeared. Zhu Xiaobao only left 2 queen bees and some eggs in the beast control bag. Others have been burned. And it is estimated that it will take at least a month until Yu Beibei brings back the new black gold bee Luan and queen bee from the beast control sect. Originally Zhu Xiaobao was ready to leave, but was stopped by Yuan Uju, who wanted to talk to Zhu Xiaobao alone. This made the faces of Wan Zhongshan and in Lan Qing look ugly. The 2 brothers had grown up watching Yuan Uju, and they had been fighting openly and secretly. But they didn't expect that now they would be. Xiaobao stepped in. So the 2 of them were really depressed. But things are different now. Zhu Xiaobao's strength can definitely surpass them by several blocks.
Huh? You want to advance as soon as possible? Hee hee. There is no way. But I just don't know if you are willing. And you have to choose one from your 2 senior brothers.
Zhu Xiaobao understands Yuan Zuzhu very well meaning. But he had no such idea. He was already very tired of all this. And besides, he and Yuan Zuzhu could only joke around and had no other ideas.
Really? But why my 2 senior brothers?
Yuan Zuzhu was immediately overjoyed. And then asked in confusion.
Hey! Listen to me. This is a 100 pregnancy pill. For some reason, it doesn't have the effect it should have. But it does have a very special effect. I won't tell ordinary people.
Zhu Xiaobao pretended to be mysterious. He whispered, and secretly glanced at Wan Zhongshan and in Lan Qing. This made both brothers very angry.
Oh? Does this have to be the case? Then what should I do? Who should I choose?
After listening to Zhu Xiaobao's explanation, Yuan Zuzhu blushed and her heart skipped a beat. Of course she knew what the 2 senior brothers were thinking. But so she was about to be asked to make a choice. And she felt very embarrassed. Although I felt a little disappointed at Zhu Xiaobao's very subtle way of rejecting me. Under the huge temptation of advancement, I was still more surprised than disappointed.
Yeah. This is your business. I can't make the decision. This is the
100 pregnancy pill.
You keep it. It can be regarded as a gift from me. Yeah. Baby. Wait until you have it if you meet your sweetheart. I will also give you a
100 pregnancy pill. Zhu Xiaobao meaningfully took out the only
100 pregnancy pill
and said with a smile,
Bah! I won't advance in this way. I just want a calming pill.
Yu Beibei is much more confident than Yuan Zuzhu. The only thing she is not satisfied with is her own consciousness. Is still too weak. And the gap between Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Xiaobao is getting bigger and bigger.
No problem. I hereby solemnly promise that as long as you need it, I will give you a 9 patterns of calming pill with both hands.
Zhu Xiaobao said, patting his chest. At this moment, Yuan Zuzhu's natal divine beast,
Six-eyed your pig,
also jumped in front of Zhu Xiaobao. It is the only divine beast in the beast control sect that relies on divine consciousness to attack. But it has been constantly affected by Yuan Zuzhu's cultivation level cannot be broken through. And it has been trapped in the realm of the 5th level divine beast for many years. Now when I hear the calming pill, this
six-eyed time pig
can't sit still. It also needs to strengthen its spiritual consciousness.
Ha ha! Time pig. We are destined to be together.
Your golden years.
Technique has indeed helped me several times. Well, don't worry. I will also prepare a
calming pill
for you. Yes.
Zhu Xiaobao patted this snow white, cute little white pig very affectionately. Although it looks so cute now, this 6-eyed pig has actually returned to its original size and is still very big and fierce. In the evening, Zhu Xiaobao invited Wan Zhongshan and in Lan Qing to drink and eat meat together. They drank 3 jars of roasted knives without hesitation. With the help of Jiu Jin, he also told them both that Yuan Zuzhu had a
100 pregnancy pill
in his hand, and it depended on who would be lucky enough to get it in the end. Chapter 1322 Puppets A. Early the next morning, when Wan Zhongshan and in Lan Qing woke up, Zhu Xiaobao had already left quietly, and Yuan Zuzhu sat there silently, looking at the direction in which Zhu Xiaobao was leaving for a long time. She knew that Zhu Xiaobao left quietly, but she didn't say anything, just looked at Zhu Xiaobao silently. Leave. Obviously, the
100 pregnancy pill
given to her by Zhu Xiaobao was to help her advance. And secondly, it also expressed another meaning. After Wan Zhongshan and in Lan Qing woke up, they realized that even without Zhu Xiaobao, this was an insurmountable obstacle. But then they both faced more cruel choices and competition. The 2 of them looked at each other and sat cross-legged in silence. Silently without saying a word.
This bad guy. He just left like this? He left the problem to his senior brothers and sisters? He left very gracefully.
Yu Beibei was also a little surprised. Zhu Xiaobao was not as evil as she thought, but was smart enough to leave the difficult problem to Yuan Zuzhu and his two senior brothers. At the same time, Yu Beibei himself was a little confused. Why didn't he even say goodbye? Zhu Xiaobao's move made everyone who stayed here become worried. After leaving Wild Bee Valley, Zhu Xiaobao felt very relaxed. It seems to have solved a very difficult problem. It can be considered the beauty of adulthood. As for which senior brother Yuan Zuzhu will choose, that is none of his business. Zhu Xiaobao was walking full of novelty while studying the paralytic white bees he had just collected. Although there were not many of them, there were still several thousand. These thousands of white bees have been cleaned by his spiritual consciousness, and they have a certain ability to recognize their masters.
I want to walk from south to north. I still want to go from white to black. I want people to see me, but don't know who I am. If you see me a little tired, please give me a bowl of water. If you have fallen in love with me, please kiss my mouth.
While walking, Zhu Xiaobao was still singing, and suddenly he realized that walking alone can actually be quite carefree, as long as you have enough strength.
There are so many people who want to kiss my mouth now. It's really hard to resist them. There are 3,000 beauties in the harem, and the iron pestles are ground into embroidery needles. I don't know how the improvement of Lam Mo's
100 pregnancy pill
has been improved.
Zhu Xiaobao hummed narcissistically.
Ha ha ha. Little brother, are you a casual cultivator from the eastern region? That's not how this
paralysis white bee
is used. You must have the power of faith to use it normally. Otherwise, even if you have these white bees, it's of no use.
Suddenly, 3 casual cultivators appeared in front of Zhu Xiaobao, all of whom were at the combined realm. Just because their cultivation level was too low, Zhu Xiaobao pretended not to notice it. When they appeared, he looked at the 3 people in front of him in surprise, cupped his hands and said,
3 fellow Taoists, what are you talking about?
Speak? Ha ha ha. You must know the dark art. Otherwise it will be difficult for this kind of white bee to break through the protective energy. These priests in the Wild Bee Valley are trying to trick people again.
A big man in the lead laughed. Rode. As soon as he heard it, he knew that he had regarded Zhu Xiaobao as a casual cultivator who came here from the eastern region. But what they are a little confused about is that they can't see Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level. But according to Zhu Xiaobao's appearance, his cultivation level should be worse than them.
Yes. Yes. Let me tell you. Releasing them has no fighting power. I almost got killed.
Zhu Xiaobao also nodded repeatedly.
Alas. Yes. Now those low-class pirates have become the most popular. Without their cooperation, we wouldn't be able to use those weird techniques. Well, eldest sister, come out. We are one of our own.
The big man at the head muttered secretly, and then turned around and shouted into the grass not far away. Then I saw a tall and thin female cultivator emerge from the grass. Although she was also at the peak of the fusion realm, she was very arrogant and didn't take her 3 companions seriously at all. She had a cold, dead face, looked at Zhu Xiaobao coldly and hummed.
You? Give these white bees to me, and you can follow us from now on. You are lucky. If you hadn't met us, you wouldn't have been able to defeat those local casual cultivators. Are you in the fusion realm?
Ha ha. Yes. Yes. Just because the attack on the
true martial realm
failed, the current state is not very obvious.
Zhu Xiaobao still nodded and bowed with a smile. This feeling of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger is still very interesting.
Leave it to you? Did I spend a lot of spiritual stones to buy this from Wild Bee Valley?
Zhu Xiaobao quickly put away the white bees and said with some reluctance.
Humph. It's up to you. If I stay by your side, won't I still have to use it in the end? And it has to be used with my cooperation?
The tall and thin female cultivator looked at Zhu Xiaobao as if he were a fool. Hummed.
Yes. Yes. Little brother. If she doesn't use the
dark art,
white bees, like you won't be able to exert its strongest effect. Let's leave it to the elder sister. We just need to capture a few more local casual cultivators. Then this is the biggest gain.
The big man also shook his head and advised Zhu Xiaobao with a hint of flattery.
He. Don't leave it to her. Leave it to me. Just follow us from now on.
Unexpectedly, another group of casual cultivators appeared not far away. There were only 3 people, and the leader turned out to be a female cultivator. But she is completely opposite to the tall and thin female cultivator just now. She is a dark, fat and fierce woman with a sinister face. Although there is one less person than the tall and lanky female cultivator opposite, they are not inferior at all in terms of momentum.
Black Stone Man, you are provoking me again. I have tolerated you for a long time.
The tall and thin female cultivator suddenly shouted angrily. The three casual cultivators also immediately made preparations to fight.
Humph. Gout Season. Hee hee. I'm just here to trouble you. How about it? Not only will I kill you today, but I'll also recruit these people by the way.
The shrewd Black Stoneman screamed arrogantly while inserting his waist. Road. It turns out that the two are still enemies and have been fighting openly and secretly to expand their team. This time, another fierce battle is inevitable. Zhu Xiaobao quickly took a few steps back, pretending to be scared, looking around, as if he didn't dare to offend anyone. As soon as the two sides disagreed, they started fighting. As expected, the two female cultivators, one tall, one short, one fat and one skinny, fought the hardest. Both sides had similar cultivation levels. But in terms of strength, Black Stone Man had the advantage. But there is one more person here. Gout Season. Suddenly, the Black Stone Man, who was not numerically superior, released the dark art, shrouding Gout Sishin's subordinates in it. At the same time, thousands of
paralysis white bees
were immediately released, and these white bees immediately launched an attack in the dark art.
Light technique.
Following Gout Sishin's roar, the dark technique, just cast, was immediately cracked. Those white bees were immediately forced to fly in all directions by the gang chi of all the casual cultivators.
The art of darkness.
Gout Sishin was unequivocal and retaliated immediately. But what was embarrassing was that there were not many
paralysis white bees
around her, so she could only yell at Zhu Xiaobao fiercely.
Hurry up, release your white wasps.
Oh!
But why don't they obey me?
Zhu Xiaobao pretended and worked hurriedly for a while. But the white bees were not released. And in this short period of time, Black Stoneman had cracked the dark art.
Asshole! You wasted the power of my faith.
Silver Corpse,
come out!
Gao Zixin immediately shouted angrily. And then she shouted angrily and summoned a silver corpse. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately stunned. What was going on? Why did they still have such puppets on them? Did you buy it from Puppet Gate? This puppet door has no bottom line. Right? But then an even more surprising situation occurred. Not to be outdone, Black Stoneman actually summoned a puppet. It turned out to be a golden corpse. No wonder she was still confident even though she was missing one person. It turned out that her puppet was a level higher than Gao Xi's salary.
Oh? You actually refined a golden corpse?
Gao Xixin exclaimed in horror when she saw it. As a result, her chance of winning was almost zero. And she also knew that the other party, as her mortal enemy, would never let her go.
Humph! You didn't expect that, did you? Gao Xixin, please kneel down obediently. Let go of your spiritual consciousness.
And brand your slave mark. I can consider letting you live. Otherwise, I will take care of you today. Now, I don't mind refining you into a silver corpse.
Black Stoneman became more and more proud, almost dancing and laughing wildly. For many years, the two of them have been indifferent to the outcome. And now they are finally overwhelmed by their abilities. The other party is dead. For this golden corpse, she spent all her treasures before refining this golden corpse, which was not very pure.
Ah, I will fight with you, little fat man. Release your white beast quickly. Dark art.
Gao Xixin was extremely frightened at this time. She didn't want to be planted with a slave mark by the Blackstone barbarian. In that case, it is equivalent to becoming the slave of the Blackstone man for the rest of his life. So she still wanted to make a last-ditch effort. And her hope was pinned on Zhu Xiaobao's 1,000
paralyzed white wasps. I will lose if you don't. It's more reliable for me to follow this black sister.
Zhu Xiaobao also wisely moved closer to the Blackstone man to show his position.
Ha ha ha. Yes. You are very smart. I will give you a favor tonight, and let me sleep with you.
Black Stoneman suddenly felt happy. And with a wave of his hand, he had already broken through the trap that Gao Xixin had tried his best to display.
The art of darkness.
At the same time, in the chaos, the golden corpse had already hit Gao Xixin with one palm. And then Black Stoneman rushed up at an incredible speed that was not suitable for her figure, and rode on Gao Xixin. Twist her arms behind her back and tie them up neatly. and the 3 casual cultivators under Gao Cixin immediately defected and surrendered.